Prince Alec held his head in his hands. The faces of the deceased flashed through his mind over and over, one after another. The faces of the young conscripts bore more heavily on his mind than those of the professional soldiers, though he felt a pang of sadness for all of them. We had been too complacent, treating it like a game, almost, he sighed. This was a wake-up call. He sat in the silent darkness of his office for several more minutes, contemplating the events of the morning. He waited until he felt he had finally mastered his emotions before reaching for the communication device. "What is it?" his older brother answered with a tired expression moments later. "There was an incident today," Prince Alex said. "An incident," Andrew quirked an eyebrow. "We suffered about 10 fatal casualties in an attack this morning," Alec choked out. Prince Andrew sat and stared for a moment as he processed that information. "Did they push you out of your city again?" Another endless wave of legions, but they weren't looking for prisoners this time. No, Prince Alec shook his head. "We're still in the city. The walls still stand, mostly. We can get that patched up, though I don't really see the point any longer." Alec took a deep breath. "They attacked us with 12 people, and it was only one attack from each of them. 12 people, one attack each." Andrew paused for a moment as he tried to wrap his head around what his younger brother was telling him. "Did they group up and just concentrate their power on one position?" "But no, you said 10 casualties. They were spread out," Alec confirmed. "How far out are the elders? Can we get a message to them to hurry up? The elders are still months out. You know they have to cross the wilderness, and getting a message to them in that confusing place isn't exactly easy. Do you think the decisive push will come before they can make it back?" "Something's coming," Alex said. "What precipitated them attacking you so ruthlessly?" "They've never done that before. They had scaled back their operations to a crawl after that weird incident where everyone in the realm was frozen in place by that powerful aura. I wanted to get a read on them, so I just sent a patrol out to scout their lines. They chased the patrols back to the city, what was left of them, and launched the attack immediately after. One of my captains speculated that it was a warning that we had to play by their rules, and trying to figure out what they were doing was out of bounds. I've received reports that the slowdown in activity is across the entire line, though not as severe everywhere as you describe. Whatever it is that caused them to change their activities, it has something to do with their goal for invading us, obviously, and they didn't want us interfering with that. Isn't their goal subjugation?" Alec queried. "I don't think so," Andrew shook his head. "I think it's more opportunistic than what they're actually here for. Think about it. If they just wanted to conquer us, why sit in place for months on end, especially when they have the manpower they do? They have to have 50 times the number of soldiers we do. They could have just marched toward the capital without stopping day one if they wanted to. No, their continued aggression happened shortly after the ambient mana went haywire. They're up to something, and that something is more important than the rest of the war. And if I had to guess further, I would guess that whatever it is located near your location. The other commanders have continued patrol operations in less dense areas, and there's been no retaliation against them. That doesn't help us, though. I don't have anyone who could possibly go against the power they casually revealed today. Sure, the mercenary company was able to kill someone similar to those who unleashed those attacks on us, but from the reports, it took 4 of them to take down one, and they almost didn't make it. The vice captain of the mercenary company is also high tier 5. We're fooling ourselves in thinking we can stop them." Prince Andrew's mouth screwed up like he wanted to contradict his brother, but he let it go with a sigh. "You may be right. In that case, our job isn't to preserve the land anymore. We need to think about our people. I'll issue the orders for evacuating the populace through the teleportation circle. How they go about seeing to it is a problem for our father and his council. In the meantime, gather up the conscripts and send them back to the capital." "The conscripts?" Alec asked. "Yeah, when we conscripted the youngsters and sent them to the battlefield, we were still acting like it would be a great opportunity for them. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, bolster our numbers in the face of the invaders' numbers, and give a little boost to the next generation about to come of age. If we're going to literally get decimated by the enemy, there's no reason to keep them here. I'll draft up orders to give them all a new mission. They'll be the ones with some competent officers and NCOs to escort the fleeing citizens. We'll send the mercenary companies along with them. The mercenaries can escort the conscripts to the capital, and the conscripts can escort the civilians away. There's no reason to hold the mercenaries to fight to the death. I don't even plan on fighting to the death over our land. We just need to get as many people out as possible." "All right, that sounds like a plan. I'll go ahead and get them ready for the impending orders." Reborn stood on the practice field, sword at the ready. In the heat of the moment, there had been no problems infusing his body with chi, but he was unable to get into the right headspace to do so ever since. It wasn't the same as mana or stamina, and thinking of it as a simple combination of the two was a gross understatement as to its true nature. It wasn't as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. After much trial and error and some consultation with Zudrid and Varia, Reborn was attempting to get into the mindset of it being 2 + 2 = hexagon. A hexagon didn't even have 4 sides. Reborn knew that he could do it. He had done it, but it had been instinctual in the heat of a life or death battle. So he alternated between sparring, weapon forms, and meditation, trying to tip his mindset in the right direction to use the new energy source. He had just finished a sparring session with his dad, the only one who could keep up with him other than Varya these days, and was about to begin practicing his forms. He was about to begin his training when he noticed someone with an earnest look on their face approach him with his divine sense. He hesitated and turned to face the newcomer. The man, one of the runners manning the gate to the barracks, strode up to Ryevin and offered a salute. Ryevin returned the salute and indicated for the man. "Sir, Prince Alec is calling for you," the runner said. The messenger said it wasn't urgent, but to head to the headquarters building straight away. The runner offered another salute before facing about and jogging back to the gate. Ryevin looked over where his father was watching some other mercenaries drill. Rafix turned to meet his eye. He wasn't so far away that he wouldn't have been able to hear the conversation. They hadn't been whispering, either. Rafix simply nodded his head at his son. Ryevin nodded back and sheathed his sword. He didn't need to grab anything or change, so he simply followed after the runner, albeit at a brisk walk instead of a jog. Ryevin didn't know what the prince could want. It had only been a day since the devastating attack, but it wasn't time for a full briefing of all the officers. He mentally shrugged and simply made his way through the streets to the government administration building where Prince Alec was holed up. The guards at the gate simply nodded to Ryevin as he walked into the grounds. Before he made it to the doorway of the building, though, it opened, and a stream of officers came walking out with frustrated looks on their faces. "Oh, ridiculous. Not our fault. Have to stay here." Ryevin wasn't too interested in what the other had to say, and he let most of it go through one ear and out the other. He did recognize a few of the officers, though, from the neighboring conscript company. He speculated that all of the officers were those in charge of conscripts from different outfits. The guard at the door perked up when he saw Ryevin. Ryevin noticed that the man didn't simply recognize him and give him a friendly face. With his divine sense, he could tell that the man stood straighter and puffed his chest out. The look in his eyes was almost as if, "Is he seeking approval from me?" Ryevin thought. Ryevin paused his entrance to the building and turned to clap the guard on the shoulder with a smile on his face. "You're doing good work. Keep it up." "Yes, sir," the man beamed. Ryevin shook his head after entering the building. He had been noticing more and more of the soldiers and officers of the other companies, paying more attention to him when he was around. This was the first time he had noticed such an earnest look of seeking approval before, though. The soldiers at the front gates didn't act like that, though they did keep an eye on me as I walked past, Ryevin mused. And there hadn't been any suspicion or anything in their gaze, either. I wonder what's going on. Ryevin knew where Prince Alec's office was, and seeing that he had been ordered to report to him, he simply walked straight there. He could already perceive the man furiously at work at some documents through his divine sense as he walked up the stairs. The door was open, so Ryevin gave it a simple knock as he entered the office. Prince Alec looked up, and after noticing who it was, gestured to one of the seats in front of his desk. "Ah, Captain Ryevin, have a seat," Prince Alec said. "Just let me finish this up real quick." And done. Prince Alec placed his pen down and gave his full attention to Ryevin. "I'm sure you're wondering what I called you all the way here for." "Yes, sir," Ryevin nodded. It had been more of a statement than a question, but Ryevin answered anyway. "Well, I've spoken with Prince Indru, and he sent orders for the conscripts to return to the capital." "The conscripts, sir?" Ryevin questioned. He put two and two together quickly and realized why those departing officers had been grumbling so much. They don't get to stay with the conscripts as they leave the front lines," Ryevin mentally chuckled. "I bet they got switched out with some of the other officers, and now they'll have to do some actual work." Yes, the conscripts, in light of the recent revelations of the enemy's true prowess, it was decided that there was no safe opportunity to be had here for them. "I can see that," Ryevin said. "I agree, it's one thing to round up a bunch of youths and have them handle a claim dispute, but it's something entirely different to throw them into a meat grinder." "Yes, an apt description. Anyway, I called you here because you're going to be escorting them to the capital." "Me?" Ryevin asked, pointing at himself. "Personally, yes, you and your entire company," Prince Alec answered. "I'm not sending you to take charge of them while your men stay here. This is it. The war has been deemed unwinnable, and we're sending the mercenary forces home. We're going to use you until the very end, though, hence the escort mission for the conscripts." "I see." Ryevin let the information wash over him. He looked up at Prince Alec. "In that case, don't do anything stupid after I'm gone. It's been a pleasure to serve under you. You're a competent guy in a tough spot." "Competent, huh? High praise from you," Prince Alec chuckled. "I hate to see you go, and I wish all of my men were as professional and skilled as you and yours. But this isn't your fight, and your contract clearly states that if the war is deemed unwinnable, you'll be released from your obligation and allowed to retreat home safely." "Yeah, my father and brother-in-law really hashed out a good contract for me. I wish I could have done more. I don't think anybody did as much as you. I hate to think what could have happened if you and your lady hadn't rooted out all of those spies." I know there were still some deep plants, but it could have been much worse if they still had their entire spy network in place. Prince Alec stood up and walked around the desk. Reevin stood up and the two shook hands. You know, I've noticed something like that recently. Do you know what's going on? Reevin asked. Wait, you mean you're not doing it? I thought you were using some sort of skill or something. If I am, it's passive, Reevin shrugged. I haven't done anything differently recently than I've done the entire time I've been here, except. Maybe that's it. You've thought of something. I won't pry, but I will say that after noticing your name coming up more and more often among the other officers, I finally just asked them. They said you have this bearing this, or about you that instills confidence in them. When they see you, they feel like things are going to be all right, and many of them have expressed that they want to be like you. Reevin's mind flashed to his skills for a moment. I think I know what's going on. All right. Well, the conscripts have the rest of the day to get all of their affairs and gear in order. You'll be heading out with them first thing in the morning. Yes, sir. Reevin offered a salute. Upon receiving a return salute, he faced about and strode out of the office. He noticed Prince Alec stare after him with his divine sense for a moment before returning to his desk to once again work on the ever-present mountain of paperwork. My class must be synergizing with and empowering my hero skills, Reevin realized. They hadn't had too much of an affect on people outside of my own subordinates before, but now it seems to work on all of my allies too. To test his theory, Reevin kept an eye on the guards at the gate as he approached. They were already standing at attention, but he slightly shifted his bearing to match the skill as he actively pulsed his heroic bearing skill. His posture and gait seemed to align perfectly with his intentions, and the gate guards visibly stood taller. That must be it, Reevin nodded to himself. The walk back to the barracks was quick and uneventful. He noticed a hustle and bustle among the few conscript companies he passed by, and he understood that it was them preparing to depart the next day. Reevin needed to get the orders passed to his own men, though they didn't have a whole lot to pack up. They all had their own storage pouches, even if most of them were the minimum size. They also had their company storage pouches with the designated logistics personnel. Reevin strode through the gates and waved one of the runners over. It was a different man from the one who had given him the orders to go see the prince. Round up all the officers and have them meet me in the conference room as soon as possible, Reevin ordered. Yes, sir. The man saluted and sprinted away to complete his mission. Reevin spotted his father still watching over some of the drills, and he indicated the conference room with his eyes as he never stopped moving toward it. Rafix waved to some of the NCOs to continue what they were doing as he jogged over to join his son. Got news? He asked. We're leaving tomorrow, Reevin said. They've finally realized they can't win, and they're sending us with the conscripts back to the capital. They're just going to let us go like that? Rafix asked, surprised. I would think they would want to keep us to the very last moment, considering. Reevin shrugged. It's in our contract, he simply said. Really now? Rafix scratched his head. That's a good contract. You didn't read it? Reevin asked incredulously. Meh, I'm more of an action sort of guy. Your mother usually handles that aspect of things, and this time I had you. I trusted you not to screw us over. Reevin placed the palm of his hand on his face as he sighed. You should really familiarize yourself with the next one we sign, Reevin said. It might be important. Better yet, I'll just have Mom read it to you. Now you're thinking with your head, Rafix said as he tapped his own forehead. Reevin just chuckled as he shook his head. The two walked into the conference room to find that there was already a couple of the officers waiting for them. Reevin nodded to them as he strode up to the front of the room, while Rafix took up position leaning against the wall. They didn't have to wait long for the rest of the leadership to file into the room. The commanding general, Prince Indru, has deemed the war unwinnable, Reevin said. There was no surprised gasps or expressions from the officers. They had been expecting it. I'm sure you all know what that means. The officers all nodded their heads. Reevin looked over to his father. I see that you all read the contract. Hey, we've already been over this. Rafix shook his hand as if to dismiss an annoying fly. New topic. Anyway, Reevin said, turning his attention back to the other lieutenants. Prince Alec has given us one final task. We're going to be escorting the conscripts back to the capital. They're not going to be keeping them out here any longer in light of the enemy's recent actions. They feel the cost doesn't match the benefit for their youth. I'm glad to see they have a conscience, Jekyll said. The others nodded along with him. Me too. We don't have to concern ourselves with them after we get to the capital. They're going to go do their thing, and we just have to wait for the connection to Wispen to open. Our time here is pretty much done, and the next chapter for our mercenary company will start soon. I'll save all the flowery praise for when we're safely back in Wispen. Now, get your NCOs to pass the message along to the rest. Have everyone get a good night's sleep, and we'll be leaving first thing in the morning. Reevin stood to the side and watched the stream of conscripts march by. Their ability to keep step and pace properly was much improved from when they had first arrived in the city, though Reevin wasn't sure whether or not any of them had had the opportunity to unlock forced march yet. He wasn't planning to push them so hard that they would, either. Only one of the mercenary platoons led the way in front. There was one platoon in the center, and the remaining two were in the rear. If they ran into any trouble, it was likely to come from a flanking action or from behind. Reborn wasn't expecting to run into any trouble, but that was no reason not to array his troops in the most appropriate fashion. For most observers, there wasn't a noticeable difference in the ranks of the conscripts. For Reborn, with his divine sense which provided him far more subconscious information than simply looking with his eyes, he could clearly discern the loss of 10 of their population. He had already grieved for the fallen and offered solace to those who sought it in the hours after. Now he maintained a hard face and demeanor. He projected an air of no nonsense. He couldn't have the youngsters assuming that his friendliness from before was reason enough not to take his orders seriously. He hoped that his mercenaries' attitude of instant obedience to orders would rub off on them. It would be a disaster if the conscripts allowed themselves to relax, and they really did run into a random roving band of invaders this side of the lines. Considering their numbers and mobility, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. It wasn't just a desire to have his orders adhered to instantly and to the letter. He also hoped that the attitude would rub off on them as well. With proper role models, the conscripts could learn a lot about their role as members of the military. Prince Alec hadn't gone into details about what the conscripts would be doing, but he had implied they would continue with another mission. If he had planned on releasing them, then he would most likely have something about escorting them home instead of to the capital. The distinction was faint, but it was there. Reborn wasn't too concerned with whatever mission they would be receiving in the capital, but felt a sense of camaraderie out of shared experience with the younger conscripts, so he wanted to do what he could to improve their chances of success with whatever they did. If he could instill some additional professionalism into them with simple demonstration, there was no reason not to. Prince Alec and the other command staff stood off to the side watching the procession as well. The other companies didn't form up to see them off, but there were many soldiers standing to the side calling out well wishes and encouragement. They had earned the respect of the soldiers with their willingness to train and stand their ground during the times they integrated with the others on the wall. They had all shared in the tragedy of losing 10 of their force as well, and nothing solidified brotherhood quite like shared suffering. It was a sad truth, but one that often led to eventual good outcomes. Reborn had no doubt that the survivors of this campaign would one day go further than they would have otherwise, as long as they were able to safely retreat from the conflict in the future. He didn't know what was in store for those that had been captured, and there was no way to know how many more would succumb to such a fate in the future, but he hoped it wasn't as bad as he assumed. He had never seen any of the cannon fodder soldiers have a 0 branded on their foreheads, so they were probably going to be relegated to some sort of civilian workforce if his understanding of their society held true. "Good luck out there," Prince Alec said to Reborn. "You too, sir," Reborn replied. He looked over at the prince and his commanders. The officers subtly shifted their stances to stand a bit taller under his scrutiny. Reborn offered a final salute to the prince, and after receiving one in return, he marched off to integrate himself into the central platoon among the long line of soldiers. Marching in step allowed large forces to move much quicker than if they were in a simple mob, and so it wasn't long before they exited through the rear gates onto the highway headed to the capital. The procession marched on tirelessly for several hours, eating up the miles. Even the conscripts, with their additional stats from their Tier 2 classes as Tier 1s, had enough stats to maintain a steady pace and march for a long time before they needed to stop and rest. Instead of resting a bit for each hour, Reborn had his officers and NCOs keep an eye on their stamina levels as best they could, and he devised a routine where they stopped for a quarter of an hour every 3 hours. Chow was constant in the field, so they didn't stop specifically for lunch. Everyone just munched on their rations as they walked. They weren't performing in a parade, so they didn't have to march with perfect bearing in lockstep. He had his scouts out surrounding the procession, and he operated the entire force exactly the same as he would for an individual platoon or company. There was no official chain of command, as Reborn was not an official soldier, but he had been given plenary powers as an acting battalion commander. The officers attached to the conscript companies had all been switched out and were competent veterans under Prince Alec. They had all witnessed Reborn and his mercenaries in action. That, combined with Reborn's heroic skills, ensured that they were all more than comfortable falling under his command. He was still nominally the company commander of the mercenary company, but they had been in enough situations where it was easy for Reborn to assume the role of the higher rank, with Jekyll taking on the main responsibilities as the commander of the company. Rafix didn't take charge as the commander, not because he didn't want to or wasn't able to, but he assumed the role of the battalion XO alongside Reborn. Reborn had drilled his officers and NCOs with the importance of being able to assume the role of ranks up to 3 levels above them. He wouldn't require his men to be able to do something he himself was unable to do. Transitioning over to commanding a battalion, in this situation, wasn't too dissimilar to being in charge of one company. As the company commander, he filtered his orders to the men through the platoon commanders. As the commander of a battalion, he did the same thing, but now it was to the company commanders. Everything went smoothly, and there was no sight of any enemy forces. They still had a long way to go, though. Reeven expected it would take them a little over a week to reach the capital at the pace they set. There was still plenty of time for things to go wrong, but Reeven was optimistic. The further they marched away from the front lines, the less likely it was that there would be any kind of enemy action. From previous experience, Reeven knew that it wasn't standard for the enemy to send patrols of any kind deep into their territory. They preferred to fight straight on. As evening approached, Reeven indicated for Jekyll to find a suitable location to stop for the evening. There weren't too many places in the local terrain that stood out, so they ended up choosing a small hill near some forest to set up camp. Jekyll led the procession off the road a short ways and took them most of the way up the hill, but they didn't crest it and stop at the very top. Work parties were sent out, and Reeven could see confusion on the faces of most of the conscripts. The regular officers and NCOs didn't bat an eye, though, at the orders. A simple palisade and moat was quickly built and sentries posted. Some of the conscripts were taken along to do the work and showed what to do and why, and word quickly spread, alleviating their confusion. I guess their previous commanders just had them pitch tents without building proper fortifications for the evening, Reeven thought. Lazy and incompetent. Reeven had no respect for the officers that had shown up with the conscripts. Everything about them screamed their unwillingness to do even the bare minimum effort. They could have gotten a lot of people killed with their attitude, and Reeven assumed Prince Alec was going to put a boot up their backsides where he kept them on the front lines. Their lack of professionalism would be more hindrance than help in whatever mission the conscripts undertook in the future. The days passed uneventfully. There was no time for additional training for the conscripts, and there weren't any random monsters roaming about for them to get some experience off of. LT was more common in the lower tier regions to run into bands of goblins in the countryside and such. The higher tier regions were home to stronger base monsters, but they were also a bit smarter and tended to stay further away from civilization. The conscripts' only opportunity for learning came from observing the mercenaries and interacting with them when they stopped for the evening. The mercenaries were more than happy to show them the ropes and explain in great detail all the questions they had. They could possibly learn more from the NCOs and officers, but it was a bit intimidating to speak to the leaders so casually. That didn't mean it didn't happen, but only those who showed a bit more tendencies towards leadership sought advice from the higher-ranked soldiers. It was just like any other day on the road. They were making good time and were a bit over halfway to the capital. Reeven was engaging in idle conversation with some of the other captains as they marched, the pace much too slow to pose any kind of strain on their physical stats. Reeven sensed the scout approaching with his slowly but steadily increasing range of divine sense. He held up a hand to forestall the conversation and looked up in the direction the man was coming from, waiting for his arrival. The scout approached Reeven from the front of the formation, the last place Reeven would expect news of enemy encroachment. From the lack of halting the procession from the first platoon up ahead and lack of urgency in the man's movements, Reeven assumed the scout wasn't reporting an imminent clash with the invaders. "Sir, a group of soldiers bearing the mark of the imperial family is approaching along the highway," the scout announced. The man didn't offer a salute as they were in the field. Reeven waited for the man to continue, knowing that wasn't the end of the report. "Lady Kefira is with them. It looks like a contingent of the imperial bodyguards were dispatched to escort her to the front lines." Reeven's eyes lit up with excitement over the news. It had been many months since they had last seen each other. If they were meeting here, it made sense that they hadn't received word of Reeven and the conscripts returning to the capital. The plans had been made and orders issued, but news probably hadn't circulated throughout the military and capital before they left. The scout nodded his head and turned to jog back to his assignment. Reeven didn't order the soldiers to do anything different, but he did excuse himself from the other captains and made his way to the front of the procession. Jekyll had apparently received word from the scout, as he wasn't surprised in the least to see Reeven show up alongside him at the very front of the line. Reeven looked ahead, activating his eagle eye skill to see further down the road, and the line of cavalry with streamers indicating the imperial family came into focus. They were still a ways away, and he noticed that they were moving to the side of the road. They apparently had their own reconnaissance methods and had gotten word that they were approaching. "Have the men take a break up," Reeven ordered Jekyll. Now was as good a time as any to take a break, and the approach of the other group gave plenty of reasons to call a halt. "Yes, sir," Jekyll responded. He ordered one of the NCOs to pass word back to the other companies about the impending halt. Reeven didn't stride ahead in front of the soldiers. He stayed with them, and they moved to the side of the road when they approached the other group. It was finally at this time that he stepped forward, and he saw Kefira and Cyrilla step away from their escort. There were a few others with her, and he subconsciously noticed them with his divine sense, but his eyes and mind were all focused on Kefira. They didn't run into each other's arms in dramatic fashion, but they did immediately embrace in a hug. Cyrilla had a strange, smug look on her face that Ryevin didn't understand, but he didn't pay it any mind. "I missed you," Ryevin whispered. "I missed you too," Kefira replied. "It seems like we came back a little too late. Are you heading back to Wispen already? After escorting these conscripts to the capital, our contract is over," Ryevin confirmed. Kefira had obviously read the contract as the nominal leader of the mercenaries, so she quickly grasped the meaning behind the words. "Is it that bad?" she asked. "Yes and no," Ryevin replied. "We can talk about it later." The two separated and stood back from each other. "Can you believe this guy?" A familiar voice entered Ryevin's ears. "We let him out of our sight for just a couple of years, and he completely forgets about us." Ryevin looked up at the teasing voice and saw a face he hadn't seen in years. It had matured from what he remembered, but it was unmistakable. He had noticed him and his companion with his divine sense, but he had focused entirely on Kefira to pay any attention to the others. "Talon," Ryevin exclaimed with a grin. He stepped past Kefira and embraced his best friend in a firm, manly hug. They patted each other on the back and laughed at their reunion. Kimberly, Ryevin pulled back from Talon and gave Kimberly a brief hug as well. "Ryevin, it's good to see you again," Kimberly said with a smile. Ryevin assessed his friends and noticed a subtle aura about them. The way they held themselves and the distinct air of mana contained in their core told Ryevin that they had already achieved their fourth-tier classes. Ryevin stepped back and his hand automatically searched out Kefira's, grasping it in his. There were a few others present, and one young man among their group frowned slightly upon witnessing Ryevin's casual action. Ryevin turned with Kefira to bring them along back to the formation he was leading. "How dare a mere liaison?" The frowning young man stepped forward to berate Ryevin, but that was all he managed to get out before spluttering to stop. Ryevin didn't pay the kid any mind. He simply put his hand up and thrust his palm into the other boy's face as he walked past, completely ignoring him otherwise. He wasn't going to let some noble from Wispen who didn't know the facts interfere with his actions. Kefira, Talon, and Kimberly barely seemed to even notice the interaction as they all walked towards the resting soldiers. With his divine sense, Ryevin picked up Cyrilla smirking at the other young man. "All that work you've done, gone in an instant," she snickered before following behind Kefira. The young man's frown turned into a glower as he stared at Ryevin's departing back. Ryevin mentally snorted in amusement, but that was all the attention he paid to the boy. "Come on, I'll introduce you the friends and companions I've made since I've been gone," Ryevin said to Talon and Kimberly. Rorik frowned as he watched the assault from the concealment of the trees. He had gotten in the habit of watching the daily assaults on the defenders after having made note of the unusually strong mercenaries, and his obsession with them had only intensified after he had been literally smacked like a bug by the young commander. Many of the others among his rank would have taken it as an insult, but it only spurred his desire to capture the other young man and add him to their cause further. He had suffered more damage from that one strike that had barely bypassed his defenses than he could remember receiving from a single blow in a long time. The fact that his inspection skill notified him the young man was only Tier 3 only intensified his curiosity. He knew that the young commander didn't normally participate in the daily defense of the city, but he had been present more often than not recently. At first, his absence hadn't been much cause for concern, but as the days wore on and he failed to appear, Rorik began paying more attention to the actions of the rest of the defenders. "Something isn't right here," he said after a while. "What's not right?" Lorelei asked, glancing over at her companion. "Their resistance isn't right," Rorik clarified. "They're not putting up as much of a fight as they should be." "Of course they're not," Ulvid snorted. "We just put them in their place. Their morale has to be rock bottom at this point." "No, it's more than that," Rorik shook his head. "It's like if you cut off someone's finger, but the next time you fought them, they only used one arm. Losing a finger and losing an arm are two completely different situations." "What are you trying to say?" Kuhlman asked. "The mercenaries. Where is the mercenary company?" Rorik asked. He had only been paying attention to a select few among their numbers, not the mercenary company as a whole. His blind desire to only focus on a few individuals had come back to bite him, and he was only now realizing the entire company was completely missing. "What does that matter?" Lorelei asked. "The 4 people we had scouted were part of the mercenary company," Rorik said. "The only other person worth wasting our time on is Prince Alec, but the regular soldiers can handle that. Wait here a moment, I'm going to go speak to Salrin." The others murmured assent as Rorik took off toward the commander. Their 5th companion remained stoically quiet like always. Rorik had long since recovered from the wounds he had received from his short exchange with the young mercenary commander. The limp had come more from his uncontrolled fall through the forest than what the young man had been able to inflict on him, but it was a consequence of his strike, so he had counted it. He quickly strode through the army. They were lined up and ready to push through the city fortifications at a moment's notice. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, though. They always brought a force capable of defeating the defenders every time day. They just didn't do it. The change in schedule had only affected them for a while, and they were about to accelerate their operations to catch back up to where they were supposed to be. If they hadn't suffered the setback caused by the system, something that had never happened before that any of them were aware of, they would have already pressed past the city and been headed toward the next defensive stronghold. Rorik didn't concern himself with any of that. He wasn't an officer in the military proper. He and his companions were more powerful than the generals, but they stood outside of the chain of command. They had to curtail their actions to accommodate the local commanders as much as possible under normal circumstances. Only the Lord General could actually command them. Rorik brushed past the guards protecting the command tent. They were used to his and his companions' way of doing things, so they didn't even twitch. Rorik ducked into the tent and zeroed in on General Sauron. He walked over, immediately catching the other man's attention. "The mercenary company is absent," Rorik said without preamble. "That makes sense," Sauron said. He and his commanders had obviously noticed the difference, too. "Their commanders have been scouted for priority recruitment," Rorik continued. It wasn't entirely true, but he had discretion in these matters. "I'm going to take some of my companions and go after them. It would be a great loss to the cause if they're allowed to get away." Sure, General Sauron easily agreed. There wasn't much he could do otherwise anyway. Rorik nodded his head once and turned to exit the tent. He quickly made his way back to the others he was grouped with. "Who's up for a chase?" he asked with a smile. Laughter filled the air as Revan caught up with Talon and Kimberly. He didn't leave Kefira out of the conversation, but she was just as interested in learning about her man's best friends, too. Talon regaled them with tales of his exploits over the years, clawing his way up to an epic Tier 4 class as a kid who started off in the lowest of the low-tier regions. The procession didn't normally officially stop for lunch, but Revan made an exception. They took the opportunity of meeting up to have an extended break, and he ordered the officers to let everyone know they could break out some of their food other than travel rations and enjoy a meal. The group sat around an impromptu campfire as they conversed and ate their fill. Talon's stories of how they had trained and delved dungeons across Tier 2, 3, and 4 regions started off fairly tame. He was cognizant of Rafix's presence, and he often glanced at the man while telling his tale. When Rafix didn't say anything but only smiled and nodded, he slowly got more and more exaggerated in his retelling of their exploits. At one point, even Kimberly rolled her eyes at him. There we were, facing off against several of ogres in the labyrinth. Kimberly and I had been cautiously advancing around the maze, hoping to avoid getting entangled with more than one or two at a time. Sometimes luck just isn't with you, though, you know. We turned the corner and 4 of them just happened to be standing there at the same time. We didn't despair, though. We had killed dozens of ogres already. We squared off against them, Kimberly getting their attention with her spear dancing, and I flitted through the openings to dish out some damage. We were in for a long battle of attrition where one misstep could lead to serious injury for either of us. We had been preparing for this for years, though, and we didn't back down. Everything was going well, and we were slowly whittling them down, when all of a sudden, the screeches and scampering of those little blue devils intruded on our senses. A horde of those enhanced goblins came screaming around the corner. Did we falter, though? "You did," Kimberly interjected at the perfect time. Revan snorted at Talon's offended look as he sat back and brought a hand up to his chest. "Wah, you stuttered your step and almost got brained by one of the ogres," Rafix pointed out, grinning at Talon. His sharp canines seemed to give his smile the look of a predator pouncing on its prey. "I had to step in to block the follow-up blow, and the rest of the team took care of the goblins anyway. I guess you forgot that I was there for that one." Rafix chuckled. "Oh, come on." Talon looked up to the sky and sighed. "Can't I have a little glory?" It was a minor misstep that we almost immediately recovered from and turned into victory. Sure, you did well," Rafix agreed. "I don't deny that, but it wasn't all rainbows and roses." Anyway, Talon punctuated the word. We managed to press on to the 8th floor of the descent for the first time on that delve. Without Rafix and the main members of the team, though, we've only gone down to the 5th floor consistently over the past couple of months. "The 8th floor, you say?" Revan asked. "How many floors does the descent have?" "Your mother and I have made it to the 20th floor, Rafix answered the question for Talon. There were records available at the Adventurers Guild in the city we found that dungeon. Some of the papers talk about magical analysis done on the dungeon, and their hypothesis is that there are a couple hundred floors. Another paper is the record of a Tier 7 retired Imperial delving as deep as he could one last time before he got too old to continue adventuring, and he made it to floor 60. That's the deepest delve on record. This is the dungeon you have the key to." Revan quirked an eyebrow. "When were you planning on telling me about it?" "You never asked," Rafix shrugged his shoulders. "We would have explained it to you before you went on your first delve with us into the dungeon, though. The interesting thing about the descent is it's like a dungeon within a dungeon," Talon said animatedly. Ryevin found that he was always excited when he talked about dungeons. Your father's key leads directly to the floor of the dungeon, where the entrance to the descent is located. It's actually tied to the descent and not the other dungeon. There's evidence to suggest that the descent itself exists in multiple dungeons across multiple regions. We might be able to encounter a different entrance to the same dungeon in one of these other Tier 4 regions. Okay, but why? Ryevin questioned his friend. We have a key. I'm just saying, Talon rolled his eyes. Don't you find that interesting? A dungeon in a dungeon, possibly connected to yet more dungeons. Seems like it's something that would interest you. It is interesting, and coupled with my experiences and things I know about dungeons, I can see how it could work. Can one use the descent to travel between different regions, you think? I don't think so. Talon shook his head. There seems to be some sort of way the dungeon keeps track of where you enter from, and there aren't any records of other exits deeper in the dungeon. I guess it's theoretically possible, but I wouldn't know how it would work. What do you think? Ryevin turned to Kefira. I might be able to figure something out if I go down there and analyze the mana signature of the dungeon with my space affinity. Kefira nodded her head. I can't guarantee I'll be able to do so, though, and even if I can, my skills might not be high enough yet. Tinkering with natural dungeons would require some high-level space affinity. You'll get the chance soon, Rafik said. We might as well take the time to do some dungeon delves after we get back to Wispan. The rest of the mercenaries will also require some time to run the dungeons near the capital to fulfill that end of the bargain they received when signing up for the mercenary company. Yeah, and you guys got another batch of potential mercenaries training and hopeful for a spot in the company right now, Talon added. Oh, there's more recruits training in Willowin. That was news to Ryevin. He had set up the school to train youngsters in the capital city, but he hadn't left any orders to train additional recruits for the company itself. Seems like a good idea, actually, Rafik said. Think about it. I bet a lot of the mercenaries we have right now will consider this expedition enough for their life experience. They're adventurers. Most of them aren't going to want to be mercenaries for the rest of their lives. A good portion of them are going to get their pay, run their dungeons, and then go back to what they're used to. And we'll need to replace them with more mercenaries before we can take on another commission, Ryevin realized. I really messed up. I didn't plan far enough in advance to take that into account. Luckily, someone in Wispan has their head on their shoulders right and took care of the issue before it became a problem. They had to, Talon said. Word of your mercenary company has spread and adventurers from all across different regions are teleporting into Wispan for a chance to join. If they didn't at least set up the training regimen, there might have been a mutiny on their hands. Do you know anything about it? Ryevin asked Kefira. Your mother set it up, Kefira confirmed. I've been keeping tabs on the ones that stayed behind, and when it started getting a little out of hand, I brought it up to your mother. She just told me she would take care of it. It was a way for her to feel close to you and your father, and since I'm actually coming with you, I let her do it. Are you going to be able to afford it? What's your remuneration for this commission look like? Talon asked. I paid the costs out of pocket, but the payment we'll get for completing this contract is definitely going to be enough, Kefira said. It's an escrow with the Adventurers Guild just in case something unexpected happens. We can withdraw it from any branch at any time after the contract is over. Escorting these conscripts to the capital is the last official order on the contract, Ryevin said. Once they get there, the contract will be considered complete. Do you have to check in with someone to verify? Kimberly asked. Nope, Ryevin shook his head. The contract is system enforced. It's a good contract. The group continued to laugh and joke around as they finished their meal. Ryevin suddenly got a strange feeling in his chest. It felt like a dull thrumming of his danger sense, but it was incredibly faint and felt slightly off. He looked around, inspecting the distant tree lines, but he didn't get any other direction from the strange feeling. It felt off somehow, but Ryevin couldn't put his finger on it. He glanced around at his companions. They were all still laughing and smiling, but Ryevin's face shifted into a frown. Looking at them each in turn, he got a slightly different feeling thrum in his chest. It was strongest when looking at Kefira and only slightly less intense when looking at his father. Rafik noticed him frowning while looking at him, and the smile on his face instantly fell off. What's the matter? Rafik asked, concerned. I don't know. Ryevin shook his head. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, lunch is over. Ryevin stood up suddenly, surprising the others who hadn't noticed the shift in his demeanor. It's time to go. Right now, he said. Let's clean up and get back on the road. Nobody asked any further questions after looking at his face. They all stood up and began to tidy up. One of Ryevin's biggest stipulations for everyone in the mercenary company, his own companions included, was to leave the environment as close to as how they found it as possible. He had the men even break down the palisades and fill the moats in the mornings after camping for an evening. Word was passed to the officers, and the entire procession was on their feet and ready to move within minutes. The Imperial bodyguards were tasked with protecting Kefira on the road, and since they were still technically on the road, they fell in under Ryevin's command quite easily. They weren't going to become his personal cavalry unit for the procession, but they would do what he said in regards to their mission. Tell the officers to move the men at double time, Reevan instructed the runners. The mercenaries took off to the front, middle, and rear of the procession to inform the officers. In a couple of moments, the call to move at double time reverberated across the long line of soldiers. The conscripts and mercenaries began to jog at double their previous pace, maintaining their march skill. It was a little stressful for the conscripts who didn't have as much experience and skill levels as the mercenaries, but they would quickly gain levels in the skill and adapt. They might even unlock forced march from this, Reevan thought. He hadn't planned on pushing them enough to unlock the skill, but he felt it was necessary after getting that strange feeling. Immediately after getting everyone to move down the road a quicker pace, the thrumming in his chest reduced by almost 90. There's definitely something coming our way, Reevan thought. Dad, I had some sort of weird danger sense thrumming in my chest. Reevan turned to Rafix to explain. It doesn't feel like it normally does though, so that's why I had a hard time articulating it. Once we started jogging, the sensation reduced to almost nothing. I think there's something coming our way, so we need to be prepared and on the lookout for it. Sure, Rafix said. He didn't question his son's premonition at all. He trusted his son's instincts, and he was more thankful than skeptical. Even if nothing happens, Dad will just chalk it up to a good training experience, Reevan chuckled to himself. Kefira, Cyrilla, Talon, and Kimberly had all fallen in next to Reevan and Rafix. They had arrived on horseback, but they had the stats to move at their current pace for a long time. Even if their physical stats couldn't match Reevan or Rafix's, their stats were considerably higher than the conscripts. The Imperial bodyguards didn't question Reevan's decision, and they just matched the pace alongside the procession nearby. They weren't the only new additions to the crew, though. Kefira had showed up with her maids and a couple of others who were dressed like casters. The boy who had tried to get in Reevan's face for speaking to Kefira in a familiar tone earlier was one of them. He had gotten back on his horse and brought it over to the group with Kefira's head maid trailing behind. What's the meaning of this? He demanded, glaring at Reevan. You're going to run your men ragged, and we were promised the opportunity of participating in combat when we came along. We're just going to turn around and head back to the capital. Who's this chucklehead? Reevan ignored the young man and turned to Kefira. That's Orion, she replied. She tried to give a warning look to the young man, but he deliberately didn't notice it. He's the direct disciple of the court magus and the son of a baron. He has a certain status in the imperial court. I see, Reevan said. He turned to look at the young man in the face for the first time. This is a military operation. Elman command. You being a part of Lady Kefira's entourage means you're now under my command as well. Do what I say and don't question my authority again. Don't think for a minute I won't charge you with insubordination. Orion puffed up, his face turning red. I'm under your command, you a mere liaison. I'm not under the command of Princess Kefira, so what makes you think you have authority over me as her liaison? I would love to see you try anything against me. Orion's body crackled with power as he drew on his mana in a way Reevan assumed the man thought was intimidating. Reevan ignored it. Using his own mana, Reevan channeled a mana whip into existence and lashed it out at the young man on horseback. It whipped through the air at incredible speed and wrapped around the boy's neck. Reevan used his willpower to easily suppress the mana in Orion's body, preventing him from bringing it forth any further than his impotent display. Orion started to raise his hands to his neck to grasp at the mana whip, but Reevan didn't give him the opportunity. He pulled, physically and with his mana, on the whip. Orion's eyes went wide, and he flailed about with his arms as he was yanked through the air directly to Reevan. Reevan dismissed the mana whip and replaced it with his hand around the boy's throat. He stared into Orion's eyes as he released a little of his bloodlust aura. Orion's face went white as a sheet, his fingers grasping at Reevan's hand that was like an iron vice. He didn't choke the young man, but he did suppress him ruthlessly. Do not question me. Again, Reevan punctuated each word. I don't care who you are or what you're capable of. You're nothing to me. If I tell you to do something, you do it. If you fail to do it or you throw another childish tantrum, I'll have you strung up and flogged. Do you understand? Reevan had never stopped jogging during the entire commotion. He was still moving along with the procession while holding on to Orion with one hand. The boy was being dragged along the road as Reevan warned him. Orion continued to scrabble ineffectually at Reevan's hand. He didn't speak up, but Reevan was preventing him from speaking with his grip. He wasn't actually choking the arrogant young man. Reevan shook his hand, rattling Orion's body back and forth. I'm talking to you. Reevan said, I understand. Orion finally replied. Reevan released his grip and Orion collapsed to the ground. He was quickly left behind where he laid, the conscripts looking at him with wide eyes as they jogged past. He was still within Reevan's range of divine sense, so he saw him stand up and dust himself off. He glared daggers at Reevan's back, but he didn't do anything about his indignation. He quickly jogged forward to catch up with his horse and get back in the saddle. He didn't stick around near Reevan any longer and rejoined the other mages that had come along with Kefira. The head maid didn't go with him. She stayed near Kefira in case she had need of calling upon her. She did give Ryevin a disapproving look, though, which Ryevin promptly ignored. Heh heh, Cyrilla chuckled. What are you laughing at? Kefira asked. She didn't give Ryevin a disapproving look, but she wasn't as amused by the situation as Cyrilla apparently was. He called him a chucklehead. Cyrilla snorted. I can't think of a better description for him, and he finally put him in his place. I understand he was out of line with questioning Ryevin like that, but you seem to have a different meaning behind your words. You remember those rumors? Cyrilla asked. Kefira scrunched up her face in thought. After a moment, she got a look of revelation on her face. Yeah, it seems like he's let those rumors go to his head, and even he's starting to believe them now. You've been so focused on Ryevin that you haven't noticed. Really? Are you sure? Cyrilla just rolled her eyes. What's this now? Ryevin perked up at their conversation. What rumors are these? Cyrilla looked at him, then glanced at Kefira. She was clearly indicating for Kefira to explain on her own. Kefira sighed as she faced Ryevin. A bunch of the commoners have started rumors that he and I are engaged, she said. Ryevin didn't explode with outrage or anything. He continued to look at Kefira calmly, waiting for her to continue. I've been required to go to a bunch of social events with him, and I guess seeing us together often has caused some misunderstandings. Cyrilla is saying he's begun to believe he's an actual contender for my hand and views you as a rival. I see, Ryevin simply said. You don't seem too concerned, Kefira said with a smile. The kid's a clown. Ryevin rolled his eyes. He wasn't keeping his voice down, but Orion and the other mages were too far away to hear their conversation. He wouldn't have cared either way. If I want someone to perform some parlor tricks at our wedding, maybe I'll pay attention to him, Ryevin said. Kefira laughed and Cyrilla snorted. That guy thinks he can compete with Ryevin. Talon spoke up. Does he know anything about him? Just that he's a liaison for Kefira, Cyrilla said. Oh, I can't wait until we get back to Wispen, Talon chuckled. Why's that? Ryevin asked. Guaranteed that guy challenges you to a duel or something, Talon snickered. Right now, you've convinced him he's under your military authority. Once we get back to Wispen, that goes away. You've ruffled his feathers, and he apparently thinks too highly of himself. This is gonna be fun. Ryevin chuckled along with his friend. If there was one thing he wasn't worried about, it was a duel from someone in his own age range. The conversation lulled after that, and the procession continued moving along the road at a jog. If the conscripts hadn't been given the opportunity to participate in several battles and accumulate experience and levels, they would have never had the stats to keep up with their pace. The speed they were moving at now would have been closer to a sprint for them before they had changed classes. Ryevin reminded the officers to keep an eye on their stamina levels, but he pushed them further than he did when they were just marching regularly. Each time they stopped for a quick 10-minute break, the conscripts had to catch their breath. The mercenaries were still fine, as well as Ryevin's group and those on horseback. The hours went by and evening eventually came. Ryevin pushed the men longer than he had the previous days, and it was almost completely dark when he finally called a halt for the evening. Instead of letting the mercenaries teach the conscripts woodcraft and participate in erecting the fortifications, Ryevin and the others simply participated with their magic to get the job done as quickly as they could. There wasn't a need to get set up so quickly necessarily, but it allowed the troops just a little bit extra time to rest. They kept the pace up for the remainder of the journey back to the capital. Ryevin never let his guard down, and neither did Rafix. The others weren't able to maintain their vigilance perfectly for such an extended period of time, but they wouldn't be caught completely unawares. Even with knowing one had to keep a lookout, it was hard without the combat experience etching the lessons in blood into oneself. They had been over halfway to the capital when they met up with Kefira and her group, and it only took another 3 days to reach the capital. The thrumming in Ryevin's chest continued to slowly increase as time moved on, and he breathed a sigh of relief as the walls to the distant capital finally came into view. There was still a couple of miles to go in the open country to reach the relative safety of the capital, but it seemed like they were going to make it without much incident. The thrumming in Ryevin's chest shifted to the sharp pinging of danger sense, though, and he glanced behind himself. An almost equal distance away in the opposite direction, Ryevin spotted 4 dots against the horizon. He zeroed in with his eagle eye skill, and he saw that they were some of the same cloaked figures they had previously run into from the invaders. Run, run, run. Ryevin used commanding shout. Get these men into the city. Run, 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 Ryevin shouted. The conscripts didn't hesitate. They had enough experience with how Ryevin operated not to doubt him or the tone of his voice. The jogging pace everyone had been keeping for hours on end turned into an all-out sprint. Any semblance of keeping step to maintain the march skill disappeared, but nobody cared. The mercenaries did not follow. Ryevin had given them a different order. He had called to get those men to the city. The lead platoon, led by Jekyll, stepped to the side. The middle platoon did so as well as they continued to jog forward. They both waited to meet up with the rear platoons to form up their entire company across the highway. The conscripts continued to sprint to the city, but the imperial bodyguards stayed with Kefira. Kefira and everyone who had come with her stayed behind with Rievin. Kefira motioned to the group of mages to converge on their position. What's the big deal? A voice Rievin was beginning to associate with annoyance reached his ears. It's just 4 people. Orion had a look of disdain on his face as he looked at Rievin. The leader of the imperial bodyguards shared the same sentiment and had a skeptical look on his face. I'm sure he has a reasonable explanation for why he's taking those 4 people seriously, Kefira said. He's the one with the experience, after all. Seems like he's making a big deal out of nothing to me. I guess it's impressive that the invaders managed to slip some of their people this far behind the lines, but that just means they're good at infiltrating. I don't have time to explain things to a fool, Rievin snapped. He turned his attention to the mercenaries. Don't stop until you have to. We'll try other methods to stall them from reaching the city other than confronting them head-on. The mercenaries all had looks of fear on their faces, but it was accompanied by determination. Rievin could almost feel their relief at his order to continue moving down the road. The officers turned them and put them back into a jog toward the city wall, keeping themselves behind the conscripts to carry out their mission of escorting them properly. I have an idea of how to stall them a bit, but I don't know how effective it will be or how long it will last, Rievin said to Kefira. Rievin and the others had continued jogging after the mercenary company as well, though he kept an eye on the progress of the 4 approaching enemies. The mages and imperial bodyguards kept their horses apace as well. What's your idea? Kefira asked. So you've been focusing your attention on shortening space and punching through it with your experiments. Do you think you could do the opposite? Make a corridor on the road that is packed with more space than is actually there? Kefira frowned as she thought about it. I believe so, she answered. I haven't spent too much time on it, and it's not exactly purely the opposite of what I've been researching. I think I can apply some of the things I've figured out and the system assistance to accomplish something, though. I'll assist you, Rievin said. I have a lot of mana and a class skill that affects it in a weird way. It should be able to help. All right, let's link up. Kefira turned to the commander of the bodyguards. Bring my horse over. Her horse was led over, and she and Rievin sprung up into it. Cyrilla, Talon, and Kimberly retrieved their own horses as well, and Rafix hopped up to join Talon on his. The other mercenaries were still on foot, but they were steadily moving closer and closer to the city. Rievin looked up as he placed his hands on Kefira's back. The 4 cloaked figures were closing in on them fast, and Rievin injected his mana into Kefira's core. He didn't hold anything back and dumped thousands of mana into her core. Kefira grit her teeth and grabbed the necklace, pulling it off and stowing it away into her storage pouch. Rievin felt her aura rocket up and solidify, reminding him of the time she had come to his rescue in the desert of Drallo. Is that necessary? Rievin asked. Absolutely, Kefira said. I couldn't handle the mana you put into my core without unlocking my soul. Don't worry. After reaching Tier 4, my body has grown stronger and it's much more capable of handling the strain. I imagine reaching Tier 5 or the next level of my bloodline will fully cure my situation. Okay, just focus on the task at hand and use as much of my mana as you need. I can't believe this, Orion said, shaking his head. You're really going all out for 4 people. Just have the bodyguards charge them with a little backup from us. Bam, problem solved. Shut your mouth, brat. Rafix commanded with a steely gaze. Orion's body went stiff involuntarily. You know nothing. Each one of those guys is a high Tier 5, possibly with legendary classes. The leader of the bodyguards is barely Tier 5 himself, and you're barely Tier 4. Even if there were 1,000 more of you, you'd get annihilated in an instant. A certain level of quality can't be overcome with quantity. Stop adding to the problem and let them concentrate. Orion sat in his saddle with a pale face. Rafix's angry attention had put more strain on him than anything Rievin had done to him over the past couple of days. The other mages shifted about, sharing nervous glances with each other. The commander of the Imperial bodyguards simply had a thoughtful look on his face and nodded at Rafix's words. At least he's professional and understands Dad was giving an honest assessment and not insulting him, Rievin thought. He didn't have to concentrate too much on his task. He was just pushing his mana into Kefira's core. Kefira was the one who had to have her total focus on the task at hand. The 4 enemies continued to close the distance, but it wasn't long before Rievin noticed a shift in the ambient mana. 99.99 of the ambient mana was made of the 4 base elements, but even they were getting affected by the influx of space mana into the area. Rievin didn't understand the mechanism behind what Kefira was doing, and she probably didn't fully understand what the system was doing to assist her fully, either. The basic elements were forming into complex chains of patterns, fusing with Kefira's space mana as she executed her magic. The mana spread to encompass the entire width of the highway, extending several yards to either side to cover the area completely. The starting point of her magic was anchored in place, and they continued to get further and further away as the horses carried them along, but Ryevin could still see and feel the field she was erecting expand toward the approaching enemies. Either they didn't notice it, or they didn't think too much about what the purpose of the mana was, assured in their own power, as they didn't alter their trajectory at all. The complex chains and space mana began to pull in more and more of the ambient mana. The affix of whatever was pulling all the ambient mana toward a central position behind the enemy lines had grown muted as they moved further away, but it was still there. Kefira's magic easily overpowered the pull of the ambient mana and drew as much into itself as it could from all directions. Not only the ambient mana in the realm, but Ryevin could also sense that more and more mana was being dragged from another source occupying a different space. The curtain surrounding the realm, isolating it from the outside universe, was supplying additional space mana. The corridor Kefira created reached close to 100 yards in length by the time the four cloaked figures ran into it. Their hubris caused them to get caught in the trap. They didn't slow down their movements at all, but now it looked like they were running in place. They didn't do anything different for several moments, not realizing right away that Ryevin and his crew were now getting further away from them rather than closer. Once they did notice, though, Ryevin saw that their movements increased in speed dramatically. If they had moved at the pace that it looked like they were currently moving, Ryevin knew that they would have been able to close the gap within moments instead of minutes. It didn't help them, though. They moved like they were caught in molasses. They were no longer running in place, but their advancement was like they were walking at a leisurely pace instead of the all-out run that they were obviously engaged in. The juxtaposition between their movements and pace was almost enough for Ryevin to crack a smile. Kefira was panting, sweat streaming down her forehead as she maintained the elongated space corridor. "I can hold it for another couple minutes at best," Kefira said between gritted teeth. "That should be enough," Ryevin said. He turned to Rafix. "Dad, get the company to run all out to the city. We should have enough time now. We'll follow right behind with a gallop." Rafix nodded, and Talon urged the horse forward to get closer to the mercenaries. Very quickly, the mercenaries went from a double-time jog to an all-out sprint like the conscripts. They were mostly high Tier 3 and low Tier 4 classers, though, so their stats easily eclipsed anything any of the conscripts had. Their speed was magnitudes faster. There had been enough time, though, for the conscripts to get a decent enough lead that they would reach the gates of the city before the mercenaries did. Ryevin and the others urged their horses into a gallop, following behind the mercenaries. The speed of the mercenaries in an all-out sprint, not caring for the stamina expenditure, was actually slightly faster than the galloping horses, but it wasn't enough that they pulled significantly away. The conscripts reached the gates, and the officers apparently said something to the guards. The main gates were opened wide. The conscripts and the waiting civilians were all ushered into the city without any problems. The mercenary company quickly caught up, and the gates began to swing shut as Ryevin and the others rode their horses beyond the wall. Kefira gave out a gasp as she collapsed forward on the horse. Ryevin could tell she lost her connection to the space corridor she had built. It should last a few moments longer even without her actively holding it, but it wouldn't be for much longer. She panted for breath as Ryevin supported her from falling off the saddle. "You did well," Ryevin said. "That was exactly what we needed." HMPH, Orion simply snorted with derision. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Ryevin wondered as he eyed the arrogant teenager. He quickly put him out of his thoughts, though. Now wasn't the time. They weren't out of danger yet. "Conscripts, head off to the barracks immediately," Ryevin called out. "Our escort mission is complete. Those guys are still out there, though. You can find safety with the other soldiers. Mercenaries, we're done here. Rush to the teleport circle." The officers in charge of the conscripts didn't hesitate and immediately directed the conscript companies down the side road by the wall. Jekyll took charge of the mercenary company and had them double time through the main streets of the capital city. He didn't pay any mind to the pedestrians in the way. It was get out of the way or get knocked aside. It only took a couple of civilians getting knocked to the ground and unceremoniously dumped to the side for everyone to get a picture. The streets cleared in front of the rushing soldiers. "The right corridor won't be up," Rafix advised. They continued to follow behind the mercenary company on horseback. "I'm aware, Dad, but I'm pretty sure those guys are here for us," Ryevin replied. "The city might be able to fend them off, but I'm not sure they can stop them." As if to punctuate the point, Ryevin felt a tremendous gathering of mana shortly before the world seemed to light up with an orange glow. A great explosion rang out, and Ryevin turned to look back at the gate, where a tremendous plasma beam had melted the steel gates and continued to devastate the buildings immediately following. Ryevin frowned as he saw that dozens of soldiers were incinerated in the superheated beam, and a few civilians unlucky enough to be walking by at that exact moment didn't survive either. "Run, run, don't stop," Ryevin shouted to the mercenaries. Screams from the people sounded from all around. Pandemonium broke out as people fled every which way to get away from the attack. Soldiers rushed to the gate despite seeing their companions torched right before their eyes. Ryevin admired their courage. "Can't you do something with your chi?" Rafix asked. Ryevin shook his head. "That was luck," he replied. I haven't figured out how to actively use it properly yet, and I'm afraid the damage will be done before my instincts kick in. I have it as an emergency, but it's not something I can call forth at will. Fair enough. Revyn, a booming voice cut through all the sound. Where are you going, Revyn? I see that your little girlfriend is back. She has an open invitation, too. Come with us. We just want to talk. Another explosion accentuated the voice. Revyn rolled his eyes before turning to face the commander of the Imperial Guards. Get Lady Kefira to the teleport circle, Revyn commanded. Your mission will be complete once she's safely there. What? No. Kefira shouted, turning in the saddle to look at Revyn. Listen, Revyn leaned forward and looked directly into her eyes. Your abilities are going to be needed inside the space corridor if we're going to get away. We're all counting on you. We can't have you wasting your mana on helping the rest of us just get there only to get caught inside the corridor. I'm not sending you ahead to avoid the danger. Your job is the most important one, but it has to be in the right place. Kefira searched Revyn's face for any trace of subterfuge. After not finding any, she leaned forward and placed a quick kiss on his lips. All right. Revyn hopped off his horse and drew the sword he had acquired from the company supplies. It wasn't a mana sword, so it wasn't specifically designed to facilitate mana, but it was much higher quality material and make than his old sword. There wasn't a noticeable difference between the two. There was just a lack of sentimentality to using it. Rafix joined his son on the ground, and Revyn was surprised to see Zudrid and Varia enter his divine sense as they fell out of the formation to face the danger with them again. Talon and Kimberly shared a look. They nodded to each other. Talon hopped off of his horse, and Kimberly guided hers to join Kefira and Cyrilla as they raced ahead under the escort of the Imperial bodyguards. The 5 people shared a look between each other before turning to face the direction of the city gates. The 4 cloaked individuals were casually strolling through the streets toward them. The corpses of the soldiers who rushed to confront them and defend their city lades sprawled across the ground behind them. Fires licked the walls and surrounding buildings. The road was partially destroyed, and rubble had been tossed about everywhere. Revyn and the others brandished their weapons, Zudrid eschewing his spear and shield for simply holding his hands up. Revyn wasn't concerned by his lack of weapons as he remembered what he had done with gravity back in Peori. We admire your tenacity, one of the cloaked figures said, a smile visible under his hood. One of the reasons you've been marked for priority education. Education, Revyn called out, raising an eyebrow. The cloaked figure spread his arms wide. Come now, you don't think we're here for no reason, do you? The man chuckled. We have a grand undertaking. We're doing this for the benefit of all mankind in the realm. Yeah, everyone but the local populations of the regions you're destroying, Revyn replied sarcastically. Now that's where you're wrong, the cloaked figure shook a finger at Revyn. Even those that have been sacrificed for the greater good will benefit from our mission. It's not just the living flesh bags of the people we're liberating. The very souls of everyone will be freed, alive or dead, the man spoke with passion. Revyn knew that the man truly believed what he was saying. Revyn adjusted his grip on his sword hilt, not faltering or being swayed by the man's words. I see you're skeptical. That's fine. Most people are before they know the truth. Come with us and liberate your mind. We'll teach you the truths of the universe, and you'll willingly join our cause. Sorry, but I don't see what's so liberating about destroying the lives of countless millions of people, Revyn retorted. The cloaked figure shook his head. So short-sighted. All right, the voice of another cloaked figure interrupted the first. A large, burly man stepped forward. He wasn't nearly as large as the giant they had first encountered, but he was still a full head and shoulders taller than Revyn while being twice as wide. We've tried your way. Now it's time to try mine. The man punched his gauntleted fists together before suddenly sprinting forward. He lowered his shoulder and barreled into Revyn, knocking him aside. Revyn had properly defended himself against the sudden tackle, but there was just too much of a difference in stats and mass. Revyn's body slammed into Talon standing next to him, and Rafix's sword followed after, slashing into the man's back as he passed by. The sword bounced off the man's back with a loud metallic clang. With his divine sense, Revyn could see that the man was just as armored as the giant had been. The metal was a dark gray and blue, with the colors fluidly shifting back and forth as he moved. The man had no weapons other than his metal-enclosed fists. The burly man halted his forward momentum instantly and sprang back to the group. Revyn and Talon had been blasted to the side, so they were now behind the man as he confronted Rafix and Varia, Zudrid standing a little behind the two with his hands raised. Revyn gained his feet and moved in to attack the man from behind, but his danger sense warned him away. The other figures were just outside of his divine sense range, so he didn't see who cast the spell, but Revyn halted his steps at the warning only for a plasma beam to flash past where he would have stood. It was considerably toned down from when it had destroyed the city gates, but it would have been enough to overpower his defenses if he had tried to take it. In the short pause that Revyn halted himself, and the plasma beam flashed by, Talon took the opportunity to dash forward, hunched over to present a smaller target. His daggers flashed as he struck at where he expected seams in the enemy's armor, as he used his fists and pugilist skill to evenly fight against Rafix and Varia with their swords. Revan was momentarily in awe of the man's fighting prowess. He could admit the man's mastery of the craft, even though he was the opposition. The man moved with a fluid grace that belied the heavy armor he was wearing. He never overextended himself, and Revan couldn't see any openings presented to not only Rafix and Varia, but to Talon as well, now that he had joined the fray. There were no openings open to the three of them, but Revan was able to see something completely different. Everything is a weapon. Lines, circles, complex shapes and patterns all swam in his vision on the man's back. He instinctively understood what they all meant, and Revan acted on one immediately. He used his obedience over air mana to remotely nudge Talon's foot as he maneuvered around for another stab at a possible seam. Talon tripped and crashed into the man's side from behind. The burly man had obviously been paying attention to Talon's movements, and the unexpected tackle that even Talon was unable to anticipate managed to throw the man off his stride. His arm involuntarily came up over Talon's head, and Varia's sword stabbed into the underside in that quick flash. The sword didn't pierce too deeply into the man, but it was enough. He threw his head back and screamed in frustration and pain, not having expected it. He wasn't mentally prepared to get stabbed just below his armpit into his ribs. Rafix took advantage of the man's distraction to smack him upside the head with his blade, ringing his bell. The burly man collapsed to the ground from the blow, but Revan could tell he wasn't nearly down for the count. An arrow came screaming through the air at the others, preventing them from landing more blows, and a rush of plasma bolts peppered them, forcing them to activate their mana and chi shield skills. Talon was the least accomplished with mana, and the bolts immediately melted through his shield, but he had a solution to that. His body sunk into the ground, avoiding the rest of the projectiles. Rafix intercepted the arrow with his ethereal weapons, and Zudrid threw his hands out, crushing the fourth cloaked figure who had dashed forward with a wide scimitar to the ground. Revan quickly assessed the situation. They had gotten lucky with the pugilist engaging on his own, but now that all four of them were going to be coming for them, there was little hope that they would be able to prevail. That wasn't the objective, though. They just needed to stall for time to allow Kefira and the rest to get to the teleport circle before disengaging and joining them. Revan formed a link with the other four with his mana. He was able to see Talon underground with his divine sense as his friend repositioned to spring back up to the surface. Disperse, he sub-vocalized. Dad, you and the other two rush off that way. They want to capture you just as much as they want to capture me. Talon, you come with me. We'll split up and divide their numbers. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll split up in a way we can take advantage of. Lead them through the city for a bit before heading to the teleport circle. All right, Rafix replied with his own sub-vocalization. You be safe out there. Will do. Rafix, Varia, and Zudrid turned and sprinted down an alley to the side of the main road. Come back here, the burly man shouted as he sprang to his feet and chased after them. Wait, idiot. The first cloaked man, the archer, called out. The burly man ignored him as he disappeared behind the walls of the buildings. The archer paused for a second as he looked up at the sky. Revan could hear him sigh in exasperation with his divine sense. Come on. Revan reached down into the ground, grabbing Talon under his arm and hauled him back up to the surface. The two turned and sprinted off in the other direction. They moved through the alley at breakneck speeds, and the last Revan saw of the other three cloaked figures in his divine sense showed them hesitating on which group to follow. That should buy us at least a little time. Stop! The faint sound of the archer reached Revan's ears as he and Talon dashed down the alleyway. His voice was muffled by distance and the buildings between them. Like I'm going to stop and let myself get captured. Revan mentally rolled his eyes. These guys are just as zealous as the Deathsworn, if just in a different way. What could they possibly say to convince me and others to join them willingly? Speaking of, I still have that token in my pouch that needs to be appraised. I just haven't had the time, and I've let it slip from my mind. I can get that taken care of once I get back to Willowin. Maybe I'll send a letter to Jocelyn and see what he's been up to while I'm at it. A realm-wide organization like the Church of Light would obviously have communication abilities between regions. Wouldn't be much of an expansive unit if they were all completely independent of each other. Revan felt his danger sense ping, and he reached over and grabbed Talon by the collar to yank him to the side of the alley. They ducked down and an arrow passed overhead, slamming through the wall at the end of the alley. A huge hole appeared in the building, and Revan could see people scrambling for cover inside before he was in range with his divine sense. The commotion caused panic in everyone inside the surrounding buildings that Revan could sense, and they were all running to exit the buildings on the other side. With their enhanced stats, it only took another couple of seconds for Revan and Talon to reach the end of the alley. They quickly turned to their right, moving in the direction further into the city at the fork, and kept running. Clothes were hung on lines between the buildings above their heads, and trash and other obstacles were on the ground. Ryevin just barreled through everything, and if something was too large to just charge through, he would quickly slide to the side while Talon just phased through it. With Talon's ability to just run straight through everything, he easily kept up with Ryevin. His class also probably heavily focused on dexterity. He might even have more dexterity than Ryevin depending on his level. Ryevin hadn't scanned his friend with sense threat. He could just ask, but now wasn't the time. Just like old times, eh? Talon glanced over at Ryevin and grinned. I wouldn't say just like old times, Ryevin chuckled. We don't have a stolen pie, for one thing. I can fix that, Talon said, eyeing an open window to one side. Sadly, there were no pies sitting on the sill cooling. Maybe some other time, Ryevin said, careening around another corner. I know you used to work on unlocking and leveling the cooking skill. How about you whip one up and show me what you got when we get out of here? That's not as fun, though. Sure it is. At least for me. I just sit back and then there's a whole pie to eat. What's not fun about that? Which one of us is the glutton again? Come on, stop this useless struggle. The archer's voice reached them from above. The tops of the buildings, they were within range of Ryevin's divine sense, but his range was a three-dimensional sphere. Ryevin looked up and back and saw the archer jumping from roof to roof, catching up to them from above. Ryevin threw his hand out, timing it so that a plasma beam intersected with the archer's path as he flew through the air in one of his jumps. The archer activated a mana shield skill and effortlessly blocked the impromptu spell. Ryevin hadn't accumulated enough mana to bypass the man's defenses, but he wasn't going to run like a scared rabbit without retaliating at all. Ryevin and Talon turned another corner, closing in on an exit to a larger street on the other side of the blocks of buildings. Ryevin's danger sense pinged again, and he grabbed Talon to pull both of them to the ground. A flash of light passed overhead, and Talon took the opportunity to roll into the wall next to them, disappearing from visual sight. Ryevin sprung up to his feet and saw the cloaked man with the scimitar standing before him. Lines crossed through the building he was standing next to, indicating where his sword has slashed right through the building like butter. The cloaked swordsman performed an overhead slash, and Ryevin danced to the side. The man's scimitar sunk into the ground easily, but it didn't get stuck and hinder him. He simply pulled it back up and assumed a ready stance. Ryevin drew his sword and enforced it with his eternal affinity. He selected the affinity for its durability, assessing that the man had supreme cutting abilities. Ryevin engaged the man in swordplay, searching for a way to trip him up and slip past him. Every strike from the man sent shivers through Ryevin's mana and drained his points significantly. The cloaked man had a surprised expression on his face at the start of their exchange, but it quickly morphed into one of concentration. Ryevin heard the man mutter under his breath, "Everything cuts. That sounds familiar." A thought flickered through Ryevin's mind. Sounds like my mantra. His sword skill is high enough to have achieved transcendence. Maybe his ability is to cut anything and everything. Ryevin's conjecture was spot on, as he witnessed the man easily slash through obstacles that would normally stop one's swing. Ryevin danced around the man, trying to use the environment as an extra way to parry the man's wild swings. Normally, one would be more composed in their strikes, especially with a high skill level, but the man's transcendent ability allowed him to be more wanton. He didn't have to worry about rebounding off of the walls and risk losing his balance as his sword just passed right through it. The man's ability to be more unrestrained in his style put pressure on Ryevin's own weapons master skill. The cloaked man wasn't better than him with the technicals of swordplay, but he was able to put more force into his attacks in the enclosed environment without opening himself up. The speed he moved had Ryevin on the back foot, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. If I can just steer the confrontation in a way to get a chance to strike back, my own transcendent skill should come into play. Ryevin was concentrating on the sword fight, but thinking of the mantra, he had a slight epiphany. Why was he relegating himself to waiting for an opportunity to strike back with his sword? With his mindset shift, lines and patterns appeared on the man, and after a wild swing that ended with both their bodies twisted, in a way that they couldn't easily bring their swords to bear quickly, Ryevin abandoned thoughts on striking with his sword, and simply slammed the man with his shoulder. His danger sense pinged once more, as the swordsman lost his balance getting thrown into the wall, and Ryevin turned his overextension into a roll. He sprang to his feet and continued to dive forward, and to the side of the off-balanced swordsman, as an arrow pierced into the ground where he had just stood exposed to the archer. Ryevin used the wall to arrest his momentum and sprang up with his back now in the direction he wanted to go. All he needed to do was disengage from the swordsman, and the chase could continue. The swordsman regained his balance and took one step forward, both hands holding the scimitar at the ready in front of himself. Hand suddenly sprang out of the wall behind him, and Ryevin could see that a danger sense skill was activated and warning the swordsman of the danger, so he thrust forward with his sword at the man's face to keep his focus centered on Ryevin. Talon's upper body appeared out of the wall, and in one swift motion as the man parried Ryevin's strike while slightly leaning back to avoid the sword that was strangely not thrown off course by the parry, Talon grabbed the man's head, tilting it back, as his dagger drew a line of blood across his throat. The scimitar collapsed to the ground as the man clutched his throat, surprise and pain reflected in his eyes. Revan didn't hesitate and adjusted the trajectory of his sword down to stab straight into the man's heart. A throat slash and heart stab combo would have done tens of thousands of points of damage to the man. With a high enough vitality stat, he would be able to survive the initial blow, but without someone administering emergency healing to him, the blood loss and hole in his heart would steadily shave off his health in massive percentages every second. The man collapsed in a pool of blood as Talon stepped over his body. The man clutched his throat as he writhed on the ground, his black cloak steadily turning red as he bled out. Revan and Talon shared a look before resuming their sprint down the alley. Revan saw the archer enter his divine sense as he jumped to the ground, but he only witnessed him reach into a pouch under his cloak as he took a knee next to the swordsman before they sprinted beyond his ability to see him. They rushed out of the alley into a busy street of people. Revan was surprised there were still so many people out and about considering the commotion at the gates, but it made sense when he thought about it for a second. It really hasn't been all that long since the cloaked figures entered the city after us. Revan glanced at his system clock. It's been less than 5 minutes, and we've run pretty far from the initial confrontation location. Word hasn't had time to get here to warn them of the danger. Enemy attack, Revan shouted, infusing his voice with commanding shout. Get of the streets and get to safety. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Revan felt his heroic bearing and heroic aura interact with his commanding shout. Normally, people would think he was a lunatic trying to cause trouble, but with the synergy of his skills, his words were seen as instantly credibly by the lower-level civilians in the vicinity. Revan's heroic aura also helped to keep the people relatively calm. People didn't begin screaming and rushing about like chickens with their heads cut off. Everyone simply picked up their pace and began running toward a safe location they knew of. The street quickly cleared of pedestrians in front of Revan and Talon as they sprinted toward the inner city. Platoons of soldiers could be seen in the distance rushing toward their location. City guards were attached to the military units, guiding them in the right direction. Word must have spread among the defenders about the cloaked figures taking off after us at least. Revan could see that the roads were clear beyond where the soldiers were coming from, so he surmised they had been spreading word for everyone to seek shelter as well. Good, looks like we'll have a clear shot to the inner city this way, Revan said as they picked up the pace. Good job with that sneak attack. The timing was perfect. Remember those exact words when we're retelling it to Kimberly, Talon said. Sure thing, buddy. Revan glanced at his friend out of the corner of his eye, his mouth turning up in a sideways smile. I see that twinkle in your eye, Talon accused. You don't have to say anything other than at the perfect time. Talon struck a successful sneak attack, saving my life and allowing us to escape our pursuers. You know, just the honest truth. Revan rolled his eyes. The two sprinted through the streets past the soldiers running toward danger. Revan nodded to their commander with respect in his eyes, and the man's back straightened under Revan's gaze. Revan cracked a smile as they ran past. It was a straight shot to the gate leading to the inner city, and Revan could see a wall of pikes formed up in front of the closed gate. Archers and mages stood on the wall, ready to rain death and destruction down on anyone trying to force their way into the inner city. Revan felt the eyes of the defenders concentrate on him and Talon as they neared the heavily defended choke point. The two slowed to a jog as Revan pulled out his contract. The Imperial seal adorned the front of it, and he hoped it would be enough to prove his affiliation to allow them access to the inner city. The teleport circle was beyond these walls, and their plans could run into a significant roadblock if they didn't let them pass. Halt! A commanding voice hollered from the line of pikes. Revan and Talon stopped in place. Revan held forth the contract. I'm with the Imperial Army, he said, waving it up and down. We need access to the inner city. A man with captain's insignia stepped forward and accepted the paper. He glanced at the Imperial seal on the front and raised his eyes to meet Revan's. How do we know you're not with the insurgents? The man asked, quirking an eyebrow. The seal on the document is legitimate. I know you can tell, Revan answered. Also, the invaders are pretty distinctive in appearance. They're all wearing heavy black cloaks over powerful armor. We put one down, possibly killing him, back in that alley. Revan jerked his head in the location they had come from. There's 2 of them back there still. The other 3 chased after my other companions in the opposite direction. 2 men and a woman. They'll need access to the inner city as well when they get here. And I'm just supposed to let everyone pass through this military checkpoint, willy-nilly? The captain questioned, unconvinced. We'll verify the authenticity of these papers after the crisis is over. The captain rolled up the contract and held it in his hand in a manner indicating he wasn't going to be giving it back anytime soon. Revan sighed. Did you see the Imperial bodyguards come through here moments ago? They were escorting the princess of an ally empire. We're part of her entourage, and we stayed back to buy them time to get to the teleport circle in the inner city. They can't leave without us. Are you going to be responsible for the diplomatic incident caused by keeping an allied princess held captive in the city? Do you think your career can survive such a mistake? Ryevin heavily lined on his heroic bearing and aura skills. He took a lecturing tone with the captain. He could see the thoughts churning in the other man's mind. All you have to do is infuse mana into the seal to authenticate it, Ryevin pointed out. You could have already done it. The man didn't waver. Ryevin could see determination in his eyes as he remained stoic. I have orders not to let anyone pass until further notice. I can't let you through until the current crisis is averted. The captain remained unpersuaded, crossing his arms. Translation, I have orders to give me, specifically, a hard time, Ryevin thought. You know, Prince Alex signed my orders himself, Ryevin continued in a conversational tone. He stopped leaning on his heroic skills and switched over to using gab and silver tongue. He and I grew pretty close over the campaign. Do you think, General, Alec is going to care about whoever it was who gave you those orders when he finds out you were giving his friend a hard time in a dangerous situation? The captain once more wavered. He uncrossed his arms and opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, Talon was standing next to the captain, waving the contract in his face. He subtly tilted his head for Ryevin to follow him. We'll be sure to let the chain of command know how helpful you were, Captain, Talon said, stepping past the man. Ryevin fought a smile as he walked past the man who was now looking down at his empty hands with confusion. They walked up to the wall of pikes, not slowing their steps. Let them through. The captain's voice came from behind as they stepped within range of the pikemen. The soldiers guarding the gate stepped aside, making a path for Ryevin and Talon to pass through. Ryevin noticed his notification window blinking at him, but he ignored it for now. He and Talon nodded to the soldiers on either side as they made their way to a door set in the side of the portcullis for individuals to pass through when the gates were closed. They stepped through the open door, and Ryevin felt the accumulation of mana and chi in the distance. Loud booms followed the sensation, and he paused in the threshold of the door to look in the direction his father and the others would be coming from. The amount of mana being slung about indicated the enemy mage had taken off after them, and they were still in hot pursuit of Rafix and the others. The soldiers all tensed up and looked in the direction of the explosions. A group of 3 people rushed out of a side street, turning to face the charge of another individual throwing his fists about in wild abandon. Rafix and Viria fended him off with their swords as continued his assault. Zudrid threw his hands up, and Ryevin could see and feel gravity warp in the air around them, sending a flaming projectile off course, slamming into the wall. Those are my companions, Ryevin called out to the captain and surrounding soldiers. The 2 cloaked figures are your targets. The other 3 can be let through. Ryevin felt more mana accumulate above him as the mages on the wall prepared to launch a salvo of spells at the enemies. Rafix maneuvered the burly man into passing by as he attempted a body slam, and he and the 2 cultivators took the chance to turn and race toward the gate. At the separation between them and the burly cloaked man, the mages standing above Ryevin released their spells. Beams, bolts, and arrows flew through the air as the cloaked mage stepped out of the side street into view. The enemy mage waved his hand, and the incoming projectiles veered off to the side, bypassing them harmlessly. He quickly retaliated with his own spell, and a thick beam of plasma launched at the defenders. Shields, the captain screamed. The thick beam swept across the top of the wall and looped around to include the defenders below. The shield skills of the defenders held for a moment before sputtering out under the intense heat of the plasma beam. Screams and the smell of scorched flesh reached Ryevin. He held his hand up and launched his own beam back at the cloaked mage. The cloaked mage lifted a hand, and Ryevin's beam was splashed harmlessly against the man's mana shield. Groans of pain and cries for help came from the soldiers previously standing in front of the gates. Not all of them were dead, but everyone was at least injured. The captain crawled to his knees as he surveyed the destruction of his men. These guys are too high level for you, Captain, Ryevin called out. Don't get in their way and let the higher-leveled defenders in the inner city take care of them. Ryevin turned his attention to his father, cupping his hands to shout. Just go over the wall, meet at the teleport circle. Just seeing his father and the 2 cultivators still keeping out of the 2 cloaked figures' reach was good enough for Ryevin for now. There was no reason they had to converge with their goal so close. Now, he and Talon turned and rushed into the inner city, leaving the defending soldiers to their own devices. It would be counterproductive for them to stick around to render aid. They were the targets of the cloaked figures, so running away would actually give the defenders more of a chance to survive. Ryevin could have also warned the captain and his men not to try and engage the enemies, but they wouldn't have listened. It would have also been an insult to their determination and duty. Getting as far away from them as he could as quickly as possible was the best possible thing he could do for them under these circumstances. Ryevin still felt a pang of guilt over how everything had gone down, but there wasn't much he could have done to change things. The cloaked figures were always going to easily overpower the lower-leveled defenders. The way it happened might have actually reduced their casualties than if they had been able to put up more of a fight. You can't get away. The archer's voice once more reached Rievin's ears. He glanced back and saw the man flying through the air toward the top of the wall from one of the nearby buildings. "Oh, and my companion is fine, so don't worry about him. He might give you a hard time in the future as you acclimate to our society, but you did almost kill him." Rievin shook his head at the man's continued confidence that Rievin would willingly join them. He didn't bother to reply to the man as he and Talon picked up the pace and continued to rush toward the teleport circle. They could almost see it at this point. The density of the city was much less than the outer city. There were no convenient alleyways they could duck into on their way to the teleport circle from their current location, so they were completely exposed to the archer as they raced ahead. Rievin kept his hand on Talon's shoulder, pushing and pulling his friend with him as he used his danger sense to dodge the incoming arrows. None of them were launched with lethal intent, but if they got struck by one, it could possibly mean game over to their little cat and mouse game. "Let's sit down and talk about this," the archer called out. Rievin could hear a trace of frustration finally entering the man's voice. "We'll just follow you into the teleport circle and keep chasing you until we catch you. Don't put more lives in danger." Rievin's conviction was strong enough to ignore the implication in the man's words. The archer and his companions were the ones putting lives in danger as they struck at Rievin and his companions. Rievin wouldn't let the man shift responsibility for his actions onto him. Rievin and Talon reached the intersection leading to the square holding the massive teleport circle. They quickly turned onto the street and finally saw their destination. The Imperial bodyguards were lined up on horseback outside the circle, and Rievin could see several additions to their ranks. He didn't assess them with sense threat, but he could tell that they were at least tier 5 with the aura of power surrounding them. "Quite the welcome party, eh?" Talon quipped. "They can probably hold off one or two of the cloaked figures," Rievin replied. "I don't know about if all 4 of them converge, though. That mage can cover a wide area with his spells." "Look on the bright side," Talon shrugged. "Every second they stall those crazy people is every second we can separate further from them." Rievin nodded his head as they booked it down the street. Very quickly they passed the waiting bodyguards, the commander waving the new additions away from blocking their path. Rafix, Vyria, and Zudrid rushed out of Side Street to finally join back up with them as they entered the walls surrounding the circle. Kefira and the rest were waiting anxiously in front of the open teleportation corridor. Rievin simply waved his arms to indicate for everyone to just start going. Orion was among the first to run into the corridor with the other mages, even before the head maid and her staff. Kefira waited until Rievin got closer to join them. Mana exploded outside the walls, and the sounds of yelling and combat entered his ears as they all rushed into the corridor. Rievin turned to the others as they ran. "Sounds like all 4 of the cloaked figures are together again. They'll get through the defenders with their combined firepower, so don't slow down." He faced Kefira. "Have you recovered enough mana? I should be good," Kefira answered. She looked a little pale still, but Rievin could see the determination in her eyes. "I'll assist again," Rievin said. "We'll need something to interrupt the space corridor without collapsing it. Don't worry, I've got this." Orion grumbled as the upstart forced everyone into the city at a breakneck speed. He had no empathy for those under his command, pushing them until they were on the brink of collapse. Then, as soon as they made it inside the city, he dismissed the untrained youths from his responsibility as fast as he possibly could. It was a shameful display. Orion ground his teeth at the dismissal of his idea to swiftly and efficiently disperse the enemies. How dangerous could they be? There was only 4 of them. "I have no idea what that girl sees in a coward like him," Orion snorted. "What kind of a military commander flees from 4 people with an entire battalion at their back? He also had access to our Mage Academy honor graduates. Then he had the audacity to order the princess about like she was some common underling. I just have to bide my time until we get to Wispen. Then that fool won't have a leg to stand on with his under my command nonsense. We'll see who has the last laugh." Orion smirked as he thought about the humiliation he was going to return to the fop. He was clearly in his position due to nepotism or something. He hadn't shown a speck of leadership or tactical proficiency whatsoever. "So, Ori, what's going on with the princess and that mercenary?" One of the mages eyed him sideways as they rode on their horses. "She looks mighty chummy sitting on that horse with him at the moment." Orion glanced at the mage and rolled his eyes. "It's politics above your level," Orion commented. "Word is that he's some sort of envoy from another imperial family trying to make connections with our Septimus. He stalked her on her life experience excursion and pulled the wool over her eyes. I can't afford to offend a scion of an imperial family face to face, so I have to play the long game." Orion patted himself on the back for coming up with this story over the past several months' investigation into the background of Rievin. There were far too many peculiarities behind him, and he knew he was on the right track working to uncover his deception. He seriously doubted he was some prince of another empire, but he definitely had some connections. The The presence of his bodyguard, the man known as Rafix, all but confirmed Orion's suspicions. There was no way that somebody without a powerful background had access to a personal bodyguard of that level. Not even the Crown Prince of Wispan had a personal bodyguard at high tier 5. One would have to search the ranks of the elders to even find someone of mid-tier 5. The accumulation of a tremendous amount of mana arrested Orion's attention. He and all the other mages simultaneously looked back at the city gate where the mana was being gathered. Orion had a frown on his face and was about to open his mouth to comment on the strange phenomenon. Suddenly, a huge explosion knocked the city gates completely off the wall. The reinforced steel was partially melted from the brief impact of the heat of a giant plasma beam slicing through the wall into the city. Soldiers and civilians alike were torched into a crisp instantly, hundreds losing their lives in a flash. Orion's eyes widened, but his body froze. He sat in the saddle in terror. He had never seen such a display of destruction from a single spell before. The deaths of so many and the overwhelming might of the one spell allowed a dread to settle over him that he couldn't shake off. What was that? One of the other mages screamed in terror. "We have to escape," another one shouted. The mages were looking around with wild eyes, not knowing what course of action to take. Several eyes settled on Orion, seeking his counsel. He sat frozen, though, uncomprehending of the situation. Suddenly, Princess Kefira was galloping past the mages with 2 female attendants close to her side. The imperial bodyguards were moving to protect her. "Follow the princess," one of the mages shouted. Orion sat still on his saddle in a daze. He finally came out of his stupor as he felt his collar get grabbed in a tight grip, yanking his face away from the carnage. "Come on," the same mage who questioned him earlier screamed in his face. Orion shook himself from his fog and cast one last glance behind him. The last thing he saw before turning to flee was Re-Ivan, Rafix, and 2 unknown mercenaries standing between them and the 4 demons, ready to engage them in combat alone. "Ha ha 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 ha, the fool's going to get killed, and I won't have to lift a finger," Orion shouted to himself in his mind. He had a manic grin on his face as he kicked his horse into a gallop. The group charged through the city, only occasionally slowing down to allow for the civilian foot traffic further in the city who didn't know what was going on a chance to get out of the way unharmed by the galloping horses. Orion rolled his eyes at the people of this city just casually strolling through the streets at a time like this, much less in front of a huge crowd of mounted soldiers and mages. It never occurred to him that the vast majority of people were still either below tier 4 or too low level within the tier to have mastered enough about mana to have sensed the spell. This far into the city, the ambient noise canceled out the sound of the explosion, and those that could have sounded the alarm were dead. He only glared ahead at the slow-moving traffic, willing them to move faster so he wouldn't be left behind. "I need to get up there with the princess in her protective bubble," he thought to himself. "They've obviously somehow learned of my exploits and that I've arrived in this backwater empire to help put a stop to their tyranny. Why else would they show up out of nowhere right when I got here? I bet it was that cowardly Re-Ivan selling secrets to the enemy for profit. He might even be one of them. Why else would he appear so calm when facing those demons? They're in this together." Orion's mind was filled with thoughts of the utter betrayal from someone who supposedly sought the hand of their princess. From the rumors on the street, the entire idea of coming to these war-torn hellholes had been his idea in the first place. Didn't the princess have a run-in with a similar situation in Drallo? That's way too many coincidences. That duplicitous charlatan was never after Kefira's hand. He led the entire empire by the nose, step by step, to this point where their Septimus and most promising young wizard could be captured in one fell swoop, thus snipping the most major opposition to their plundering before they ever set foot in Wispan. So convinced of his conjecture, Orion never even considered that it made no sense that 2 low-level tier 4s would be in any way considered strategic targets. Even his master, the court magus, the person most responsible for Orion's current status, never entered his mind as someone who would definitely be targeted before he was. Orion stewed in his own imagination as they raced through the city toward the teleport circle. They were too far away to hear the sounds of fighting, but he could definitely feel the powerful spells being wielded by that lunatic demon in the distance. The trajectory of where the mana was coming from indicated that he was running through the city somewhere off to the side, but he wasn't chasing directly after them, and that was all Orion cared about. It looks like at least one of them is useful for something, Orion thought. The longer they lead them through the city, the higher chance Kefira and I have of getting away. But wait, what if it's part of their ruse? We can't trust them. If they show up at the teleport circle, it'll be definitive proof of their guilt. Orion rationalized his own internal accusations. Never mind the fact that the plan was for them to meet up at the teleport circle so they could all escape together. That didn't matter. As long as Re-Ivan and his dastardly allies brought the demons with them, that was all Orion needed to see. They raced through the gate leading to the inner city, the imperial bodyguards getting the local captain to wave them through with no questions. Orion, though, he spotted a familiar face talking to the captain as they rushed by, but he didn't get a good look at the man. He seemed to have been someone among the delegation that had met them when they arrived, but he couldn't place his finger on who. No time, we have to get out of here. The spells were already getting to close to the inner city for Orion's comfort as they rounded the bend that would lead them to the teleport circle. Luckily, they made it to the familiar square without Reivin and his traitors cutting them off, and there were several more high-level Imperial bodyguards waiting for their arrival. Orion didn't pay attention to what Kefira said to one of the mercenary lieutenants, but the man ordered the rest of the company to continue into the teleport corridor ahead of them. Orion was upset at first, as a large portion of those who could assist them in their defense seemingly abandoned them, but then he remembered who they were. Does Kefira suspect Reivin too? He thought, hope blooming in his chest. Is that why she's sending his soldiers away? This is the perfect chance. Orion kicked his horse into trotting over to where the princess was inspecting the teleport circle. She was lost in deep concentration, but that didn't stop him from approaching. If he didn't tell her now, then it would be too late. Already he could feel the other mana signature of another demon closing in on them from the way they had just come. Brilliant move with sending the mercenaries ahead of us, Orion opened up with praise. They won't be in a position to hear Reivin's orders, but we'll have to quickly follow them if we're to escape that traitor. Kefira's attention was pulled away from the teleport corridor to focus on Orion. He felt a tingle run through his spine as her ruby eyes met with his. He could never get over the feeling after all these years' interaction with her. What, she asked, perplexed. We have to escape that traitor, Orion repeated. He's obviously one of them. The signs are so clear. Are you talking about Reivin? Kefira was taken aback, too lost in the web of lies that man had her wrapped in to see the truth. Who else? Think about it. He's led us all here by the nose. Some unknown person with an unknown affiliation infiltrates the imperial court, convinces them to disperse their military across multiple fronts, gets in close with their most talented daughter so that she'll follow him into danger, and everywhere he goes, these invaders keep popping up. What more evidence do you need? Kefira just stared at him for several long seconds. Suddenly, Cyrilla burst out laughing. She bent over double in her saddle, gasping for air. Kefira glanced at her maid, someone she was far too lenient with in Orion's opinion, before looking back to him. You don't have to worry about that, she said, full of false confidence. I know exactly who Reivin is. Orion shook his head. Aside from his burning love and passion for the woman, he felt pity for her as well. He's got you all wrapped around his finger. You don't even question all of the suspicious points. The other maid, a girl he had never seen before who was clad in medium armor with a spear, gave him a strange look. Did your mother drop you on your head as a child? She questioned. Orion frowned and was about to reprimand the girl who didn't know her place, but Kefira held up her hand to silence everyone. Enough, she commanded. I need to focus. That means you, Orion, need to go back over to the other mages. You all should go ahead of us and make your way to the other side. There's no reason for you to linger here. Orion's mouth drew into a line. Just wait until I've made you my wife, he thought as he turned his horse around. We'll see if you talk back to me then. Orion shook his head as joined the other mages and indicated for them all to cross the teleport corridor. He had miscalculated. Kefira was still caught up in Reivin's web. He needed to let the spider bare his fangs before he rescued her, or she would never know the true danger she was in. He took his rightful position at the head of the mages, leading them. It had nothing to do with the fact that it was the position furthest away from the pursuing demons. He was a leader. Kefira put the idiot out of her mind. She could vaguely hear Cyrilla and Kimberly whispering and scoffing at the ludicrous statement the mage had made. She couldn't focus on that, though, as she put all of her concentration into the teleport corridor. There had been something with Reivin's mana that had allowed her to easily access the system assistance when she had flooded the highway with more space. He had told her that it would be there, but she hadn't understood exactly what he had meant at the time. She was having a hard time getting back to a similar state where the space mana seemed to jump to obey her every wish, now that she didn't have access to nearly as much system assistance, if that is what it was. Kefira found that she didn't have as much command over the affinity as she had thought. She concentrated on inspecting the mana infused into the teleport spell like she had done many times before, but she was looking at it from a completely different angle. It seemed so simple in theory. Traveling with space mana was cutting a hole through space and using it as a shortcut, and impeding with space mana was just adding more space. How hard could it be? Apparently, it was really hard. The additional space, compacted and compressed into a smaller geographical space, had to come from somewhere. She had assumed it was just from her immediate surroundings, but that hadn't been the case. The ambient mana in the area had reacted to what she and Reivin had done, but the more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a reaction to the mana manipulation and not the cause of the phenomenon. Some of that space was pulled from the veil, Kefira thought. It looks like what's surrounding the space corridor on the inside is the outside of the realm, but it's not. That is the veil. It was an epiphany. Long hours researching more efficient ways to use her space mana, and with penetrating the veil itself had finally opened her eyes to the truth. It looked like it did empty space because that's what it was. Kefira frowned and shook her head at the thought. No, that's not right either, she thought. It's not empty. Space, it's pure. Space, of course, it would visually represent the affinity. With that new understanding, Kefira inspected the edge between the corridor and the nothingness beyond. She seeped her mana into the barrier, and the deeper she went, the more sure she was of her conjecture. It wasn't a big empty space of nothingness on the other side of the space corridor. It was a wall of pure space mana that seemed to go on infinitely. She already knew from her experiments with penetrating the veil that it wasn't the case. The nature of the space affinity only made it appear so when one was within the veil. She felt like she could poke a hole through the partition to the outside of the realm if she so wished, but that's not what she was trying to accomplish. Maybe one day, she was only vaguely aware of a body leaping up onto the horse behind her and spurring it on. She was so engrossed in the space affinity all around them that she didn't realize she and her group were already galloping down the corridor. She felt the ripples of mana from powerful spells behind them, but she paid it no heed. I need to impede this end of the corridor without cutting it off, she thought to herself. If I just flood the entire radius of the corridor with more space affinity, it might cause a backlash and do just that. What if I just pinch it? She put thought to action. She sent out her mana to anchor into the walls of the space corridor all around them. She was slightly surprised that it seemed to move further away from her on its own, but her subconscious didn't warn her that it was out of the ordinary, so she ignored it. She anchored the mana to the veil and grabbed a firm hold on the partition, just pulled as hard as she could, trying to pinch the corridor down to an impassable size, but it seemed as heavy as a mountain. It actively resisted her interference. She pumped more mana into it, but she only saw marginal success. She was about to rethink her approach when she was flooded with foreign mana once more. She once again felt that closer connection to the system assistance, and the space mana seemed to want to aid her instead of resist her all of a sudden. Without warning, the space corridor behind them collapsed until only a tiny pinprick remained open to keep the connection open. It was far more than she had intended. The surprise of the foreign mana, the shift in the space mana, and the overcompensation of her desire, combined with the warmth of a body pressing against her back with an arm around her waist, causing Kefira to lose her concentration for a split second. She opened her eyes and looked up and back into Rievin's face. "Rievin," she exclaimed in surprise. It was all she had time for before all hell broke loose. The loss of her concentration caused her mana anchors to lose their grip on the veil. As soon as the pressure she was exerting on the partition disappeared, the edges snapped back in place, but it was like a rubber band. On top of that, when a bottleneck is created, pressure builds up. This was something Kefira might have made note of if she hadn't been so absorbed in the pure space affinity all around her, but it was overlooked in her experiment. The corridor hadn't been pinched for very long, but one must not underestimate the amount of energy flowing between the two endpoints of the teleport corridor. Keeping it open wasn't just about manipulating the veil to create the corridor, but pressure had to be supplied to keep it steady. That pressure had been disrupted in a magnificent way. These realizations flashed through her mind, and Kefira only had time to see the corridor's edge expand much further than it had any right to before it snapped. One of the cloaked figures had been trying to force his way through the pinch, and his body had been halfway through, reaching forward like he could grasp the fleeing people. That had been a fatal mistake. It wasn't just the space inside the corridor that was compressed into the tiny pinprick. Everything inside of it was compressed as well. The cloaked figure had reached inside of it after it had been formed, though, so it didn't have an initial impact on him. Once the space occupying the area violently expanded, though he was now part of it, his body expanded with the space corridor to fill the same relative area. The cloaked figure exploded into a blood mist. That wasn't the end of it. It wasn't just the perimeter of the corridor that acted like a rubber band stretched too far. When the partition snapped, the corridor flung its occupants violently in the opposite direction. Kefira didn't see what happened to the other three cloaked figures, but she did turn to see what happened to their people. The mercenaries had raced ahead of everyone else and had almost reached the other side. When the corridor snapped, they were flung forward and launched through the open end of the teleport circle at a tremendous speed. The mages between the mercenaries and Kefira's group had been pretty close to the mercenary company. They had chased after them on horseback, whereas the mercenaries had been on foot. They quickly followed the mercenaries and were flung safely, if violently, out of the corridor. Kefira, though, felt despair as the partition began to dissolve all around them as they were launched forward at the fastest speed of anyone inside. The corridor, though, disappeared faster, and moments before they would have been flung out of teleport corridor, the opening winked out of existence. They tumbled through the pure space mana of the veil, separating the realm from the rest of the universe. Kefira's body rolled end over end, and she could vaguely sense that the others shared a similar fate. A rope of strong, dense mana enveloped her, and she sensed it do the same with everyone else, including the horses. She didn't have to look to see that it was Reevin, and he managed to anchor everyone in their group together. With how space worked in a pure space environment, if they were allowed to separate for even a few seconds more, there was no telling how far apart they would actually end up. Please tell me you have a solution to this, Talon said. Kefira looked over expecting to see Reevin's friend either frightened or panicked, but he just had an amused look on his face as he took in their situation. She's a space-time Esper. Or well, she was, Reevin answered. That was her Tier 3 class. She's advanced to Tier 4, so I'm sure she does. She looked down at her where she was impossibly still wrapped in his embrace. Right, honestly, she looked at everyone in turn. I was literally just thinking I felt like I could easily pierce a hole in the veil if I wanted to. See, no big deal, Reevin said. Everyone relaxed a little at the words. Yeah, there's just one problem, Kefira said. Everyone once more looked to her. Which way leads to the realm and which way leads outside? Flip a coin, Talon said. What? Reevin asked, shifting his focus over to his friend. There's only so many directions we can choose, Talon explained. If we don't know the right way, just pick one at random. Talon shrugged. Reevin quirked an eyebrow. You have the highest luck stat out of all of us, so it would make sense for you to do it. That's not how the luck stat works, Kefira rolled her eyes. Sure, it has an influence on random chance sometimes, but you're just as likely to not initiate any kind of influence from the stat at all. Yeah, Talon waved his hand dismissively. We'll just have everybody do it then. Whichever side gets the most tosses, especially if it's consistent among those with higher luck, that's the winner. I guess that makes sense, Reevin said. Exactly. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, he says. Reevin gave Talon a deadpan look. You're right. The outside isn't all that dangerous. There's just no atmosphere or gravity, but that can be overcome with our stats, skills, and magic. The only real danger, just a tiny, teensy, itty-bitty danger, is if we attract an invulnerable, immortal, soul-consuming monster. Reevin shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Hardly any danger at all if you think about it. Talon stared at Reevin for a moment, waiting for him to crack a smile at his joke. Wait, are you serious? Talon asked with a little less confidence. Oh sure, Reevin nodded his head. I've encountered a couple of them, made it through without a scratch. Talon gulped. Okay, maybe let's think about it a little more, Talon said. What if we try and float in a direction and see if there's any change in how the veil feels? Kefira shook her head. It might seem like that would work, but the veil extends infinitely in every direction, Kefira said. How does that work? Isn't the veil like a membrane surrounding the realm? Talon asked, confused. If I remember correctly, aren't dungeons bubbles that exist kind of on the outside of the realm, attached to the perimeter? How do we cross an infinite distance every time we enter a dungeon? Also, didn't you just say that you felt like you could pierce the veil easily? That's a good question, Kefira said. The difference is that we're inside the veil. The environment is made up of pure space mana. Sure, I could pierce the veil anytime I want using my own space mana, but piercing the veil and traveling inside here are two different things. The veil is like an infinite point. A point is a one-dimensional object, but there's an infinite number of fractions within the point. What's half of 1? 0.5, Talon replied. And half of 0.5 is 0.25. We could go on and on and on forever, dividing up the point. On paper, they're fractions. The real number, however, inside the veil, those real number fractions are natural numbers to all of us while we're inside the veil. Talon shook his head and waved his hand. You lost me at 0.25, Talon said. I'm not a thinker, I'm a doer. It's a good thing you have all of us to do the thinking for you. Kimberly nudged him in the ribs with her elbow. Exactly, Talon said, throwing his arm around Kimberly's shoulder. All of you do the thinking. You're the one who asked, Reevin pointed out. Aha. And there lies my genius. I asked to get all of you to think about it. Giving me an explanation just crystallizes your thoughts. Reevin narrowed his eyes at his friend, but he couldn't think of a proper rebuttal to his statement. Anyway, Reevin turned his focus back to Kefira and motioned for her to continue. Yes, well, when we're inside the point, traveling is a manifestation of the infinite fractions. We can float forward for 1,000,000 years and never get any closer to our destination. But wait, that doesn't make any sense either, Talon interjected. We use the teleport corridors all the time to move great distances. That contradicts what you just said. No, it doesn't, Kefira shook her head. When we use a teleport corridor or teleportation, we're tethered to the realm. It turns the point into a line and we just travel along the line. Without a tether, we're just inside the point. Okay, I guess that makes sense, Talon scratched his head. Sue. We still have to flip a coin. Reevin looked at everyone in turn. Nobody else seemed to have any other ideas, including Kefira. He shrugged once again. Looks like it, he said. Let's just hope we get the right side. Reevin pulled a coin out from his pouch. He gestured for everyone else to pull out their own coin as well. He showed one side and everyone matched his facing. This is heads. If it lands on this wheel. Reevin stopped and looked all around. Wait, how do we know which way to even choose? We have up and down, left and right, front and back, and everything in between. Which way leads to out of the veil in either direction? Doesn't matter, Kefira said. Think of it like we're inside the edge of a piece of paper. We would have to pierce exactly, perfectly along the horizontal line to not pierce through one side or the other, and I can kind of sense where that is. Anything deviating even the smallest amount will pierce through to the other side. Just pick a direction for one side of the coin, and we'll go with the exact opposite direction for the other side. Good enough for me. Just for simplicity, heads will be straight up and tails will be straight down. 1, 2, 3, flip. Ryevin tossed his coin up, keeping a careful eye on the coin as it flipped end over end. It would be annoying to miss catching it. And just as he thought that, he noticed Talon miss his coin out of the corner of his eye. Ryevin caught his and turned to his friend, eyebrows raised. Talon scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile on his face. I got distracted, he said. He pulled another coin out and flipped it, catching it easily as everyone else watched. Okay, I got tails, Ryevin announced. Heads, Talon said. Tails, Rafik said. Tails, Kefira answered. Tails, Kimberly concurred. There was silence for a moment as everyone turned to look at Cyrilla. Her mouth turned into a line as she glanced at her coin again. Heads, she finally said with an exasperated sigh. Kefira looked back and forth between Cyrilla and Talon, a small smile forming on her lips. I wonder what this says about you, she snickered. Hey now, what's that supposed to mean? Talon said, hands on hips with an offended look on his face. He turned to Cyrilla as everyone else chuckled. Don't listen to them. We're just the head of the party, Ryevin guffawed. Sure, let's assign the rogue and the girl who never talks as heads of the party, Ryevin rolled his eyes. I talk, Cyrilla defended herself, to Kefira. That's talking. Sure, by the way, Talon, head of the party. That was a terrible pun. I didn't have much to work with, Talon shrugged. All right, everyone ready? Kefira asked. I'm good, Talon said. Kimberly nodded her head, still standing with Talon's arm over her shoulder. Kefira looked around to the others, and everyone nodded their heads. Okay, here we go. Kefira built up the mana within her and concentrated. Ryevin watched the mana shift to space mana within her control, but something was tickling the back of his mind. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, though. Ryevin frowned as Kefira pulled the space-attuned mana out and began to manipulate it. Wait a second. A thought coalesced in Ryevin's mind. Wait, but it was too late. Kefira drilled her mana into the ground beneath their feet. A portal immediately formed and widened, but nobody had time to look through it to see what was on the other side, and Ryevin didn't have time to parse what his divine sense was telling him. A tremendous force dragged all of them through the portal at high speed, catching everyone by surprise. Ryevin found himself immediately submerged in water. His divine sense showed him that everyone had been dragged through the tier in reality just fine, but the shock of suddenly being underwater must have broken Kefira's concentration. The portal winked out of existence, and Ryevin connected to everyone with a mana thread. He kicked his feet and launched himself upward. It took a short moment for everyone to recognize what he said, but they all stopped flailing around and followed him up. Ryevin broke the surface and took in a breath, shortly followed by everyone else. Ryevin looked all around. The edges of wherever they had ended up was outside his divine sense range, so he had to visually inspect. The area was very dark with a familiar ethereal glow slightly illuminating the surroundings. He inspected all around and realized they were in some sort of cave. First off, we're in a dungeon, Ryevin announced. He kept his mind focused on his divine sense in case any monster encroached on their position from either underwater or from above, but so far there was nothing. Secondly, we're in an underground cave. Let's find solid ground first, then we'll come up with a plan. Sounds good, Talon said. Before that, Kefira interjected, what were you going to say earlier? I thought I heard you yell, wait, before we got sucked into this dungeon. Oh yeah, it just occurred to me that we didn't have to guess at all. You could have just pierced both sides at the same time, and we could have inspected either side. Ryevin shrugged. It would have also probably stabilized the pressure, and we wouldn't have been sucked into this dungeon unexpectedly. Kefira just stared at him for a moment. Why didn't I think of that? She frowned and started mumbling to herself as she contemplated the issue. I'll keep my mana thread attached to everyone so we can communicate from a distance. Let's split up so we can find that ground as quick as possible. Everyone nodded and then turned around, separating into various directions. Ryevin swam in a random direction at an angle between Rafix and Kefira. Cyrilla was on the other side of Kefira, followed by Kimberly with Talon nearby. Varia and Zudrid stayed together between Rafix and Talon. Ryevin used his eagle eye skill to see further in the distance, but the skill hadn't been leveled up very far. He couldn't tell at this distance if he was looking at more darkness or the cavern wall. He kept swimming, keeping his head on a swivel to see as much of an area in front of him as he could. His divine sense gave him a crystal-clear picture within his range, but there were no walls or bottom of the underground lake in his perception. He glanced down with his eagle eye skill, but he ran into the same problem as looking into the distance. He couldn't tell if he was seeing the bottom or just more darkness. He couldn't tell how deep or wide the cave was. Ryevin's swimming skill was nothing impressive, but his stats made up for it a bit. He traveled at a pretty fast speed, but even after several minutes of swimming, there was no end in sight. I got some light over here. Kimberly's voice came through on his mana thread. Reevan was attached to everyone, but everyone else wasn't attached to everyone else, so he would have to relay the information. Kimberly's got something, Reevan said across all of the mana threads. If you can't find her, just use your sense mana skill to follow my mana thread to me and we'll go together. Talon and Cyrilla were closest to Kimberly, and Reevan wasn't worried about Rafix, Vyria, Zudrid, or Kefira. Vyria and Zudrid could just hop out of the water and walk there if they wanted to. He was confident everyone would be able to find their way to Kimberly's position without any trouble, but it was always good to have a contingency plan in place. Keep your eyes peeled for any monsters, Reevan continued. I haven't seen anything yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. The underground cave was incredibly monotonous. There was no change in the environment except for variation in the cave's ceiling. After another several minutes of swimming in the direction that Kimberly had swam off to, Reevan spotted the light she was referring to in the distance with his eagle eye. At first, it was just a slight glow that was barely more powerful than the ambient lighting, but as he drew closer, he noticed the shift in color. The light in the distance was definitely sunlight, so Reevan assumed they had either found the exit to the dungeon, or at least the way to the exit. It was possible the exit of the cavern would lead them further into the dungeon, but Reevan didn't think so. Kimberly was treading water with Rafix, Talon, and Cyrilla next to her as Reevan swam up. Vyria and Zudrid were in the water, but they didn't have to tread to stay afloat. I need to learn how to do that, Reevan thought to himself. He could tell from his mana thread that Kefira was still several minutes away, though. She had much less physical stats, and she had been going almost the opposite direction as Kimberly. Reevan nodded to the others as he began to tread water as well, with an unspoken agreement to wait for Kefira until they explored further. So what have we got? They didn't have to wait long for Kefira to rendezvous with the group. Looks like a way to the surface. Reevan jerked his head in the direction of the light. Kefira had already spotted the light in the distance, so she didn't need to crane her neck to get a look. She just nodded her head and accepted the hypothesis. What are we waiting for? Talon spoke up. With that, everyone turned and started swimming to the light. It wasn't a race. Nobody pulled ahead and tried to get there before everyone else. They swam as a group. With their stats, they would need to swim in the water vigorously for hours on end to get tired. They had only been at it for several minutes, and none of them were straining themselves. The light got brighter and brighter as they got closer, and it became obvious that it was indeed sunlight streaming through an opening in the cave wall. Reevan zoomed in with his eagle eye once more, and he noticed that there was a bit of land above the water at the exit. There were lumps on the ground, but he couldn't make it out right away. He kept his vision on it, while keeping a focus below them with his divine sense, as they moved closer and closer. Those are dead monsters, Reevan said as he was finally able to identify the lumps. Either it's part of the scenarios of the dungeon, or we've intruded on someone else's dungeon. It could be an open dungeon, Talon supplied. The concept of an open dungeon was one where it wasn't separated into infinite instances, but everyone shared the same instance that would reset at fixed intervals. As far as I know, open dungeons are only theoretical, Reevan replied. That doesn't mean it isn't one, but I wouldn't count on it. Just saying. The group slowed their pace so they could analyze their surroundings as they approached the clear evidence of conflict. Reevan didn't recognize any of the monster bodies on the shore. He didn't have any experience with aquatic enemies, though, so he wasn't surprised that he didn't know what they were. He recognized that some of them were sharks, eels, and a couple squids mainly from his dreams, but that didn't help him with gauging their strength. They were in a completely unknown dungeon. The ambient mana hadn't changed enough from the Tier 4 region. They had just been in to determine the level of region the dungeon resided in, and if the light was the exit, the ambient mana being equal to Tier 4 region could mean they were in a Tier 4 region, or it could be even higher with the main concentration of the increased ambient mana in the dungeon congregating on a deeper floor. I don't sense anything, Reevan said, and I don't see anything either. We have a couple of options here. 1, we could wait and see if anyone returns to claim these bodies. 2, we could just leave and not worry about it. We try and figure things out from the outside. 3, and I'm only listing it because it is an option that exists, but I have no idea why we would do it. We could delve further into the dungeon to locate the cause of these monster deaths. Personally, I vote option 2. Until something pops up that is clearly above your capabilities, I'll let you run the show, Rafix replied for the first time in a while. Less interference from me means more for your life experience, and don't worry about mine. Just being here, even without taking charge, gives me some points too. If we see a horde of Tier 5 nuisance monsters, though, I'm taking charge. That's fine with me, Dad, Reevan said with a smile. Technically, you saying that is still me following your wishes. Rafix rolled his eyes, but he cracked a small smile as well. Option 2 sounds good, Kefira nodded her head. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? Talon queried. Let's go with option 3. Reevan stared at him for a moment. I'll pretend you said option 2. Man, I never get to have fun, Talon said. Reevan believed that if they had been standing on land, Talon would have put his hands in his pockets and kicked a rock. Treading water wasn't as conducive to acting like a kid, though. I agree with Talon, Kimberly said. Everyone looked at her with mild shock. Option 2. Reevan laughed and glanced at his friend out of the corner of his eye. Talon was looking at Kimberly like she had betrayed him until she stuck her tongue out at him. You know what I'll say, Cyrilla said. She would obviously defer to Kefira. All right, let's get out of here then, Reevan said. With that, they picked up their pace, but they still maintained their vigilance lest something popped up at the last moment. They got closer and closer until the lumps of dead flesh finally entered the range of Reevan's divine sense. He immediately held up a hand and pinged the mana tether he hadn't dismissed yet. He subvocalized along the lines to everyone. There's a kid hiding behind one of the corpses, he said. I say kid, but he's just a scrawny teenager. He's definitely old enough to bet tier 2 or higher. He's armed with a harpoon. Does he look threatening? Kefira asked. Aside from being armed with a weapon designed to attack things in the water and us being in the water, no, Reevan replied. He looks scared more than anything. I say we announce ourselves, Kefira said with a shrug. If he's hiding with a scared look on his face, then he's obviously already spotted us anyway. Good point, Reevan nodded his head. He turned his attention to the shore. Hello, we're not monsters. That's what sirens would say, came the reply. Reevan shared a look with the others. Everyone was just as confused as he was. What's a siren? He called back. They would say that too. You can't fool me, siren. The young man didn't come out of hiding, but he did readjust the grip on his harpoon. Reevan pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration as he thought of something to say to ease the worry of the youngster. He turned to face Varya and Zudrid. Do you think the two of you could step up into the air and show him that we're just people? He asked. Sure, Zudrid agreed. The two of them floated up until their feet were just on the surface of the water. Then they began walking like they were taking some invisible stairs. Reevan watched the reaction of the kid hunkered down behind a dead shark, and he saw the kid's eyes go wide as saucers. Ah, siren sorcerers, he screamed. The kid threw his harpoon aside and scrambled back on all fours. He couldn't take his eyes off of the two cultivators until he bumped up against another dead aquatic monster. He screamed again at the unexpected contact, but it pulled him out of his stupor. He scrambled to his feet and charged out of the exit of the dungeon, screaming about siren sorcerers at the top of his lungs. Well, Reevan said, drawing the word out as he watched the youth run away, that could have gone better. We should really follow that young man outside, Rafik said, catching everyone's attention. Reevan looked at his dad for a moment before it occurred to him. Because monsters can't exit dungeons, he said. Rafik nodded his head. We'll have a lot less explaining to do with less overall stress if we confront the situation head-on. Everyone else nodded their heads at the remarks. Zudrid and Varya went ahead and walked the last distance to the shore while the rest continued to swim. The two cultivators were examining the bodies of the dead aquatic monsters. These things are fascinating, Zudrid said, straightening up when the others arrived. I've never seen ocean beasts before, but I've heard of them from our lessons and other cultivators who did their excursions in coastal regions. Zudrid turned to face Reevan. Have you ever experienced anything like these before? Reevan was the only one who didn't appraise the monsters with a look of surprise and exclamation, but he didn't want to get into the whole deal of him having memories from another life. The monsters only resembled what he had vague memories of anyway. There were mutations and way too many teeth, even for a shark. The squids had some sort of grasping claw on the end of each of their tentacles, too, which was very creepy. I have not encountered anything like these, no, Reevan shrugged. We can examine them some other time. We don't know how close another group of people would be to the entrance for that boy to find and lead back here. Good point, Zudrid said. They turned and headed to the exit at a brisk walk. You know, everything inside of a dungeon is considered a monster, even the beasts, he continued. There's something about the dungeons that warps the bodies of the beasts. If we found similar species of beasts outside in the real world, they wouldn't have these weird mutations. Reevan contemplated the statement for a moment. For the most part, the things he had encountered inside dungeons had always been humanoid or already monsters to begin with. Now that I think about it, the one prominent beast I encountered in a dungeon was a giant spider. Its legs were basically knives, but the ones on the outside that I ran into weren't like that. At the time, I had thought it was because it was a different variation. You talking about the echo of that tier 7 spider in the desert? Kefira asked. Zudrid, Varya, Talon, and Kimberly all came to a sudden stop. Reevan looked up and saw looks of astonishment on their faces. Talon's eyes were as wide as they could go and his eyebrows were trying to connect with his hairline. Reevan chuckled. Oh yeah, we haven't told you guys about that, he said. It's not as big of a deal as it sounds. At least not yet. Not that big of a deal, Talon repeated. He shook himself and focused on Reevan. Wait, what do you mean not yet? That thing's still out there. Kind of, Reevan answered. We'll sit down and talk specifics later, but it was basically captured by a crazy woman. Jezebel, Kefira whispered. Who took it with her? Reevan continued, shooting an amused glance at Kefira. We were fighting against a horde of invaders who were obviously associated with the same ones we were just fighting, but it turned out their mission was to infiltrate and capture that spider for some high-ranking girl, probably from a Tier 6 empire. Tier 6, Talon nearly shouted. Yeah, didn't you know? Reevan asked. No, I just knew there was a war that you'd gotten yourself involved in somehow. Haven't had time to delve into the specifics. Well, that's what we're up against. What we've seen so far appear to only be the subordinate Tier 5 empires under them, so we haven't even made it to the actual bad guys and they already have people that terrifying, Talon exclaimed. Yup, excuse me, Zudrid interjected. Do you happen to know the name of that person? Did you say Jezebel? She's not Jezebel. Kefira shook her head before a ruthless gleam filled her eyes. She's a Jezebel. Don't know what that means, Zudrid admitted. Don't worry about her, Reevan said, patting Kefira's shoulder. Her name was Ariella. Ah, I see, Zudrid said. He remained silent for a moment before looking up to see everyone's expectant gaze on him. We've never met her, but she's known to us. She's the youngest daughter of the Emperor. Hey, just like you, Kefira, Talon said, a smile on his face. She's nothing like me. If a look could kill, Talon would have been a smoldering corpse. Okay. Talon backpedaled with his hands out in front. Geez, bite my head off, why don't you? Reevan laughed and clapped Talon on the shoulder. Best not to mention anything like that again, buddy, Reevan said. Their banter cut off as they approached the exit of the dungeon. They didn't hesitate and just walked straight out into the sunlight. Reevan only took a couple of steps before he halted in place, completely flabbergasted by the sight before him. They walked out onto a rocky outcropping near a beach. The waters were crystal clear with a slight shade of blue, and the waves were gentle and rhythmic. The small hill that the dungeon was located on oversaw a coastal village where many people could be seen wandering the streets in colorful clothes. There was an outpost of some sort attached to the cave that created a flat platform for people to stand on when heading into or out of the dungeon, but there were no people on the platform at this time. The scenery was beautiful and picturesque, and even without being able to see behind the hill the cave was in, Reevan gleaned hints that there was more habitation further inland as well. None of that was what arrested his attention, though. In the distance, there was a wall of storm clouds from sea level all the way to the sky. Purple lightning bolts continuously flashed inside the storm, and the winds raged almost horizontally. Peering around, Reevan could see that the storm was a perfect circle encapsulating their location, which he was beginning to suspect was an island, and it continued around beyond where he could see it. The rest of the party came to a halt as they witnessed the phenomenon as well. Reevan switched to his mana sight and saw huge amounts of ambient mana swirling within the storm wall, some of leaking into their environment. Reevan finally paid attention to the local ambient mana and found that they were definitely in a Tier 4 region, but the continued encroachment of mana from the storm put them on the cusp of Tier 5. Ah, the siren sorcerers have escaped the dungeon. A familiar voice brought Reevan out of his reverie. It's a dungeon break. Reevan turned to the sound of the voice and witnessed a contingent of armed men with wicked-looking harpoons rushing toward them. Their armor gleamed in the sunlight, and Reevan could see that it was comprised of segmented scales of some sort. He could feel the mana contained within and knew that the armor was enchanted. I wonder if that's constructed or dungeon loot, Reevan idly thought. Either way, I need to secure a sample for Kylie and Riley. The squad of armed men came to a halt a few dozen yards away, the boy from the dungeon hiding behind the biggest man in front. He peeked out from behind the man's shoulder at Reevan and his friends. The big man lowered his harpoon, followed by the others, and he snagged the boy from behind and pulled him out in the open. What's the matter with you? He yelled. You're going to cause a panic, shouting about dungeon breaks and whatnot. If there was a dungeon break, there'd be hundreds, if not thousands of them. Now look at them, he pointed at Reevan but kept his gaze on the youngster. Have you ever seen sirens walk on two legs? Have you ever seen sirens wear armor and weapons? The boy peered over at Reevan and the others and finally took a good, close look at them. He sheepishly looked back up at the big man. They was trying to entice me though, Dad, he said. Two of them floated right up out of the water. I didn't get a good look at them because I was so frightened. Entice you say? The man's father asked, scrutinizing his son's face. What exactly did they say? The youngster tilted his head and touched his finger to his chin as he recalled the conversation in the cave. They said, we're not monsters, and then what's a siren? Something like that. The big man pinched the bridge of his nose as he squeezed his eyes tight. Boy, I swear, it's his first time in the cave, Call, one of the others called out sympathetically. He's bound to be a bit jittery. Call sighed as he calmed himself down. Bali, what is it that we always tell everyone that sirens say? Come into the water or come join us, Bali immediately said. It took him a second, but he finally got it and tried to defend himself. But they was trying to disarm my suspicion by saying they weren't monsters or sirens. Sounds like siren talk to me. Sounds like siren talk. Boy, you just told me what they say. Call shook his head. We'll talk about this later. Call left his son standing where he was surrounded by several other armed men. The other men in scaled armor comforted the youngster as Call approached Rievin and his friends. Ho, strangers. The name's Call. He raised an empty hand in greeting. Sorry about the confusion. The boy's head is filled with the stories his uncles have spun to him over the years. Granted, it is a bit strange for a bunch of strangers to appear in someone else's dungeon. Care to explain that? It's quite all right. Rievin dismissed the confusion. That's why we immediately followed the boy out of the dungeon. And we ended up here due to a simple misapplication of space magic. My name's Rievin. This is my father Rafix, and these are Kefira, Cyrilla, Talon, Kimberly, Zudrid, and Varia. Rievin went down the line introducing everyone in turn. Call nodded his head along with the introductions. Simple misapplication of space magic. Call repeated with a quirked eyebrow. Yeah, we were in a teleport corridor when. Let's just say a catastrophic failure occurred, and we were launched into the veil, Rievin explained. Luckily, we have a talented space mage with us, but none of us had ever encountered such a problem before, and our solution was less than ideal. Okay, I guess I can see how that would get into a dungeon, but how did you get into someone else's dungeon? That's what I don't understand. Beats me. Rievin turned and looked at his companions. Everyone else shook their heads. Just a quirk of the system, maybe. Listen, before we go any further, are we safe here? Rievin gestured to the storm wall. Call turned and looked at what he was indicating. Oh, it's fine. It's been like this for over 1,000 years. Rievin was taken aback. 1,000 years? That's a long time for a storm to last. Yeah, well, we're a Tier 4 island region surrounded by Tier 8 oceans. The differential in the ambient mana causes the storm, and it's permanent, so it never goes away. You don't have to worry about that. The weather inside the region is perfectly normal, though sometimes intense. That's surprising, though I guess when mana is involved I can wrap my head around a lot of different things, Rievin replied. If this island is surrounded on all sides by Tier 8 ocean regions, how did you guys get here? It wasn't always like this, Call explained. The oceans are a lot like the wilderness with their shifting ambient mana. If the wilderness is like air, though, the ocean is like molasses. It's slow-moving. This setup will probably last another couple thousand years before there's any significant change. How does an isolated island know about the wilderness on the continents? Rievin asked. Do you just have, records or something? Oh no, Call shook his head. We're not isolated. We're a transition point between local groups. We have a teleport circle and everything. We only have the 2 destinations, though, so the time between the portals being open is 20 days. 40 days total for each individual destination. We don't get a lot of traffic, but it's enough to keep in touch with the outside world, and we visit the mainlands for life experience, too. Hugh, that really lifts a load off our backs, Rievin said. I was worried that there wouldn't be an easy solution for us to get back to our homes and families. Shouldn't be an issue. Which local group are you from? Rievin stopped and stared for a second, stumped by the question. He turned to look at his companions. Terran 3, Rafix answered. Rievin stopped and stared at his father with wide eyes for a long moment. His father had just said something that he recognized from his past life memories. The words that he spoke were English, and he understood them, though they didn't mean anything in Hammond. It was just a name like any other town, city, or region. Rafix gave him a confused look as Rievin continued to stare. What? Rafix asked. Rievin shook himself out of the slightly disassociated state he had fallen into. Later, he replied. Rafix nodded his head. Kefira looked at him with a bit of concern in her expression, but he just smiled to reassure her. You're in luck, Call said, ignoring the byplay with tact. Terran 3 is one of the destinations of our teleport circle, so it looks like you didn't get tossed around too far. The only minor problem is that it was just open 5 days ago, so you'll have to wait just over a month before you can take the next hop. Is there an adventurers guild on the island we can send a message through? Rievin asked. There's always an adventurers guild, Call chuckled. Hell, you might be able to find a branch or 2 in the wilderness, it's so pervasive. You're probably right, actually, Rievin chuckled with the man. The Adventurers Guild can also set you up with a place to stay while you're here. We don't get enough visitors for an inn to be a profitable venture, so they handle the rooms for visitors. If there are no inns, where does everybody hang out and unwind? Talon asked. Hey now, I never said anything about there being no taverns. Call laughed. We have plenty of those. They just don't come with rooms. Excellent, Talon said, rubbing his hands together. Kimberly rolled her eyes and elbowed him in the ribs. Well, now that we've got that misunderstanding settled, let me be the first to welcome you to Theia. Call held out a hand to Rievin. The two shook. Theia almost sounds like. Yeah, Call said. Nobody remembers what our little slice of paradise used to be called. Once the storm formed, everyone just called it the Eye, and over time it just became Theia. Call shrugged. One last thing, though, before you head off to the Adventurers Guild, I would kindly ask you guys not to go back into the dungeon for the next 4 days before it resets. It's tagged by one of our parties, you see. Once it resets, it's open for all if you want to delve it. Sure, that won't be a problem, Rievin nodded his head. With what we've been through recently, I doubt anyone's interested in delving a dungeon immediately. Speak for yourself, Talon said. You're the one that's been having all the fun. We just got there when you turned us around and headed back. That fight in the city wasn't enough to dampen my spirits. Sure, and we can definitely delve the dungeon, Ryevin replied. You guys were fighting in a city, and I'm guessing a tier 4 capital city at that. Call questioned. Yeah, there's a lot going on back where we're from. You haven't heard anything about it. Like I said, we don't get too many visitors. The last group that came through was 8 months ago, and they didn't say anything. The local groups are big. They probably didn't know anything. Maybe, Ryevin said. The news is big enough, though, that I would be surprised if someone from a Tier 4 region from Terran 3 didn't know what was going on. Really, that's surprising. What's going on? War, yeah. Tell you what, after we get situated, we can meet up at a tavern you choose and we can give you guys the news, and you can tell us about the dungeon, the local life, and the other local group. Sound like a plan. You don't have to give me a reason to visit my favorite tavern, Call laughed. What about your wife? I'm assuming, considering you called that youth over there your son. She'll be coming with, right on, Talon exclaimed. Ryevin just rolled his eyes and shook his head. It wasn't anything different than his and Talon's relationships, though. Ryevin had never actually been to a tavern without Kefira, now that he thought about it. Restaurants didn't count. They had things to drink, but they were designed to accompany the flavor of the meals. Taverns specialized in getting high-level classers tipsy or drunk. There's a place down by the shore called the Shifty Eye, Call said. We'll meet up at sundown if that's fine with you. Sounds like a plan, Ryevin agreed. All right, well, we won't get in your hair any longer. Until then, Call walked back to his squad of waiting men. He put one hand on Bali's shoulder and spoke to him in a hushed tone really quick. Bali lowered his head and listened before perking up at the end. He nodded his head and ran up to the group. Mr. Ryevin, sir, I apologize for the inconvenience my hasty actions have brought, Bali said. He said the words like he was rehearsing exactly what he had been told to say. Well, I have to get back to work then. Bali didn't seem to know how to handle the situation. It obviously went off of whatever script his father had helped him come up with on the spot. Sure, Ryevin nodded. And nice to meet you. Yeah, you too, Bali waved as he ran back to the dungeon. Ryevin turned to face his group. Call and his entourage marched off to where they had come from. Ryevin could see that there was some sort of guard shack halfway between the dungeon and the settlement. Interesting, Ryevin thought. They knew about dungeon breaks and weren't too surprised about it, and the placement of the guard shack seems strange. It makes more sense if they're taking measures against monsters suddenly pouring out of the dungeon, though. I'll have to ask him about that tonight. So we got some time to kill, Ryevin said. No pun intended, he said, giving Talon's smirking face a glance. Just over a month in this slice of paradise, as Call called it. Doesn't seem so bad to me, Talon said. You guys might actually be able to glean something from the interaction between Tier 8 ambient mana and this Tier 4 ones. Ryevin stared at Talon for a second. Is Talon actually suggesting we conduct some experimentation and, dare I say it, training? Ryevin raised his eyebrows. What, I train? Talon defended. Ryevin glanced at his father. I think you're rubbing off on him. It was only a matter of time, Rafix replied with a smile. We'll make a proper adventurer out of you yet, sure. All right, Ryevin brought everyone's attention back to himself. So let's head to the Adventurers Guild, get the message sent, get our room situated, and then we can all go about doing whatever for the rest of the day. I'm going to meet up with Call this evening. You all don't have to come, but you're welcome to all the same. No way you're going with me, Talon said. Kimberly nudged him in the ribs again. Us. Kimberly nodded her head. Me too, Kefira said, looking up at Ryevin. We can look at the storm wall some other time. Today will be about getting set up and exploring the town. Yes, ma'am, Ryevin nodded his head. Wasn't complicated getting to the Adventurers Guild. Thay was segmented between coastal and inland, but it was one decently sized city. If Ryevin had to guess, he would bet it was slightly larger than Magron. The portion of the city they could see on the coast from the dungeon was only about 10% of the size of the settlement. Everywhere they walked, they were greeted by locals dressed in colorful clothing. Not only their clothing, but the buildings themselves were a wide array of vibrant colors. Most buildings were plain other than their tile shingles, but the shingles represented every color of the rainbow and all the various shades in between. Ryevin kept his head on a swivel taking the view in. The flora of the island was equally as colorful. There were vibrant flowers everywhere. The tropic trees and grass were all green, but it was overshadowed by everything else. Ryevin assumed the presence of the colorful plant life to be not only the inspiration for the cloth, but the source as well. None of that really mattered to him, though Kefira and Kimberly did ooh and ah every 10 steps. Cyrilla and Varia were much more silent in their appreciation of the surroundings, but Ryevin caught them staring more than once with his divine sense. He didn't say anything, though, and he was sure they would have denied it even if they were caught red-handed. Talon casually plucked a flower and made an elaborate gesture of sticking it into Kimberly's hair. Kefira eyed Ryevin sideways with an air of expectation. Not willing to fall behind his best buddy, Ryevin surreptitiously snipped a red flower that perfectly complemented Kefira's eyes with a little bit of air mana and deposited it above her ear with his magic. The little display, while discreet, didn't go unnoticed from the others, and Kefira beamed a beautiful smile as she strutted down the street. Island was much larger than could be seen from the entrance of the dungeon, with the majority of the landmass on the other side of the hill. Even so, it didn't take the party very long to arrive at the gates of the Adventurers Guild. "You go on ahead," Talon said, leaning against the decorative wall surrounding the building. "I don't have anyone to send a message to, and I'd rather not stand in line when I can lean out here." "That's fine," Ryevin said. "It'll only take a moment to get everything squared away." Ryevin left the group behind to head inside, but Kefira hopped to keep pace with him after a short exchange with Cyrilla. Ryevin looked down at her, quirking an eyebrow. "We've been apart for months," Kefira said, looping her arm in his. "Even just standing in a line, I'd rather be by your side." Ryevin smiled and patted her hand as they walked into the building. It wasn't nearly as opulent as some of the other branches Ryevin had visited, but it wasn't run down or anything. There was a hall leading straight ahead from the entrance that presumably led to offices, and the reception area was off to the right. The interior was empty aside from one receptionist leaning with his face against his hand, elbow on the desk. He looked supremely bored, and Ryevin couldn't fault him. There was nobody here. "Looks like there won't be any lines," Ryevin chuckled. "Yeah, without too many visitors and just the one dungeon that we know of, it makes sense that there aren't too many people in here," Kefira concurred. Their voices carried across the hall, and the receptionist immediately perked up and looked at the new arrivals. He flashed a smile at Ryevin and Kefira as he straightened his outfit. "How can I help you today?" he asked. "We need to secure 4 rooms and send a message," Ryevin explained. "Certainly," the receptionist answered as he pulled out a dusty tome from under his desk. "Each room comes standard with 2 beds. Just show me your adventurer's badge and I can get you annotated." Ryevin fished in his pouch for his adventurer's badge and handed it over. The receptionist used his standard magical device to scan the badge. He reviewed the contents as he transcribed the information to the tome. He paused after entering Ryevin's name. "I see that you're a member of a defunct party. Are you here with the other members, or 2 of them?" Ryevin nodded. "Talon and Kimberly are still in the party, but the others have since gone their own way. We have some new additions to replace them, though." Kefira handed over 2 badges before the receptionist could prompt them. He simply nodded his head and scanned the badges while using the device to remove the other members from the roster of the party. Ryevin glanced at Kefira with a question in his eyes. "I grabbed Cyrilla's badge," Kefira explained. "You didn't see that?" Ryevin shook his head. "Unless I actively push, I only see the outline of your hand," he answered. "I don't typically invade others' privacy unless they're an enemy, and I would say you are about the furthest thing from one as can be." "One final question about the rooms before we move on to the message." The receptionist politely waited for them to end their short conversation. "Ms. Kefira, are you going by your alias or your real name?" "Real name," Kefira said. "Same with Cyrilla." "Very good. I have you all set up. Here are your keys. The rooms are on the 2nd floor, and you can find the stairs at the end of the hall." The receptionist pointed down the hall leading in the opposite direction they had come from the entrance. "I see that you're eligible for a promotion, Mr. Ryevin. You have the accomplishments for several more promotions. Actually, you just require the time and grade before you're eligible. I'll go ahead and take care of that real quick for you. Now, what message would you like to send? Which branch to send it to, and to whom will it be delivered?" "Delivered?" Ryevin asked. "I thought messages were sent and held until someone came looking for one." "That's only for the lower level ranks in the guild," the receptionist explained. "Now that you're ranked up a couple of times, you're afforded more options. You can have a runner send it to the person in question once the message arrives at the closest branch. It's a small fee of 2 silver. "That sounds great," Ryevin nodded his head. "The message will be sent to Emelian and Silpha at the Imperial Palace in Willowen, Wispen. I have to remind you that our runners won't be able to hand the message over directly to someone in a guarded dwelling like an Imperial Palace," the young man interjected. "They'll have to hand it off to a gate guard, but the official seal of the Adventurers Guild should get it inside to the people you want to notify." "That's fine. Okay, I'm ready for the message. One will be from me, addressed to Emelian, and one will be from her, addressed to Silpha," Ryevin quickly explained. The receptionist nodded. "Dear mother," Ryevin said, clearing his throat as he thought of a delicate way to put it. "We're perfectly safe and sound. Nobody's hurt or missing. We had a minor, accident in the teleportation corridor. We ended up way out in the transition hub between our local group," and Ryevin looked up at the receptionist. "What's the name of the other local group?" Orion 6, Orion 6. We're stuck here for just over a month as we wait for the teleport destination to line up with our local group again, but then it shouldn't be too much longer before we arrive back in Willowen. We'll send another message once we're en route." "Is that it?" The receptionist looked up from where he was entering the information. "Love you and miss you, Mom," Kefira added. She pointed between herself and Ryevin. "You can add it to the end of both of them. You love your mother, right?" Kefira looked up at Ryevin expectantly. "Of course," Ryevin said. "What kind of a question is that?" "Well, the ladies in your life like to hear it every now and then," Kefira said, flipping her hair back. "If that's not a hint, I don't know what is," Ryevin thought. He leaned down until his mouth was almost touching Kefira's ear. He could see it turn a shade of red with his divine sense as he got closer and she felt his breath. I love you too, he whispered. Kefira nodded her head in satisfaction. All right, the receptionist exclaimed, drawing their attention back to the third person in the room. Unless you want to pay out of pocket, I'll just withdraw it from your party fund. The party fund is still active, Rievin asked, his eyebrows shooting up. Oh sure, it's still getting regular deposits of a couple silver a week, the receptionist answered. You still have a valid copyright for a dungeon strategy on the books, and people are still buying it regularly. There's been a couple of withdrawals over the years from your other party members before your party entered inactive status, but there's still a couple hundred golds worth sitting in there. Do you want to make a withdrawal? That won't be necessary, Rievin shook his head. He had plenty of coin on his person. He might as well leave it in there and forget about it until and unless he ran into an emergency. Very well. Was there anything else I could help you with today? Rievin chuckled. Tell you what, we'll come back in a couple of days to purchase the relevant dossiers on the local dungeon. Give you some more busy work. Certainly, the man nodded. I look forward to assisting you. Rievin and Kefira gave the young man a little wave as they turned and left the building. The others were in various states of relaxation as they stepped out, but they all perked up when they noticed Rievin and Kefira return. That was fast, Talon said. We were the only ones there, Rievin shrugged. I went ahead and updated our party, by the way. The others are out. Kefira and Cyrilla are in. Rievin looked over at Zudrid and Viria. I assumed you two didn't want to officially join our adventurers' party. Oh yeah, we're only provisional members anyway, Zudrid replied. We can make use of basic services like sending messages and getting lodging, but we're not affiliated. Are you guys not allowed to be? Rievin asked. No, it's not that. We can change our status if we want to, but our purpose in gaining life experience this time around isn't centered around adventuring, so we never saw the need. That makes sense. All right, well, here are your keys. Rievin handed out a key to each pair. Talon and Kimberly, Zudrid and Viria, Kefira and Cyrilla, and he and his father were all paired up. There aren't too many places we can go while we're here, so let's just make sure we're all here on the day the teleport circle connects to our local group. Sounds good, Zudrid said. We'll probably spend a lot of time together anyway, Talon said. Rievin nodded his head at that. I'm going to go wander around while you kids spend some time together, Rafik said. Let's say, 3-day vacation. Rievin tilted his head as he looked at his father. 3-day vacation, what's after that? Rafik's eyes gleamed in excitement. Why, training boy, he held his arms out wide with a grin on his face. This is the perfect opportunity to practice some amphibious combat. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Rievin rolled his eyes, but he secretly agreed with his father. Do you expect me to be there? Cyrilla spoke up, her voice quivering slightly. All hands, Rafix replied with a serious expression. Cyrilla gulped before nodding her head. She took a deep breath to calm herself. What about us? Zudrid raised his hand. Rafix narrowed his eyes at the cultivator. Are your names on the roster of the mercenary company? He asked back. Yes, sir. Zudrid subconsciously stood at attention. Rafix continued to stare at him. Right. Rafix nodded his head. Then it's settled. We'll meet out here at dawn in 4 days. With that, Rafix turned about and strolled into the city. Talon shared a look with Kimberly before turning to Rievin. We're gonna go ahead and go do our own thing today, he said. We'll meet up with you at the tavern tonight, and we can go get a meal or something tomorrow, all of us together. Sounds like a plan, Rievin nodded. Talon and Kimberly followed after Rafix, hand in hand. Zudrid simply waved to Rievin as he and Viria wandered off to go explore the city on their own. Rievin turned to look at Kefira. She clapped her hands and bounced in excitement. Come on, come on. I'm just dying to get some of the local outfits I saw on the way here. She grabbed Rievin by the arms and practically dragged him along to the fate that awaited him. Rievin had resigned himself to a dull day of shopping. It just wasn't his thing, and whenever he got dragged along, it was like a hole opened up in his heel and drained all of the energy out of him. He didn't want to disappoint Kefira, though, so he put a brave face on it. He knew there was no fighting the excruciating day ahead of him. He changed his mind real quick, though, when Kefira sought his expert opinion on how the various outfits looked on her. That plugged the hole in his heel right up. He had a pep in his step and a smile on his face. The day was quite enjoyable. The Shifty Eye was a respectable establishment, but it got loud and rowdy just like any other watering hole. Rievin scanned the building with his divine sense as he and his friends approached. He quickly found Call with presumably his wife and a couple of the others that had been with him during the day. Rievin inspected the rest of the people inside the tavern and saw that they looked mostly like they were part of the local militia. They all at least looked like they had combat classes. Rievin strode through the open door and nodded to a surprised waitress. He shifted his eyes in the direction of Call. No pun intended with the gesture, he mentally chuckled. The waitress followed his eyes and nodded back. Rievin wove his way through the crowd with the others following on his heels. Zudrid and Viria had opted out of the meeting, but everyone else was present. Rafix looked eager to finally unwind after months on the front lines. Call spotted them coming and stood up to shake hands with Rievin and the others as they approached. Good, you made it, Call said with a wide grin. He and his wife already had near-empty tankards in front of them. His wife was a petite lady, but it looked like she could hold her own with the alcohol. This is my wife, Sherry. Wife, these are the travelers I told you about. Call introduced everyone to his wife. He must have a social skill for memorizing faces, Reevan thought. I know I wouldn't have been able to remember everyone's names after only hearing them once before I acquired the skill. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Sherry said. Kefira stepped forward and exchanged a dainty handshake with the woman. I hope our son didn't cause you too much trouble with his antics. It was no trouble at all. Reevan waved her concerns away. He actually helped us by bringing Call to us to give us so much needed information, as long as it all turned out all right. I hate to think what could have happened if a rookie squad had been on duty. If it was a rookie squad, they probably wouldn't have been able to hurt us and we wouldn't have hurt them. Don't worry about it. All right. Enough of that, Call interjected. We're not here to ruminate on what-ifs, we're here to drink. Sherry just smiled at her husband as she sat back down and took a sip from her own tankard. Waitress, bring around for my new friends. Reevan sat down next to Call opposite from his wife. Kefira sat next to Reevan, and the table wasn't so large that the others wouldn't be able to hear the conversation. With everyone's increased perception stat, the ambient noise would have to be a lot higher to prevent them from engaging in the conversation. The waitress brought tankards of the same thing Call and Sherry were drinking. Reevan accepted his and took a tentative sip. It was slightly bitter but tasty, and he could tell that the enhanced alcohol was only enough to bite if he paid attention. He took another, larger sip and set the tankard down with a nod. They got the best brew on the island here, Call said, raising his eyebrows like he was sharing a secret. And if you want something a little harder, they got that too. What little wits he has, Kefira said with a chuckle. You should see him when he gets really drunk. He's fun. I'm sure he is, Call laughed. But you're right, we did come here to exchange information. It would be a shame if we did all that talking and couldn't remember the next day. Right, Reevan nodded his head. Well, first of all, the news of Terran 3. We don't have the full picture, but what we do know is pretty dire. A suspected Tier 6 empire is waging war on many of the Tier 4 empires. Last I heard there were 14 active invasions. 20, Kefira interjected. Several of them were over before anyone knew what was happening, and they either moved on or more forces joined the war. Reevan and Call both glanced at Kefira in surprise. Well, 20 fronts, Reevan corrected himself. I don't know about all the other regions, but we're part of a mercenary group to help bolster the numbers. We were in a place called Vero, and they were doing something to meddle with the local ambient mana. It was going haywire and getting sucked to a location behind their lines. They fielded so many soldiers that they were intentionally throwing their men into the meat grinder to force achievements on the survivors at least. That's the speculation, and we thought we were doing a decent job of holding them back for a while. Reevan took a deep breath. We were wrong. They sent 12 high-level soldiers out when we did something they didn't want us to do, and they took out 10 of our forces with one strike. They could have rolled over us at any time, and that's happening in 20 different regions right now. Call took a long pull from his tankard before setting it down with a somber expression. Vero, you say, I've actually been there once. Reevan gave him a questioning look. It's only a couple jumps away, Call explained. All of us combat classers go adventuring on the mainland a couple of times, just like everybody else does. Reevan nodded his head at that. Well then, it looks like it won't be all that long for us to make it back to Wispen, after all, he said. It was directly connected to Vero, though I imagine we'll have to add some additional jumps to circumvent Vero. No telling what the landscape will look like by the time we can get back there. Best to just avoid it and go around. Yeah, I don't envy you trying to find your way back in that mess, Call shook his head. If they're in a place directly connected to your empire, I can't imagine you all feel safe. None of the fronts have been geographically connected, yet Kefira replied. There's a pattern to how they choose their targets, but we haven't figured it out fully just yet. We assume we're safe for a little while longer, but plans are already being put into place in case we suffer the same fate. Well, at least there's that, Call nodded. All right, you told me about the news from the mainland, and it's pretty big news at that. I'll be able to save a lot of people a lot of headache and heartache with that information, so it's only fair I reciprocate. You wanted to know about the other local group we're attached to. It's called Orion 6, but it's not as interesting as the dungeon. It's mostly the same as on your side, so I'll start with the dungeon. It's 4 floors deep, and the biggest thing you have to know is that, other than the top floor, it's completely underwater. Call paused for the exclamations of surprise. There are a few out-of-the-way rest areas with pockets of air on each floor, but all the fighting will be done in the water. If you haven't practiced 3-dimensional combat and/or water combat, I would suggest sticking to the top 2 floors until you're comfortable. Fighting against things that can come at you from literally all directions is a completely different dynamic than fighting on dry land. I have a bit of experience keeping an eye out above and below me, Reevan replied. That's a good start, Call said. You'll need to instill it in your companions, though, too. I'll only give you the gist of what to expect. If you want more detailed information, you'll need to purchase the packet from the Adventurers Guild. It wouldn't be right to step on their toes, after all. That's fair, glad you see it that way. Not everybody does. Anyway, here's the broad strokes of what you can expect. Rievin and Kefira walked arm in arm through the evening streets of the coastal city. Rievin had paid attention to his alcohol consumption and didn't let himself go too far. Once he reached a certain amount of drinks, regardless of how he felt, he stopped having any more. It had been the right decision, as the feeling of being tipsy doesn't hit all at once right after drinking. He was feeling just on the other side of tipsy by the time they called it a night. Kefira wasn't much of a drinker either way. She only had a couple, and the pair were comfortably enjoying each other's company as they made their way back to the rooms provided by the guild. Rafix had stayed behind to talk a bit more with Call. Rievin suspected that the main topic, despite them both being a bit further gone than Rievin, was going to be about potential training opportunities they could take advantage of while staying on the island. That's not to say that Dad can't loosen up and have fun, Rievin mused. He was just as boisterous as anyone while sharing war stories. He just genuinely enjoys training. It would be like asking an artist to not speak about their paintings. The training sessions Dad comes up with are his works of art. The stars are awfully bright tonight, Kefira remarked. Rievin nodded his head as he glanced up at the stars. He frowned as he looked at them, though. What? Kefira asked, picking up on his mood without having to see the frown. All of the stars and constellations look the same as they do elsewhere, Rievin commented. I never really paid attention before, but shouldn't they look different depending on where we are in the realm? Why would they look different? Kefira asked, puzzled. Because we're looking up at them from a different angle, Rievin pointed out. Those stars are actually up there, so when we change our starting perspective, shouldn't they look different? That makes sense, but at the same time, I think I know the reason, Kefira said. Rievin looked down at her for her explanation. As someone intimately familiar with the space affinity as well as research into the veil, I can confidently say that the stars are outside of the realm. Our realm is nigh on infinite in size, but the realm itself, when viewed from the outside, is finite and in a fixed location. The difference in our position relative to the size of the realm and how it relates to outside of the realm is basically no difference. Okay, I can see that, Rievin said. So if we were to look at our position here and the position of Wispen from outside the realm, they're so close together as to be basically the same spot. Exactly, Kefira nodded. We would have to travel through multiple local groups before we saw a difference in the stars, and even then it would be tiny. Kefira peered up at Rievin. You sounded like you had experienced the change in perspective of the stars personally. Sometimes you say the weirdest things. It's because I remember my past life, Rievin casually said. Rievin was dragged to a halt as he took another step forward, but Kefira had stopped walking next to him. He turned and looked at her. She was staring at him with wide eyes. She glanced back at Cyrilla, who was following a couple steps behind. Cyrilla looked back and forth between Rievin and Kefira before shrugging her shoulders like she didn't care. This is one thing you're not allowed to report to anyone, Cyrilla, Kefira said, a serious expression on her face. I'm not joking. Rievin is either a little more inebriated than he thought, or he trusts you. This is his secret, and you're not going to break his trust. Don't worry, Cyrilla answered. My only interest and the interests of your parents are only in things that concern you and your well-being. Rievin being able to remember his past life doesn't change who he is or cause you any danger as far as I know. Good, Kefira nodded her head once. She turned back to Rievin. So, you remember your past life? Only snippets, Rievin answered, shaking his head. They're dreams, and it's like remembering dreams, too. Not everything is clear, and it's not all there. The things I remember are mostly centered around two things, being in the military and... He glanced at Kefira, having a wife and 2 kids. Kefira frowned at his answer. So am I some sort of substitute for your past life wife or something? She asked dangerously. No, nothing of the sort, Rievin quickly denied. I admit that my attraction to you was in large part because you reminded me of her, but at that time I hadn't come to fully accept that my dreams were of a real past life. I just thought that you were literally the woman of my dreams. Kefira's frown turned into a small smile as they began walking arm in arm once more. Go on, she encouraged. Rievin kept a straight face, but internally he sighed. What do you mean, go on? He mentally rolled his eyes. That was it. What more am I supposed to say to accompany you're the woman of my dreams? Nobody else could ever gain my attention, and my dreams of the past life wife only accounted for my initial attraction to you. Everything else has been all you. That's right, and don't you forget it, Kefira said with a smug smile. So what else do you remember of your past life? Kefira sighed as she flopped back onto the bed. The day had started off interesting enough with them fleeing for their lives across a space corridor, getting flung to the very edge of their local group, landing inside someone else's dungeon, and then finding a coastal paradise to explore. None of that had compared to the revelation that Rievin had casually dropped on them, though. Convenient that he has such a neat excuse for being immediately attracted to me, she thought. My excuse is much less exciting. He was just a handsome, powerful man who showed interest in me as a person and not for my position. Even the grime of weeks being underground without a proper bath when I first saw him didn't hinder his natural charisma much, and I'm not talking about his stat. She didn't know when she realized she had developed feelings for Rievin, but it had been early. She couldn't remember not feeling for him how she did now. He wasn't lying when he said he only remembered snippets like from a dream. The stories he told had been interesting, but also very confusing. He said he couldn't see the types of weapons they used in his past life, just that everything was ranged and hand-to-hand fighting had been very sparse. He said it was like sticks that shot magic without magic. It made no sense. She had been more interested in what he remembered of his wife, but he only really knew about meeting her specifically and generally having a relationship and kids with her. There was something about getting news of an accident, but the memory was sealed or something. He mentioned how he had a vivid dream of getting the news and how his mind didn't want to comprehend it. He didn't have the same hang-up as his past life counterpart, though, and he was able to calmly analyze the memory. He speculated that he had lost his wife and kids in an accident, and the influence from his past life didn't want to remember it. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Cyrilla said from her own bed. Rievin was staying in a room with his father. I don't think it will change your relationship. Oh, I'm not worried about that, Kefira said, rolling over to face her friend. It's just that literally everything about him is unique and exciting. I'm worried I'm a bit too mundane, Cyrilla snorted. This coming from the only space-time mage anyone's heard of in generations who just happens to be an imperial princess, Cyrilla said, rolling her eyes. Besides, he was interested in you long before he learned any of those things. I don't think he cares. You could be the most normal village girl in the realm and it wouldn't change his opinion of who you are. I know, Kefira flopped back down on her back. I know that up here. She pointed at her head. It doesn't stop the feelings of inadequacy sometimes. It's not even that. I'm not worried that he'll think less of me or anything. I don't know. It's young girl and love problems, okay. I don't expect you to understand. Kefira waited for a quip from her friend, but after waiting for several moments with nothing, Kefira rolled back over on her side. She looked at Cyrilla, but the other girl refused to meet her eye. No way, Kefira practically squealed, her eyes going wide. Who is it? No one. Oh, come on, Kefira rolled her eyes. My romance is on display for your viewing pleasure. The least you could do is drop a hint. No, there's nothing there. There's something there. It's not romantic feelings, Cyrilla finally said, sighing. It's simple admiration, and even if it wasn't, it would be impossible. That being said, I can just understand where you're coming from, okay. There's really nothing there. If you say so, Kefira said, unconvinced. She raised an eyebrow in skepticism, but she rolled back over onto her back once more. At least give me a name, a hint, something. No, you're no fun, Kefira pouted. This is something I will take to the grave with me, Cyrilla said, dead serious. Not because it's some big secret or anything. I just know that you don't believe me when I say it's simple admiration. I don't want you making a big deal out of something where there's really nothing. Fine, whatever. Kefira sighed once more. I miss him. Really? Cyrilla snorted again. We LL. When I laid down and closed my eyes to go to sleep, there was only you and me in the room. Kefira propped herself up on her elbow as she looked over at Cyrilla. Cyrilla was laying down under the covers, her eyes closed. What do you mean? Kefira asked. I can't hear you, Cyrilla said, eyes still closed. I'm asleep. Kefira grinned at her friend as she hopped up from the bed. Careful not to wake me, Cyrilla said. Kefira stopped her dash to the door and resumed at a much more sedate speed. She pretended to tiptoe around the room to the door. She quickly left the room and turned down the hall toward Rievin's room. The Adventurers Guild hadn't provided them with exclusive courtyards. The rooms were just on the second floor of the branch headquarters building. There wasn't a lot of extra real estate on an isolated island to justify a bunch of mostly unused courtyards. She walked up to Rievin's room and paused as she heard voices from the other side of the door. Rafix had obviously come back from his extended conversation with Call. She had second thoughts about intruding, but she steeled her resolve and knocked on the door. The voices cut off and she only had to wait a few short moments for the door to open. Rievin spotted her and his confused expression lit up into a bright smile. Back so soon? Rievin asked. Who is it? Rafix called out. It's Kefira, Rievin said over his shoulder. Well, what does she want? I don't know, I haven't had a chance to ask her yet. Rievin looked at Kefira expectantly. She didn't really know what to say now that she was face to face with Rievin with his dad in the background. Cyrilla's asleep, she said lamely. Rievin continued to look at her, waiting for more. His eyes widened in understanding when she gave him a pointed look. Oh, ooh, he said. Dad, I'm going to go with Kefira. Sure, just remember one thing. Both Kefira and Rievin turned to look at Rafix as he stepped into view. Your mother and I aren't ready to be grandparents yet. Kefira could feel her face heat up, and she was certain it was the color of crimson if she could see her reflection right now. Even Rievin's ears turned red at the statement. Rafix just burst out laughing as he watched both of them. We'll keep that in mind, Dad, Rievin said dryly. Rafix just continued to chuckle as Rievin stepped out and closed the door. He smiled down at Kefira and they turned to head back to her room. I'm not. Kefira turned to Rievin and tried to explain, but she was too embarrassed to get the right words. I know, Rievin said, grasping her hand. You just wanted to snuggle and spend more time together. Yes, exactly, Kefira nodded her head emphatically. She would be lying if she said the other things didn't enter her mind, but she would never admit it. There was plenty of time to wait to do things the right way. Rievin flipped through the booklet containing the information on the dungeon. The more he read, the more he frowned. He placed the booklet down on the table of the cafe they had all congregated together for breakfast. Other than sleeping next to his beloved, the evening had ended without anything else out of the ordinary. When they had all woken up in the morning, Cyrilla had simply said that it had just been Kefira and Cyrilla in the room when she got out of bed for the day. Rievin had taken the hint and left before she swung her feet over the bed. This dungeon looks like it's going to be annoying, he said with a sigh. Really, I would have thought you would be interested in a new type of dungeon, Kefira said. Oh sure, on the surface it looks exciting. The problem comes with trying to clear the hard mode. What's the problem? Talon asked around a mouthful of bacon. In order to activate the hard mode, we have to make it to the boss on one breath. Once we go below the surface of the water for the first time, we're not allowed to go back up or use any of the pockets strewn about the dungeon to allow for us to catch our breath and prepare for going deeper into the dungeon. Everyone has to go underwater at about the same time, and everyone has to make it through the whole thing, down and back, on the one breath. You can't just sit at the entrance and leech off of the team that goes down, and there are 5 floors. Well, that sounds more like a you problem to me, Talon said, gesturing at Rievin with his fork. You're the one obsessed with being a completionist. I would be perfectly happy to not even complete the dungeon all the way, much less doing the hard mode. Well, yeah, but that's what gives the best rewards, Rievin answered. That's all well and good, but we're not so far behind that we have to squeeze out every last experience point we possibly can while we're here, Talon argued. There's no reason to stress ourselves out over it when we can just take our time and enjoy it. What's not to enjoy about pushing yourself? Rafix chimed in. I never said there isn't a sense of accomplishment for pushing ourselves, Talon answered, just that we're on vacation. We can take it easy for a bit while we're here. Yeah, and I thought I made it pretty clear that the vacation was 3 days, Rafix smirked, long before the dungeon resets. I thought you just meant until we started training again. Talon trailed off, fork paused over his plate. And what do you think pushing yourself in the dungeon is? It's just another sort of training if you look at it from a certain point of view. A certain point of view. I didn't realize fighting in life or death fights was training. Then you haven't been paying attention enough, Rafix said. How long have you been with me now? 4 years, and you still think you're not constantly training. Besides, what were you doing before you joined us in Vero? Talon spluttered while trying to form a coherent answer that didn't involve doing a whole lot of nothing. That's what I thought. It's time for you to get back into practice. You are still technically employed by me after all. I thought that was an honorary position. Talon tilted his head. It was Rafix confirmed. But now you're tier 4 and you can seriously contribute. It's official. You're the scout commander, Rievin nodded his head. Welcome to the company, Lieutenant Talon. Talon sat a little straighter after hearing the title. He was never too big on military discipline, but that wouldn't matter as a scout commander. His job wasn't to look pretty in a parade, and Rievin was confident his father had groomed him, and would continue to groom him, to fit the role perfectly. Being acknowledged as someone with an important role had seemed to fill even Talon with a bit of pride and expectation for the military nature of the mercenary company. And since it's official, it's also mandatory that you clear the hard mode of the local dungeon, Rafix declared. Talon groaned but didn't argue the point any further. If you can't complete this simple task, how can we entrust the lives of others into your care? That's a fair point, Talon sighed. All right, you can count on me. Since I'm determined to do it, you'll get 100% out of me. You don't have to worry about that. Good man, Rievin reached over and clapped him on the shoulder. I should have known better, Talon mumbled to himself as he tucked back into his breakfast. You really should have, Rafix grinned at him. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Kefira said. We'll spend the first week figuring the dungeon out. We'll do a practice run and test some things out the next week, and the final week we can really push to get it done. And who said we have to do everything the way it appears on paper? Don't forget, I have access to the space affinity. We could probably just teleport to the boss room if we want to, get it cleared on a technicality, and then fight through the dungeon backwards. I hadn't even thought of that, Rievin said, glancing at Kefira. I say we try to clear it the regular way the second week, and whether we do it or not, we can just teleport after that. No reason to handicap ourselves further than need be, but we would be hindering our growth if we just took the easy way out every time. Agreed, Kefira said, pushing out from the table to stand up, but now we have a date with the beach. Rievin grabbed a couple last bites before he scooted his chair back as well. Don't you mean date at the beach? He asked, holding his arm out for her to hook her own in. Oh, is that what I meant? Rievin just rolled his eyes as she beamed a smile at him. Yeah, get in it, Rafix joyfully shouted. The sand is your friend. Embrace the sand. Become one with the sand. Rievin, Kefira, Talon, and the others were on the beach in full combat gear. Rafik stood over them as they rolled back and forth in the dry sand. Ryevin gritted his teeth as he felt the grains migrate all across the inside of his gear, lodging themselves against his skin and his armor. Rafik walked back and forth, encouraging them to get more and more sand inside their clothes. Occasionally, he would kick up some sand into someone's face. Ryevin spat out sand from his mouth on more than one occasion. "Why is it just us rolling in the dirt?" Talon complained. "You're just basking in our misery at this point." "All right, hold up." Rafik held a hand out. Eyes. Everyone instinctively snapped their vision onto Rafik standing over them. Rafik waited until he had everyone's attention on himself. He shook his body vigorously, and Ryevin and the others watched as sand and other dust particles created a cloud around him as they were shook out from within his own gear. "I came down here over an hour before all of you, and already did everything you're doing," Rafik revealed. "And I've been walking, jumping, and leaping about this whole time with this sand and grit inside my armor. I'm not going to ask you to do anything I'm not willing to do myself." Ryevin nodded his head to himself, but Talon just groaned. "That doesn't make it better," he whined. "Now I just feel bad about complaining, but I don't want to stop complaining." "Hey, you know what they say, a complaining soldier is a happy soldier," Ryevin said. "How does that make sense?" Kefira eyed him from her spot in the sand. "It means he's not dying," Ryevin said. "If he has time to complain, then things aren't going horribly wrong." "Oh, all right, let's get back to it," Rafik gleefully called. "Just a few more minutes and then we can get started." "You mean we haven't started yet?" Talon asked. "This is just preparation." Ryevin questioned his life choices for the 100th time as he began rolling in the sand once again. This exercise was decidedly different than his time spent on the beach with Kefira the day before. They had gone from wearing fashionable swimwear, bathing in the sun, and frolicking in the waves amidst joy and laughter to wearing hot, sweaty armor, literally bathing in the sand and rolling around amidst agony and groans. "All right, ladies, are you ready to get going for real?" Rafik crowed. "Get up and run to those boulders in the sand. You'll find some ropes conveniently tied around them. Grab a rope corresponding to your weight class and get dragging." Ryevin jumped up with the others to sprint across the beach. He knew that if they lollygagged on their way to the boulders, his father would just come up with something else in the near future to get back at them for not putting forth enough effort. His father could be quite imaginative, and Ryevin didn't want to find out what he could be hiding in his back pocket, considering the start of their morning. They stayed on the loose, dry sand. Ryevin had the corresponding sure step skill to help with moving on the loose sand. He was fairly certain Kefira and Cyrilla also had the skill from what the things they'd said when he first met them in the desolate sands of Drallo, but he didn't know if Talon and the others did or not. If they didn't, they would probably unlock it pretty soon. The boulder that his father had rolled into place that Ryevin recognized was put there for him made him groan as he grabbed the rope. It was just large enough that it wouldn't be a struggle to get started, but it wasn't round and would drag instead of roll as he pulled it across the sand. The friction and weight was sure to become a headache quick. Ryevin's premonition turned out to be true. After getting the boulder moving, it didn't get any easier. Whenever he had done similar training in the past with a weight that could roll, he could just apply constant pressure below the threshold needed to start to keep it moving. That was not the case with the boulder on the beach. He had to strain and apply just as much, sometimes more, pressure just to keep the boulder from coming to a complete stop. "Let's go, boy," Rafik's voice rang out. Ryevin looked over to see Rafik pushing Talon's boulder from behind to help him get started. Talon had a look of relief on his face as he got going, but it quickly morphed into one of horror. Rafik didn't help him get rolling out of kindness. Once Talon got going, he leaped up and sat on the boulder where he could keep up the encouragement. Even though Rafik didn't weigh all that much, especially relative to the weight of the stone, the sudden drop in assistance plus the unexpected added weight almost yanked Talon to a halt. He groaned as Rafik pointed ahead. "Charge." Ryevin tuned out the rest of what was going on around him. He needed to focus every part of his being on moving one step in front of another with the weight of the boulder a constant drag. His father had a good eye and had selected the perfect stone to challenge Ryevin. The sand inside his armor moved about and scratched against his skin. It was 1,000 tiny distractions, and Ryevin had to lean on his mental fortitude skill to help push through it. The world faded away, and it was just Ryevin, the sand, and the boulder. There was no increase in stats. His stats were far too high to gain any benefit from physical exercise. On the outside, it would seem like such struggle was completely pointless, and there was a reason very few people did it. Almost all people focused entirely on exercising their skills exclusively. It was no surprise that the soldiers of Vero hadn't been prepared to fight through exhaustion. There were many benefits to hard physical struggle, though, if one was only willing to look deeper than the surface. Skill gains came the easiest during life or death situations, and they came the slowest during generic training by oneself. Ryevin had learned long ago that training, while exhausted, not only increased his efficiency with low stamina, but it was the fastest way towards skill growth outside of life or death situations. It was even better than practical applications such as solving a problem in the field. The best thing about it, though, was that it wasn't mutually exclusive to practical application. There was a reason Rievin and his mercenaries drove themselves to exhaustion before every training exercise, though they didn't do it so much when there was the chance of actual combat, which led to much less physical exercise for the mercenary company during their stay in Vero. The sand inside the armor didn't make anything actually more physically difficult, but it did cause a new level of distress for everyone. Once Rafix determined that enough stamina had been spent and everyone was sucking air, he finally moved on to the next round. Next, sparring, Rafix announced. Everyone here is already conveniently paired up. Talon and Kimberly, Zudrid and Viria, Kefira and Cyrilla, and I'll go with Rievin. The point of the exercise isn't to push our skills further. Well, not specifically anyway. We're focused on fighting on uneven, unpredictable ground. We'll start with just flat sand today, then we'll move on to lumpy sand, then the sandbanks, and finally we'll have the casters create a scenario where the ground is shifting beneath us. We'll be spending multiple days on each area. Let's get to it. Rievin and Rafix paired up and used some training weapons that were sitting in their storage pouches. Rievin still hadn't found a permanent replacement for his mana sword, but he had heard good things from Call the other night, so he was keen to go looking in the market for something that might catch his eye. Not everything sold was crafted either. A lot of the higher-end goods were drops from the dungeon, and he was sure to get something that was superior to a mana sword forged in a Tier 1 region if he could find anything even close to what he was looking for. Rievin and Rafix didn't immediately go all out. They tested the waters, so to say, with their initial exchange. According to Rafix's instruction, they both maintained enhanced focus on their footwork as they struck, parried, and dodged each other. They slowly ramped up their attacks over time, and the world once again fell away. Rievin was still able to see everything around them with his divine sense, but he was getting better and better at relegating it to the peripheral of his consciousness as time went on. He needed as much focus as he could against his father, as his father had stopped matching his stats to Rievin's after Rievin had bested him in pure skill. It also wasn't exactly fair to say that Rievin was more skilled than his father, either. He had leaned on his True Strike transcendent ability to bypass his father's defenses. He learned that using the ability didn't actually further his understanding of it or increase his skill level, though. Instead, not using it as a crutch increased his awareness of avenues he could approach to strike true in combat. Using the ability directly negated any kind of challenge, and so it wasn't beneficial. Not all transcendent abilities were like that, though. In fact, most probably weren't. It was just Rievin's luck that the first ability he unlocked was one that he had to deliberately ignore in order to advance. All of the pairings were used to sparring with each other, but they all kept Rafix's admonition in mind, and they paid special attention to their footwork. Even though Kefira wasn't much of a physical combatant and had not spent nearly as much time on her sword's skill as the others had on their respective physical skills, she had made great leaps over the time she had spent training with Rievin. Cyrilla was competent enough to effectively match her strength and skill to Kefira's, while still getting something out of it as well. If it had been just regular sparring on a flat, stable surface, it wouldn't have done anything for her, but she was able to really focus on her steps, so the point of the training was most effectively accomplished for her. The two cultivators could walk through the air, so it was highly unlikely they would ever find themselves handicapped by unstable footing, but that was no reason they couldn't learn. They might be able to glean unexpected benefits from it in the future for all they knew, but they were at least willing to try. Talon and Kimberly both had classes that were built around movement, so it was doubly important for them to learn how to maneuver under any kind of condition. Rievin and Rafix switched freely between weapons in their sparring match. They didn't always choose the same weapon, either. Sometimes one would be wielding an axe against a spear. Sometimes it would be a whip against a dagger. There was a multitude of combinations of weaponry used against each other, and they were equally skilled with each. After close to an hour of intense sparring, both of them were finally seeing the bottom of their stamina. Rievin could feel that he had gained multiple levels with his sure step skill, and he was eager to view his notification page when they were done. They finally came to an end of their sparring session, and once the world returned around Rievin's conscious perception, he noticed a group of local defenders standing a little ways off watching them. He could see wide-eyed looks from many of them. Call was standing in the front, and as soon as he noticed that Rievin and Rafix were done, he motioned with his head and stepped forward with his men. That was quite the spectacle, Call said. I'm sure my men and I could get some useful instruction from the two of you if you're willing. Sure, Rafix easily agreed. How about a trade? A trade, Call was intrigued. Yeah, we mentioned that we're commanders of a mercenary company, so practicing our personal combat abilities is just one aspect. We need to practice command too. What did you have in mind? Amphibious assaults, Rafix said. Rievin nodded his head along with his father. We get some boats, load them up with people, have some defenders on the beach, and then we practice assaulting the beach. I'll command the defenders while Rievin assaults the beach, and we'll switch from time to time. What about me? Talon asked, walking up. You're in charge of scouts, so you'll have to practice infiltration instead of assault, though you should get some practice participating in the assaults too. That sounds like a plan, Call said, though I do have to warn you. When we're out on the water in the boats, absolutely do not get in the water, not for any reason. If you somehow accidentally get knocked off into the water, you do everything in your power to get back on the boat as soon as possible. Really? Rafix asked, quirking any eyebrow. I would think that getting in the water on this island was done all the time. I mean, I see people in the water right now. He nodded his head to the shore where people could be seen playing in the shallow water. Call followed with his gaze. Oh sure, in the shallows it's fine. As soon as you get about 80 to 100 yards offshore, though, the seafloor drastically drops off. That's where I'm talking about. Okay, but why? Here be monsters. Rievin stood with his head down, allowing the water to flow over his body from top to bottom. There was a system built for everyone to shower and wash the sand off of their bodies just off of the beach, and they were taking advantage of it to the fullest. Rievin had waited until everyone else had already finished, standing outside of his divine sense range out of respect for the lady's privacy. He was pretty sure Kefira wouldn't have minded, but she absolutely would have minded, as well as the other girls in question, at him being able to see the others completely exposed. He could technically use his divine sense to penetrate levels of clothing and armor at any time, but the way his skill worked, it wasn't automatic. Having them showering without anything covering their skin directly, though, would have been automatically in his sight. The others had taken their time, but after getting under the water himself, he didn't fault them for their choice. Rievin used the same shower to scour his armor free of any residual sand that might be hitching a ride, and he used his divine sense to inspect every inch to make sure everything was removed. He would extend his ability to everyone else when he was done to make sure they were as sand-free as possible. There was no reason he couldn't extend the courtesy that would only take a few minutes of his time. While he was letting the water wash away the residue of their training session, Rievin glanced through his notification window. Skills leveled up. Tier 1, Athleticism 63-64. Balance 54-55. Heavy Armor 30-31. Running 53-54. Tier 2, Pain Resistance 60-61. Tier 3, Sure Step 21-24. He noticed that mental fortitude hadn't leveled up, but he could feel that he had made significant progress. It had been bogged down ever since he had reached level 49. Most of his skills hadn't taken too long to cross the thresholds every 25 levels, but mental fortitude hadn't budged since achieving its current level. Having the sand constantly intruding on his thoughts, while causing immense discomfort, had finally given his mentality the boost it needed to move toward the next level. Rievin didn't have to worry about running out of hot water. If the water started to lose its heat, he would just channel some fire mana into it to bring it back up in temperature, but the fact that it was losing steam meant it was about time for him to wrap things up. He could see with his divine sense that the others were waiting for him, and it would be rude for him to take longer than they had. He turned the water off and simply used his mana to whisk the water off of his body and dry his hair. They had all brought some regular clothes with them aside from their armor, so he donned his before stepping back out into the open. The others were engaged in conversation, ranging from the training they had just done to what they planned on doing for the rest of the day. Just because their vacation was over didn't mean they had to spend the entire day training. There also wasn't the paperwork or logistics associated with running the mercenary company to take up their time either. All right, that's it for today. Rafix addressed everyone. We'll be doing more of the same tomorrow, same time. I'll be getting together with Call to go over joint exercises with him and his men, so expect a shakeup in the next couple of days. I think it'll be fun, though. You think running while carrying a rock over your head is fun? Talon retorted. Because it is, Rafix replied with a deadpan expression. It's not my problem that you can't recognize the intricacies and profound truths contained within repetitive movements under pressure. Anyway, that's all I have for you at this time, so feel free to spend the rest of the day however you want. Yes, come on, Kimberly, now that we've perused all the shops, it's time to go check out some of the sites. Talon and Kimberly walked off with smiles on their faces, talking about what they were going to do for the rest of the day. Rievin looked at Kefira, Cyrilla standing stoically behind her. He shrugged his shoulders. Other than looking for a new sword, I'm game to go sightseeing too, he said. The island wasn't just the coastal town and dungeon. When they had gone to the Adventurers Guild, they had seen from the road that the island had multiple communities, and there was even a short mountain in the distance. They had talked about what the storm in the distance would look like from atop the mountain, and it was definitely something on their itinerary. All right, let's go, Kefira nodded. Rievin strolled through the open market. He had come with the purpose of inspecting the weapons closely and possibly getting a feel for them, but he found that with his divine sense, coupled with his mana sensing skills, he was able to get a good grasp of the properties of everything he wished to quite easily. He didn't need to pick up a weapon and check its weight and balance every step of the way. He still needed to, of course, but with his ability to inspect things supernaturally closely from a distance, it eradicated a whole lot of options that caught his eye. Like always, he wasn't alone. Kefira trailed along after him, but her inspections were of a completely different sort. There was very little possibility of running into anything in this environment that would aid her magical abilities, so she perused the more mundane things. There were a lot of well-crafted pieces of jewelry sourced either from the dungeon or the shore. Reevan suspected that there was a lot of wealth washing up on their shore, drifting in from the Tier 8 region nearby. He didn't recognize most of it, but that didn't mean it wasn't pretty. Surprisingly, it was Cyrilla that made for a better partner in searching for a new arming sword. Reevan could toss out all the weapons that appeared fine on the surface, but had some internal imperfections at will, and he knew better than anyone else what kind of weight and balance would work best for him. But that didn't lessen the importance of the insight Cyrilla could give him. He had bypassed a lot of formal education in his strange journey through life. Most people who found themselves in a leadership position, even through being a noble, had a lot more formal education under their belt than Reevan did. Cyrilla was able to make up for that deficiency by identifying a lot of the metals and forging techniques used in the weapons Reevan deemed worthy of inspecting. So far, there were 3 candidates that had caught his eye, but he wasn't going to purchase the very first thing that met his minimum requirements. Most of the weapons discarded out of hand by Reevan had actually been sourced from the dungeon. The 3 currently on his shortlist were handcrafted by master smiths using materials from the dungeon and the local area. Reevan's hope was to stumble upon a well-crafted weapon forged mainly from metals washed up from the Tier 8 region, but considering the level of skill necessary to even work such metals, it was practically an impossible dream. One day, he promised himself. One day I'll have all of my gear crafted by the peak masters made from the peak resources. Even with all of my strength, I'm still lingering in the Tier 4 regions, which is only the middle level of the continent. Most people aspire to only be able to get their gear from artisans from a 4th tier region, but for me, it's basically my starting point. Reevan had sometimes wondered about inflation and the problems that could arise from getting silver and gold from dungeons infinitely, but he hadn't noticed anything detrimental to any of the local economies one could expect from such a situation. A lot of the gold flowed out of the lower regions to the higher kingdoms and empires, as well as silver to a lesser extent. Kefira had informed him that the precious metals were used by higher-tier mages and rune masters. A lot of the resources were destroyed, turned into pure energy in the process. Makes sense why we never heard anything about anyone rounding up a whole lot of higher-tier metals from the giant rune inscribed in the desert that Ariella had her people build. It turned into the energy that fueled the rune, so there was nothing to recover. Reevan casually picked up a sword that his divine sense told him had no major flaws. He held it up and stood in various poses, gauging the feel of the sword in his hand. He shook his head and put it back, completely ignoring the extolling of the person trying to persuade him to make the purchase. He could have gone to the smiths directly or a storefront associated with them, but that wasn't necessary. He didn't know if it was cultural or environmental, but a lot of the wares in the open street markets were the wares that could be found in the stores. The people here just enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the outdoors more than the other cities Reevan had previously been to. The other cities had their fair share of open markets, but they were usually associated with found items or lesser quality gear. That wasn't the case in the coastal city. That sword would have been entirely too light for you, Cyrilla said, nodding her head. The primary metal used to forge it was Tier 2, maybe low Tier 3 depending on the mana content. The workmanship was really good, so I thought I'd give it a try, Reevan answered with a shrug. But you're right, it's not a good fit. The 3 continued their journey through the markets until Reevan noticed something at the edge of his divine sense that finally piqued his interest. The 3 contenders he had in mind previously had just been swords that had met his minimum requirements, but the weapon he was seeing with his skill was something different this time. It wasn't something forged from Tier 8 materials, but it was definitely a step above anything else he had seen. He made a beeline down the street to the stall where the weapon was resting. It wasn't a hidden gem by any means. It was on prominent display behind the stall merchant. It held the seat of honor. Reevan casually scanned all of the other swords and weapons on display and noticed that they were all of similar quality. Every single one of them met his minimum requirements for further inspection. What's the deal with these weapons? Reevan asked the young man sitting behind a short, portable counter. The teenager had a bored look on his face, and even Reevan's interest in the weapons didn't change his attitude. The young man did look up and answer his question, though. These weapons were all crafted by my father, the young man said. the best Grandmaster metal smith on the island. The best, you say. Ryevin stroked his chin in thought as he glanced back and forth among the weapons on display. Well, on the surface, I can definitely see how he could claim such a thing. He doesn't just claim it, he's recognized. Recognized? By who? All the other smiths, the teenager shrugged, plus the Adventurers Guild. The young man gave Ryevin a level look, not just the local branch either. He's got a plaque and everything. Ryevin thought the young man was trying to boost the prices of the weapons that were for sale, but he quickly abandoned that idea. The young man still had the air of boredom about him, and he didn't really seem to care about driving for a higher price. The way he mentioned his father being the best on the island came off more a statement of simple fact than anything else. I see. Well, these are all fine pieces of hardware, but I'm looking for something. A little more. What's the story with the sword hanging above you? Ryevin indicated the sword with a nod. That's Dad's masterpiece, the youth explained. He got his hands on a small bit of Tier 6 metal from the sea a long time ago, too little to make anything other than a knife or dagger, but according to Dad, he had a grand vision. He held on to that little piece of metal for decades until he finally found something he could pair it with. Something so grand in a Tier 4 region deserved to be something more than a knife. Dad decided to wait until he could incorporate it into the king of weapons, the sword. Some people would argue that the spear is the king of weapons, Ryevin pointed out. Yeah, and some people would be wrong. The youth noticed Ryevin quirk an eyebrow at his declaration. Listen, when you imagine a noble, heroic warrior standing against the darkness, does he have a spear or does he have a sword? Ryevin thought about it for a moment. The kid had a point. When he imagined someone as described by the youngster, he had a sword in his hand. Ryevin subconsciously nodded his head, and the blacksmith's son immediately spotted the concession. Exactly, he has a sword. Anyway, ideally, he would have liked to spread the metal very thin and coat a masterwork sword in the higher tier metal, but there was a huge problem with this plan. This Tier 6 metal was soft, softer than gold. A child could leave a mark on it by squeezing too hard. Luckily, my dad is a Grandmaster metal smith, so he was still able to figure out how to use it properly. The core of this sword is composed of the Tier 6 metal. It was enveloped in increasingly harder metal from inside to outside. I won't go into the specifics of how it was done, but my dad was able to use the hardest possible metal on the outside of the weapon. It took him years to design the forging method as well as the smelting method. I would bet everything I own that you won't find a better sword honestly crafted in a Tier 4 region in the realm. The young man slowly stood up and unveiled a giant block of reinforced Tier 4 steel nearby. He grabbed the sword, unsheathed it, and looked Ryevin in the eye. 2 people with a strength stat of over 10,000 could spar every day with this sword, and you wouldn't need to do routine maintenance on it for a year. The youth raised the sword up high, and then brought it down on the reinforced steel as hard as he could. There was no reverberation of metal vibrating. The sword sliced an inch into the reinforced steel and held steady. The youth retracted the sword and held it up for Ryevin to inspect. Ryevin didn't have to look with his eyes. His divine sense already told him that there wasn't even a minuscule nick on the blade. Impressive, Ryevin said, leaning over to look like he was inspecting the blade closely. So what's the catch? He asked, straightening up. Why hasn't it been sold? Is your father just too proud to let it go? But then why would it even be on display in that case? Is it too expensive? The young man resheathed the weapon and returned it to its position before sitting back down. He shook his head. My father said that this master sword has to go with a master warrior. He hasn't explained exactly what that means to me, but he insists on any potential buyers showing him their weapon's skill. Most people aren't willing to do that, and those that have been haven't met the standard. Okay. So I just have to meet with your dad and show him my skill and he'll sell me the sword. The youth eyed Ryevin up and down. To the teenager's eye, Ryevin didn't appear to be much older than him. Ryevin could tell that he was skeptical, but he just sighed before answering. Yeah, you can find him in the shop at the end of the road. The youth pointed to an obvious smith's workshop that could be seen from where they were standing. He's always willing to look at someone's skill if they're willing to show it. The youth once more looked Ryevin up and down, even if they're woefully unqualified. Ryevin just smiled at the other boy. I'll be right back. Ryevin turned to head toward the smith workshop pointed out. Cyrilla had listened to the entire story, and even Kefira had heard almost all of it while she flitted about looking at mundane goods. They followed closely on his heels. Are you really going to show your skill to a complete stranger? Kefira asked, isn't it like some sort of super secret that you shouldn't reveal? That was before. Ryevin shook his head. Now I'm strong enough that I don't have to worry about it. I can't live my life like there's a hidden, super high-tier classer lurking in the shadows ready to kidnap me upon learning about my skill. I really only had to worry about it before I entered Wispan with you. That makes sense, Kefira conceded. And it's not like I'm going to be shouting it from the rooftops. It's just the one guy, and even if he says anything, other people might not even believe him. Ryevin was confident that there wouldn't be any problems, and he quickly convinced the 2 girls as well. I should probably tell my dad I did this, just in case, though, Ryevin thought. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. The trio walked through the door and were met with a smiling woman standing behind a counter. Her facial features matched very closely with the youth at the street stall, so Rievin assumed she was either his older sister or mother. Considering his father was a Grandmaster Metal Smith, the lady he was married to was highly likely to be a higher level as well, and Rievin knew firsthand how young his own parents looked. Rafix had been mistaken for his older brother on more than one occasion. "How can I help you today?" the lady asked kindly. "I'm here to buy the sword," Rievin said. His emphasis on the sword left no doubt to what he was referring to. The smile on the lady's face never wavered, but here eyebrows did go up. She gave Rievin an appraising look before half-turning. "I'll go get my husband," she said before opening a door leading to the back. "Well, that answers that question," Rievin chuckled to himself. A huge blast of heat and loud banging sounds immediately filled the room as the door opened. The lady didn't actually step through the door, but she simply leaned forward and called for her husband to come to the front about the sword. Not all of the ringing ceased, but the loudest sounds did, and it wasn't long before a large man stepped through the doors. He scanned the room very quickly and immediately latched his gaze onto Rievin and Cyrilla. He didn't know which one was here about the sword, but Rievin's stance seemed to say something, and he approached the trio while wiping his hands on a cloth. He held out one hand to Rievin as he stepped in front of him. "Boldir," the stout man said. Rievin grasped his hand. "Rievin, so I hear you're interested in the sword, eh? Well, do you know the rule?" "I believe so." Rievin nodded his head. Boldir didn't say anything else and just patiently waited. He didn't have a skeptical look on his face like his son, but he didn't have an air of expectation either. It was clear that he didn't have too high hope for Rievin meeting his standard, but he wasn't going to ridicule him if he turned out to have a terrible skill level. Rievin had never shared his status screen with anyone else before. He did have practice truncating information and editing what could be seen, and his parents had explained to him how to do so. He wasn't going to be sharing his entire status with the man, so it wasn't going to pop up in his vision like a personal status screen would or like his parents had when they had shared with Rievin. Rievin held his hand out, palm facing Boldir, and willed a status screen to display his weapon's master skill to the man. Boldir looked at the screen that popped up, and he just stared at it for several long moments. Finally, his eyes went wide and he hunched over, covering Rievin's hand with his own. "Are you crazy? Just popping that out here where anyone could see?" Boldir looked left and right to reassure himself that nobody else was around. "Maybe it's still a bit bigger of a deal than I thought," Rievin admitted to himself, though probably only to those who understand what they're seeing. Rievin dismissed the screen and lowered his hand. It was only after doubly verifying that the screen in question was nowhere to be seen that Boldir stood up straight once more. He turned his head and nodded to his wife. Her eyes got wide, and after a short hesitation, she exited the shop. "Lyril will go fetch the sword for you," Boldir explained. Rievin was taken aback. "We haven't even discussed price yet," Rievin said. "Tell you what, from one master of his craft to another, you give me what you think the sword is worth, and she's yours." Rievin stared at the man for a moment. He pulled out his storage pouch and stuck his hand in. The contents of such pouches were intuitive, and he quickly withdrew an amount of gold that could have paid for half the weapons in the shop, even at their level of incredible craftsmanship. Rievin thought about it for a moment and snagged another item from the pouch as he withdrew his hand. He held his hand out and handed the currency over to the other man. Boldir didn't count the coins, but he nodded his head in satisfaction. Rievin held up the trinket he had pulled out along with the money so Boldir could see it. "This is a little something my sisters made," Rievin said. "It's not much. They were only tier 2 when they made it, but I think you might appreciate it." Rievin placed a little toy soldier in the bigger man's hand. The figure was very detailed and depicted an armored man in a stance holding the hilt of his sword, about to draw it from its sheath. Toy soldier. Wearing this as an accessory increases one's courage. Much like most things his sisters crafted, its uses were quite esoteric. The magic items Rievin had seen from within dungeons or crafted by others usually had stat gains and straightforward bonuses. Increasing one's courage seemed fairly straightforward, but it wasn't something he had seen on any other piece of gear before. To emphasize Rievin's thoughts on the matter, Boldir's eyes widened as he obviously used an inspect skill on the trinket. He glanced back and forth between Rievin and the toy soldier several times before closing his fist around the item and beaming a smile at Rievin. "This was a good trade," Boldir said. Rievin nodded his head. "All right, well, just wait here for a moment for Lyril to return with the sword," Boldir said. "I should be getting back to work if there's nothing else." There was a fervor in his eyes that bespoke of inspiration from looking at the toy soldier. "I did have one final question," Rievin said. Boldir nodded his head for Rievin to continue. He was obviously itching to get back to his work, but he stayed behind to hear Rievin out. "I was just curious as to why you had the sword displayed where you did. Weren't you worried someone would steal it? Why not have it in the shop directly?" Boldir chuckled at the question. "Well, to answer your second question first, it was pure vanity," Boldir said with a laugh. I was showing off. Far more people walk past that little street stall than step into the store. A lot of people know about the sword, so even though it's kept in its sheath, it still sees plenty of sunlight from people asking about it. Those that don't know about the sword can catch a glimpse of it, and people who know swords don't have to see it to understand what it is. As to your first question, I wasn't worried about theft at all. That sword, until it's firmly in the possession of the buyer, is guaranteed by the Adventurers Association. Rievin just gave the man a blank stare. Ah, you don't know what that means. Well, if anyone stole that sword, the Adventurers Guild would issue a realm-wide bounty on the thief. They would be chased to the ends of the realm for eternity. Nobody's reckless enough to do that. And to answer your unasked question, it was magically monitored. It's common knowledge among the circles that have people who would have the skills necessary to steal it. No problem. Anything else? When Rievin shook his head, Boulder nodded once more and went back to his workshop. It wasn't long until Lyral came back with the sword in her arms. She beamed a bright smile at the trio as she walked towards them. She gingerly handed the sheathed weapon over to Rievin, who took it with his own smile. Oh, well, you couldn't have picked a better replacement, Lyral said. One of the reasons the Tier 6 metal core is so soft is because it's actually a mana conduit. It's meant for channeling mana, not stabbing or slashing things. You'll find that this sword is probably better at channeling your mana than your last sword was. Excellent, Rievin said, his eyebrows going up in surprise. This sword just kept getting better and better. Well, have a nice day. Maybe we'll come back one day and see what other masterpieces Grandmaster Boldir has come up with. You're welcome back anytime. Rievin nodded to Kefira and Cyrilla and exited the shop. Rievin felt 100 times better as he hugged his new sword to his chest as they walked down the streets. He hadn't realized how much he had missed having his previous sword always at his hip. Now that he was properly armed once more, he could fully focus on other important things. So do you care to elaborate on what you said about monsters in the water the other day? Rievin asked Call. Rievin was busy tightening straps and ensuring all of his gear was accounted for and properly secured. It would be a disaster for something to come loose and fall into the open water, especially if it was impossible to dive down to try and save it. All around, over 100 other people were likewise seeing to their gear. Call had coordinated with a couple of other groups of local guardians to put this entire thing together. Rievin didn't know what kind of deals he had struck with the others, but they were still only responsible for including Call and his own contingent among their training sessions. Rievin found himself focusing less on his personal skills and more on instructing others, but he didn't mind too much. One could easily gain insights they otherwise wouldn't have from instructing others, so it wasn't a loss of his time, either. The plan was to split the groups in two. Rafix would command the defenders, and Rievin would command the attackers. There were 6 longboats beached on the shore that they would use to transport everyone back and forth. There wasn't much in the way of preventing someone from falling over the edge of the boat, either, which was one reason Rievin was so concerned about making sure everything was as tight and secure as possible. Well, there's really not any danger in the local waters, Call admitted. There isn't anything that's going to pose a threat to your person unless you just get super unlucky and happen to get tangled up with more than one octopus or squid and they drag you deep into the water. Even then, a high enough stamina will see you through the lack of oxygen while you fight your way free. No, the real danger comes from seeing too much. I say don't go into the water under any circumstances, mainly to avoid the possibility. There are things down there that will break your mind. I've seen seasoned veterans turn nearly catatonic. Mild cases give someone the shakes for a couple weeks. Bad cases make a man invalid. Seeing too much will break your mind, Rievin asked, quirking an eyebrow skeptically. Call just gave him a deadpan look. Those are Tier 8 monsters out there, lad. None of us are ready to face something like that. You have a point there. Still, it's hard to believe someone will lose their mind from just looking at one. I'll take your word for it, though. You're the expert. It might be some sort of skill for all we know. Rievin nodded his head. Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation on it. It might be a skill, but it could just as easily be raw, primal fear. Best to just avoid it altogether. All right, well, let's make sure nobody does anything stupid while we're out on the water then. The defenders have instructions to not actually aim their projectiles at us. They'll just be flinging spells and missiles all around us to simulate coming in hot. We'll compensate the owners for any damage done to the boats, but it shouldn't be a problem. They had already gone over the plan multiple times. Rievin was just repeating things for the benefit of those standing around and to reiterate. It was never a bad idea to be 100% certain of what was going on. The spells and missiles that would be flying about were all going to be the minimum levels and wouldn't cause any dangerous damage to anyone participating. It's all good, Call said with a grin. We're all excited about this little training exercise. We've never really had a reason to do something like this before. Even though it's for training, this might give some of the lads the boost to their life experience they've been waiting for. Hey, win-win situations are the best. All right, let's get loaded up. At Rievin's call, everyone quickly finished their final checks and headed to the boats. The half of the people who were going to defend the beach headed to the embankment. They were already hard at work digging holes and building fortifications to refix his specifications. Revan deliberately didn't look at what his father was up to. It wasn't a big deal, but he was going to try and make the assault as realistic as possible. He usually wouldn't have knowledge of the exact layout of the defenses prior to making the landing in such an attack. Revan was one of the first to get on board his own boat. He would be standing in the back of the boat, one of the last to get off, but he would have a better view of what was going on while they made their assault. The local guardians quickly boarded the boats. Talon and Kimberly were with Revan, but they were on their own separate boats. They wouldn't normally be together during a combat situation in the future, with Talon being in command of the scouts, so Revan didn't want them to get too used to leaning on their familiarity with each other. The boats launched out to sea. The man controlling the boat wasn't one of the local guardians. He was a fisherman who spent a lot of time on the water, and he had the skills necessary to propel the boat all on his own at quite a fast clip, even with all of the added weight of the bodies on board. They spent several minutes shooting toward the distant storm wall, but they didn't get anywhere close to it. The wall looked like it was just right there, but it was actually several dozen miles away. This should be far enough, Revan said to the man in control of the boat. He turned his head so his voice would carry to the side. Turn about, he infused commanding shout into his voice. The defenses that were being thrown up were mainly aesthetic, but even then, with high stats, they were able to be erected quickly. Revan didn't need to give his dad any additional time to prepare, so as soon as all of the boats were facing the shore once more, Revan ordered the helmsman to head back to shore. Revan looked at the distant beach. There were walls, holes, and obstacles erected all along the beach, and he could see people moving about behind the hastily built fortifications. His sight bobbed up and down along with the waves, and almost immediately Revan sensed the mana of the incoming spells. Dozens of bolts flew toward them and crashed into the sea all around them. Occasionally, a larger spell would impact nearby, causing a small explosion and huge blast of water into the air. The water rained down on everyone's head as they hunkered down, trying to present as small a target as possible. Even knowing that the spells were almost entirely harmless to them, as well as the fact that they were aimed at the water, the sheer amount of spells did the trick of simulating a hostile environment. It seemed real. A stray, large bolt smashed into the water right next to Revan's boat, and the world shifted as the boat was lifted and tilted to the side. One of the local guardians flailed his arms for a second as his center of gravity tried to drag him over the side, but his quick-thinking companions grabbed a hold of him and kept him on the boat. They shared a look with each other and chuckled nervously. Being natives to the area, and having seen the effects of those that had seen the Tier 8 monsters in the distance firsthand, they were all well aware of the danger. I'll need to have a word with the casters after this, Revan thought. That was entirely too close. Someone needs to get a handle on their aim. Revan suspected someone was getting chewed out by Rafix as he could see his dad in the distance pop up near a group of the casters. He couldn't see or hear what was said or done, but the sudden slowdown of spells indicated the casters had their attention shifted away from the approaching boats, at least for a moment. The spells quickly resumed, but there was a noticeable shift in the targeting of the larger bolts. The smaller bolts still flung about so close that several even actually impacted some of the boats, but the larger spells that caused the explosions and splashes were much further away now. The approach to the beach seemed to take considerably longer than the ride out to the open water, but a glance at his system clock informed Revan that it was virtually the same amount of time. The beach got closer and closer, and it grew in Revan's vision every second. "Shields up," Revan commanded. His voice carried well over the water, even over the sound of the spells. They were close enough now that blunted arrows accompanied the magic flying through the air. The Guardians coordinated their group shield skills, and the front couple of rows lifted actual shields to further block their front. The boats were just regular longboats, so there wasn't a convenient hatch to lower for everyone to storm onto the beach. The boats glided onto the sand, and the front rows immediately leapt out of the sides, raising their shields once more. The others waited for a heartbeat before they followed, and they grouped up behind the shield bearers and started running ashore. Revan leaped out among the men and surveyed the other boats along the way. Everyone was moving according to the instructions that had been given during planning, and there wasn't a real need to adjust anything at this point. They hadn't thrown in any surprises for the first run, though Revan was sure they would graduate to that in the near future. The larger bolts ceased as soon as the boats hit the sand, but the lesser bolts and the blunted arrows still rained down around them. Some of the Guardians were struck by errant spells, but there wasn't the same level of danger as getting spilled into the ocean. Their group shield skills flared and protected them. There wasn't enough behind the spells to even get close to breaking the shields, much less cause actual damage to the people. "Move, move, move, get off the beach," Revan yelled. His yelling was more for himself than the others at this point. Nobody was bogged down, and everything was moving according to plan. This was one of the bigger downfalls of structured training. It was hard to train for unforeseen circumstances. They would think of ways to get around that in later exercises, though. The Guardians ran up the beach to the first trenches. The opposing Guardians put up a token resistance, only going so far as to casually spar with the attacking force. They exchanged some moves, and then the defenders laid down as if they had been defeated. 3 of the attackers likewise laid down, and the 2 groups began to laugh and joke with each other about what they'd just been through. Reevan didn't pay it any mind. They were only simulating casualties at this point. Converge with the next group. Reevan ordered his group of Guardians. We'll combine our strength and punch through the next line. Reevan whistled toward the group closest to him. When they looked up, he waved to them, and the 2 groups changed their course to meet up before hitting the next wall that had been erected. The next obstacle was much like the last one. The defenders struck at them from their position above and behind the wall, and the Guardians had to climb over the obstacle while fending off the attacks. Reevan, and probably most of the Guardians, could have blown right through the wall, but that wasn't the point of the exercise. Reevan parried several spear thrusts as he waited for his turn, and when a space opened up, he fully used his acrobatics skill to quickly vault over the short wall. Again, the defenders laid down, and several of the attackers sat down next to them. Reevan grouped up with the remainders and surveyed the final obstacle, the embankment with holes dug throughout and a wall on top. "All right, we're going to head straight to the wall above the short hill," Reevan explained his plan. "Take out the defenders in the foxholes, but we're not going to storm the wall. Instead, we'll turn and charge along it to the next group down and reinforce them. This will put us out of the range of their spells and arrows, but we'll have to be vigilant for anyone paying attention and sticking a spear through one of the gaps or over the wall. Hopefully this maneuver will catch them off guard, and we can get up and over with the other group in a solid position before they can react and reinforce on their own side." Reevan was hoping that he had landed in a spot where his father wasn't overseeing things. It wasn't that others couldn't figure out what was going on and react quickly enough, but they had it set up that Rafix was really the only real leadership role on the other side. If they had more people to work with, they could have expanded the opposition's officer pool, but again, that wasn't the point of the exercise. Most of the conventional units they would be fighting against, especially those from the invaders, had more limited leadership roles than how Reevan had structured his own units. They didn't have anything to wait for, so Reevan led the charge up the hill. Defenders popped up out of the holes dug into the side of the hill, and they were quickly dispatched. They reached the wall, and just like Reevan had said, he turned and led them running along the top of the hill, with the wall now acting more to conceal and cover their movements than that of the defenders. Nobody seemed to react to the change in their direction, and they quickly made it to the next group of defenders. They coordinated their assault, and they quickly got up and over the wall. More defenders and attackers laid down, and Reevan charged ahead to the designated area that would signal the end of the exercise. There was a little flagpole erected about 30 yards beyond the makeshift wall, and Reevan let out a loud shout as he lifted it up and swung it about. The sparring sessions all along the wall ceased, and everyone turned to see Reevan conquering the objective. Rafix appeared with a smile on his face and clapped his son on the shoulder. Call was close behind him as the others ambled their way over. "That was fun," Call exclaimed, face flush with excitement. He wiped at the sweat beading his brow, but other than that he seemed ready to keep going. "Yeah, other than that little incident at the beginning where one of the boats almost capsized, I'd say it was a success," Rafix said, nodding his head. He wasn't even a little out of breath. His face and posture were calm and sweat-free. "Yeah, I was on that boat," Reevan said, chuckling. Luckily, the Guardians were paying attention and snagged the one guy who almost lost his balance. "Speaking of that incident, though, do you know what happened? One of the mages got distracted." Rafix rolled his eyes. "How do you get distracted while launching a siege spell at an impending invasion?" Anyway, he looked away from his target just as he cast it for whatever reason, and it went a bit wide. "I chewed him a new one, though, and I don't think it'll be a problem again." "Yeah, we don't have to have everyone pull back on their siege spells. Just get with the mages and figure out which ones were the most accurate and responsible, and have them continue like they had before. I think moving through the water with the explosions and water splashes was effective in building the right kind of environment. From what I've seen, everyone loved it," Call said again. Many of the Guardians congregating around nodded their heads with smiles on their faces. Those running the attack had it better, but even the defenders had fun. "All right, but it's time to spice things up a bit," Reevan said. "This time, each boat will designate 2 people as wounded. They won't be out of the fight, but they'll have to be carried up the beach. Once they get to the first obstacle, they can participate in the sparring. We'll go a little harder with the spars, too, and if someone gets tapped 3 or more times during the time sparring, they're out. We'll designate a minute of sparring for the initial foxholes, 5 minutes for the wall, and 10 minutes for the final obstacle. If everyone gets tapped out, it's a failed invasion." "Sounds good to me," Rafix agreed. "I'll try and switch some things up on my end, too, try and throw some surprises at you. Not anything too elaborate for the second round," Reevan said. We don't want to lose sight of the point of the training. Sure, sure. I'm not going to activate my skills and take out an entire boat if that's what you're worried about, Rafix laughed. All right, Ryevin turned to address the crowd. Everyone had made it over to the end point by this time. 30-minute break, then we go again. The team leaders will explain the changes this time around to each boat. Good job on the exercise this time, everyone. Let's keep it up. There wasn't much more to say, so Ryevin didn't say it. There had been a person designated as the team leader for each boat, but it was more to handle miscellaneous things than to take charge. They had all been present for when they had decided to add the changes to the plan, so Ryevin let them disseminate the news. Talon and Kimberly were standing nearby talking with Kefira and Cyrilla. Kefira and Cyrilla were among the defenders. Zudrid and Viria were off to the side talking to each other. They had been split up for the exercise, with Zudrid being with the attackers and Viria among the defenders. Ryevin and Rafix walked over to the group and pulled out some simple rations. Eat up while we have the chance, he said. No telling how long each new iteration of the assault will take. No reason to be hungry. Kefira broke away from speaking with Kimberly and walked over to Ryevin's side. She pulled out her own rations, and everyone sat in a loose semicircle. Ryevin was busy thinking about the next exercise and what other things he could implement to change things up, but the others happily chatted and joked with each other about the experience. Kefira was content to just sit next to him while she ate her own food and listened to the others. Ryevin quickly munched through his rations and let himself relax while waiting for the time. All too soon, the 30-minute break was over, and he leaped to his feet. All right, once more into the beach. Nobody else caught his little joke, but he still chuckled to himself. Ryevin and his friends settled into a routine. In the morning, they would train under harsh circumstances under Rafix's critical and creative eye. There was no end to the things he could do to cause them minor suffering that could roll into mind-bending discomfort. The sand inside the armor was just the first example. Ryevin's least favorite tactic was doing physical exercise in the water. Just because they had massive stats did not suddenly throw physics out the window. Even though the weight of the water was made negligible by his superhuman strength stat, the mass of the ocean still existed. Ryevin's confidence that he wouldn't struggle in the waters was shattered quite quickly. There were skills and other things Ryevin could do to bypass the immense mass of the ocean waters, but Rafix specifically forbade anyone from using them. The point of the exercises was to get exhausted in the first place. Wouldn't make sense to sneak around the stipulations, and if they did, they would only be hurting themselves. Talon was a master grumbler, so much so that Ryevin suspected he had unlocked some sort of skill around the practice, but he never cut corners. He was in the water with the rest of them, shouldering the mass of the waters like everyone else. After their warm-up, as Rafix lovingly called it, they would perform individualized sparring sessions according to their skill level for about an hour. Once they were done with that, Kal and his troops would saunter over and receive instruction from both Rafix and Ryevin on a myriad of different weaponry. Kal had just assumed that Ryevin and Rafix were masters of a couple base weapons and proficient with many others. He and his men were all flabbergasted after the first couple of sessions, where the father and son duo displayed an understanding and ability far surpassing anyone with any weapon that could be produced. It had become a sort of game for the Guardians to show up with an obscure weapon type and seek guidance on its use. It came to an end when Ryevin picked up a piece of seaweed and expertly used it as a whip. Even without using his mana abilities, the seaweed whip didn't suffer any damage while still producing the whip crack, proving the force with which it was wielded. Ryevin didn't want to break their minds completely, though, so he left off the fact that he could pick up a handful of sand and use it as an effective throwing weapon. It probably wouldn't have been able to do any substantial damage in a real life or death fight, but it could still cause more problems than simply getting in the opponent's eyes. After the instruction of the Guardians was a short break as the rest of the squads made their way over to the beach. It wasn't the same faces every day, and even Kal and his group weren't present for one session because they all took turns being on duty at certain times. They had specifically altered their schedules to allow everyone the maximum amount of time participating in the war games. 2. Ryevin and Rafix came up with different ways to simulate an amphibious combat assault on the beach. The first change-up of stipulating that someone was out after 3 taps during a spar had fueled the competitive nature of the Guardians, and the second assault had been far more intense than the first. The island was a Tier 4 region, and it was surrounded not only by a wall of Tier 8 energy that would sometimes leak energy and treasures into the area, but there were infrequent visitors and regular excursions by the locals. They weren't an isolated village in a Tier 1 region far removed from power. The average level of the Guardians was low Tier 4. The veterans were anywhere from mid to high Tier 4, and the candidates and recruits were anywhere from mid to high Tier 3. If one only looked at the level, even Ryevin wouldn't be qualified to join their ranks. Nobody thought to actually question Ryevin's level, though, after they witnessed his prowess with weapons and ability to command. Some of the scenarios they set up were situations that they might never experience, but they wanted to practice it anyway, just in case. They launched staggered assaults in waves. They had the defenders charge the beach as they made landfall. There was one time when Rafix had all the defenders huddle around the flag, signaling a successful assault, and they just used their massive bodies to prevent the attackers from reaching the flag in a timely manner. That last one might have seemed foolish to some on the surface, but it made perfect sense to Rievin and Rafix. An attack might not always be about driving the enemy away. They might have specific objectives to accomplish, and the defenders might know exactly what that objective was. In this case, acquiring the flag was technically the objective. Rievin didn't spend every exercise leading the assault, either. Every other day, he and his father would switch off. They not only figured out how to accomplish their goals on the fly through the practice and experimentation, but they fed off of each other and learned twice as fast with half the effort. The teams were randomized each day, too. Rievin tried to always have Kefira and Cyrilla on the defense. He argued that the danger posed by falling into the deep water was an unnecessary risk for her to take, but she argued that she was going to be fighting by Rievin's side in the future during his combat missions, anyway. What was a little danger during training if not to bolster their confidence for when it was more apparent? His argument didn't hold up, though, when there were no more close calls with the siege spells like the first time they were almost capsized. Kefira and Cyrilla only had to stew on the shore for a couple of days before they got their way. They went pretty hard during the week. They still got most of the afternoons off, but they didn't hold anything back during their training. Kaal and the other guardians were curious about the pace they were setting, and Rievin's non-understanding of what they meant threw them all for another loop. Rievin had spent pretty much his entire life constantly training at the speed and intensity they were on the island. He had just assumed that most successful high-classers lived the same way. Kaal had told him in no uncertain terms that Rievin's way of life was unusual to say the least. Rievin had just shrugged and said he enjoyed it, so it never seemed like a burden. Probably one of the reasons you're such a monster at your age, Kaal muttered under his breath. Rievin heard him perfectly fine, but he had enough tact not to pierce the man's bubble. Rievin and Rafix were both pleased with the results of their training. Sure, the progress of the Guardians was nice to see, but they were happier with the different tactics and strategies they had devised through coming up with all kinds of different scenarios. The main point of the training for them was for command and understanding reasons. Rievin didn't foresee them using what they learned in actual amphibious assaults anytime soon, but not only was it good to expand their repertoire of abilities, the things they learned weren't exclusive to amphibious assaults. Talon seemed to learn a lot as well. Rievin was confident he could hand the scouts over to his friend, and he would do a good job with them. After almost an entire week of training, the dungeon was finally about to reset. They called a halt to the next week's training sessions so they could explore the dungeon. They planned on delving at a leisurely pace the first week and figure everything out without unduly stressing themselves out. The information packet they purchased only did so much to teach them what they were going to be facing. Rievin sat on his bed in the room he shared with his father. It had become a nightly ritual to wait until Rafix and Cyrilla were asleep before they met up to sleep in the same bed. They never allowed themselves to cross the line, but the added intimacy, especially after having been apart for several months, was needed. Rievin sat in the lotus position, meditating. He was performing his mana circulation and still probing for the most beneficial route to take for his class, but he was only doing so subconsciously. He was taking the time to review his skill gains over the past week. Every skill increase was a story unto itself. Rievin could picture most of what had spurred his skill gains on, but some were a little obscure to him. He didn't fully understand how he leveled his stealth and other sneaky skills so much, but he had a suspicion it had to do with the nightly visits with Kefira. They weren't exactly hiding it, but they were still going through the motions. It probably had more to do with trying to be sneaky around Rafix, who was much higher level than they were. Skills grew in adversity, even if one didn't succeed, and they definitely didn't succeed in hiding anything from Rafix. His mental fortitude skill had finally pierced the second threshold, and he could remember every grain of sand and wave of the ocean that contributed to the breakthrough. His iron will skill, though he had a hunch it had more to do with keeping his hands to himself than training on the beach. He would have to ask Kefira if she had a similar skill. His meditation skill finally reached level 50 after having stalled out at level 49 for a long time. The very act of him focusing on his notification page and thinking about it while simultaneously in a state of meditation and circulating his mana was what had finally tipped him over the edge. Before, he wasn't able to split his focus so much while meditating, or he would pop out of the skill. His divine sense and how it forced him to be able to focus on multiple things at the same time was probably a large help in that regard. Some of his skill increases were completely incidental. Fighting in the loose sand necessitated closing one's eyes every now and then to prevent sand and grit from getting in said eyes, hence the increase in blind fighting. Randomly tapping an opponent in the back and laying in wait as a defender increased backstab and ambush. Some of the skill gains completely baffled Ryevin. He had no idea how charm and his other social skills increased. He thought that charm would go through the roof with his interactions with Kefira, but it seemed that her feelings for him being cemented before gaining the skill prevented it from being a major contributor. If that was the case, he didn't know whom he had charmed in order to have the system recognize a skill level. He could at least assume his gab and silver tongue abilities went up from their time talking to the locals in the marketplace and other areas. It really wasn't that big of a deal though, so he simply threw it to the back of his mind. He wouldn't ignore the skills, but he didn't have a whole lot of immediate use for them. All in all, a good week, Ryevin thought. Considering the skill gains in my new class, I wonder what my next monthly experience calculations will look like. Speaking of experience, I wonder what new achievements I'll get from the dungeon and what the clearing experience will look like. The data packets don't contain that information, just on how to best go about getting them. It makes sense though, considering it would be highly likely that an adventurer would already have the corresponding achievements. They would begin their week of delving the dungeon the next day, and Ryevin was very excited. He wasn't too excited about the prospect of holding his breath for basically an entire week, but challenges meant rewards, so he wouldn't balk. Ryevin put the errant thoughts to rest and fully focused his attention on his meditation and mana circulation. There would be time to think about the dungeon and the rewards associated with it tomorrow. Ryevin twirled the harpoon in his hands as he walked to the front of the dungeon. There were several other parties taking turns entering the dungeon on the first day it was reset for everyone. Ryevin had access to several types of weapons, his new sword proudly strapped to his hip, but he had chosen to open with the harpoon after witnessing most of the local guardians sporting the weapon. There had to be a reason for their choice, after all. The harpoon he armed himself with was basically just a streamlined spear with a wicked hook on the end. Ryevin had tested it against the waters of the ocean and found that it was quite easy to cut through the water. It was mainly a stabbing weapon, and the hook on the end promised to do some real damage, but he could use it like a regular spear at any time. That wasn't to say that his other weapons couldn't cut through the waters. Swords were particularly good at it, but it was a close-range weapon, and from what Ryevin could remember of the bodies of the dungeon monsters, they were very agile and fast-moving. At least that's what he inferred from their bodies. He hadn't actually seen any in action yet. Rafix was obviously also able to expertly wield a harpoon, and Kimberly had snagged one of her own. She was mainly a spear wielder to begin with, so she could fall back on her main weapon skill. Talon was convinced to arm himself with one as well. He had the prerequisite skill to use it halfway decently, and he still had his daggers readily available. Zudrid, like always when not participating as a member of a squad, didn't have any discernible weapon on him. He was a sorcerer-type cultivator. According to Zudrid and Vyria, the cultivators still distinguished between martial and caster classes. It just wasn't as obvious. Vyria would hear nothing about using anything other than her sword. Like her senior brother, she only used the spear when acting as a member of the squad they were in. Ryevin wasn't too worried about her effectiveness in aquatic combat, though. He had seen the reach of her sword, and it was anything but exclusively close range. "Have we got everything we need?" Ryevin asked the group. "Pretty sure," Talon answered. "I've read and reread that data packet 100 times, too. I wouldn't worry too much." "This isn't our first delve." "Yeah, I know," Ryevin said. "You're actually more experienced than me when it comes to dungeons now. That's your own fault. You shouldn't have gotten trapped in a space crack for several years." Talon shrugged nonchalantly. "You do seem to have an unusual affinity with the outside," Zudrid noticed with a smile. "Yeah, you'd think it would be Kefira," Talon said. "I'm just special," Ryevin shrugged. "What can I say?" Keep telling yourself that," Talon chuckled. "We'll be fine," Rafix clapped Ryevin on the shoulder. "We've prepared as much as we possibly can, and there's nothing left but to get actual experience in the dungeon. We've all done this many times before, so there's nothing to worry about." Rafix glanced at Zudrid and Vyria. "At least I think we've all done this multiple times before. What's your two's experience with dungeons?" "We have multiple tier dungeons available to us in our sect," Zudrid confirmed. "We have dungeons all the way from tier 1 to tier 7, though not even the Patriarch and Elders routinely delve the tier 7 dungeon." "Really? I think that would be their main source of safe experience," Ryevin questioned. "Nah, it's too hard," Zudrid said. "As far as I know, the first boss has never been cleared. There's only so much experience one can gain from the regular monsters on the first floor. There's more experience from fully clearing the tier 6 dungeon. One of the quirks of the system, it doesn't limit the experience gains from out-leveling monsters the same way as in the wild. It's calculated as an aggregate. Oh, there's no diminishing returns from running lower-tier dungeons at higher levels." Ryevin's eyes brightened. "I didn't say that," Zudrid shook his head. "I just said it was handled differently." There's still a reduction in experience, but you're not going to find a situation where you don't get any experience at all from a tier below your level. I don't know the actual calculations, and it changes as one advances in level and tiers, but it's basically a 50 reduction per tier below your own. That doesn't level off above 0 though. Someone that's tier 7 won't get any experience in a tier 4 dungeon. Still, that begs the question, why aren't there more tier 8 classers? Ryevin asked, puzzled. If you can get 25 of the experience from running a dungeon 2 tiers below your level, shouldn't there be enough time to just grind to max level? Dungeons tier 5 and up don't reset every week, and there are other ways the system enforces diminishing returns, Zudrid answered. Again, I haven't touched that level yet, so I don't know the specifics, but I do know that the elders in the sect spend a lot of time between dungeon delves. It's speculated that the system wants people to compete against actual denizens of the realm to reach the very top, not just shadows. They're more a supplement to one's journey at the higher levels than the main avenue of experience. That's something to keep in mind going forward in the future. The next group ahead of Ryevin's finally entered the dungeon. The guardians on duty nodded to them with familiarity as they waited for the time between groups heading in. It was universal that there was a short wait period between different groups entering a single dungeon. They only had to wait for about a minute before it was finally their turn. Ryevin took the lead and stepped into the dungeon. Everything looked the same as when they had first found themselves on the island, minus the corpses of the various monsters lurking in the water. The data pack says that everyone has to get into the water before we engage the first group of monsters, Ryevin said as everyone walked to the edge of the water. It doesn't count even if there's one person waiting on shore. We're not aiming for hard mode this time, obviously, but I don't see a reason we should do what we saw the other party do and draw everything to the land to kill them. We're going to have to fight them in the water anyway, so we would only be hurting ourselves in the long run. That's fair, Talon said. If we work on clearing the dungeon too, we're going to end up fighting in the water anyway. Might as well jump in feet first. No pun intended. Everyone else nodded, and so Ryevin once more took the lead and led them into the water. The water was just colder than lukewarm. It wasn't unpleasant, and it didn't cause any discomfort. It took a moment to get used to the feeling of the water soaking through the cloth on Ryevin's body and cling to his body, but after just a few short moments, the feeling was relegated to the back of his mind. Ryevin's divine sense was always active. It was a true sphere, though it usually didn't show him what was below the ground when it was solid. He could force the issue by concentrating, but there was hardly ever any reason to do so. He was using it passively right now, and it automatically expanded in his perception downward as he moved away from the edge of the shore. There weren't any monsters within the immediate vicinity showing up in his perception. Makes sense, he thought. Every dungeon I've been in so far has had at least some space that's safe from enemies. No reason for things to be different here. Ryevin nodded to the others and swam out toward the center of the giant cavern. No reason to go below until we reach where the monsters are going to be, Ryevin said to murmurs of agreement. Ryevin led them forward at a normal pace for about a minute before the first monster came into his sight below them. It wasn't directly under them, but his divine sense didn't reach the floor of the water. It was possible there was still more lurking further below, but the data packet had mentioned that there weren't any ambushing groups of monsters on the first floor. First monster spotted, Ryevin said, down and in front. All right, let's get to it. Ryevin took a deep breath and pushed himself below the surface of the water. The monster hadn't spotted them yet, but that was about to change with them heading directly for it. The first monster was just one of a small group. They looked like little sharks on the outside, about the length of an average person's height, but Ryevin remembered the razor-sharp multiple rows of teeth within its mouth. Like Ryevin suspected, it wasn't long before the monsters sensed their presence. Ryevin didn't know how they perceived the surroundings, but from his own eyesight, he could tell that the ambient lightning found within all subterranean dungeons was present even under the water. He could see quite a ways clearly through the water with just his eyes. He had enough practice between his different senses that he was able to easily parse the difference between what he was seeing with his eyes, hearing with his ears, feeling with his skin, and what was fed to him through his divine sense. That parsing had tremendously accelerated his other perception skills, like night vision, and he assumed they would eventually be incorporated into his divine sense somehow. Ryevin brought his group down level to the sharks as they ascended to meet them. The monster sharks moved very quickly through the water. Their bodies were built for it, after all. Ryevin brandished his harpoon and waited for the first shark to arrive. They pounced like a rabid pack of goblins. There was no subtlety or tactics involved in the attack. They didn't move so fast that Ryevin and the others couldn't keep up with them, but Ryevin tossed a sense threat their way anyway as they engaged in combat. Freshwater moan shark. Tier 3, level 85. Moderate threat. The skill still mainly based its assessment of threat based on the levels. Ryevin had noticed, though, that as his skill level increased, there was a slight increase in the accuracy of the assumed threat levels. The skill didn't just improve how much he could assess of the enemy's level. Ryevin wasn't worried about a tier 3 monster, even if it was very close to max level for the tier. In fact, Ryevin was the only person in the party who wasn't tier 4, and it could be argued that he was one of the strongest members. Rafik still far outclassed him in terms of pure stats, and Varya's sword soul ability was still enough for her to compete on equal footing with him, if not a slight bit stronger, though Ryevin was confident that the closer he got to matching her level, the less impact her unique ability would be able to affect him. Ryevin gauged the movements of the sharks and expertly stabbed his harpoon down the open maw of the lead shark. Like he had suspected, the wicked hook on the end of the harpoon added a terrible laceration to the inside of the shark other than just the piercing wound. Blood gushed out of the mouth of the shark as its movement was arrested. Its own dash forward had contributed to the amount of damage it suffered from the strike. Ryevin hadn't even used any kind of mana infusion into the weapon. He wanted to see how much damage he could do with just the mundane strength of the harpoon. He had not been disappointed. The strike didn't kill the shark, though it was just momentarily stunned. Ryevin ripped the harpoon back out of the shark's mouth, though, and even more blood billowed out into the water from the devastating internal wound. The eyeballs of the shark swam around in pain before focusing once more on Ryevin. Ryevin could feel the feral hate in its gaze. A shadow flitted across Ryevin's perception, and Talon was suddenly right above the shark. He had already tossed aside his harpoon into his storage pouch, and he stabbed down on either side of it with his daggers. The shark's body shook for a moment before turning upside down and floating up to the surface. Ryevin noticed something was wrong with Talon after he made his strikes, though, and he fumbled about in the water for a moment. He seemed disoriented, not able to react to the next shark dashing forward to try and take a bite out of his leg. Ryevin dashed forward and pierced the next shark through the gills. The weight of his strike drove the shark beyond the range of being able to nip Talon. Ryevin yanked the harpoon out, leaving a huge open wound in the side of the shark's face before he stabbed it once more. The two strikes were enough to deal enough damage to the next shark to dispatch its life as well. Ryevin looked at his friend with concern, but Talon shook his head and regained his focus. He looked at Ryevin a bit wide-eyed before he gave a sheepish smile and shrugged his shoulders. He glanced at his two daggers before stowing them away and pulling his own harpoon out once more. Ryevin and Talon turned to engage the last of the monsters, but the rest of their party members had mopped up the remainder on their own. Ryevin looked at them and nodded his head. He indicated a direction to head toward for the next group of monsters. He would speak to Talon about what had happened the next time they surfaced for air. They had agreed beforehand to reduce their surfacing as much as possible to get used to the sensation of holding their breath for long periods of time. The floors below didn't have a surface they could conveniently swim to catch their breaths. There were multiple places along the walls and hidden alcoves on the floor where they could enter a pressurized bubble of air, though. That was what was usually used for regular runs for everyone else. Ryevin led them to the next group of moan sharks. The first several groups of monsters consisted of anywhere from 6 to 12 sharks. The other types of monsters they had seen previously didn't make an immediate appearance, but Ryevin kept an eye out for them. The data pack mentioned that they would need to clear all of the monsters on the first floor before engaging with the boss leading to the next floor. The boss would let out a wail that would attract all of the surviving monsters to join it in the fight. Surprisingly, despite the obvious implication, there wasn't any benefit to going straight to the boss and fighting the whole floor together. It wasn't part of the hard mode or any other hidden achievements or anything. However, it begs the question, what if someone managed to get to the dungeon boss on the last floor without killing anything on the way? Ryevin thought. The first floor sets the precedent. Will the other bosses flock to the final boss on the last floor? Will that have an achievement or lead to a super hard mode or something? We'll probably find out if we use Kefira's teleport spells to reach straight to the final floor. The thought filled Ryevin with anticipation. There was no guarantee that hard mode was the most difficult version of a dungeon. He hadn't been in any dungeons difficult or complex enough to have the possibility of something harder, but the possibility was there. Ryevin once more focused on the task at hand. They cleared several groups of the sharks. They decided to surface for a short break after Ryevin notified them through hand gestures and nods that there were no longer any shark groups close by. What happened back there? Ryevin asked after breaching the surface and sucking down a large gasp of air. It was my class skill, phase, Talon answered. I've never used it in the water before. It usually lets me walk through walls or sink into the ground. I figured I'd try it out and see what it did in the water. It was very strange. I didn't phase through the water. I phased into it. I became one with it. It let me move through the water super fast, but it was extremely disorienting. My perception was all off, and I wasn't used to moving so quickly. Luckily, my body reacted automatically when I first popped out of it, or I wouldn't have been successful with my sneak attack. Does that mean you won't be able to use your main class skill in this dungeon? Ryevin asked. Nah, I'll practice some outside of combat if you'll give me the chance from time to time, Talon said. I think I can get a handle on it, and then it'll be of great use for me to be able to move back and forth in the water quickly. Ryevin looked around to get everyone else's response on the matter. They all either nodded their heads or shrugged, but nobody was opposed to spending a little time waiting for Talon to try and master his skill in the water. All right, here's what we'll do, Ryevin turned back to Talon. We'll give you 10 minutes right now, and then we'll give you a couple minutes to play around after each encounter with the monsters. You just signal to us before you think you're ready to try it in combat again, though, so we're prepared to step in and help if you need it. Sounds good to me. With that, the group tread water as Talon sank below the surface once more. His body became ethereal to Ryevin's divine sense as he activated his skill. He could perceive the movement with his skill, but not with his eyes. It seemed like Talon truly integrated himself fully into the water when he used the skill. Talon spent several minutes rushing back and forth. Ryevin could tell by Talon's reaction, whenever he popped out of it, that he wasn't always ending up where he had initially planned, and the disorientation was still a problem. Ryevin was hopeful that Talon would be able to figure it out eventually, though. Didn't matter if he didn't even do so on this delve. This ability with his class skill could also come in handy outside the dungeon in the future, too, so it was in everyone's interest to let Talon work on it. Talon didn't spend the full 10 minutes dashing about. He left some time for himself to join the others to catch his breath before they continued further into the dungeon. After the 10 minutes were up, Ryevin motioned for everyone to head back into the water. He kept the spoken instructions to a minimum in anticipation of tackling the hard mode. The group spent about an hour clearing the first floor of monsters. The shark numbers tapered off soon after their first break, and other types of aquatic monsters made an appearance. There were several types that hadn't been among the corpses they had originally seen, too. There were octopi the size of people, variations of different sharks, some crabs, and there were a couple individual crocodiles. The crocodiles were apparently the elite monsters on the floor, as they were all huge and above Tier 4 level 40. Most of the monsters fell into the upper Tier 3 or lower Tier 4 range. According to the data pack, the boss monster was a much larger octopus sitting over the hole leading to the second floor, and it was Tier 4 level 60. The dungeon was 4 floors deep, and the average level of the monsters slowly climbed until the monsters at the end of the bottom floor were mostly Tier 4 level 100. The final boss was Tier 4 level 130. It wasn't quite the max level for Tier 4, but it was close. It only lacked 20 levels to reach the maximum level for the tier. Ryevin had no idea how it would be possible to clear all 4 floors with one single breath. It had taken them an hour to clear the regular monsters on the first floor. With their stamina, it would have been possible to do it with one breath, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be nearing the end of their ability to hold their breaths by the time they finished dealing with the boss. There's got to be some sort of trick to it, Ryevin thought. We can clear the monsters on this floor a lot faster than we did, but that doesn't solve the problem. There are 3 more floors below this one, and they're all approximately the same size with the same number of monsters. We'll have to brainstorm this when we're done with the dungeon for the week. The method of accomplishing the feat wasn't listed in the dossier. The dossier was written and compiled by the adventurers who had discovered the method of unlocking the hard mode. They weren't obligated to provide every single detail on how to replicate their accomplishment, and the Adventurers Guild wasn't going to add to or remove from one's dossier. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Ryevin nodded to the others after they slew the last crocodile in the water. They had been through the entire length and breadth of the first floor, and he could even see the boss within the range of his divine sense in the distance. They had confirmed that the crocodile was the last monster before the boss, and they weren't going to take a breather before engaging the last monster on the floor. Ryevin led the party to the creature. It spotted them coming, but it didn't move. It was protecting the descent to the deeper floors, and it wasn't going to budge. The trick to the first floor boss monster was either avoiding the tentacles and striking at its body, or destroying the tentacles before engaging the center mass. There were pros and cons to both approaches. The monster had access to water affinity mana, and it could create some powerful whirlpools that could do substantial damage, but it used it sparingly when it had access to all its tentacles and could reach the intruders with them. The frequency of the monster using its water mana was proportional to the amount of tentacles remaining. On top of slowly changing the way the monster fought while destroying the tentacles themselves were more durable than the main body. It would take just as much effort destroying enough tentacles as it would to finally kill the octopus, and damage to the tentacles didn't seem to do any damage to the monster. It was like it had 9 separate health pools, one for the main body and one for each tentacle. It wasn't something Ryevin had ever encountered before, but he could believe such a thing would become more frequent as they delved increasingly higher-tier dungeons in the future. It might have a special constitution provided by the system because it was a boss in a Tier 4 dungeon, but there was nothing saying even regular monsters in higher tier dungeons, or even in the wilderness of the higher tiers in general, couldn't have the same constitution. Ryevin used his traveler affinity to quickly close the distance on the octopus. He jabbed his harpoon into the soft flesh of its main body several times as it screamed through the water in outrage and pain before bringing several tentacles to bear on Ryevin's position. Ryevin dashed away with 3 tentacles in hot pursuit. He didn't leave the range of the octopus fully. If he completely left the range, he would be subject to the boss's casting abilities, as if it had lost the 3 tentacles that were chasing after him. The rest of the party also entered the range of the tentacles, making sure they were all engaged. Ryevin turned about and used his harpoon and swimming to parry and dodge the flailing strikes of the octopus. It wasn't just having separate health pools that made the tentacles dangerous. They all seemed to have a mind of their own, and the octopus could operate at 100 efficiency with each tentacle as it engaged the party members. Ryevin's party consisted of 8 members. There was a reason he had dashed forward to enrage the octopus and draw the ire of 3 of the tentacles. The planning had accounted for anywhere from 2 to 4 tentacles, so 3 was perfectly fine for their purposes. Talon was the next to dash toward the main body and strike with his harpoon. They had talked about it the last time they had surfaced. He had enough control over his ability that he was confident he could dash in, strike a couple times, and dash away before the disorientation incapacitated him. Being the second person to make the dash also ensured he would only have 1 tentacle chasing after him. Luckily, it worked the way they had hoped. Talon pierced the flesh of the main body after materializing above it. He wasn't super precise with his movements yet, but the target was large enough that he only had to aim for above the main body to get close enough to strike it. Talon yanked his harpoon out and stabbed it once more, but Ryevin could tell the disorientation was going to be a problem soon. Talon noticed it too, though, and he once more yanked it out before flashing away. The quirk with his ability phasing him into the water meant the tentacle chasing after him couldn't find him immediately, though, and he had enough time to recover after reappearing once more. The tentacle found him almost instantly, but he had wrestled the disorientation away by the time it was close enough to attack him. Kimberly was the next up. She waited a moment to make sure Talon was handling his tentacle fine before dashing down and forward. She repeated the same maneuver, striking it twice before dashing away. She wasn't as fast as Ryevin or Talon, though, but that had also been taken into account. Casting spells underwater wasn't nearly as difficult as one might assume. It only required one to wrap their spell in a bubble of pure mana to protect it from interacting with the water. Kefira launched some space blades at the tentacle bearing down on Kimberly. She sliced through the flesh of the tentacles and caused it to recoil in pain, giving Kimberly enough room to regain her stance to defend against the strikes of the appendage. Varia was next in line. She only dashed half the distance as the others, though, and her sword chi erupted from within her and slashed down through the water as if there was no barrier at all. A deep gash erupted in blood from the wound, and she quickly backed away once more. The fight was short but intense, and it was already entering the final moments. It helped that they were a full party of 8. The fight would be much more complicated and messy if they had fewer people, but Ryevin was confident they would have been able to kill the beast quite easily even with half the numbers. Rafix was the second to last act. He dashed in, summoning his ethereal arsenal of weapons. He pierced the flesh of the monster with his harpoon, and his multitude of weapons became an underwater tornado that ravaged the flesh of the octopus. He only stayed within range for a few moments before also kicking off and dashing away. Kefira was the last act. The monster was on its last legs, and Kefira had been building up her mana since after assisting Kimberly get into position. She unleashed a barrage of siege-level spells upon the decimated body of the octopus. The flesh had been repeatedly torn apart, and it was even less protective after Rafix was done. The spells pierced straight into the very being of the monster, and it cried a final, defiant cry before the tentacles went slack and the monster died. Ryevin floated in place, grinning as he shared a look of triumph with all of his party members. "That went as well as it possibly could," Talon commented. Immediately below the boss monster was a hole about half the size of the creature. Once the boss was killed, its body shriveled up and floated away, revealing the passage. Ryevin led the team into the opening. A short tunnel angling mostly down greeted them, and there was a small corridor off to the side that was pressurized in a way that kept the air in a pocket for people to take a break. This would never work in the real world, Ryevin noted. Sure, a pressurized bubble of air could happen, but just sitting here is the issue. It would escape through this opening and make its way to the surface. I don't need to be worried about that, though. System shenanigans and all that. Since they weren't anywhere close to pushing for the hard mode of the dungeon, they had decided to take a short break before continuing on. Well, you have to keep in mind that these aren't even real monsters, Rafix said. they're only shadows of real monsters. We might not even be able to find true equivalents to match these creatures on the outside. Well, we know it's possible these dungeons capture a true event in the past, so these monsters might be extinct or something on the outside, Rievin answered with a shrug. It could also be a combination of system alterations and extinction or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of scholarly studies on the topic, Kefira replied. It's something my siblings and I had to be educated on before we were allowed to leave on our first life experience expedition, more so than the average academy student. Can't blame your parents for that, Rafik said with a smile. If we had access to the same amount of academic material, I'm pretty sure Emilian and I would have done the same for Rievin. We don't really have to worry about it for the girls, though. They seem perfectly content to stay within the safe confines of a city for their entire lives. That's no fun, Rievin said. Don't worry, Dad, I'll fix that. Rafik quirked an eyebrow at his son. I'm not sure if I should feel gratified or scared about that statement. I'm not saying I'm going to take them down into the deepest, darkest dungeons I can find. I just think it's a sad thing to miss out on the beauty one can find out there in the wilderness. That Rafik held up his index finger and paused for a second. That's actually a good point. We'll make the first couple of trips a family thing. Your mother isn't going to want to be left behind. For sure, Rievin agreed. But yeah, that fight went exactly as planned. That's what I'm saying, Talon said. I know the monsters follow a very strict pattern in boss fights. I was more saying that our teamwork was amazing, especially for the first time we've really coordinated together like this. True, Rievin nodded his head. We're all professionals, Rafik said. Well, sort of. I'm not saying we're literally professionals at this kind of dungeon delving, but this is what we do and what our classes are for. All right, well, let's rest for another 5 minutes, Rievin said. Then let's get going to the next floor. The second floor is mostly the same as the first, just a different variety of monsters and boss. The plan will be the same. We'll locate the pockets of air, clear the surroundings of monsters, then move on until the whole floor is cleared before tackling the boss. Any questions? Everybody shook their heads. They had all read the information they had purchased, and after having spent a couple hours clearing the first floor, they all felt like they had a handle on how the dungeon worked. The main difference between the first floor and the second floor was the monster types and levels. The monsters on the first floor were at the peak of Tier 3, and the monsters on the second floor were low Tier 4. There were also different kinds of monsters. The first floor had some small octopi, sharks, and crocodiles. The second floor had larger octopi, larger sharks, and serpents instead of crocodiles. There was also the possibility of ambushers in the sand of the floor, and they would have to comb through it if they didn't want any strays to join the boss fight. The break was over before anyone knew it. Time simultaneously seemed to stretch, and yet it was over far too quickly. Rievin nodded to everyone and they stood up to file back toward the exit of the pressurized air bubble. The exit just required them to simply walk straight out into the tunnel. Rievin led the party deeper into the dungeon, angling ever further down. The ambient lighting in the dungeon was still present in the depths, but the darkness on the other side of the phenomenon was darker than on the first floor. There was absolutely no source of natural light anywhere on this floor, where there had been at least a little from the exit on the first floor. It caused a stifling, oppressive feeling in Rievin's chest. Rievin tried his best to ignore the feeling, but he could feel his heart rate accelerate due to it. He was still able to see perfectly within the sphere of his divine sense skill, and the ambient light surrounding them was the same size as any other dungeon he had been in, but it was like a wall of darkness separated him from the rest of the dungeon. It was even more tangible than the Revenant dungeon filled with undead. The information packet they had purchased didn't give exact locations of the air pockets that could be found on the lower floors, but it did give an explanation on how to find them. They followed a set pattern. All of the air pockets could be found in little alcoves in the ceiling, simulating rising to the surface to catch a breath. The first order of business Rievin led the party to do was locate the closest air pockets. The exit of the tunnel was like a hole in the ground. If they weren't in the water, they would need to secure a rope and rappel down to move any further. It made the first step of exploring the floor easier, though. Rievin just slightly lowered his body, and then immediately started moving along the ceiling. Rievin's divine sense made finding the air pockets a negligible exercise. His perception was much further than what the ambient lighting allowed for the others. Having a narrow band of perception would necessitate having to make more passes along the ceiling to find all the available air pockets. Rievin's senses allowed for him to see more than double what the others could see, so they would have to make less than half the normal amount of passes if they wanted to find all the safe air pockets. That was never the plan to begin with, though. There was no need to find every air pocket. Rievin simply led them in a direction until he ran into the first one, noted its location relative to the mental map he was constructing in his head, and led the party to find the next one. The direction and closeness of the next air pocket would determine their strategy for clearing the floor. With Rieven's enhanced perception distance, it took them less than 10 minutes to find 2 air pockets. Rieven and the party popped their heads up into the air of the second air bubble for a moment. Based on the distance between the 2 pockets and the entrance tunnel, I think we can safely ignore that first air pocket and clear out a large swath from this one, Rieven said. If all the air pockets are equally spaced, then we can expect to use only every other one. Anyone have any other opinions? Nah, you're running the show just fine for my taste, Talon said with a smile. In fact, I appreciate you seeking our opinions on each matter, but you can be more assertive. I say that unless someone makes a complaint known, just make the decision and we'll follow. Rieven looked to each of the other party members and received nods of agreement. Okay. That's fine, but don't hesitate to make your opinion known if you disagree with something or have a better idea. In that case, let's get started on clearing the floor. Rieven led the party back down into the depths. The second floor was seemingly deeper than the first floor, but it was an illusion. If the first floor had water all the way to the ceiling, then they would be the same size, but there was a quarter of the height of the first floor taken up by air. That extra quarter of height submerged on the second floor, though, was a considerable amount when taken all together. There was more distance to cover, and there were more monsters filling the space. Not only were there more groups of monsters, but each group of monsters was also larger by 1 or 2 on average compared to their counterparts on the first floor. The larger octopi and sharks were almost identical to the ones on the first floor. The only difference was their size, level, and stats. They didn't pose any kind of real threat to the party, though, and they had fully adapted to 3-dimensional combat in the water. Rieven found transitioning from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional especially easy with his sphere of perception. Their others didn't necessarily struggle to adapt, but it took them most of the first floor until they were fully comfortable. Unsurprisingly, the 2 cultivators, other than Rafix who Rieven realized probably had experience with aquatic dungeons in the past, were the 2 to adapt the quickest. It made sense to Rieven that the 2 that could walk through the air and already approach combat in a 3-dimensional method were able to adjust to water combat quite easily. The closest groups of monsters to the second floor entrance, like the first floor, were groups of sharks. They were easily dealt with, and the party didn't have to use the air pocket all that often. Rieven led them in a circular motion, while slowly spiraling downward to clear a large section of the floor centered around their first air pocket. Not being able to banter with his party members while underwater really turned the clearing of the floor monotonous. None of the monsters posed any challenge to their group, and they were just swimming and killing. Even the addition of the new type of monster, the serpents, didn't change things up. Their method of fighting was completely different than any of the other monsters, but it was easy to figure out and deal with. The serpents were equivalent to the crocodiles on the first floor. They were the highest level creatures on the floor other than the boss, and they were mostly solitary, though there was occasionally a pair for the party to take care of. The serpent's main form of combat was attempting to close the distance quickly and constrict around one of the members. The party member in question just had to pay attention and lead the serpent on a chase as it mindlessly chased after them, while the rest of the party pelted it with attacks until it died. The fact that they were single-minded in who they chose to pursue was what made them the easiest fights so far in the dungeon. If they were able to use more complicated tactics like feinting who they were going after, it might have been different, but like Rafix had said, they were only shadows of real monsters. Unless they were designed to specifically fight in such a manner by the system, they wouldn't do so. The extra quarter of space to clear plus the higher health pools and larger number of monsters turned the clearing of the second floor into an ordeal. Rieven simply turned the time it was taking out. He was mechanical in his movements and just led the party to kill the monsters as quickly as possible. Finally, after close to 4 hours, the party slew the last of the regular creatures on the second floor. The ambush monsters in the sand were a combination of octopi that could alter their appearance to blend into their surroundings and serpents that hid just under a layer of sand. Rieven's divine sense was instrumental in finding them and killing them without a single problem. It didn't add to the complexity of clearing the floor like it would for a party that didn't have his advantage. Rieven led them to the tunnel leading to the next floor. The boss creature on the second floor was not what Rieven would have expected if anyone had asked him. It was a giant clam. Upon reading that, at first, Rieven had been skeptical how a clam could put up any kind of challenge. He changed his mind after reading the notes regarding the boss. The outer shell of the clam was basically impenetrable. Kefira would be able to pierce it quite easily with her space mana, as long as she could overwhelm the inherent defense against intrusive mana that everything naturally had. It was just that this particular clam boss had not only a high resistance to physical attacks, but it was very resistant to spells and mana in general. The clam's main attack method was magical, too. It would just sit there, shell closed, as it shot water lances and other water-intrinsic spells at the intruders. The mechanic of this boss was simulating hoarding water to fuel its spells. It would launch a barrage of spells while sitting with its nigh indestructible defense until it had used enough spells. Once a threshold had been reached, its shell would pop open as it accumulated more water for its spells. That was the opportunity parties had to wait for. It was vulnerable to attack at this time, and the bonus was that it wouldn't retaliate at all while charging. The difficulty lied in the window of opportunity. As it accumulated more damage, it would be more efficient with its fuel. It would launch more spells relative to the amount of water it absorbed. It would absorb water faster, and it would passively, slowly heal as its shell was closed. If a party didn't have enough damage-dealing capabilities, it could be literally impossible to kill this boss. Some parties ran into situations where they would reach an equilibrium in the amount of damage they could cause and the healing the clam would do while its shell was closed. Revan wasn't worried about their damage capabilities, though. He was confident they would even be able to penetrate its shell defense and hurt it even during its offensive phase. Revan looked to each of the party members to see if everyone was ready, and he was met with affirmative nods. He led the party to engage the clam. All they had to do was get within range, and it immediately started launching spells at random targets. Revan and his companions spread out around the clam. The water affinity spells the clam used were nearly invisible in the water. If one didn't have a decent enough sense mana or mana sight, they wouldn't be able to see the actual spells. Revan's combination of his mana sensing skill and divine sense once more made the issue negligible for him. Kefira accumulated a decent amount of mana in her hands. Revan was actively dodging the spells from the clam, but his danger sense suddenly screamed at him. He trusted his instincts and the skill, and he flashed away using his Traveler affinity. Just as he moved away, Kefira's Space Blade spell launched at the clam, but it just ricocheted off the shell and slashed right through where Revan had previously been floating. Everyone paused for a second and looked at Kefira in surprise, but they didn't let it stop them for long. They still had to continue dodging the occasional spell tossed their way from the clam. Kefira shook her head to herself and accumulated mana once again. She put twice as much mana into her spell the second time. She looked around at the others to make sure everyone was paying attention to her this time, though before letting it loose. The spell once more zipped toward the clam. It once more bounced off the shell, but it wasn't nearly as cleanly repelled as the first time. A fist-sized chunk was actually torn off the clam's shell this time. The clam was huge. It was easily larger than the octopus boss they had fought on the first floor. Most of it was the shell protecting the vulnerable interior. Kefira's powerful, overdrawn Space Blade spell had basically scratched it. Kefira made eye contact with Revan and shook her head. Revan simply shrugged his shoulders. Looks like we'll have to do this the traditional way, he thought. They waited and dodged for another minute before the clam exhausted its supply of fuel. The spells didn't gradually slow down. There was no indication before it happened. The clam simply stopped casting spells, and the shell popped open to expose the interior of the clam. It looked just like a normal clam. If one could scale it down to normal size, it would literally just be a regular clam. There was even a pearl sitting in the middle of it that was relatively sized for the clam. The pearl was huge, and it was an actual treasure. Revan looked over and could see the happy gleam in Talon's eye at seeing the pearl sitting there. It didn't add to the capabilities of the clam at all. It was purely a spoil of war they could claim after killing the clam, and there was only a 5% chance that it would spawn on any dungeon delve. Looks like our party's aggregate luck stat is quite overpowered, Revan chuckled to himself. He obviously realized his own luck stat was most likely carrying most of the weight for the party. When it came to dungeons and their loot and other random variables, individual luck stats played much less of a role than the average luck of the party. It was still possible to get the favorable random chances dungeons provided with a party that literally had zero luck, but it was far less probable. The party members each immediately attacked the meaty interior of the clam. The melee fighters dashed in and started hacking and slashing away at the giant blob of meat. Kefira and Varya stood at a distance and attacked from range. Kefira used her spells, and Varya used her sword chi. Revan didn't have a skill that let him see another's status other than their level and threat, but he could tell visually that they were causing devastating damage to the clam. Huge chunks were ripped from the undulating meatball, and blood streamed away in multiple places. Depending on how much health it can recover while its shell is closed, we might only need one more opportunity to kill this thing, Revan thought. The information packet mentioned that a party of 8 with an average of Tier 4 level 20 would need 5, maybe 4 if they were lucky, passes to slay the clam. Revan mentally nodded to himself at his party's prowess. They weren't just better at coordinating and maneuvering than the average adventure party. They were proving that they were far more deadly with straight-up destruction, too. With how quickly we're dealing with the bosses, it begs the question of how any party managed to figure out how to unlock hard mode. Did they all just have superhuman lung capacity or something? Now was not the time to contemplate the issue with hard mode. The shell snapped closed, and the clam went into a frenzy of spell casting. Not only was the clam more efficient as the fight went on, capable of casting more spells than earlier phases, but it also cast the spells much more quickly. The total time between each phase of casting and gathering fuel was always the same. The clam could just fire off a lot more spells in that time span. The amount of spells being flung about actually caused the party members to have to focus all of their concentration on dodging the attacks. Revan still had it relatively easy with his ability to see the attacks before and during their casting, but the others couldn't perceive the clam's offense nearly as accurately as he could. Talon, especially, would need to focus on his mana sensing skills in the future. Kefira didn't even try to attack the clam while it was in offensive mode this time. Revan didn't blame her. He would have made the same decision. The party members were constantly moving as they swam back and forth and up and down to avoid the spells launched at random party members in quick succession. After another minute of dodging all of the attacks, the clam once more ceased casting spells to recharge. The lid popped open, and the party members dashed in to wreak devastation once more. Revan was once again proven right in his conjecture. Just before Revan sensed it was time for the shell to clam up once more. No pun intended, Revan snorted to himself. The clam let out a soundless wail as its flesh fiercely vibrated before going still, dead. Talon immediately dashed in and grabbed the pearl. If someone had attempted to take it during the fight, they would have found that it was protected by some sort of invisible barrier from the system. While the clam was alive, it was impossible to steal the pearl from its perch. Taking the pearl was further proof that the fight was over. Talon held the pearl above his head in a victory pose, a beaming smile on his face. Revan rolled his eyes at his friend, but Talon didn't care. He simply stashed the pearl away in his storage pouch. The clam didn't shrivel up and float away to reveal a tunnel like the first boss. The way to the third floor was actually inside the clam shell, behind the meat. It was more system shenanigans. There was no way such a thing would be possible on the outside of a dungeon. The party once more followed Revan into the tunnel leading to the next floor, and they stopped at another pressurized side room on the way down. Well, that was interesting, Revan said once they were all inside. I never would have guessed that the clam's shell was that tough. We even proved just how much damage we can cause by killing it in less than half the time most other parties around our level take. Yeah, if my ethereal arsenal didn't do physical damage, I would have taken a stab at it, Rafik said. Talon sniggered at the comment. Rafik just gave a short chuckle after realizing how he had worded the statement. I was definitely surprised, Kefira agreed, especially considering the nature of space affinity spells. They typically shear right through defense, even mana defense. It's not really that big of a deal, Revan said. We'll just have to keep it in mind when we try for the hard mode in the future. If our strategy is to blitz through the dungeon, having to spend multiple minutes on the clam no matter what will be a real headache. I still haven't figured out how anyone managed to get to the final boss and kill it on a single breath, Talon said, shaking his head. There has to be some sort of trick to it that we're not seeing. I think I have an idea, but I want to wait and see if anyone else thinks the same thing before I reveal it, Rafik said. It's a good problem-solving opportunity for you all, and just giving you the answer would rob you of the chance to critically think about it. That's fair, Revan said. I've not really thought too hard about it yet, only in passing. If we can't figure it out before it's time for the last delve before leaving, we'll ask. Sure, no reason to prevent you from making the attempt trying to let you figure it out for yourselves, Rafik agreed. That would do more harm than good. All right then, Revan said. 20-minute break before moving on to the next floor. The next one is the labyrinth. I don't think it'll pose too much of a problem for us with our unique advantages, but I can see how it could be annoying for most other groups. It apparently takes the most time to clear, especially for first-timers. After that, the last floor is basically just a boss room, and we're done. The others nodded their heads before relaxing to catch their breath and calm down after the boss fight. They were nearly done with their first delve, and then they could focus on figuring out how to do it with only one breath, a task that maybe only Rafik had figured out just yet. Once more, the group descended to a new floor. There was no difference in the lighting as before, but the oppressive feeling Revan sensed from the darkness beyond his senses grew more oppressive. The tunnel leading to the third floor led straight into more tunnels. The true start of the third floor was an intersection with multiple openings leading every which way but up. Revan could see more smaller intersections further down, though that did have multiple avenues leading upward. I have a phenomenal advantage on this floor with my divine sense, but it's not nearly as beneficial as one might initially think, Revan thought to himself as he surveyed the various options. I actually can't see far enough into the maze to immediately make the correct decision, and as far as I know, there's more than one exit leading to the fourth floor. No, the real advantage I have on this floor is my insistence to level up map making. My mental map provides an accurate enough representation that it would be impossible to get lost. My divine sense just helps me fill out the mental map without having to travel down all of the tunnels. We'll just have to travel a certain distance in order to find the main path leading to the exit. Too bad for the others we're not doing that, though, Ryevin chuckled to himself. They all obviously knew about the third floor from the information packet. They all also knew about Ryevin's inherent advantage when it came to complicated mazes. They had a discussion about the third floor before starting their delve, and considering they were here for the experience of the dungeon and not to push for the hard mode or a fast time, they all agreed to have Ryevin take a back seat on their first delve on the third floor. Don't want to mess up all the fun. The dungeon never recreates the same maze twice, or at least there's enough variation between them that it appears that way, so there's no point in memorizing a path. There was a time limit, though. If they didn't find their way to the fourth floor within 2 hours, Ryevin would take charge and lead them there the straightest way possible. As far as Ryevin knew, he was the only person with a map-making skill nearly as high as his own. He didn't even know if any of the others had even unlocked the skill. He had certainly never seen any of them making any or doodling. That wasn't his problem, though. Maybe this floor would be a wake-up call to the others, that they might need to expand their repertoire a bit more. Ryevin nodded to Talon, and the other man smiled as he took the lead. Talon didn't hesitate and immediately shifted them to the left. The tunnel Talon chose to explore wasn't one of the ones that immediately went down. Ryevin's mental map filled out in his mind as he observed the surroundings as they moved through the tunnel. Talon had been the obvious next best choice for leading everyone through the labyrinth. With his ability to phase through walls, he could check every now and then their progress more accurately than the rest of the party members. Kefira might be able to do something with her space magic, but she would need time to hone such a spell. Making maps wasn't something that had occurred to her as an application of her affinity. She could break into that aspect of it, though Ryevin could see infinite use in the real world where she could map vast amounts of land quick and easy without having to actually go there. It might be a good idea to come down here while we wait for it to reset with the express purpose of just letting her do such a thing. I'll talk to her about it when we're topside. This was something they probably could have thought about before starting their delve, but not every idea was always obvious. Sometimes people were too close to the problem, and they didn't see it until it was right on top of them. Ryevin just shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't an emergency situation they had to handle on the fly, so they would just take it as it came. Ryevin noticed a shadow darting along a tunnel parallel to their path. He could see in his perception that the two tunnels would eventually bend toward each other and connect at an intersection in the distance. Shadow was the first humanoid monster Ryevin saw in the dungeon. The third and fourth floors of the dungeon moved away from oceanic monsters to sentient beings. Ryevin didn't know if there was a sapient version of them somewhere out in the ocean, but he assumed there was at least somewhere. That seemed to be the case with many higher-tier humanoid monsters he'd encountered. If it was true, though, they would most likely be cousins to these creatures. The humanoids on the third floor were known as Sahuagin. They mostly armed themselves with long-reach weapons like harpoons and tridents, but that wasn't always the case. It was rare to see them wielding a bladed weapon like a sword or dagger, but it wasn't unheard of. They were typically the same average size as people, but they looked similar to the lizard folks Ryevin had previously encountered. The major difference, though, was the webbing on their hands and feet. They were still dexterous enough to handle weapons easily enough, but they could also swim quite powerfully due to their webbing. The single shadow that Ryevin spotted swimming parallel to them was armed with a traditional three-pronged harpoon. It looked dull and rusty, but it was a weapon in a Tier 4 dungeon, so there was very little chance it would break apart upon use. Ryevin didn't alert the others to the presence of the monster. They had also agreed that he wouldn't warn anyone of an ambush ahead of time, unless he detected something that would potentially very dangerous. They based their assessment on what constituted very dangerous based on what Rafix and Viria would be able to easily pick up and handle on short notice. That had eventually come out to 15 enemies. If Ryevin spotted ambushers, he would keep silent unless he spotted 15 or more. He would obviously be part of defending against the ambushers. He wasn't completely out of the equation, but he wasn't used in gauging the difficulty of an encounter because it was literally impossible to surprise him. They had all poured through the information packet multiple times. It was possible to run into multiple groups of Sahuagins, converging on one intersection at a time on the third floor. It was unlikely to happen, but not impossible. Most of the Sahuagin groups were small, only consisting of 1 to 3, at least at the top of the maze. As a party ventured deeper into the tunnels, the groups would grow larger in size until they capped out at around 8. That was one of the main methods for ascertaining whether a party was headed in the right direction or not. If they were making progress toward the exit, the enemy encounters would increase in scale. If they backtracked down a wrong path, the enemy resistance would grow lighter. Ryevin tracked the shadow as it kept pace with the group. He didn't know what the creature thought it could accomplish on its own, but it was a dungeon monster without much intelligence. They were all aggressive and lacked critical thinking due to their nature of simply being a shadow of a real thing. The Sahuagin, based on keeping pace with the group, obviously had some way to track the party. That wasn't something that was in the information packet. Rievin didn't know if it was because others were never able to see them outside of encountering them in an ambush, or if it was just left off as a test for the parties. Rievin leaned toward the former. Other than not spelling out how to accomplish activating the hard mode, the information packet didn't lack information on the enemies and what to expect. This was something he could potentially add to the information packet for the Adventurers Guild, though he didn't know if anyone would be able to capitalize on the information or not. That part wasn't his consideration, though. Just providing the information was enough. The tunnel eventually started to slowly shift direction, and before long, the Sahuagin popped up, trident first, in front of the group. Talon activated his shifting skill and flashed to the side as Kimberly took the split-second opportunity of the monster, losing its goal to dash forward and jab her spear into the amphibious humanoid's throat. The Sahuagin dropped its trident and clutched its throat as its legs flailed. Blood streamed from between its fingers as it struggled. Even though it was just a shadow of a real creature, something created by the dungeon, there was no reason to let it suffer. Kimberly followed up the throat jab with another stab to the heart. The two fatal wounds compounded with each other and did enough damage to end the creature's life. Rievin nodded his head at the quick thinking of the duo. It hadn't gone to waste that they had spent years working together doing dungeon delves under the supervision of his father. Rievin just hoped that he could extrapolate that expertise to the mercenary company. It wasn't a huge deal if nothing spectacular came of having them take leadership roles among the mercenaries, but it was something that they were probably going to be participating in for the foreseeable future. Nobody had any idea how long or how many invasions there were going to be, but the scale they had seen so far indicated something that would take years, possibly decades. It wouldn't make sense not to try and squeeze something out of his friends for the benefit of the other mercenaries. All of the other mercenaries themselves were mostly professional adventurers and had lots of experience in dungeons. The difference between them and Rievin's friends, though, was that they were mostly from those that were stuck in the lower rung of difficulty in Tier 4 dungeons, and they hadn't been trained by Rafix. Rievin had seen the capabilities of all of the adventurers turned mercenary before they were officially added to the roster. There had been very few that could rival the display he had seen from his childhood friends. Talon took the opportunity to halt their progress and phase through the walls. Rievin watched him through his divine sense. He didn't get the same type of interference in his perception of his friend's movements through solid matter as he did through the water. It was easy to track him. In order for Talon to not get disoriented, he only phased in two directions at a time. He went through a wall and then immediately reversed to come back. It would be a disaster if he didn't pay attention and ended up phasing through multiple walls and got disoriented. Rievin would be able to easily find him, but there was no reason to waste all that time in having to look for him, so he just eliminated that possibility. There wasn't enough information for Talon to make an accurate depiction of where they were just yet, and even Rievin's mental map was still inadequate. Talon glanced at Rievin when he was done to see if he could glean anything from his face. Rievin just stared back at his friend with a small smile. Talon rolled his eyes and led the party down the tunnel again the Sahuagin had come from. It led deeper into the maze, though it would only marginally increase Rievin's own mental map until they passed their initial location. Rievin wasn't worried about it. The party continued moving through tunnels, meeting ambushes that mostly progressively got more difficult. The few times they encountered smaller groups of enemies, Talon would make some sort of adjustment that only he understood, and the party would once more be on track. Every now and then, there was a small depression in the wall with some pressurized air bubbles they could take advantage of. Another difficulty of this floor was the possibility of choosing paths that incidentally didn't have any air pockets. It was very possible for a party to get into a fatal situation where they would succumb to drowning on this floor. The third floor was a watershed for this dungeon. Most of the younger delvers weren't confident enough to make it to the end of the maze, so they would stop after killing the second floor boss. Once they were able to no longer struggle on the first two floors, it was customary to have one of the older delvers go with them to introduce them to the third floor maze. Most of the people deviling the dungeon on the island were locals. They weren't just going to feed them to the wolves, so to say. Even outside adventurers knew to hire a guide before tackling the third floor. Rievin's party was an anomaly. He must have either a skill for navigating dungeons, or he's just naturally inclined to it, Rievin thought. I don't think I could have done any better, even with my advantages. I would still need to flesh out the map in my head, but Talon seems to be able to instinctually find the right way to go. The Sahuagin were at the upper end of low tier 4. Their weapons and armor posed no danger to the group, and they weren't exactly masters of combat. Their maneuverability in the water as compared to humans who weren't designed to live in the water was their main advantage, but Rievin's party wasn't too hindered from moving about in the water. They didn't employ any kind of group tactics to take advantage of their variety of weapons. If they had been able to more effectively set ambushes and use their weapons how they were designed, it would have been much more difficult. As it was, each battle was just a melee as the Sahuagin charged in just like Tier 1 goblins. Even though Talon was leading them at a quick speed through the labyrinth, it was just a really big maze. It took about 90 minutes, half an hour less than the agreed-upon 2-hour limit, for Talon to lead the group into a much larger room that signaled the end of the floor. Reevan could see multiple tunnels leading back up into the maze, but it looked like they were on a brand new floor. They had a solid ceiling above their heads and a large open area below them. It was an illusion, though. They were still on the 3rd floor. The boss of the floor waited below. Now that they were out of the maze, Talon flashed everyone a cheeky grin before bowing and dramatically offering the leadership back to Reevan. Reevan just patted his friend on the shoulder with a smile of his own before floating out in the lead position. They still needed to locate their horizontal position on the floor. There were many different ways to reach the boss room, apparently, and they couldn't just expect the boss to be right there. There were no longer any more monster groups other than the boss below the maze, though, and because of the nature of the floor, the monsters that weren't killed in the maze didn't flock to the boss. It only took another couple of minutes to find the final encounter of the floor. There was no mistaking it. For one, there were no other monster groups remaining on the floor. For two, the boss was a giant Sahuagin. He was twice as large as any of the other creatures. There was a small army of mundane Sahuagin arrayed before the boss. They reminded Reevan of the Imperial Guard. There were 20 of them, and their gear was much less rusty than the ambushers in the maze. They were also uniform in their weaponry and armor. They had full kits of armor, including helmets, and they all had tridents. Contrary to expectation, the Sahuagin boss didn't have a giant trident. He was armored just like the other monsters, but he had 2 discs loosely hovering around each of his hands. Reevan frowned as he saw the weapons. 2 discs. I'm not sure I've ever considered a weapon like that before. Maybe I can experiment in the future, depending on how those things work. Reevan could sense Mana tethering the weapons to the giant Sahuagin's hands. If he had to guess, he would bet that they were ranged weapons that the Sahuagin could recall back to himself like a guided boomerang. Reevan glanced at his party members and nodded his head in the direction of the small Sahuagin army. Only Reevan had spotted them so far. The others were still relegated to the distance imposed by the system's ambient lighting. The others nodded their heads back as they hefted their weapons. Reevan dove straight at the lined-up Sahuagins. He accelerated to pick up speed and close the distance as quickly as possible. He didn't want the enemies to have enough time to organize themselves. This was a boss fight, so they could expect some level of coordination between the monsters dictated by the system. Reevan used his Traveler affinity and crashed into the midst of the Sahuagins before they had the chance to react to their approach. Rafix was right behind him and tore into the group a short distance away. The two pierced through the group, but they didn't immediately head to the boss Sahuagin. They gained the attention of the little ones, engaged them for a brief moment, and then swam away in 2 different directions. They pulled the cohesive Sahuagin apart at the middle, separating them into 2 different groups. Kefira, Cyrilla, and Talon waited just out of range near Reevan, and Viria, Zudrid, and Kimberly waited near Rafix. Reevan's danger sense screamed at him, and he banked hard to the right without hesitation. It moved faster than he was able to perceive it perfectly with his divine sense, but the lingering mana attached to the force that blew past him, pushing him off course with the force of the water displaced by the fast-moving object, informed Reevan that it had been one of the discs. Reevan could see with his divine sense that the boss Sahuagin had targets both him and his father at the same time. Rafix had easily avoided the attack. He was incredibly over-leveled for this dungeon. He could have probably taken the whole boss encounter on by himself and come out unscathed. That would have defeated the purpose, though. Reevan kept his focus as he drew closer to the waiting party members. He didn't want to get too close to them, though in case the boss launched another attack and the disc accidentally tore through his friends. The others had noticed the attack and what Reevan was doing, so they approached from an angle. Kefira stayed back and started pelting the lesser Sahuagin with her spells as Cyrilla and Talon dashed in. Talon activated his ability to quickly pass through them and engage them in a pincer attack as Cyrilla tanked them from the front. Reevan launched a couple of attacks at the flank before peeling off. He and his father brought the lesser creatures away from the boss, and now it was time for them to converge on him again. They would take him together. If they left the boss alone to his own devices without being engaged, he would begin to randomly target party members. It wouldn't have been too big of a deal if he was armed with a more conventional weapon, but the 2 ranged discs could pose a real problem for them, especially if he could attack consistently with the same speed and force as before. The 2 discs screamed back to the boss as Reevan dodged to the side to avoid it again. The boss was clearly able to manipulate it at a great distance, and he had tried to catch Reevan in the back once more. Reevan dashed forward, and arrived at the giant Sahuagin at almost the exact same time his father did as well. The two discs being manipulated by the Sahuagin rotated around either of his hands as the giant looked back and forth between the two smaller men. Without any indication, the giant Sahuagin launched his weapons to engage both of them at the same time again. They didn't scream at them at an unbelievable pace like before, though. The two discs seemed like separate entities entirely as they circled about the two men as they attacked from all directions. The boss didn't stand still, either. He was capable of manipulating the weapons in two different fronts at the same time and physically engage both of them at once, too. A fierce fight, much tougher than Ryevin had expected, erupted between the three of them. Ryevin was momentarily reminded of the time they had fought the giant man in Piori. The Sahuagin's armor wasn't nearly as effective in stopping their attacks, but the sheer ferocity and ability of the boss reminded him of that large berserker. Ryevin lost himself in the fight. It was the most exhilarating part of the dungeon so far. He had to constantly be aware of the location of both discs. The Sahuagin was able to launch attacks at either of them with either disc at any time. It also slashed with the claws on its hands, kicked and bit at both of them. Ryevin and Rafix were small whirlpools of destruction, though, and they whittled down the boss over time. Their weapons found purchase in gaps in the armor and cleaved through the metal in some situations. The boss gradually slowed down in its physical movements, though the discs never slowed. Eventually, the boss couldn't keep up with the damage inflicted on it. A threshold was reached, and the damage Ryevin and Rafix caused exponentially increased, and the giant boss Sahuagin died. The two discs lost their connection to the giant and crashed to the seafloor. Ryevin checked over himself and found that he was surprisingly cut in many different places. None of the wounds were serious, but he hadn't suffered a single injury all the way until this fight in the entire dungeon. He shared a look with his father, and the two smiled at each other. Unsurprisingly, Rafix didn't have any injuries on his body. Ryevin turned and found the rest of the party members floating nearby. Ryevin indicated to the seafloor with his head, and the party headed down. The exit to the next floor was nearby, where the boss Sahuagin had been hovering in the water, and the group made their way to the final rest area before exploring the last floor of the dungeon. Ryevin looked around the room in confusion. He recognized the faces surrounding him, but not the circumstances of his arrival. There was also a disconnect in his perception, screaming for his attention, but his thinking was coming a bit sluggish. Lin, a familiar face he hadn't seen for years, bounded toward him with a happy expression on her face. She hadn't changed at all, but Ryevin now looked down on her due to his increased height. She seemed like a much younger woman to him, now though he knew she was several years older than him. She grabbed his hand and turned to drag him out into the ballroom. He looked around, searching for his companions he knew should be around. He spotted Talon and Kimberly chatting a short distance away, and he relaxed for a moment. Relaxing, though, immediately caused his mind to scream at him that there was something wrong. Now was not the time to be relaxing and taking everything for granted. The spike in alarm caused him to focus on his divine sense, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what his skill was telling him. Right in front of his eyes was an elaborate ballroom filled with people enjoying a banquet and dancing, but his divine sense told a different story. It was shrouded and hazy, like there was some sort of mental interference. The main takeaway for Ryevin, though, was that he could tell there was absolutely no ballroom filled with people. Ryevin dug his heels into the ground. Lin turned to look at him with a questioning look on her face, but she never spoke. In fact, the murmur of conversation, upon closer inspection by Ryevin, came back as mostly gibberish. There was one underlying message among the voices, though. Relax, they whispered. Come with us. Join us. Ryevin pulled on his hand held by Lin. Lin's questioning look turned into a frown, and her grip turned into a vice on his wrist. It wasn't enough to cause any pain, but if Ryevin's stats were the same as when he had first met Lin, he would likely have been crippled by the amount of force contained in her grip. That's not right, Ryevin momentarily thought. Lin was from a Tier 1 region. She wasn't strong enough to cause crippling damage from a simple grip. Ryevin shook his head violently. There was so much wrong with the situation, but his thoughts weren't coming to him coherently, and any time he started to get a grip on the situation, the whispers would interfere and start lulling him into relaxation once more, starting the cycle anew. There was one thought that kept trying to make its way to the forefront, but it kept getting washed away by the interference. Ryevin buckled down on forcing the thought to the front of his mind, and he felt a pulse from his mental fortitude skill as it breached. Where is Kefira? The thought brought him up completely short. He looked around and immediately spotted her floating next to him. She had her eyes closed, hair gently floating in the water as one of their new friends wrapped its arms and legs around her. Wait, what? Ryevin's own wrist was being held by one of their beautiful new friends. She smiled at him with the face of Lin as she tried to drag him away from his party, but Ryevin instinctively resisted the pull. The face of the creature morphed into fury. A terrifying visage covered the vaguely human features, and a powerful pulse of mental energy assaulted Ryevin. Ryevin screamed. He pulled his stamina, mana, and chi all together, using them all to fuel his mental resistance, and a powerful pulse of his own repelled the intruding energy. The whispers muted and Ryevin fully came back to himself, floating on the fourth floor of the dungeon. Ryevin's divine sense skill came back fully to his perception. They were surrounded by the sirens that made the fourth floor their home. Each one of his party members had an individual siren wrapping their body around them, sucking their health away slowly, one tick at a time. Ryevin's mental resistance had been stronger than theirs because of his mental resistance skills, so he hadn't fully fallen to the enemy yet. Even Rafix was caught and had a siren starting to feed on his life force. The situation they were in flashed through Ryevin's mind in an instant. Rage, fury, and terror filled him as he flooded his body instinctively with his chi. The world slowed down around him. His sword was in its sheath one moment, the next it was drawing an arc away from the furious siren's neck, quickly followed by the severed head shooting away with black blood billowing out of the siren's neck. "Wake up," Ryevin screamed, once more pulsing his mental fortitude skill. He empowered it with his chi and used it in a way he never had before. Instead of just passively resisting and letting him push through tough situations, the skill actively left his body and covered his companions. Ryevin's shout, plus the added mental fortitude skill covering them, shook his companions out of their stupor. They didn't immediately wake up, though, and the sirens surrounding them plus the ones wrapped around their bodies tried to put them back into an illusion. Ryevin, though, was having none of it. He immediately launched a torrent of magic at the sirens surrounding them in a sphere. Lightning protected from discharging in the water, with a protective mana cover ripped into their ranks. They were all inherently weak to the element, and it paralyzed their bodies and minds. Ryevin's sword flashed once more. A hole appeared in the forehead of the siren holding onto Kefira. Ryevin's sword flashed again and again. Each time he stabbed, another siren within the party was slain with a hole in their head. In less than a second of real time, Ryevin had immobilized and stunned the entire small army of sirens, putting pressure on them with their illusions, and killed all the ones actively draining the life of his party members. With the world slowed down all around him, it felt like almost a full minute to Ryevin, but his system clock showed it was incredibly brief. The sirens that had wrapped themselves around his companions slowly loosened their arms as they began to float away. The party members, despite the active illusion casting being broken, were still struggling to break free and wake up, but they would come around in a few seconds. Ryevin didn't wait for them, though. He was still empowered by his chi, a state he hadn't intentionally entered for since the first time fighting against the robed archer. He wanted to get as much insight into the state as he could while it lasted. He launched himself at the paralyzed sirens. There were still sparks of electricity coursing through the bodies of the sirens. Ryevin didn't continue using his mana to attack them. He simply tore into them with his sword. Not only were they paralyzed and unable to react, Ryevin was moving at such incredible speeds that even if they had been able to, it wouldn't have mattered. The sirens looked like a cross between humans and fish. Their top half was that of a human, but they had tails instead of feet. Their upper bodies were bare and they had no clothing or gear of any kind. They didn't even have any weapons. Ryevin paid no attention to the female sirens. He was simply butchering monsters. The resemblance to human females didn't elicit any kind of attraction in him at all. Blood quickly filled the waters, obscuring the bodies from sight, but Ryevin could still perfectly perceive with his divine sense. It was over in a matter of what seemed like minutes, but it only took Ryevin 20 seconds to kill all of the enemies. His divine sense told him there were 42 sirens, including the ones that had approached his party members. That doesn't match with what the dossier says. Ryevin frowned. There should have only been the boss and its entourage, a total of 4 sirens. This wasn't even the group of sirens attached to the boss, and there were 10 times as many as expected. Ryevin let the chi recede to his core. He paid attention to the way it felt as it was flooding his body and as it retreated into his core to get a better understanding of it. He felt like he learned quite a bit from the process, but he would have to experiment with it later before he fully figured out how to actively use it at will. Ryevin used his mana to wrap up his party members and drag them back up to the tunnel leading to the 3rd floor. He led them all into the air pocket room. They moved mechanically under his direction, so he wasn't hindered by them being stuck in an illusion. What happened? Rafix was the first to come out of the illusion he had been trapped in. He looked around and noticed they were in the break room to the 4th floor. He looked at the other party members and noticed them similarly beginning to come out of their stupors. Kefira was the next to recover, most likely due to her increased mental stats because of her class, Ryevin guessed. He walked over to her to inspect her to see if she was all right. There were no visible injuries on her person, but he would have to ask her about the energy he clearly felt being drained away. "What's going on?" she asked Ryevin. "Let's wait for everyone else to fully come to," Ryevin said. "It'll only take a moment." Just like Ryevin said, the others quickly recovered. Varya and Zudrid were the next to recover. Talon, Kimberly, and Cyrilla all snapped out of it at about the same time, though nobody really took too long to escape the illusions after Reevan broke the siren's active attacks. We were too complacent, Reevan said once everyone was looking at him. We thought we didn't have anything to worry about, so we were too lax on our entrance to the fourth floor. I don't know why, but the boss floor was completely different than what was in the dossier. Instead of just the boss encounter with a few extra monsters, there was an entire army of sirens waiting in ambush for us. I can't remember how we got trapped, though. Anyone else? Reevan looked at each of his friends in turn. They all shook their heads. The last thing I remember is heading toward the exit of the third floor, Kefira said after a second. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Me too, Reevan said. And we wouldn't have bypassed the waiting room between the third and fourth floors, so we're missing at least 15 minutes of memories prior to getting caught. What about you, Dad? I'm the same, Rafix answered. Nothing between the third boss and waking up. I barely even remember the illusion I was under. In retrospect, it was a strange choice the sirens used to trap us with. The only thing I really remember is that it wasn't really anything I was all that interested in. Yeah, I had an illusion of a past event, Reevan said. It was the feast after defeating the demon and revenants that crawled out of the hole by the revenant dungeon. I was attending a luncheon with some nobles, Kefira admitted. Each of the party members recounted an event pulled from their memories, but it wasn't anything particularly captivating for them. It seems strange, Reevan said. I believe it's probably dungeon shenanigans. It was giving us an illusion of something adjacent to something we're interested in, but not the actual thing, probably giving us a way to fight it off. If I didn't have a skill that enabled me to interrupt their hold on me, I imagine we all would have eventually been able to figure out something was wrong and fight free. The other anomaly is the number of sirens. I think I know the reason for that. Rafix held up his hand. It's my presence. Everyone looked at him with a bit of surprise. Think about it. The dossier mentions this room is the boss plus a few extras. The main encounter is fighting off illusions, but I'm well into tier 5. The system probably messed with the makeup of the floor in order to be able to trap me in an illusion. That makes sense, Reevan said, nodding his head, though I haven't heard of a dungeon being dynamic like that before. It's not unheard of, Rafix shrugged. It's not really the dungeon itself being dynamic, it's the encounter. This encounter is one of fighting off illusions. They needed the power to capture our party, so the whole floor was altered according to the system to make it happen. Everyone should check their health and stamina, Reevan said. They were draining energy from everyone while we were trapped in the illusion. This will give us a gauge of how much danger we were actually in. Everyone's eyes focused on an invisible screen in front of them for a second. Reevan waited for them all to focus their attention back on each other. I only lost about 1% of health and stamina, Kefira answered first. Same, Talon nodded his head. He looked at Kimberly and she nodded her head in agreement. What about the two of you? Reevan asked the two cultivators. Same, about 1%, Zudrid answered. I only lost a couple points, Rafix said. Not anywhere even close to even 1%. Yeah, it looked like they had just started on you when I broke free from the illusion, Reevan said. I don't know how long it had been for everyone else, but based on what everyone said, it sounds like a couple points per second for both health and stamina. That would give us practically forever to break free, Talon said. Doesn't sound very dangerous at all, especially for a fourth floor. I imagine that's only supposed to be the opening of the fight, Rafix said wryly. I would bet the encounter is supposed to be us getting trapped and fighting it off, then followed by being disoriented as we get free, which will allow them to engage us in combat where we're at a disadvantage, and then once we're fully in control again, we'll have to fight to regain the initiative. Wonder Boy over here broke the paradigm. He moved so fast, Phase 2 and 3 were never an option for the monsters. Everyone chuckled at that. Reevan simply smiled and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I managed to enter the state where I was infused with chi again, so I took advantage of it. I was able to fight off one of the robed assailants by myself under that condition. These guys were nothing compared to them. Anyway, let's take a short break before heading back down again. We still have the boss to kill and then we're done. Sounds good, Talon said. They didn't take too long to recover. Aside from losing a bit of their health and stamina, they hadn't really suffered anything. There were no lasting effects from being caught in the siren's ambush. Let's be a bit more careful, this time, Reevan said as they once more descended to the fourth floor. They moved a bit more cautiously. Reevan wrapped his mind in a cocoon with his mental fortitude skill. He felt like he had made a breakthrough with his utilization of the skill. He would have to check his notifications after they got out of the dungeon. He wanted to wait and see everything all at once instead of piecemeal, so he didn't check whenever they had time while still in the dungeon. Reevan's divine sense radiated out. It had grown by a couple of yards in radius since even the start of the dungeon delve. Its growth wasn't sudden per each uptick in skill level, and that aspect of the skill was more pronounced the higher his skill level grew. Each new skill level covered more ground than the one before it. It was an exponential growth rate, too. I can't imagine how far the skill will reach by the time I reach level 100 with it, Ryevin thought. It's going to be insane, though. That being said, I have no idea how the sirens managed to sneak up on me like that. There had to have been something projected toward us that my skill couldn't detect. There were no other surprises on the 4th floor. Ryevin led them around in a ring to scout the area, but there were no other groups of sirens waiting for them. He looked at the other party members and nodded to signal they were moving to the final boss encounter. The boss came into his skill's perception. Ryevin halted and combed through the waters with his divine sense, attempting to figure out if there was anything that could help him figure out how the other group had gotten the drop on them. There were no mana signatures in the water that he could detect. There also wasn't any kind of energy, resembling what he understood to represent stamina, either. He strained and felt like there was something on the periphery, but it was hazy and indistinct. If he wasn't looking for it, he would have never noticed it. What is that? He couldn't figure it out. It wasn't mana. It wasn't stamina. It wasn't chi. He had no idea what it was, but it was definitely subtle and well hidden. Ryevin projected his mental fortitude outward once more as he began to descend again. His skill met with the strange energy hiding in the water, and an intense reaction suddenly exploded out in a fierce battle of opposing energy. At first, the energies seemed to be equal in strength. Ryevin bore down with his will and applied his iron will skill to his mental fortitude. The opposing energy could only retreat in the face of the empowered skill. The boss immediately noticed something was wrong. It looked up and made direct eye contact with Ryevin. Ryevin felt like there was a spark of awareness in the monster's eyes for a brief second, but it quickly disappeared. It happened so fast that he didn't know if he had actually seen it or not. The boss wasn't larger than the 3 accompanying sirens like the Sahuagin boss had been. Instead, the boss was distinguishable by its pearl and shell necklace. Fierce mana signatures emanated off of the accessory. Kylie and Riley would be interested in checking that thing out, Ryevin idly thought. Hopefully it's a drop, otherwise I'll just have to remember as much about it as I can and tell them about it. Ryevin dashed ahead. The party followed in his wake. They were unhindered by illusions this time as Ryevin had suppressed the sirens' ability to affect them. The party quickly engaged the sirens in melee combat, with Kefira and Varia hanging back to launch ranged attacks at them. The sirens, even the boss, weren't very impressive when they had no access to their opening gambit. They had no weapons and their bodies weren't designed for combat. It was their mental powers that made them so dangerous. Wait, mental powers. Ryevin had an epiphany. That's what was in the waters. Wait, so does that mean there's an entire other form of energy I need to learn to manipulate? Ryevin felt the urge to roll his eyes. He had too many things to train already. A whole new subsection wouldn't have any place on his plate at the moment. Maybe there's something else. The system did mention I already had the perfect foundation, so it doesn't make sense that I completely missed out on something. This requires further investigation. Now wasn't the time to worry about it. Even if he did figure it out, he didn't plan on devoting any time to training a new method anytime soon. The fight was over very quickly. The sirens, robbed of their main form of combat, weren't able to put up much of a fight. They tried to initiate illusions a couple more times in desperation, but Ryevin kept a bubble around himself and the others with his mental fortitude skill. They were unable to land a foothold in their psyches. The party members destroyed the 4th floor boss encounter in short order. Ryevin felt a swirl of power a short distance away as the siren boss succumbed to its injuries and perished. He looked up and saw a chest sitting on the sand of the seabed where before there had been nothing. They all shared a look and smiled at each other as Ryevin swam down to inspect the spoils of their victory. Ryevin flipped the lid to the spawned chest. The others waited a short distance away for him to pull whatever he found out from inside. They weren't so impatient that they crowded around him. A soft glow entered Ryevin's eyes as the lid opened, and he reached in to grab the contents. There were a couple items inside the chest, but there was nothing spectacular that stood out to Ryevin. The first item he pulled out was a serrated dagger. The material used looked to be standard Tier 4 metal, and the jagged edges were reminiscent of the teeth of the sharks found throughout the dungeon. Ryevin threw an identify at the weapon. Shark bite. SDR plus 30. Dex plus 80. VIT plus 50. A sharp dagger embodying the essence of the sea predator. Ryevin was a little surprised at the high stat gains attached to the weapon. He hadn't done too much research into higher-tier magical gear as his own equipment had been more than enough for him until recently. It's definitely time to update my gear, he thought. Right now, the stat bonuses are a mere fraction of a percent. They basically do nothing for me. If I had 7 pieces of gear to replace my armor with stats like this, though, it would actually make a difference. The features of the dagger were considerably higher than anything Ryevin had, but he wasn't interested in replacing his new sword. He showed it to Talon. Talon took it briefly, inspected the attributes of the weapon, but he shook his head and handed it back, patting his own dagger equipped at his side. Ryevin understood Talon was telling him his own weapons were already better. Maybe I can see if the twins can enchant my new sword, Ryevin considered. I don't know how enchanting already forged gear works, or even if it's possible. It must be, though. I know that not all magical gear comes from within the dungeons. I'll just have to ask. Weapons and gear didn't expressly indicate how much damage they could cause or prevent. It was far more complicated than listing a range of numbers. And individual skills, stats, accuracy, and target were all major factions. Weapons of certain tiers definitely had an impact on how much damage they could cause, as well as armors being able to withstand more. A Tier 1 metal was never going to be as effective as a Tier 4 metal, after all. There was also a major difference in stats on higher tier gear. Even though the Revenant dungeon was technically Tier 3 because of the monsters inside, it was in a Tier 1 region. That and the fact it was mainly a resource dungeon played a huge factor in the gear one could find inside. Ryevin's armor from inside the dungeon was pseudo Tier 2, and the set bonuses and protections from evil made up the difference between them and Tier 1 gear. The material was equivalent to Tier 2, but the stats still reflected the dungeon's status as a Tier 1 dungeon. One had to have the necessary stats and skills to draw out the potential of higher tier gear, though. Equipping a Tier 4 weapon with a Tier 2 class wasn't going to suddenly make the person much stronger. Likewise, a crafter class was likely to not be able to draw out the potential of combat gear, either, even if they had the necessary stats. There was a reason the blacksmith Boulder didn't sell his masterpiece to just anyone. It was more a limiting factor of having subpar gear at higher levels than enhancing oneself at a lower level. Ryevin found that out the hard way when he and his companions were unable to contend with the armor of the giant man in Piori, and later his weapon shattered from his own power. It had been a gift for meritorious deeds and had some sentimental value to Ryevin, but the mana sword had been crafted from merely Tier 1 materials. There was only so much even a grandmaster could do with lesser materials. Ryevin hadn't paid too much attention to the quality of his gear, as it had gotten him by just fine for a long time, but he was seriously motivated to upgrade his and his mercenaries' gear at this point. The regular soldiers of the invaders had barely any gear to speak of for the most part, and even the elite's gear wasn't anything special, but that only pertained to the basic foot soldiers of the invaders. The true elites, the robed men and women, were outfitted with what Ryevin suspected to be Tier 5 gear. Considering the scale of the enemy forces, they likely had extremely capable craftsmen making it, as well. There was no way just using basic gear would be enough in the long run. He wouldn't need to equip the basic soldier of his mercenary company with Tier 5 gear, though. They wouldn't be able to fully utilize even Tier 4 gear at their current level. Not paying too much attention to the finer details, though, was no longer acceptable. He would need to consult with the officers and his family, including Kefira, to come up with the proper policy, but he had an outline already formed in his mind. They would provide basic Tier 3 chest and head armor for the basic mercenary, and everything else would be Tier 2. They would be allowed to supplement their gear with their own, though. I should probably make some allowances for rank and grade, too, Ryevin thought as he placed the serrated dagger in his storage pouch. It can go in ascending order: squad leaders, platoon sergeants, platoon commanders, company commanders. They should have something to distinguish them and give them a sense of accomplishment, too. Little things like that surprisingly go a long way to improving morale. The next object Ryevin removed from the chest was a pearl necklace. He used his identify skill once more. Necklace of the Soothing Waves. Int plus 65. CLA plus 65. VIT plus 30. Provides a soothing pulse that calms the mind. Moderate resistance to illusions. This one was actually very interesting. It would be effective for anyone, especially locals who were able to reach the 4th floor of this dungeon consistently. There weren't any dungeons in Wispen that had monsters that could cast illusions, though so Ryevin would consult with the others about selling it before they left. Kahl would definitely be interested in obtaining it for himself, his men, or his son. Only one necklace worn could have its effects active, though, so if anyone had access to another accessory, they would have to make a decision on which one to use. One couldn't just hang a dozen necklaces around their neck and stack the stats and effects. We already have the ability to benefit from stats and effects on numerous gear pieces. If we were able to just stack dozens or hundreds for each individual piece, that would be absolutely broken. The system also takes effort into effect. If someone who's Tier 2 had the stats and abilities of someone in Tier 4, but they were given, not earned, they would only harm their own progress. Magical enhancements to stats and effects were possible with lower tier gear, but it was very rare. People didn't seek out such gear until they had already firmly established themselves anyway. Ryevin had been an exception in wearing magically enhanced armor from the Revenant dungeon, in not only being one of the few to find some, but he was one of the few established enough at such a low level that it wouldn't negatively affect his future path. Not everyone is trying to achieve their peak potential, though Ryevin thought as he handed the necklace over to Kefira for everyone else to get a look at it. The vast majority of people are just looking to earn a living. They're not seeking ascension, so it doesn't matter if they get the best possible class. I and those around me are the weird ones if you think about it. Ryevin chuckled to himself. Most people didn't train nearly as much as he and his father did. They definitely didn't do all of the physical activities necessary to exhaust themselves. If his mercenaries hadn't joined his company, they would definitely not be doing so. Whether they continued to do so after leaving the mercenary company in the future, though, was up for debate. They had seen the difference in efficiency as compared to soldiers who didn't train their stamina as rigorously as they did. Having the ability to go stronger for longer could open up more possibilities once they returned to adventuring just as much as it improved their survival rate on the battlefield. Many of them still won't, though. They're comfortable enough in what they've already accomplished for their life goals. There wasn't a change in behavior among the Vero soldiers after seeing us able to easily outlast them in battle, either. If they're able to evacuate enough people, Prince Alec might be able to effect a policy change in the future, but most people just don't see the need. Ryevin waited for the others to inspect the necklace he handed over before pulling the last item out. Kefira handed the necklace off to each of them, and after everyone had a turn, Kefira handed it back to Ryevin with a nod. They would speak about who would wear it later once they exited the dungeon, and it wasn't such a chore to communicate. The last item in the chest was wrapped in water-resistance cloth. Ryevin pulled it out and flipped the top of the fabric away. Underneath was a handful of shiny silver scales. They reminded Ryevin of the armor the local guardians wore. This must be the source of the materials for their gear, he thought. Makes sense. After years of delving into the dungeon, they're bound to accumulate these scales in large numbers. I might have to speak with Boulder about what to do with these. He mainly had weapons on display in his shop, so he might be specialized as a weaponsmith. But even if he's not confident in making anything great with these scales, he'll know who to point me to. Ryevin turned and showed the scales to the others. After they got a good look at the last item from the chest, Ryevin flipped the fabric back over and pocketed the package in his storage pouch with the rest of the spoils. They had nothing else to do in the dungeon, so the party made their way back up to the exit. The dungeon was quite large, but now that they weren't having to traverse the entirety of each floor, it didn't take nearly as long to get back to the exit. There was still the possibility of running into roving Sahuagins on the third floor, but Ryevin used his divine sense to lead them back the exact way they had come and avoid any entanglements. They didn't stop at any of the break rooms between floors or any of the pockets of air located on the floors until they reached the first floor. Ryevin was still trying to figure out the mechanism for reaching the final floor without teleporting, and if they had to suffer a little discomfort to do so, that was the small price they would pay. The others didn't complain or signal for him to stop either. After about 45 minutes of swimming, they finally breached the surface of the water on the first floor. Everyone expelled their held air and sucked in a deep, fresh breath. "Ah, that's not something I'm going to miss," Talon said. "Yeah, it was quite annoying," Kefira echoed. "I don't have as high a vitality as the rest of you. I could feel my heart pounding in my head and my blood coursing through my veins almost the entire time. If it had been just a little longer, I would have demanded we stop for a break." Ryevin stroked his chin as he thought about what Kefira said. He didn't feel anything like that while he was holding his breath, but it was probably due to his increased vitality. He was still thinking about the problem and trying to couple it with information he recalled from his dreams of the past. People not enhanced by the system are able to hold their breath for a minute or two, not close to an hour. Is it just vitality that's the issue? Stamina? A combination of both? How does drowning kill you? He suddenly asked, turning to face his dad. "What do you mean?" Rafix asked back. "Well, I remember a conversation we had a long time ago about damage from being stabbed in the heart or getting decapitated. How does drowning deal damage?" "It's percentage-based," Rafix replied. "You're good until you start getting that sucking feeling in your chest. Once you start feeling like there's a void in your chest demanding for a breath to fill it up, you're fine. Cross that threshold and you start taking percentage damage per second. There are factors that mitigate the percentage and the time between ticks of damage, but that's the gist of it. The real danger to high-level people like us is that it doesn't matter what your stats are like at that point. Once you start taking damage, you're on the clock until you pass out from deprivation. Lost 50 of your health due to oxygen deprivation and you lose consciousness. If you're alone, that's a death sentence most of the time. If you're in a party like ours, you better hope at least one person has the skills and stats to mitigate the percentage damage and time factor. Otherwise, everyone is basically going to lose consciousness at the same time." "I see," Ryevin said. "What mitigates the damage and the time factor?" "Well, obviously the vitality stat plays a role, but it's not as important as you might think," Rafix answered. "Someone with 1,000 vitality is going to last a decent amount of time longer than someone with 500, but there's not much of a significant difference between someone with 10,000 and 5,000. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think so. It's diminishing returns. Exactly, Rafix nodded. There are probably several skills that will have an effect too, but the one I'm familiar with is breath control. It will increase the amount of health you can lose before you lose consciousness, among other things. Do you have that skill? Rievin asked. No, but I know how to get it, Rafix said. It's never been an issue before, and before you ask, no, that's not the solution I've thought of for making it to the final boss with one breath. Extending the time you have before passing out isn't going to solve the problem. Even if you reached level 100 in the skill, you would still reach 0 health before making it to the end of the dungeon. Still, working on the skill is probably a step in the right direction, Rievin said. We'll have to all work on it this week. Oh joy, Talon said, throwing his hands up and rolling his eyes dramatically. I just said I'm not going to miss the feeling of having to hold my breath for long periods of time, and you don't even want to give us a break. He glanced at Rafix. Let me guess, this is going to involve some elaborate training, isn't it? Are you going to have us carry boulders underwater this time? I don't know what you're talking about, Rafix said with an innocent expression. He and Talon stared at each other for several seconds. Right as Talon was about to look away, Rafix opened his mouth again. You don't have to be underwater to hold your breath. He flashed a wicked grin at the younger man. Talon sighed as he placed his hand on his forehead. Of course you don't, he muttered. I'll have a schedule made up by tonight, Rafix said, turning back to Rievin. Excellent. I can always count on you, Dad, Rievin said. Yeah, I spoil you, Rafix grinned. Wah, spoiled, Talon shouted. You call that spoiling? Rafix calmly looked at Talon. Well, yeah, who else takes such good care of you all? Talon just spluttered, unable to come up with any words. The others just looked at him with sympathy as Rievin and Rafix laughed at him. All right, so who's getting the necklace? Rievin asked. And do we want to sell it to the locals before we leave? The others exchanged looks. Rafix was the first to give his opinion. I think it should go to one of the ranged members, Rafix said, either Kefira or Viria. Kefira would likely get the most benefit out of it due to the stats, but it's good for anyone, really. While I wouldn't be adverse to receiving the necklace, Viria uncharacteristically spoke up. I think it would be better served with Kefira. I don't get much out of intelligence or clarity for my main methods of combat. Nobody else said anything. Rievin looked back and forth between everyone. Anyone else? He waited for a moment longer. All right, then we'll give it to Kefira. We don't have to decide if we're going to sell it or not right now. I will suggest that Kefira wait to use it on the 4th floor of the dungeon next week, though. I want everyone to try unlocking a mental resistance type skill first. That's a great idea. Rafix's eyes lit up. Talon rolled his. That sounds fine. Kefira nodded as she accepted the necklace. Kefira went ahead and put the necklace on with a smile. It was wide enough that it just slipped over her head, but after settling on her shoulders, it automatically shrunk until there was no slack. To take it off, she would just need to concentrate on removing it as she gripped it, and the necklace would revert to its original size. So are we done here? Talon asked. I don't mind the company or anything, but I'm really ready to get out of this water. Yeah, we're done, Rievin confirmed. Let's take a couple days off before getting back together again. How does that sound? What about the plan your dad's coming up with tonight? Having a plan ready and implementing the plan are two different things. We can afford to rest a couple days. Awesome. Talon pumped his fist in the air. He turned to Kimberly. All right, let's go. They were all still in the dungeon, so even though Talon said it in a way that he and Kimberly were taking off, everyone just swam to the exit. Rievin was still primarily focused on the issue of the hard mode, and Kefira recognized that he was preoccupied, so they mostly swam in silence. There was a bit of laughter and banter, but not too much. Everyone was starting to get tired anyway. In only a couple minutes, they were once more standing on the shore with the light of the exit shining in from the exit. Talon and Kimberly left hand in hand. Rievin turned to Kefira and the others. I'm going to go ahead and head back to my room, he said. Come get me if you want to go get dinner or something. The sun was still up as they left, though it was starting to get late in the afternoon. It wasn't quite evening yet, but there were restaurants and other establishments open for another several hours, so he had time to go wind down and review the day in peace. Okay, how about I just get something and bring it to you? Kefira asked. You know me so well, Rievin said with a smile. They shared a quick hug and a peck on the lips before Rievin hurried back to his room at the Adventurers Guild branch. Rievin had used his mana to dry himself off immediately after leaving the waters of the dungeon, but he still changed into more relaxing clothing before sitting on his bed. Before I continue thinking about the issue of the hard mode, let's go ahead and check the notifications first, he thought. He pulled up his notifications window. New skills unlocked. Nice. I gained 4 levels from that delve. He quickly distributed his free stats to strength and dexterity. If I'm reading this right, what those sirens were using wasn't a new form of energy, but simply a skill. Let me check it out real quick. Rievin focused his attention on the skill. Tier 4, Psionic 6. Helpful hint, Psionic is a secondary skill. It allows one to project another mental skill outward. It is completely useless on its own. Yep, that confirms it. They were just much more skilled. There might be ways to affect an illusion skill with mana and affinities, but I'm guessing it was more like a racial skill, kind of like class skills, but for monsters. I'm going to go ahead and check my status real quick, then I'll get back to brainstorming. Reivan brought up his status page. Status name, Reivan class, hero, LVL 10. Grand Arcanist. Fighter age, 1621 health, 12,280, 12,280, plus 310 stamina, 24,620, 24,620, plus 410 mana, 14,735, 14,735 plus 50 chi, 1,000 T4 Li physical stats, mental stats STR, 1,254 plus 10 INT. 1,324 plus 4 VIT, 1,228 plus 31 MAG, 1,623 plus 6 Dex, 1,253 plus 10 CLA, 1,161 plus 1 CHA, 372 plus 1 Per, 1,110 plus 1 LUK, 321 plus 1 Bloodline. LVL 1 Unknown 236,443 10 billion experience, 2,214 18,000. Skills Tier 1, Aim 49, Athleticism 74, Balance 61, Dancing 35, Drawing 23, Drill 24, Drive 7, Hammond 20 Max, Heavy Armor 39, Hiding 35, Horsemanship 24, Light Armor 30, Map Making 29, Map Reading 26, Mathematics 18, Marching 41, Medium Armor 40, Memorization Social 22, Mining 22, Observation 62, Penmanship 37. Piano 16, Ride 25, Running 62, Rhythm 32, Shading 7, Shields 53, Sneaking 32, Stealing 9, Swimming 22, Tracing 7, Tutor 24, Woodworking 17. Tier 2, Acrobatics 33, Alcohol Tolerance 11, Ambidexterity 27, Backstab 10, Camouflage 24, Color Correction 1, Eavesdropping 35, Evasion 70, Forced March 25, Gab 23, Linguistics 11, Mana Absorption 63, Mana Circulation 52, Meditation 50, Numbers Concepts 10, Pain Resistance 63, Pickpocket 6, Sense Mana 81, Silent Step 26, Stealth 32. Strategy 38, Tactics 49, Teach 24, Tracking 12. Tier 3, Ambush 15, Battlefield Awareness 51, Blind Fighting 40, Command 57, Commanding Shout 40, Danger Sense 49, Decipher 1, Detect Lies Truth 18, Eagle Eye 9, Identify All 25, Infiltration 4, Inspire 64, Mana Conjuration 58, Mana Manipulation 68, Mana Shield 50, Mana Sight 74, Mental Fortitude 54, Night Vision 49, Poison Resistance 5, Sense Threat 22. Silver Tongue 14, Sure Step 29. Tier 4, Assassination 3, Charm 3, Dreams of the Past 24, Dual Casting 51, Iron Will 30, Mana Weapon 55, Psionic 6 Runes 1, Spatial Awareness 70. Tier 5, Aura Bloodlust, Heroism 20, Heroic Bearing 38, Mana Drain 6, Mana Healing 10, Mana Reinforcement 20, Multicasting 30. Tier 6, Akashic Record 1, Weapons Master 103, Regeneration 18. Tier 6.5. Divine Sense 18, Perfect Domain 14. Transcendent Ability. True Strike Weapons Master. Cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. Affinities Tier 1, Air 102, Earth 102, Fire 102, Water 102. Tier 2, Ice 99, Lightning 95, Magma 100, Metal 100, Mist 99, Mud 99, Plasma 100, Wood 98. Tier 3, Bludgeon 61, Darkness 100, Durability 63, Friction 54, Gravity 50, Kinetic 66, Light 100, Mass 54, Piercing 66, Sharpness 66, Weight 58. Tier 4, Eternal 18, Traveler 18. Tier 5, Abyss 1, Veridical 1. Transcendent Ability. Obedience Air, Earth, Fire, Water. Command the ambient elements within your range of control. Class Skills Hero 8, you're a hero. Heroic Skills 8, your skills are better than everyone else. Heroic Magic 8, your magic is better than everyone else. Available Heroic Will, Heroic Insight, Heroic Chi. Magic Spells 202, Level 1 2 MP, Level 2 10 MP, Level 3 20 MP, Level 4 50 MP, Level 5 100 MP, Level 6 500 MP, Level 7 1000 MP. Deconstruct 101, pick apart spells to their base elements. Bonus to understanding weaves, knots, and patterns. Bonus to mana manipulation plus 100. Will of the Realm 90, your will is true. Multi-strike 54, attack multiple times with anything, up to 19 times at once. Elemental weapon 120, coat your weapon in an element. Able to extend the length of the elemental weapon with additional mana. Available charge 117, cleave 118, devastating strike 99, enforce 22, impart 8, intermediate light spells 0, intimidate 0, mana well 51, power swing 0, true illusion 0, true mana 0, quick draw 81. My full status page is a little ridiculous at this point, Reevan noted. Maybe it's time to consolidate some of these skills. Since it was possible to combine all my weapons skills into one, I'm sure it's possible. I'll have to talk to Dad about it. I'm unlikely to get a tier 6 skill out of it since I'm doing so after having attained my first class this time, but there's bound to be some tier 5s. I don't know if all combined skills will be that high, but I'm guessing it will cause some major changes to my status page. Reevan nodded to himself after perusing his status page. It was time to get back to thinking about the issue of the hard mode. He would try his hardest to figure it out on his own, but if he really couldn't put his finger on it, he'd have to consult his father or maybe even call. Okay, so let's think about this in order. Reevan relaxed and settled in for some contemplation. Drowning and/or suffocation drains health based on percentages and across a period of time. It exponentially increases the longer the time goes on, and one will lose consciousness upon losing 50 of their health. Okay, that all makes sense. So what are contributing factors? Vitality increases the duration before one reaches the point of losing health that one can hold their breath. Vitality directly affects health and works with strength to determine stamina. So far, so good. Vitality affects the time intervals that one loses health, but it's marginal according to Dad. Health percentage loss is the same for everyone. So all things equal, someone with a higher vitality will take longer to reach the point of suffocation, and the time intervals will be slightly larger, but they'll still lose health at the same percentage per time interval. It's possible to mitigate these factors with skills. Breath control affects the time intervals. There's probably another skill that reduces the percentage loss of health per interval, too. So now let's ignore the superhuman aspects of stats and skills, what leads to suffocation or drowning, loss of oxygen. It's possible to train to hold one's breath outside of stats and skills, based on my past life's memories, but even the best in the world can only do so for a relatively short period of time. So what do stats and skills do? Vitality obviously takes the place of mundane training. It increases the efficiency of one's body, but it doesn't replace oxygen. Skill can amplify that in multiple ways. Reevan used logic to work through the problem, first laying out everything he understood about the problem and extrapolating obvious information from the known facts. He sat and thought about the differences between life with stats and skills versus life without. What do people without a system use to prolong their time underwater? Outside of reaching the peak physical capacity of their bodies, they use diving equipment. So what is diving equipment? It's a portable oxygen tank. Okay, I think I'm onto something here. What is oxygen at its fundamental level? It's a resource. What resources are available to us with a system other than stats and skills? Obviously our health, stamina, mana, and chi pools. Okay, I think I see where this is going. Drowning and suffocating directly affect the health pool. Where does stamina come into play? Swimming and breath control are obviously physical activities, so I would think stamina would play a role in there somewhere. Does it just determine for how long we can do a physical activity, but holding one's breath doesn't seem to be in there? That's not how stamina works. I know for a fact that stamina can be used manually to activate skills. Reevan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Thinking about stamina and manually using it to activate skills seemed to open the world in front of him. So stamina is obviously an underutilized resource. What happens if I manually use my stamina to keep myself going? It's like we're diving with an oxygen tank on our backs, but we're not breathing from it. We have this huge resource available to us, but we're not using it. So first, have to figure out how to use stamina as a proper resource. Reevan felt like he had figured out the crux of the issue. Now he just needed to experiment with how to get it to work. He already had experience manually using his stamina to activate a skill. He had done so the first time while fighting the Dullahan in the Revenant dungeon solo. It seems like figuring out how to actively use one's stamina is actually the first step in learning how to manually activate skills. If that's the case, it seems like I skipped a step. Reevan chuckled to himself over the thought of jumping ahead, but he suddenly stopped, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Wait a second, Dad told me that people generally don't even try to figure out how to manually use their skills until they're around the 4th tier for the most part, and this dungeon is a tier 4 dungeon. The illusions cast by the sirens are also suspect. They weren't things we would all get caught up in. Instead, they were tangential to something we desire. If we ran into real, thinking sirens in the real world, there's no way they wouldn't try to show us an illusion that isn't exactly what we desire. But that's not what the dungeons are. They're just shadows of the monsters in the real world. It's controlled by the system. Rieven's eyes widened in comprehension. Are these dungeons designed to teach us? Dungeons are fatal to those who aren't properly prepared or don't take it seriously, but they're not death traps. The encounter with the sirens was enough to provide an appropriate challenge. If the system altered the encounter with the intent to defeat us, it would have been much more difficult. The timing of the challenge of the hard mode is also around the time people start experimenting with their stamina and skill control. Are there other dungeons that subtly introduce the delvers to concepts instead of just existing in a vacuum? This deserves further investigation. There might be literature on the subject somewhere, too. I'll have to talk to my dad and see if he's run across any written theories. He found out about the weapons prodigy skill through an ancient text, after all. What else has he read? If it's true that dungeons are designed and altered by the system with intent that opens up an entirely new view on the system as a whole, everyone just believes the system is a representation of our growth and experiences, but if it takes an active role in affecting people, what is the system? And if it's not just a representation of ourselves, where did it come from? I don't think anyone's actually even seriously asked that question, or if they have, it's not widely known. Rieven had more questions now than when he had begun, though they weren't related to his initial query. He still felt like he had figured out the right direction to go for activating hard mode. Now he just needed to experiment and see if he had a way to prolong his breath through manually using his stamina. If it worked, though, it would mean the implications of his thought process could also be true. He didn't know what to think about the system being much more involved than anyone thought. At that time, his door opened and Rafix walked in. At first, Rafix tried to be quiet, not wanting to disturb his son, but he looked up and found Rieven watching him, so he stopped being cautious and just walked over to his bed. "Something the matter, son?" Rafix asked. "Dad, what is the system?" Rieven asked. Rafix was taken aback. He had clearly not expected that question, especially since he knew Rieven's intention was to think about finding a way to reach the fourth floor with a single breath. "Well, it's basically a representation of the denizens of the realm," Rafix answered. "It's even been argued that monsters and other creatures have access to the system too. We know for a fact that other sapient races have access to the system, so why wouldn't they?" "So it's just a representation of us." Rieven frowned. "No," Rafix shook his head. "We know it's not. It's also a gatekeeper. Think about it. Tiers 1 through 3 all receive a monthly summary of your activities and provide you experience points toward your level. What are experience points? It's a form of energy. So where does that energy come from during a monthly evaluation? Rieven tilted his head to the side as he thought about the question. He nodded his head as he understood what his father was getting at. The system is the gatekeeper to experience. Experience is energy. Therefore, the system has the ability to manipulate energy as well as provide us with our status. Okay, but that only makes the question more complicated, Rieven argued. We just saw the system actively adjust a dungeon in real time to cater to our strength and provide us a challenge. So that means the system can make decisions, not just arbitrarily provide us information and energy. So is the system sentient? Is it controlled by someone or something? I also know for a fact that the system associated with the Abyss realm is completely different. That's evidence that each realm has their own, separate system. Son, I have no idea. Rafix held his hands out helplessly. This is way above my pay grade. You've read ancient texts about skills and whatnot. Have you ever come across anything on the system itself? There weren't any in the ones I read. I'm sure they exist, but I didn't exactly have the time to peruse everything available to me at the time. My research was abruptly cut short. Speaking of ancient texts and dungeons, we know that some dungeons represent a time period from the past. Do you think a dungeon exists with a library containing ancient texts somewhere in the realm? More than likely, Rafix nodded his head. It's almost an absolute certainty, actually. We just have to find it. When we get back to Wispen, I would appreciate it if you sent your subordinates out to investigate the question, Rieven said. I'm sure there will be information available through the Adventurers Guild. Sure, but what's with the sudden interest in the system itself? I thought you were thinking about how to activate the hard mode of the dungeon. Well, yeah, but I'm pretty sure I figured that out, Rieven answered. I'm pretty sure we just have to manually use our stamina as a resource to replace oxygen. Rafix smiled at his son. That's exactly what I thought, Rafix said. So how did that lead you on to your current quest? I was thinking about the siren encounter and how the system changed it to provide us a challenge but didn't outright decimate us. Think about it. Would a siren encountered in the real world hit us with illusions that are only close to what we desire, or would they give us visions of exactly what we desire? It would be the latter. They're not going to hold back in trying to kill us. Exactly, Ryevin nodded his head. You also have told me that ambitious adventurers don't experiment with manual control of their skills until Tier 4. This is a Tier 4 dungeon, and activating hard mode requires us to manually use our stamina. That's the first step in manually activating a skill. The activation method for hard mode, the timing of it relative to the tier of the dungeon and the tier of the delvers, plus the meddling of the system all led me to the question, what is the system? I can see how that could lead you there, Rafik said. I have another one for you then, Ryevin said. Rafix indicated for his son to proceed. Where did the system come from? What do you mean? Rafix frowned. It's always been there, has it? How do you know? Its very existence and the fact that it's always been around for as long as we can see. Okay, Ryevin nodded his head. His eyes dropped to the bed his father was sitting on. Where did that bed come from? All the evidence we have on hand is that it's always been there. I mean, as soon as we got the room, it was here. As much as we know, it's always been there. I see your point, Rafik said, stroking his chin. That's another question without an answer, and we'd have to go back as far as history allows, basically, to find out. Hence the question about finding a dungeon with a library, Ryevin said. If there's a library that has ancient texts relative to the dungeon itself, and the dungeon is also ancient, then we might be able to get a clue. All right, you've convinced me, Rafix chuckled. I'll send a team out to investigate when we get back. You have to keep in mind, though, that there's no centralized headquarters to the Adventurers Guild. They're all decentralized and independent. That being said, you might also be able to leverage the Church of Light with your status as a friend of the church. They probably have access to some pretty ancient records, and they actually do have a centralized headquarters. All the major religions do, though I don't know where it is. I'm sure the local priests will be able to tell you. That sounds like a good idea, Ryevin nodded. If you hadn't said anything, I might have forgotten about them. Speaking of, I still have an amulet from the Revenant dungeon in my storage pouch that I need them to appraise. It's probably nothing because it's dungeon loot, but it might provide information on what the Revenant dungeon is a shadow of from the real world. Sounds good. Now, do you need help in figuring out how to manually use your stamina? I can come up with a training program for you. Rafix had a gleam in his eye talking about training. Ryevin just laughed and shook his head. No, I want to try and figure this out on my own first, he said. In fact, I've already manually activated a skill before, so I think I already have a handle on it. I just need some practice and to see if it really will act as an alternate resource to oxygen. A sudden knock on the door brought the conversation to an end. They had basically said everything they needed to anyway, so Ryevin stood up and answered the door. He already knew that Kefira stood on the other side with Cyrilla standing behind her. She had a platter of food held in her hands. I hope I'm not interrupting, Kefira said after Ryevin opened the door. I was on my way back to my room when I heard voices, so I assumed you were done with your thinking. Yes, I think I have it figured out for now, Ryevin nodded. He stepped aside and held his hand up, indicating for Kefira and Cyrilla to enter. Come on in. It looks like you brought enough food for all four of us. Of course, Kefira flashed a smile. I couldn't ignore my future father-in-law after all. It would be terribly rude to eat in front of him without offering him anything. That's sweet of you, Rafik said with a smile. He looked at Ryevin. I know I said I wasn't ready to be a grandparent, but when's the wedding already? You can't let this one get away. Dad, Ryevin rolled his eyes as Kefira's face went scarlet. Do you have to word it in the most embarrassing way? Of course, I'm your father. That's my job. Rafix winked. What kind of a world is it where a father can't even embarrass his own son and future daughter-in-law? I don't want to live in such a world. Anyway, Kefira studiously ignored Rafix's words as she marched into the room and set the platter down. Anyway, what? Rafix asked, still smiling at Kefira and Ryevin's discomfort. I was just trying to politely move the conversation on, Kefira said. Why, I'm emotionally invested in the topic, Rafix said. Let's talk about it. How many kids do you want, boys or girls? However many I'm blessed with, Kefira said. Ooh, good answer, Rafix chuckled. As to boys or girls, I don't really have a preference. Preferably at least one of each. Ryevin nodded his head in agreement. That would be ideal, but it's fine if it doesn't turn out that way. Have you thought about names? Rafix continued to ask as he sat down and served himself from the platter. You can't ask me to honestly believe you don't have a list of names already. That was one of the first things Emelian hounded me about back in the day. She had dozens of potential names picked out already. There may or may not be a list, but I think this is a bit early for this conversation, Kefira rebuffed him. Rafix laughed while trying to politely keep his mouth closed around a bit of grilled fish. The main ingredients for most meals in the coastal town were obviously sourced from the sea. You're welcome, Kefira graciously nodded her head to Rafix. The meal was enjoyable, and the group laughed and joked with each other for several minutes as they enjoyed the seafood. Once they were done and tidied up, Kefira grabbed Ryevin's hand and dragged him to the door. Come on, Kefira said. Let's go for a walk. We can also figure out what we're going to do over the next couple of days while we rest and relax. Ryevin walked hand in hand with Kefira through the streets of the coastal town. She wanted to spend time on the beach, but Ryevin wanted to experiment with his ideas for stamina utilization. Kefira pointed out that he could do that on the beach. He didn't need to go into the dungeon to use the cave water. Going into the cave would give Riven some privacy and peace, but he didn't need that now that he had already worked through his thoughts on the matter. He wouldn't be using his stamina in a peaceful environment anyway if they were going to use it to reach hard mode in the dungeon. The entire point was that they were going to be in combat, much less just a noisy beach. Riven didn't put up much of a fight to begin with. He just mentioned that he wanted to spend some time working through the mechanics, so they agreed they would spend the day at the beach, and he would take some time to see about his idea. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the familiar beach. Kefira led them to an open spot on the beach, and she and Cyrilla removed some towels from their storage pouches to lay on the sand. They were already dressed in their attire for swimming underneath the clothes they walked through the streets in. They simply removed their outer garments and sat down on the towels. "Go ahead and do some of your experiments first," Kefira said to Riven. "We'll come join you in the water here in a little bit." "Sounds good," Riven said. He removed his shirt and sandals, placing them next to his own towel beside Kefira's. The two girls basked in the sun, conversing with each other as Riven made his way to the water. Kal had mentioned that it wasn't safe in the deeper parts of the ocean, but that was hundreds of yards from the shore. The shallows had plenty of people wading and swimming in them. There wasn't really a place devoid of others on the beach. It wasn't crowded, so there was nobody in his immediate vicinity, but there was also nowhere he could go where he would be absolutely alone. He had already resigned himself to the inevitable situation where someone might bump into him and disturb his practice, but he wasn't too worried about it. There were no consequences for being disturbed. It wasn't like he was going to somehow lose control of his stamina altogether and have his body lock up on him or something. If his control slipped through his fingers, it would just revert to automatically running, just like breathing. Riven waded through the waves of the ocean until he reached a point where the water was just above his waist. The water was quite comfortable. The atmosphere of the island was a bit warmer than what Riven was used to on the mainland, and the water was a little colder than lukewarm. The weather on the island was a bit strange. There were no sustained storms due to the constant pressure differential from the surrounding Tier 8 region, but there were still frequent pop-up showers. Some days there would be nothing but sunny skies, but other days Riven had seen 3 separate showers descend on the island out of nowhere in one afternoon. They had each been caught out in the open during a sudden downpour more than once, and they had only been here for just over a week. The locals didn't pay it any mind. They were used to the weather as it was simply a way of life on the island. The sun was bearing down on Riven as he looked around. The waters were fresh and clear, and the temperature was perfect. The air wasn't too warm, but the rays of the sun could heat one up if left out in the open for too long. The cooling waters were the perfect remedy to the sun's heat in this situation. Riven stopped dilly-dallying and concentrated on the task at hand. He felt his heartbeat and the blood flowing in his veins. He focused his attention on his stamina as he expelled all the air in his lungs and submerged himself in the water. If he took a deep breath, he could stay underwater for over an hour. He didn't have time for that. The entire purpose of the experiment was to figure out how to use stamina as an alternative resource to oxygen, and what better way to do that than to completely get rid of all the oxygen first. Riven's lungs immediately began vying for his attention, telling him they needed air to fill them. His vitality was high enough that he could survive on no stored oxygen for several minutes before it became a problem, though, and the feeling wasn't painful or desperate. He would most likely need to wait until his lungs were screaming at him, and he was close to losing some of his health, but that didn't mean he had to wait before trying to figure out what to do. The desperation would fuel his abilities much like a life or death struggle would, but it wasn't necessarily required. Riven pulled on his experience with manually activating a skill. The biggest difference between this and activating a skill, though, was that he didn't have an end goal with which to direct the stamina. That was the main thing he needed to figure out. I can grab a hold of my stamina just fine, Riven thought. To prove his point, he manipulated his stamina and flooded various body parts with it. He settled with concentrating his stamina in his lungs, but that didn't suddenly fill his oxygen needs on its own. The question is, what do I do with it? The stamina itself was like a fuel source to activate muscles in certain ways. It provided energy for doing strenuous activities over a long period of time, too. There had to be a way to combine those effects, fuel and activation of energy. If it's a fuel source, do I burn it? Riven felt like he was on the right track, but how did he do that? Using the stamina to activate a skill came naturally to him. Here, he would need to activate nothing. Not activating something, but activating literally nothingness. What does it feel like when I activate a skill? Riven determined a direction to explore and started shadow boxing in the water. He used his multi-strike skill every now and then while paying attention to what his stamina was doing. He had never manually activated the skill, so his first step was to do so. He had to surface several times as he explored exactly what stamina activation felt like. He wasn't ready to make himself desperate and lose health just yet, but he let himself get close to that point, with his vision darkening around the edges slightly before coming up for a break each time. He lost track of time with his experiment, but he was on the verge of manually activating his multi-strike skill when he sensed Kefira and Cyrilla swim toward him. The water was shallow enough that they could wade, but why walk when they could swim? All right, I've given you an hour to mess around, Kefira said to the surprise of Rievin. It's time to have some fun. Rievin just smiled and shook his head. He had all day to figure things out, and even if he didn't, he still had the next day too, before they resumed their training with Rafix. He wouldn't be upset if he couldn't pin it down before then, but he wanted to be able to share his method with the others so they could start practicing as well during their training sessions. Rievin spent his time swimming about and splashing each other with Kefira and Cyrilla for a time. He let himself forget about his other purpose and just enjoyed his time in the water. The trio spent a little over an hour in the water. All right, before your mind starts wandering and you stop paying attention to me, Cyrilla and I are going to take a break, Kefira finally said. You can join us on the beach or go back to your experiments. I'll probably take a break next time, Rievin said. I'm not tired or anything, and I really want to figure this out. We can grab a bit to eat then. Sounds good, the two girls swam back to shore. Rievin idly noticed that they had to go a bit further than he expected. They had apparently drifted further out into the water while they played, but they were still nowhere close to the danger zone. Rievin simply expelled his breath and descended into the water where he was. He resumed his underwater shadow boxing while activating his skill. He had already made decent progress on figuring out the manual activation of the skill, so it only took a couple minutes to get back into the groove. He quickly grasped the feeling once more. Rievin had never attempted to activate his charge skill in the water, but he decided to do so now. He firmly stood on the ocean sand and manually activated the skill. His body didn't move nearly as fast as it did on land, but it still worked approximately the same way. He compared the feeling of his stamina to how it felt while using multi-strike. After dashing about several times, Rievin stood in place with his eyes closed as he thought about his stamina. With determination in his eyes, he assumed a boxing stance, threw out a punch, and summoned his stamina. Without relying on the skill itself, his fist produced 19 afterimages as he successfully performed the skill manually. He pumped his fist in the air in triumph. All right, step 1, Rievin said to himself. The purpose of the training isn't to activate my skills manually. That's just to get a baseline for how the stamina feels. He could have just used his charge skill manual activation, but he felt it would be better to have two different skills so he could separate the pure feeling of the stamina usage. The two skills used his stamina in completely different muscles, activating two skills that had nothing in common with each other. He performed the manual activation of both skills several more times and was able to finally pinpoint the feeling of the stamina being used. Okay, here goes nothing. Rievin submerged himself in the water once more after expelling his breath. He gathered the stamina in his lungs and mentally flexed. His stamina burned, and he felt relief in his lungs as if he had just taken a deep breath, filling his lungs with oxygen. Success. Rievin was thrilled that his idea was correct. Now he needed to figure out how to communicate how to do it so the others could follow suit. With this ability, I won't need to get the breath control skill, Rievin thought. That being said, most people would get that skill before working on their manual usage of stamina, and it might grant some unexpected benefits if I'm able to train it to transcendence. There's no reason not to work on the skill when I have a chance. Thoughts of different abilities for reaching transcendence with breath control filled his mind as Rievin stayed underwater. He still needed to verify that his lungs were actually using his stamina as an alternate resource to oxygen and not just feeling like he had a full breath. If he just felt like his lungs were full, it would actually be extremely dangerous. It would be like someone not being able to feel pain. It might seem like a boon at first, but then his body wouldn't be able to send the proper signals to his brain to warn him of something doing damage. If he couldn't feel pain, he might accidentally permanently scar or cripple himself. The same thing applied to drowning. If he didn't feel like he was drowning when he really was, he would lose consciousness and risk death. He kept an eye on his health as the time ticked by to make sure it wasn't going down. I'll give myself 20 minutes underwater, he determined. It's been long enough that an additional 20 minutes should be around the time necessary for the first tick of health damage. With nothing else to do other than float in the water just beneath the surface, Rievin inspected the underwater ocean around himself. The waters were very clear, and he could see colorful fish swimming about and seashells littering the ocean floor. With his enhanced perception, he could even see the tiny shark teeth that inevitably made their way to the beaches jutting out of the sand. I've drifted a bit closer to the deeper water, but I'm still quite a bit away from it. I wonder what's so dangerous about the deeper waters. Why would it be more dangerous over there than over here? Rievin looked into the distance. His vision was unimpeded in the crystal clear water, and he could see all the way beyond the storm wall. The water grew considerably darker as the storm wall blocked out the sunlight, but he could still see quite a ways. He frowned as he saw a landform jutting up out of the water just a short ways into the Tier 8 region. Is it not an ocean over there? He thought, considering the steep drop-off of the seafloor, it doesn't make sense that there would be an island right there. Surely the locals would know that there was another island just on the other side of the border. The landmass Ryevin spotted was quite steep. It could be a volcanic island or something for all he knew, but it jutted out suddenly from the deep waters all the way to the surface. Ryevin frowned deeper as he continued to inspect the strange landmass. Even from this distance, he could see movement shifting about on the surface of the landmass. Ryevin activated his eagle eye skill and his vision zoomed in. It was like looking through a looking glass. His vision wasn't improved, but his perception of his vision seemed to zoom in on what he was looking at. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't that there were creatures moving about on the landmass like Ryevin had first thought. Instead, there were long ridges and chasms shifting about. Ryevin couldn't figure out what he was looking at. Suddenly, a giant tentacle appeared in his vision from the deep between him and the landmass. The size of the tentacle was mind-boggling. Ryevin couldn't see the end of it as it disappeared into the dark waters below the drop-off of the seafloor in the distance. Just from the size of what he could see, the tentacle had to be dozens of miles long. The suckers littering the length of the appendage could be anywhere from house-sized to stadium-sized. The moving of the ridges and chasms suddenly sped up tremendously. The entire landmass shifted in place. A giant horizontal crack appeared in Ryevon's vision. It suddenly shot apart and a giant eye revealed itself. The pupil shifted about in all directions before settling on Ryevon. That's not a landmass, Ryevon frantically thought as pure terror seized his body. That's a kraken. The word for the giant squid came to his mind from his memories. From his past life, he knew that it was a mythical sea creature, but it was a real thing in this world. The giant squid continued to shift until two eyes were now fully focused on Ryevon. He was unable to move his body under the intense stare of the massive sea creature. All thoughts fled his mind as he floated motionlessly in the water. The tentacle snapped forward and launched toward him at lightning speed. It was so fast that he could only see a blur of motion even with his enhanced perception and clarity. Ryevon's danger sense didn't trigger, but the situation finally brought Ryevon out of his terror-induced paralysis. He madly dashed for the surface, his limbs flailing. He was so disturbed and frantic that his movements didn't even trigger his swimming skill, and his speed was greatly reduced. In his panic to reach the surface, Ryevon had forgotten he was just barely underwater and could easily stand with his head, shoulders, and chest above the water. He broke the surface and gasped frantically for air as he tried to rush to the shore as fast as possible. His own panic was working against him, though, and he moved at a fraction of the speed that he normally could traverse through the water. He was unable to think about anything other than escaping. He was so caught up in his frantic movements that it eluded his notice that no tentacle ever appeared to snatch him to the depths. His panicked movements didn't go unnoticed, though. Other swimmers nearby didn't wait to try and find out what the danger was. They all just turned and rushed for the shore along with him. They quickly outdistanced Ryevon, and seeing them all swim past him at much faster speeds, he finally realized the futility of his movements. His heart was still pounding in his chest, but he was finally able to calm down enough to get his movements in sync with his swimming skill. He shot forward toward the shore, but he quickly saw that Kefira and Cyrilla had noticed something was wrong and they were rushing to the water. "No, go back," Ryevon screamed, infusing his voice with commanding shouts so that it would carry. Kefira and Cyrilla came to a stop with their ankles in the water, but that didn't mean they were done. Ryevon saw and felt the mana accumulate around Kefira, and with a crack in reality, she was suddenly next to him in the water. "What are you doing?" Ryevon shouted in panic. He was sure that the monster would get a hold of him and drag him into its waiting maw any second. Kefira ignored him as she spluttered at suddenly being submerged in the ocean water. She didn't try to reorient herself, though, and she simply grabbed Ryevon and once more activated her jump spell. Ryevon found himself on the dry shore with Kefira hanging around his neck. He didn't have time to appreciate her body pressed up against his as he collapsed to his hands and knees and gasped for breath. Relief at being the survivor of a disaster flooded his adrenaline-fueled body. His heart still hammered in his chest, but he was able to slowly calm down and assess the situation. Before he could come to terms with the situation, though, a foreign presence intruded in his mind. Ha ha ha, an amused chuckle reverberated through his mind before the foreign presence receded from his mind. Ryevon rolled over to a sitting position and stared out at the storm wall with wide eyes. He felt his mental fortitude and iron will skills activate with a force they never had before, and he was able to shake himself free. He came to himself and noticed that Kefira had her hands around his face, peering into his eyes with concern. "Matter, talk to me," she pleaded. Ryevon lifted his own hand to rest on one of hers as he took a deep, steadying breath. "I'm fine," Ryevon said. "Sorry for scaring you." "What was that? What happened?" Kefira asked. She kept her hands on his face as she sat in his lap, comforting him the best way she knew how. A monster, Ryevin answered, glancing back at the storm wall. An honest, real monster. Other ocean-goers surrounded them, waiting for the explanation of what had spooked him so bad. Upon hearing the answer, many of them murmured in comprehension. A hole was made as several bystanders stepped aside for a patrol of guardians to come investigate the disturbance. The squad leader took one look at Ryevin and saw where he was looking. "You looked, didn't you?" the man asked. Ryevin looked up at the man and silently nodded. The guardian took a deep breath and sighed. "What's up with that?" Ryevin asked. "Does that creature just sit out there?" "Nah, there's a bunch of them," the guardian shook his head. "Man, we warned you. Call said it, here be monsters, you're lucky. Most people who see the truth of what's waiting on the other side of the storm wall go crazy. You must have a strong mental resistance skill." Ryevin simply nodded his head. "All right, folks, there's no problem here. Just someone getting too curious for their own good. You know the drill." The bystanders drifted apart, going back to what they were doing. Ryevin heard snippets of conversation from the locals. They took the whole situation in stride, and many of them even immediately went back out into the water. It wasn't the first time they had experienced someone looking beyond the veil, and it wouldn't be the last. Ryevin shakily got to his feet with Kefira's help. She kept a steadying hand on him. He looked down at her and gave a strained smile. "I think I'm done with the ocean for today." "I gotta say, you're even crazier than I thought," Call exclaimed before clapping Ryevin on the back and guffawing. After the incident on the beach, Call came and found Ryevin walking back to the Adventurers Guild. He had heard that a crazy foreigner had swam into the depths, so he came to see if his new friend was all right. After a brief explanation that Ryevin hadn't actually dived into the depths but had just looked while underwater, Call shook his head and dragged the trio to his favorite establishment. The Shifty Eye wasn't just a bar. It was a normal restaurant. It was just a regular place for Call's group to go to unwind. Call kept a careful eye on Ryevin as they walked to the restaurant and ordered him a drink after they sat down. Ryevin had already recovered from the ordeal, and he didn't feel any lingering effects, but he wasn't going to turn down a free drink. "So what exactly did you see?" Call asked, finally unable to contain his curiosity. "It was a kraken," Ryevin replied simply. Call stared at him, not understanding the word. Ryevin gave him an inquisitive look. "I don't know what that is, kid," Call said with a chuckle. "Oh, it was a giant squid. It was way beyond the deep end, well into the Tier 8 border, but its body still went from sea level to beneath where I could see it. It had tentacles that were at least dozens of miles long." "Ah," Call nodded his head in understanding. "So you saw a little guy." "A little guy?" Ryevin sat back in his chair. Kefira just sat with her chin in hands, glancing back and forth between the two. Cyrilla stood behind her with a stoic expression. "Sure," Call confirmed. "The true behemoths aren't large enough to get that close to our region. I personally have never seen any, but we have the accounts from those that didn't go completely crazy. More than one said they could see beasts hundreds of miles away so large that they looked like they were regular-sized creatures. If the bottom part of this kraken was extending below the view of the seafloor before it dropped off, then it was a lot closer than hundreds of miles away. So did it do anything else?" Some other accounts have mentioned getting feelings of intense malice from the gazes of the creatures they've seen. It's probably one of the main reasons for them going crazy. "Well, yes, but it was weird," Ryevin replied. "Weird how? It acted like it was going to snatch me up with one of its tentacles. That's when I freaked out and started rushing back to the shore, but then nothing came of it. Once I was on shore, I felt a mental connection with it, and it laughed at me." Call stared at Ryevin for a few seconds before he threw his head back and laughed. He slapped the tabletop as he immersed himself in his mirth. After several long seconds of laughing at the top of his lungs, Call wiped a tear from his eye before looking back at a nonplussed Ryevin. "Haha, it was messing with you," Call said. "It was basically flexing on you, like when someone jerks their shoulders with a provocative attitude. You know what I mean?" Ryevin thought back to what happened and nodded his head. "Yeah, I can see what you mean," he said. "Haha, I didn't realize a Tier 8 monster would have a playful side to it," Call said, still chuckling. "You call that playful?" Ryevin quirked an eyebrow at Call. "Of course, it did it purely to amuse itself. That means those monsters have a certain level of intelligence. I wonder what tier monsters start having more self-awareness. We only have the example of this one Tier 8 monster. That leaves a huge hole between tiers 5 through 7. "Yeah, but you also pointed out that the other creatures others saw only got a sense of extreme malice," Ryevin pointed out. "That sounds like typical monster behavior as opposed to what this giant squid did. Maybe there's just a higher chance that an individual monster can awaken, or whatever, at a higher tier," Call speculated. "No idea, and it's not really that big of a deal. Just an idle thought." Ryevin stroked his chin in thought before shrugging. We'll find out one day or we won't." "Cheers to that." Call lifted his mug and clinked it with Ryevin's. "Take every day as it comes. That's my motto." Ryevin shook his head and smiled. He took a sip of his drink before turning to Kefira. "What do you think?" he asked. Kefira didn't shift from her position of resting her chin in her hands. She just flicked her gaze to meet Ryevin's as she shrugged. I don't know of any stories from our family elders in the inner regions mentioning anything about higher chances of sapient monsters, she said. It's either not a significant difference among Tier 5 monsters or it's something else. Speaking of, Rievin said, what are your thoughts on making a trip to the Tier 5 outpost your family holds? Of course I have plans to go someday, Kefira answered. She looked at Rievin for a couple of seconds. Wait, do you mean right when we get back? Well, not right when we get back, Rievin said. Maybe in a few months. Do you think we're ready for that? You just reached Tier 3. Call was in the middle of taking a swig when Kefira said that. He immediately jerked forward and sprayed the mouthful of liquid out in astonishment. He stared at Rievin wide-eyed for a moment. You just hit Tier 3, he asked. His mouth worked, but no sounds came out. He finally got himself under control. How long ago are we talking? What level are you? I just hit level 10 after clearing the dungeon, Rievin answered. Call leaned forward and rubbed his forehead in consternation. He held a hand up to Rievin to forestall him. Give me a minute, he said. He took several deep breaths before sitting back up, facing Rievin once more. So you mean to tell me the kid who's better at any weapon you could think of than all of the guardians on the island is an actual kid who just reached Tier 3? Well, kind of. Rievin answered noncommittally. I mean, I purposely held off on advancing in level for a good long time to shore up my foundations. It took a while to reach Transcendence with my weapon's skill and my Tier 1 affinities. Call just blankly stared at Rievin. The two sat facing each other, nothing being said, for an extended period of time. I think you broke him, Kefira finally spoke up, giggling behind her hand. It took a while, Call repeated. He shook his head vigorously to clear his thoughts. Boy, you're even more of a monster than that supposed Kraken you mentioned. It took a while, ha. The highest skilled guardian on the island is low Tier 5, and his highest skill is 95. What about your dad? I noticed he's pretty handy with a variety of weapons, too. Last he told me, he was sitting at level 110 for his weapon skill. Rievin nodded his head. Just 15 levels higher than that other guardian. 15 levels, ha. Level 100 to 101 is basically another 100 levels right there. I can't even imagine what it takes to keep going higher. Just 15 levels higher. Well, I'll grant that reaching Transcendence is its own difficulty, but leveling the skill after that doesn't require that much effort. It's not like you have to achieve Transcendence for every level above 101. Do you not know the rules regarding Transcendent skills? Nope, Call shook his head. It's so rare out here. Nobody's bothered to find out unless they actually achieve it, and it's been a long time since anyone has. Life is pretty peaceful out here. Pretty peaceful, Rievin said. Yeah, except for the horde of calamities just a couple dozen miles offshore. Nah, they won't come down to this region, Call shook his head. Not enough mana density for them, for one. Anyway, don't try to change the subject. Rievin chuckled. There's a bottleneck every 50 levels after achieving Transcendence, Rievin answered. You have to achieve a new Transcendent ability to go higher, but it can be discovered at any time, unlike the initial ability, which I believe requires a skill level of 100. I mean, I guess that's good to know, Call said, slightly shaking his head. Your blasé attitude about these topics is well anyway. What's your soul strength? Rievin was taken aback at the sudden question. My soul strength, Rievin asked back. Yeah, is it some sort of secret or something? Call asked. I could understand with the amount of talent you've shown, but it's typically not a secret if that's what you're worried about. It's not a secret per se, Rievin said. I've just never had it tested. I have no idea what my soul strength is. He tilted his head in Kefira's direction, glancing at her for approval to reveal her information. She gave a subtle nod. Her soul strength is 7. Call let out a low whistle. Well, technically, Kefira qualified. Rievin gave her a curious look. Kefira glanced down and back up quickly. Rievin followed the motion and remembered the amulet she wore around her neck. Oh yeah, her soul strength is halved, Rievin realized. So her soul strength is actually 14. If geniuses have a soul strength of 3, it really makes sense that her soul is too strong for her body. Wait, how is she wearing the pearl necklace gear if she already has a necklace on? Did she turn its suppressive effect off? I'll have to ask her later. You guys are insane, Call shook his head. I'm going to make myself dizzy with all this head shaking I'm doing. The three continued their conversation, Cyrilla a silent spectator, for a bit longer. Call's goal of ensuring Rievin was fine after the debacle was accomplished, so they didn't stick around after the one drink. He clapped Rievin on the shoulder as he stood up. I'm glad to see you're all right, he said. It could have been worse, though it might not have been with your mental resistance skill. That trinket from the dungeon that provides some protection really only works against the siren's illusions. Call just nodded. The drink's on me, but now I have to get back to my men. I'm still technically on duty even though we're not on patrol. All right, we'll catch you later. Call smiled and walked out of the restaurant. Rievin sat back down at the table. They were already here and it was close to lunchtime. There was no reason to go back to the Adventurers Guild, to only have to leave again to find something to eat. Cyrilla sat down at Kefira's insistence now that they were alone, and the trio enjoyed a nice lunch. The next day, Rievin returned to the beach with Kefira and Cyrilla. He didn't practice his stamina control, though. He and Kefira just stayed in the waist-deep water level, and Riven kept his head above water. They did leave the beach a little early to go to the dungeon so Riven could get some practice in. He really didn't want to take the chance of accidentally looking where he shouldn't, so they had all agreed to conduct all underwater training and experiments inside the dungeon. Didn't take any extra effort to remember the trigger to freely control his stamina and use it as a substitute resource. Riven simply confirmed he could do it and got a baseline for how long he could extend his breath per stamina point expenditure. It wasn't exact, but Riven found that approximately 5 of his stamina pool resulted in a full breath. He was satisfied with that information. They didn't linger in the dungeon after that. Kefira and Cyrilla didn't have anything to do, and Riven needed to contemplate how to come up with a training program for the others. He couldn't put into words how he felt on the spot. The best he could do is vaguely point them in the right direction, but he wanted to do more than that. He spent the rest of the evening, aside from eating dinner with Kefira and his father, contemplating how to devise a training regimen for his friends. Riven found himself back in the dungeon the next morning. He had told Rafix about his encounter in the ocean, and his father wisely chose not to tempt fate for their breath control training. I know I said we didn't need water to hold our breaths and work on the breath control skill, but it will help with unlocking the skill, Rafix explained, mainly to Talon. We'll use the skill during normal training after everyone's unlocked the skill, so we're only going to be in here for as long as that takes. Riven has discovered and verified the crux of the issue for activating the hard mode, Rafix continued. It's a bit more complicated than simply unlocking a new skill, though, and the breath control skill might actually help you all learn the method. What's the method? Talon asked, holding his hand up slightly. Stamina can be used as a direct substitute for oxygen, Riven answered. Directing stamina to your lungs and burning it will re-energize you with a full breath. Oh, is that all? Talon said, rolling his eyes. Couldn't be simpler. Just manhandle our stamina, direct it to our lungs, and burn it. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, I'll admit it's a bit tricky at first, and I had an advantage in that I had manually activated a skill before. I'm pretty sure this is a training method leading to that goal, and I had skipped this step entirely. The good thing, though, is that I can help you all figure it out with my experience, and once you get it, it's super easy to replicate. All right, enough wasting time, Rafix cut it. We're going to unlock the skill, level it up during routine training, and then we'll see about learning to control our stamina directly. You might be able to piggyback off of this skill to help direct our stamina to the right location if you're having a hard time with it. Okay, everyone in the water. Everyone, including Rafix, jumped into the water and swam a little ways out. So what's the plan? Talon asked. It's simple, really, Rafix answered. Expel your breath completely, go underwater for as long as you can, surface, take a deep breath, immediately expel it, go back underwater, rinse and repeat until you unlock the skill. Oh joy, Talon said, sighing. I can just imagine how exhausting this is going to be, especially later when we're doing this in the middle of other training. It's good for you. I know. It just wouldn't feel right if I didn't complain at least a little bit. Everyone chuckled. They didn't waste any more time, though, and everyone expelled their breath and got to work. It wasn't too much of a strain on them at first, and Riven had already done something similar while working on his stamina workaround. The first time down, everyone lasted close to 10 minutes. Kefira was the only exception as she had the lowest viditly, but she still managed almost 9 minutes. The morning was spent bobbing up and down in the water. They would take a deep breath, expel it, then go underwater. There wasn't much else to do, and it was a very repetitive form of training. Slowly, the amount of time they could stay underwater got less and less. By the time Riven was surfacing every 5 minutes, his vision was beginning to go dark around the edges. Even without drowning, he was beginning to experience the side effects. Riven didn't lose any health, but his vision slowly got more and more tunnel vision. His divine sense skill negated the effect for the most part, but even then, if he didn't pay attention, his perception would narrow considerably. The time limit continued to shrink. Riven didn't pay attention to anyone else's progress. He was fully focused on the task at hand. His vision got more and more narrow until eventually he felt a pulse centered on his lungs, and his vision once more widened considerably. The blinking notification in the corner of his eye caused him to return to the surface to check it out. New skill unlocked. Tier 3, Breath Control 01. Riven nodded his head in satisfaction. He finally looked around to see everyone else's progress, but he was the only one done with the task. Even Rafix hadn't unlocked the skill previously, and he was still working at it. Well, no reason to rest on my laurels, he thought. He took another breath, expelled it, and rejoined the others in their training. That sucked, Talon gasped as he laid on the floor at the entrance to the dungeon. It had taken another couple of hours for everyone to unlock the skill. Kefira had been the second to succeed. Rafix and Varia had been next, almost unlocking the skill at the same time. Riven assumed his dad and Varia were around the same talent level. All the other evidence, aside from anything to do with a sword, corroborated the idea. I'm really not looking forward to doing this while training, Talon said. Kimberly sat next to him and patted him on the back. She nodded her head in agreement at the statement. She was usually a bit more stoic than Talon, but she was in full agreement this time. Everyone had suffered to unlock this skill. The training method basically amounted to all of them feeling like they were on the edge of losing their breath for several hours straight. The one deep breath followed immediately by expelling the breath and going back down only prolonged when drowning would kick in. After a couple of cycles, the side effects of drowning, including the sucking feeling in the lungs, persisted. "Well, you're in luck," Rafik said. For once, he didn't chuckle at his students complaining. "For one, it took a lot longer than I thought to unlock the skill, so no more training today." "Yes," Talon sat up and pumped his fist in the air. "Or maybe we should," Rafik said skeptically. "I mean, cough, cough." Talon flopped back down on the ground. Kimberly just rolled her eyes. "Anyway, the second good thing is that now that you have the skill unlocked, the side effects of holding your breath for an extended period of time will lessen. It will take longer to manifest, and the time intervals will extend. It will only get better as you level up the skill." "Yeah, but then we have to strain the skill more and more to level it up further," Talon pointed out. "I never said it was perfect," Rafik shrugged. "Anyway, we'll meet back up on the beach tomorrow morning. We'll try and level the skill up to 10 or so while Ryevin figures out how to teach us how to use our stamina manually." "Wait, you don't know how to do it?" Ryevin asked. He had always assumed his father already knew how to do it. "No," Rafik shook his head. "I've been fairly traditional with my advancement. By the time it was appropriate for me to start learning the skill, I had you and the girls. I had other things to concern myself with, so I'm actually a little behind in this aspect." "Oh, that actually makes me feel better," Ryevin said. Rafik quirked an eyebrow at him. Ryevin hastily explained himself. "What I mean is, I get to help you figure it out. I feel like I'm getting to pay you back for all the guidance you've given me over the years. You know, you don't have to pay me back for any of that, I know. It still makes me feel good, though." Ryevin smiled. "All right, we have time for that later," Talon said, hopping to his feet. "I need to catch my breath." Ryevin and the others chuckled. Kimberly laced her fingers in Talon's, and the two walked out of the dungeon. Kefira looked up at Ryevin with a smile and sparkle in her eye. Ryevin smiled back, and the two followed suit, lacing their fingers together as they exited behind Talon. The rest of the week was a mix between being just as awful as Talon feared and not being quite so bad as Rafik reassured the group. Just like when they all worked to unlock the breath control skill, it wasn't so bad at the beginning. Rafik's training plan simply had them holding their breath the same way they had while underwater after expelling their lungs while they did their normal training. The suffering came once they approached their typical physical exhaustion. It took longer for the side effects of drowning suffocation to kick in, and as Ryevin worked to exhaust himself, he could feel each time the skill increased in potency. At first, the skill leveled up quickly, and the gains were distinct with each level up. An unexpected benefit was that their stamina efficiency improved alongside their skill level. It seemed to have an active and passive effect. When they actively held their breath, the skill increased the time they could hold it. Alongside the active usage, it seemed to improve their body's usage of their stamina points. It didn't really have an effect on extending how long it took them to reach the point of tiredness they trained at because they simultaneously increased their stamina usage through training the skill. Holding one's breath while running around and carrying heavy loads was a new experience for Ryevin and the others. The beginning was easy, but as they got close and closer to their goal, the pain in their lungs became significant. Rafik had created the rule that they would train their breath control skill until the end of their training session with no breaks, so there was no relief upon transitioning to working on forms and sparring. Ryevin gained 7 levels in his skill the first day. He had reached level 3 in the skill while waiting for everyone to unlock it the previous day, so he ended the first day of training already at skill level 10. It was one of the fastest leveling skills he had, but it was also one of the most intensive training styles he had done. Training a skill under stress was guaranteed to increase the leveling speed, and the very nature of the skill meant it was stressful if they weren't doing it while simply sitting or resting. The leveling rate declined over the next few days of the week, but it was still quick. Even Talon and Kimberly, objectively the two with the lowest natural talent of the group, reached level 15 by the 3rd day. Ryevin introduced his training regimen on the 4th day, one day before the dungeon reset. He wasn't worried that the group wouldn't figure out the trick to using their stamina as an alternate oxygen resource before tackling the dungeon again. They would have the opportunity to run the dungeon a 3rd time before the teleport circle connected with their local group, so they still had a whole other week to work on it. There was no reason not to go ahead and get started, though, as they had surpassed the minimum threshold they had set for themselves with the breath control skill. There's really no easy shortcut for figuring out how to manually control your stamina, Ryevin addressed the party. Personally, I had the advantage of already manually activating one of my class skills previously. I kind of did things backward in that respect. That being said, the method to get control of your stamina is repetition of a familiar active skill and contemplation. Select one of your class skills you're most familiar with and just use it over and over again. Pay attention to how your muscles work. Pay attention to the feeling of energy coursing through your body as it activates. It might take 100 repetitions to pick the thread, but this is just as much mental work as it is physical. Take some time to meditate on it every now and then. You don't have to go so far as figuring out how to manually activate the skill, yet though. You just need to be able to track how your stamina is used. Once you get a feel for it, you can switch to a different skill and compare and contrast how the stamina courses through your body. This is how I was able to figure it out. Isolate the stamina usage and you'll be able to grasp control of the energy. Question. Talon raised his hand. Rievin indicated for him to ask his question. Do we need to continue with the breath control training while doing so? Rievin looked to his father for his opinion. It's up to you, Rafik shrugged. I think we can skip training the breath control skill training. Rievin started. Talon whooped for joy and threw his hands in the air. You didn't let me finish, Rievin smirked. Talon put his hands down and narrowed his eyes at Rievin. We can skip the skill training at first. Once you move on to the second active skill to compare and contrast, you should continue with the training. You never know. It might accelerate your ability to grasp your stamina. It could also slow us down, Talon rebutted. That's true, Rievin nodded his head, but you're also gaining valuable skill levels. Every increase in the skill increases the efficiency of your stamina usage, so there's no reason to not do so. Fine, Talon sighed. Rievin had tested it already with a breath control skill of level 20. Before he unlocked the skill, approximately 5 of his stamina pool functioned as a full breath. With his skill at level 20, he could tell that it had marginally improved. He guessed that it was closer to 4.9 of his stamina pool for the same effect. That didn't seem like too big of an improvement at first, but the increase in efficiency was exponential compared to the skill level. The benefits were barely noticeable at the lower levels, but it became more noticeable the higher the level. It was a lot like his divine sense skill. He could feel his skill improving more between each skill up. He also hadn't even reached the first threshold at level 25 yet. By the time I reached the master level with the skill, it might only cost around 1 or so of my stamina pool, Rievin thought. There are many different ways a transcendent ability for the skill could go, but I'm also guessing that stamina efficiency is probably one of them. It will probably be specific to breathing and holding one's breath though. The skill name is breath control. The party members took Rievin's training suggestion and got to work. Kefira walked up to him with a sheepish expression on her face. What about me? She asked. I don't have any active skills that use stamina. All of mine use mana. I've thought about this. Rievin nodded his head. It's just going to be a bit harder for you. You'll have to use a general skill to figure it out, but you also have your mana control to compare it to. Mana and stamina are two completely different things, but at the same time they're fundamentally the same. They're both a form of internal energy. The benefit you gain from your mana control should offset the handicap of not having an active skill. Okay, but what skill should I use? You once mentioned that you have sure step, right? Rievin asked. Kefira nodded her head. Then if I were you, I would simply use running and sure step. I would alternate between walking on solid ground, running on solid ground, walking on loose sand, and running on loose sand. Try to pay attention to how your stamina affects you in each situation. It's not the same as how mana works, but it should be similar enough for you to grasp it in time. Once you can see the flow of your stamina, you should be able to gain control of that flow. Kefira took off jogging to the edge of the beach where the sand turned into solid ground. The others performed their skills as if they were training their combat forms, but they spent more time in careful consideration between uses. Rievin nodded his head at their dedication. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Rievin had already figured out how to completely control his own stamina, so he didn't need to participate. Instead, he chose to continue working on his breath control skill. The unexpected benefits of the skill were actually way better than the ability to hold his breath longer, the original reason for unlocking the skill. With his ability to burn his stamina to regain a full breath made the breath control skill redundant on its face. Decreasing the stamina percentage to gain a full breath, however, was a potential huge improvement. If he could reduce it to one like he hoped one day, it would increase the number of times he could use it as an oxygen resource from about 20 times to almost 100. That was only theoretical, of course. There was no way he would actually take his stamina all the way to 0. Bottoming out on stamina while underwater would guarantee drowning, after all. He wouldn't be able to get another breath after, and he wouldn't be able to move to swim to safety. He didn't plan on ever putting himself in such a dangerous situation, though. We never know what's going to happen in the future, though, he thought. It's better to be able to use the ability with less burden on my stamina exactly for the unexpected situations. While the others continuously activated their skills, Rievin got to work with his routine training while using the breath control skill. The others hadn't worked themselves to exhaustion ahead of time for this training. It wouldn't make sense to significantly reduce their stamina points when the entire idea was to figure out how those points worked exactly. The party worked on their training until around noon. Just like the other days, they restricted their intense training for the morning only. Even though they hadn't burned through their stamina before starting their training, everyone was still sweaty and tired by the end of it. It's a different kind of exhaustion, Talon said, bending over and gasping for air. It's localized in the muscles used for the skill, and it's sharper, less dull. That's the only way I know to describe it. The rest of my body feels fine, for the most part, though there's still the background exhaustion affecting everything. It's just not as all-encompassing. Ryevin nodded his head at his friend's explanation. He had never actually used a skill over and over to achieve the same results as physical exertion, so he had to take Talon at his word. The others seemed to agree with him, too. The party dispersed to do their own thing for the rest of the day. They all chose to rest, though, as the dungeon resetting meant they were headed back in for another round of training. The party had a new goal for running the dungeon this time. They actively worked on their breath control skill while fighting on the upper floors, but they didn't try for the hard mode this time. Nobody had fully grasped control of their stamina to use it to refuel their breath anyway. They blew through the top 3 floors at a much faster pace than previously, though. They had to stop for air less frequently, and they had their prior delves experience to guide their hunting. Talon wasn't the one to lead the party through the labyrinth on the 3rd floor this time. Kefira stepped up and used her space affinity to map out a path to guide them through the maze. It was marginally quicker than Talon's guidance, which actually spoke more to Talon's ability to navigate the maze than it did Kefira's. The party quickly dispatched the Sahuagins of the 3rd floor and entered the rest area between floors. "All right, it's time for the real objective," Ryevin said. "I'm going to hang back as the rest of you descend to the 4th floor. I still don't know how I got trapped by the waiting sirens, but it shouldn't affect our plan. You all will go down, trigger the illusion ambush, and I'll give you a few moments to fight it off before I disrupt them. Once everyone breaks free from the illusions, we'll retreat back to here to reset the encounter. I'll try hard not to kill any of the sirens, too." The party exited the rest area and descended to the 4th floor. Rafix was still with them, so they were expecting another group to ambush them like last time. Ryevin paid particular attention to his surroundings with his psionic skill to verify if that's what had gotten him trapped last time. There hadn't been too much experimentation with the skill since unlocking it, though, so it was still at level 1. Sure enough, he noticed the unique frequency of the mental energy starting right at the entrance to the 4th floor. Ryevin nodded to the others and they went ahead. Ryevin watched his party members move onto the 4th floor. Everything seemed fine at first. They slowly descended into the affected waters like nothing was out of the ordinary, but that didn't last. They started moving slower and slower. If he didn't know any better, he would assume they were just being overly cautious, but they eventually came to a complete stop. The party had moved out of visual range, but they were still well within his divine sense. He saw the sirens approach and surround them. It was the same as last time. Most of them hovered around them in a sphere, and an individual detached from the group to slowly approach one of the party members one by one. Each person was affected by the illusions at a different rate. The sirens seemed to be able to gauge how affected each party member was. They approached at different speeds, the one moving toward Rafix moving the slowest. Ryevin knew that none of them had the mental fortitude skill, and they had all acknowledged that they didn't have any other kind of mental resistance skill, either. Even so, it wasn't just their levels that determined how quickly they succumbed to the illusions. Kefira was the next slowest to be fully immersed in her illusion. Zudrid was only slightly behind Kefira, and the two of them were much better off than the last 4 party members. There was a clear divide between them and the others. It makes sense, Ryevin thought. Kefira is a caster, and Zudrid has said he's basically the equivalent of a cultivator caster. Their mental stats are going to be higher than the others. I'm surprised Varia's soul strength doesn't seem to be a factor, though. I'm guessing the siren's illusions have nothing to do with soul strength, then. Ryevin didn't know all the intricacies of soul strength. He had assumed it would have an effect on mental powers somehow, but that didn't seem to be the case. The only thing he knew about soul strength was that it directly affected how quickly one was able to unlock and level up skills. It seemed logical to assume the soul would affect the mind more than the body, but that was apparently a logical fallacy. I should have realized, considering the entire issue with Kefira's body being too weak to house her powerful soul. It isn't just an abstract thing that affects one's mind. It directly affects the body, too. Thinking about it deeper, that makes sense, too. Most of my skills are physical in nature, and my soul strength still accelerates my skill leveling speed. If it just affected mental aspects, one would see a clear distinction in skill growth. There's still a particular bend to one's talent, obviously, but it's not exclusive to mental skills. Ryevin allowed his party members to be trapped by the sirens. He stood by and gave them as much time as possible to fight off the illusions on their own. The point of letting them go through this was to unlock mental fortitude, or at least some type of mental resistance skill. Mental fortitude, besides iron will, was just the one Ryevin knew about. Ryevin didn't know how bad the draining affect was from the sirens, but he did have access to his party members' diagnostics through the system. It didn't tell him their health values or anything, but it did provide clues. The system notified him that they were all in good health, so he wasn't worried. If there were any changes, he would immediately swoop in and interfere. As it was, he still waited to give them time to work through the problem on their own. After several minutes, Ryevin finally saw signs that his friends were stirring out of their stupor. Rafix was the first to shake free from the grasp of the siren's songs. He slowly became aware of his surroundings, but he was expecting what he saw. He simply shook the one siren feeding on his health pool free from his body and took up a defensive stance. Contrary to expectations, the sirens didn't immediately descend into chaos and launch an attack on Rafix or the group. Rafix could have forced the issue by engaging, but the sirens seemed perfectly happy to wait for the others as long as Rafix allowed them. As anticipated, Kefira and Zudrid were the next to recover. Rafix helped them separate themselves from the sirens wrapped around their bodies, and the three continued to wait for their other companions. Zudrid seemed like he was torn between intervening immediately for Vyria and waiting to allow her to work toward her mental resistance skill. Logic won out in the end, and he waited. As soon as the other four began to stir, Ryevin finally wrapped himself in a cocoon of psionic-enhanced mental fortitude. He descended into the waters, still being influenced by the sirens, but he was able to rebuff their attempts to pull him into an illusion. He swam directly to the closest group of sirens waiting nearby, but he didn't engage them in combat. He simply swam into the group, attracting their attention, and kept going. The sirens seemed offended that he wasn't put under their spell at all, and they chased after him. Talon, Kimberly, Cyrilla, and Vyria all eventually shook free from their personal illusions by the time Ryevin had picked up half of the nearby sirens. Rafix quickly organized the rest of the party after dispelling the leeching sirens, and the party swam back up to the third-floor transition area. Ryevin kept some of his awareness on the others, and once they fled to unaffected waters, Ryevin turned and followed. Despite being designed for moving about in the water, Ryevin was able to keep ahead of the chasing sirens. When he wasn't flailing his arms about in panic, the combination of his stats and swimming skill allowed him to move through the water quite rapidly. He wasn't as dexterous as the aquatic monsters, but his top speed could easily match theirs. The mental tendrils of the sirens didn't extend beyond the absolute entrance to the fourth floor. The system heavily influenced how things worked inside the dungeons, and this was key to their strategy in training their mental resistance skill. Ryevin met back up with the party members in the waiting area. He noticed the sirens disperse shortly after entering the tunnel leading to the third floor, seemingly forgetting about the party's presence entirely. He stepped into the air and surveyed the others. Nobody seemed too negatively affected by the ordeal. They each confirmed they had only lost a couple percentage points of their health, but some simple rest and grabbing a bite to eat for lunch would solve that issue. "All right, it seems to be going just as planned," Ryevin said with a smile. "So after a short break, let's do it again." Galwit trudged behind the tall figure. They had been moving mostly non-stop since arriving at this infernal place, but that didn't mean they hadn't done nothing. Galwit had been put through his paces and taught many different things normally outside of the range of someone from a Tier 2 kingdom. Some of the lessons he had learned, he was sure, were more profound than could be found in the entire empire he was part of, but without having a reference, he wasn't sure. All he knew was that his foundations had been shored up more than he had imagined possible. The tall, masked man wasn't much for small talk for all that he taught Galwit. He was methodical in his lessons, and oftentimes there was immediate practical application for said lessons, but Galwit still knew nothing about the man other than he was very powerful and driven. At first, Galwit had been too preoccupied with learning new things and the new environment to pay attention to their surroundings too much. The different flavor to the mana was more subtle than he had expected. With a name like the Abyss, he had assumed everything would have a brutal tinge to it. That hadn't really been the case, though. Other than what Galwit referred to as a crimson streak permeating just beneath the surface level of the ambient mana, there wasn't too much of a difference between the veridical and abyss realms. Eventually, he had come to grips with his situation and caught up enough on his foundations that he was able to pay better attention. It had seemed like the masked man was taking a meandering, random route, but after years of traveling and fighting abyssal monsters, it would have been strange if Galwit hadn't realized they had a consistent direction of travel. The masked man would sometimes go entire regions out of his way in the path, but it always inevitably led back to the same main path. Galwit had obviously asked about it, but his companion had only told him it was the appropriate way to get to their destination. Galwit understood that he meant it was the optimal path for Galwit's progress. Their route led them to multiple dungeons in each region, and it was always just within Galwit's capabilities to successfully solo. Galwit didn't entirely believe the mysterious figure, though. He had practically been kidnapped from everything he knew and thrust into a completely unfamiliar realm. There had to be more to it, but again, the man was silent on the subject. Not everything was rainbows and roses, though. Every now and then, the masked man would call a halt to their journey, and he would be racked by painful, bloody coughs for days, unable to do anything other than hunker down and wait for the fit to pass. The first time it had happened, Galwit had been scared that he would be forever lost in this unfamiliar realm. He didn't know what was happening, and the only warning he'd had was to watch over him for a while. That wasn't exactly insightful instructions. It had become a common enough occurrence, though, that Galwit just took it in stride. From the context of their very first conversation several years ago, Galwit assumed the man had suffered grievous internal injuries for his meddling with the strands of fate. The man had said there was always a price to be paid. The climate of the regions in the Abyss realm were almost identical to those in the Veridical realm. The underlying nature of the mana made the monsters and beasts more aggressive and ferocious, but it didn't strengthen them compared to their Veridical counterparts. There were also different types of mundane monsters and creatures to be found in the wild. Imps and packs of hellhounds replaced goblins and orcs. The hellhounds weren't smarter than the imps like orcs were to goblins, but they were much more dangerous, and they were extremely well coordinated among their packs. The masked man mostly kept them to Tier 1 and 2 regions the first year Galwit followed him, but as he grew in strength and knowledge, the man steadily increased the level of the zones they traversed. In recent months, they had been traveling exclusively in Tier 3 regions. They skirted major hubs of civilization for the most part, but they weren't completely isolationist. Sometimes the masked man even had them travel with convoys. The nature of the citizens of the realm was naturally a bit more violent than found in the Veridical realm, but Galwit quickly adapted. Anytime they entered a town or joined a group of any kind, be it a caravan or traveling party, the first thing Galwit would have to do is stand up to a challenge. The posturing wasn't for any reason of jockeying for leadership or to win the favor of a girl or something. It was purely because the people in the Abyss realm grew up with a more violent streak. Even after putting down a challenge, Galwit would still often find himself in a confrontation with others over the smallest issues. There had even been one instance where a shopkeeper wouldn't sell him any supplies until they had punched each other in the face. The man hadn't outright told Galwit to fight him. He had just been snide, insulting, and refused to talk business with Galwit at all. Galwit had been around long enough to understand the culture, though, so he didn't feel bad sucker punching the man in the face. They had knocked over several displays and made a complete mess of the man's shop, but the shopkeeper had ended the fight with a grin from ear to ear. He couldn't have been happier. Even after living in the Abyss realm for several years, the casual attitude towards violence was still foreign to Galwit. Galwit knew it wasn't because of the ambient mana. He had been immersed in it just as much as anyone else, and it hadn't affected his personality. The culture was just different. Galwit didn't know what to make of that information, though, and he didn't know if he even needed to figure it out. From what the masked man had told him, he assumed he wasn't going to live the remainder of his days in the Abyss realm. He just didn't know when or where they would move back to his home realm. Even though he was descended from warriors from the Abyss, that didn't mean he had any interest in permanently migrating back to his ancestral realm. All of his friends and family were still in the Veridical realm, after all, and their goal was to fully integrate into the Veridical realm while maintaining their heritage. After months of traveling through various Tier 3 regions, occasionally stopping to delve some of the relatively weaker dungeons, the masked man finally led them into a Tier 4 region. Another thing Galwit had learned about the Abyss realm was that the region makeup was almost identical to the Veridical realm. The masked man had idly let slip that he was even more knowledgeable than that when he revealed that there were a couple of neighboring realms that had vastly different systems regulating the ambient mana, but he hadn't gone into details. Galwit had wondered just how many realms the mysterious figure had traversed. In all their time together, he had never seen the man take action. He only knew he was powerful for two reasons. First, and most obvious, as the subtle aura emanating from the man. The second reason was more subtle but simultaneously more profound. Nothing tried to bother the man. The masked man hadn't had to deal with so much as a single rude comment from any of the locals, and none of the monsters Galwit had been pitted against had given the man a second glance. Galwit had even seen more powerful monsters turn tail and flee in the distance. They had obviously been the more intelligent variants, and they didn't want anything to do with either of them, though Galwit knew it had nothing to do with his own prowess. They mostly traveled straight through the wilderness of the regions, but upon entering the Tier 4 region, the masked man steered them to the main highway leading to the capital. Galwit was curious about the change, but he was just told it led to their destination when he asked. Galwit assumed they were heading to the capital city of the Tier 4 region, but that turned out to not be the case. After several days of walking on the highway, the masked man turned off onto a less traveled road. There were weeds and other signs of neglect along the roadway. Eventually, the battered road led them to a small, walled city. A banner sporting a crimson dragon on a black background fluttered in the wind from the center of the city. The city wasn't among the largest Galwit had seen, but it was definitely more than a town. A pair of heavily armored soldiers stood guard in front of the city gates. More guards patrolled the ramparts. There was no line of people waiting to get inside. Galwit looked around curiously as they approached the city. The guards didn't try to stop them, and they simply saluted the masked man as they were allowed entry. Rex, they called out in greeting. The masked man was obviously well known to these men. Galwit glanced at the tall figure, wondering at the way the guards had addressed him. Rex was most likely not his name, as the level of respect in their voices led him to believe they wouldn't just shout his name in greeting, but Rex was an unfamiliar title to him. The masked man led them straight to the central administrative building. Along the way were multiple squads of heavily armored soldiers. They gave off a baleful aura, but it wasn't tinged with the familiar abyssal fluctuations. Rex, people all around stopped and bowed to the tall man as they passed. Everyone without exception greeted him when they saw him pass, even if they were further away than Galwit would assume warranted an actual greeting. The masked man was apparently extremely well respected in the city. The masked man led Galwit to the central fortress. The guards allowed the man immediate entry, and Galwit was led to the main petition chamber. A man only several years older than Galwit sat upon a simple throne. It wasn't impressive enough to raise any eyebrows from the local rulers, but it made a statement. This man was a noble, and this was his land. Ah, benefactor. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of the masked man. He stood up and gave a short bow after approaching the pair. The rest of the conversation in the room stilled as everyone turned and bowed to the masked man. Is it finally time? The noble excitedly asked. He was practically bouncing on his feet. The masked man shook his head. Sadly, no, he replied. The time isn't quite right, but I did pick up a stray. The masked man gestured to Galwit. He was surprised to be referred to as a stray, but he kept a neutral face. He was a prince himself, so he gave a slightly deeper bow to the man than he had proffered to the masked man. He's actually one of yours, the masked man continued. Both the noble and Galwit looked at him in surprise. His ancestors once served your ancestors millennia ago. Really? Are you sure? The noble asked skeptically. Do not forget my specialty, the masked man retorted. Even now I can sense the faintest of connections between the two of you. He will make an excellent guide and advisor for you in the future. Then the noble looked at Galwit with surprise and anticipation. Galwit was confused about the man's reaction. Yes, was the simple reply. Excellent, excellent, the noble man exclaimed. What's your name? Galwit, my lord, Galwit replied. A pleasure to meet you, Galwit. My name is Malalyn, and I welcome you to our humble home. We must prepare a feast in honor of your visit, benefactor, Malalyn exclaimed. That won't be necessary, the masked man shook his head. I'm on a tight schedule and I have places to be. I can't stay. Not even for one night. No, I must be off immediately. Once this conversation is over, I'm leaving. I see, Malalyn said, wilting slightly. It is as it must be, though. One of these days you'll have to let me hold a proper celebration in your honor. Even though the masked man hadn't shared any personal information with Galwit, they had been together constantly for several years. Galwit had learned to pick up on the slight mannerisms of the man to gauge his mood. He was distinctly uncomfortable at the mention of being properly honored. Galwit had no idea what that was about, but it wasn't his place to pry. The masked man finally turned to Galwit and looked at him properly. Galwit could see the weight hidden in the man's eyes. The masked man placed a large hand on Galwit's shoulder. His hand completely engulfed Galwit's shoulder. You'll be treated well here, he said. I've taught you what you need to know and introduced to you what you needed to be introduced to. Everything else will rely on your own hard work and dedication. Wait, I'm staying here. Galwit finally put the pieces together. Of course, why do you think we're here? The entire meandering journey we've taken has been to deliver you here with your current foundation. These are ancient allies of your ancestors, and they'll be able to help you get what you want. I will forever be in your debt. None of that now, the masked man waved his gratitude away. I've only upheld my end of the bargain for basically kidnapping you. I have my own selfish reasons for doing what I've done, and with this we're even. There is no debt between the two of us. Galwit straightened up and stared at the large man for a few seconds before nodding. As you wish, he said. There is no debt. There was a palpable release of tension Galwit hadn't known had existed between the two of them. The masked man didn't move or make any sound, but Galwit could have sworn the man had sighed in relief upon hearing the words. There seemed to be just a little less weight held in the man's eyes. So that's that then, Malalyn asked. The masked man glanced back at the noble and nodded his head. I must continue my journey. There's still much to be done, and the time for getting it done is getting less and less. Galwit's eyes widened in realization. This man has important business to be about, and he wasted years just to train me and get me here, he thought. The masked man seemed to notice the change in Galwit's demeanor. He once more looked at him and shook his head. You haven't delayed me, he said. It's all part of the calculation. That being said, I cannot linger even a moment longer. Good day." With that, the masked man inclined his head to the room in general, turned about, and left. Galwit felt a wide range of emotions course through his being as he watched the man depart. It was true that he had snatched Galwit up on this journey without even asking, but he had grown to rely on the man. Even if he was mostly self-sufficient after shoring up his foundations, the masked man had always been an invisible strength he knew he could rely on in an emergency. Just like that, years of what he had become accustomed to was turned on its head. He looked back at Malalyn, appraising the young nobleman. The nobleman in turn faced Galwit after the masked man left the room. He clapped Galwit on the shoulder with a smile on his face. "Fear not," he said. "If the benefactor said we're ancient allies, then we're ancient allies. We'll do as he said and take care of you. Before we figure all of that out, though, let's get you settled. You're going to be staying here for a while, so you'll need to get acquainted with everyone and how we do things. We'll speak more tonight. Just because the benefactor couldn't stay for a celebratory feast doesn't mean we can't have one on our own anyway." The nobleman laughed and Galwit found himself chuckling along with him. The man had a certain charisma about him that had nothing to do with the stat. "It's just another abrupt change to my entire way of life," Galwit thought. "No big deal. It's not the first time it's happened." The hard mode of the dungeon had been a little disappointing to Rievin. None of the encounters were altered at all, and the enhanced final boss fight due to Rafix's presence was actually more of a challenge once they figured out the trick. That being said, figuring out and then training the method of unlocking the hard mode was the challenge, and trying to do it without learning the trick was nigh on impossible, so it could be argued that the feat was incredibly hard. The main difference between this dungeon's hard mode and the other ones Rievin had unlocked was the rewards. There was no change in the amount of experience gained from the delve. It just increased the quality of the items found in the loot chest. Rievin had been correct that Boldir was specialized in weaponsmithing, though he was competent with all forms of blacksmithing. He made the suggestion to wait until the party returned to Wispan to do anything with their materials, though. His argument was twofold. One, the locals would be better suited to match the styles Rievin and the others would want, and two, they would give their local craftsmen the opportunity to work with new materials. It was very unlikely they had ever worked with aquatic-based metals before, so it would be doing their local economy and craftsmen a favor by holding off. They didn't need to upgrade their gear right away, either. They were perfectly capable of clearing the dungeon on hard mode with their current equipment, so Rievin had accepted the advice. He would save some of the metals for his sisters, too. He didn't know what they were going to want to focus on with their future crafting expertise, but so far they were more enchanters that dabbled in a little bit of everything. He did secure some more exotic materials sourced from the sea from the proceeds made from the delves, though a small portion reserved for the twins. One delve didn't return enough money to pay for all of the materials he purchased, but that was mostly because of the fair split of the loot and coins. If they had kept the pool of loot together, they would have been able to still make a profit from a run, but then there would be the question of who had the ownership of the purchased materials. To keep things simple, they just decided to have everyone make their own decisions on what to sell, keep, or purchase after splitting the rewards. The gear drops from the final boss, aside from the pearl necklace, had been more tailor-made for water combat. They had found tridents, gloves, and footwear with webbing, and an accessory further extending one's efficiency in holding their breath among some crafting materials. The scales weren't the only thing available in the chests. They also received a roll of silky fabric, apparently made from some underwater plants of some sort. Kefira and the other girls had gone all moon-eyed over the fabric. It was a cyan color, and it had the strange property of feeling so smooth it was almost wet when one ran their hands along it. Kefira had half-jokingly suggested they stay for another teleportation cycle so they could have more chances of securing the fabric, so each girl could have a garment made of the material. Rievin offered a more practical solution. They just purchased some. It was a very expensive material, it turned out. It wasn't because it inherently had amazing properties as compared to the other crafting materials, though it was a Tier 4 fabric. It was an extremely high demand for its use in making everyday clothing of all things. Even Rievin and the other men of the party wanted to get a shirt or two made from the fabric after feeling the soft sensation for themselves. All in all, the party dropped several gold coins each to get their hand on some. It was the sole reason none of them were going to leave the island with a profit from their dungeon delves, though it wasn't anything too significant. They were all individually fairly wealthy anyway. The dungeon delves were more about the experience. Considering the purpose of their delves, their impromptu trip to the coastal town had been a rousing success. Rievin had gained several more levels, and progressed many of his skills in the short time they were on the island. He had earned another 139,000 experience from the 2 dungeon delves. Now that Rievin had a perfect foundation and the ultimate class for Tier 3, he was no longer concerned with holding himself back. He would be able to advance all the way to Tier 5 without having to worry about shoring up any skills or life experiences, the main bottleneck for people gaining levels as fast as possible. All of the effort in holding back his leveling and focusing so much time and attention to constantly training was about to finally pay off. He didn't know how long he would be in Wispen before he was needed to go on another expedition, but hopefully it would be long enough that he could at least get to Tier 4. There was only the one dungeon near the capital city. Traveling to the next closest dungeon would take too long to make it worth it with the round trip involved. He would have to almost completely forgo sleep and relaxation in order to maximize the experience gained from running 2 dungeons a week instead of 1. The workaround to that problem was simple for Rievin, though. He would simply solo the dungeon and receive 100 of the experience reward without sharing it with a party, after running the dungeon with a party at least once, of course. Having multiple dungeons within the capital city was one of the main reasons Emelian and Rafix's homeland was as powerful as it was, and it was the reason its subordinate kingdoms had coveted their position instead of seeking to help them reclaim the territory. Hitting Tier 5 would normally necessitate one move to a Tier 5 region to continue advancing quickly. The only reason Rafix was as high a level as he was while living in the lower tier regions was because of his access key to the unique Endless Dungeon. If they hadn't procured such a key, he would have languished in the lower levels of Tier 5 to this day. For the vast majority of people, being locked out of Tier 5 and above was the main factor for not seeking to continuously improve in ever higher tiered regions. It was worse in the lower tier regions with their lack of opportunity to get the necessary life experience to unlock higher rarity classes, but even in Tier 4 empires, less than half of the population were able to exceed Tier 4. Most of those people were non-combatants, too, so they had a harder time taking advantage of the experience gains one could gain from a dungeon. It wasn't all bad, though. The combat classes had a symbiotic relationship with the crafters. The better the combat classers did in clearing dungeons and acquiring resources, the more opportunities for working with exotic materials and gaining lots of experience crafter classers had. Rievin was a prime example. He secured several exotic materials for his sisters to experiment with. Not only were they of a kind they were unlikely to get in Wispan, but they were high quality. The fact that they were most likely still too high quality for the twins to work with was the main reason he was only getting them samples. Although they were leaving the island with a little less coin than they had arrived with, each of the party members was loaded down with goods, skill gains, level ups, and an achievement to show for it, not to mention the friendships they had made. Everyone was happy with their little accidental displacement. Rievin reviewed his status and skill gains one last time as they waited for the teleportation circle to activate. Tier 4 Dungeon Thae, hard mode complete plus 50 physical and mental stats. Rievin's mental fortitude and iron will had once more started advancing rapidly, but it wasn't because of his resistance to the siren's illusions. Only his psionic skill benefited from his encounters in the dungeon, as that was the only skill that was getting any pressure applied to it. If his underlying skills associated with psionic weren't as high as they were, though, he wouldn't have been able to sustain the effect and level it up nearly as quickly. It was playing catch-up. Rievin knew it would slow down considerably once it got closer to mental fortitude. His mental fortitude, iron will, and pain-resistance skills made leaps and bounds in the last couple of weeks because he had once more started working on his affinities in the advanced manner of flooding his cells. The pain was excruciating, and keeping his mental focus during the endeavor paid more than just in rapid affinity advancement. He had halted this particular training after they had been pushed out of Peori in the conflict with the invaders. He didn't want to be too mentally or emotionally drained from enduring the pain when an attack could occur at any time. That had led to a noticeable decrease in skill and affinity gains, though his affinities still went up decently over the long period of time. Another couple of skills that finally saw some attention were his mana healing and regeneration. Rievin was against self-harm in order to level these skills, but an idea had struck him while working on his breath control skill. Instead of holding his breath to the threshold of suffocation, Rievin simply let himself go beyond for a couple intervals. He held his breath until he lost approximately 10 of his health pool, and then he would slowly use his mana healing and passive regeneration to heal back to full over time. Once he was in tip-top shape again, he would repeat the process. The method had done wonders for his breath control, and he had advanced the Tier 3 skill from 1 all the way to breaking through the first bottleneck at 25 in the short time they had all been practicing it. His other skills he hadn't had too many opportunities to work on also finally had a reliable method. None of the others joined him in going so far, and he wouldn't have recommended they did so, even if they had wanted to. He was the only one in the party who had a healing type skill, much less 2 of them. He also wouldn't recommend anyone try to replicate the way he had unlocked them, either. Nearly getting killed wasn't a viable training option, and there was no guarantee one would unlock the skill in the process. Ryevin dismissed his skill ups and pulled up his status page. Status name, Ryevin class, Hero LVL 17. Grand Arcanist. Fighter age 1621 health, 14,180, 14,180, plus 310 stamina, 27,970, 27,970, plus 410 mana, 15,635, 15,635, plus 50 chi, 1,000 T4 Li physical stats, mental stats SDR, 1,479 plus 10 INT, 1,514 plus 4 VIT, 1,418 plus 31 mag, 1,813 plus 6 dex, 1,478 plus 10 CLA, 1,351 plus 1 CHA, 407 plus 1 per, 1,265 plus 1 LUK, 335 plus 1 bloodline. LVL 1 unknown 236,443 10 billion experience, 4,486, 20,100. It seems like I'm leveling up really fast in the dungeons, now that I've let loose, Ryevin contemplated, and that's with a party. The experience is shared. If I go solo, I'll get considerably more than that. I don't know how much experience is rewarded in the Wispen dungeon, but let's just say 120,000 solo. That would get me 5 levels and most of the 6th. It would also mean more than 1 level per delve in Tier 3. There are 90 levels in Tier 3, and I'm level 17 now, so I would need approximately 20 weeks or so. There are 70 weeks in a year, so a little under a third of a year to reach Tier 4. I could earn a lot more as a commander of an army, as long as we consistently fought battles, but I would run into the same problem of diminishing returns eventually. I should have the time to reach Tier 4 before the next deployment. Less than half a year's break time isn't enough for the morale of the unit, so if they suggest we go before then, unless it's extremely dire, I'll argue against it. We'll really need to move to a Tier 5 region after the next deployment if we want to continue our pace. I know Dad has access to that dungeon, but that's only good for levels and occasionally some gear. Not everyone is like me and can convert natural treasures to raw bloodline experience. They need specific natural treasures to level up their bloodlines, and level 2 requires a couple treasures only found in Tier 5 and 6 regions. Kefira needs her body unlocked so she can unshackle her soul as quickly as possible. She would get there eventually through tearing up, but again, it would take forever without going to a higher tier region, and that whole time she'll be handicapped. We can access Dad's dungeon from anywhere in the world, so why wouldn't we go looking for a Tier 5 region with a couple of dungeons close to each other? We can double dip while we explore for natural treasures. Ryevin nodded to himself as he decided on an overall direction to achieve his goals. He wasn't necessarily interested in ascending, but he loved the feeling of growing more powerful. He also knew there were still threats out there, and he intended to be strong enough to face them head-on. He had no idea how powerful the ruler of the Tier 6 empire in charge of the invasions was, but from the glimpse of Ariella's master and context clues from the elites of the Tier 5 empire invading Vero, he knew it had to be up there. At least Tier 7, he speculated, and the power gap between tiers only grows larger and larger as the tiers go up. There are so many more levels in the higher tiers, and even reaching those tiers necessitates one to have a high rarity class. My advantage in class rarity and stats will quickly normalize in the upper echelons of power. What's an additional 1,000 strength when everyone has over 100,000? I don't know if the numbers will be that high, but it's the same concept. Even understanding that truth, Ryevin wasn't discouraged. He was confident in his own abilities and the abilities of his friends and allies. If they had the time to grow, Ryevin knew he could get there. That was the main problem, though. Nobody knew the end goal of the invaders or their time frame. They needed to get stronger before they destroyed all the lower-tier regions in the realm. They didn't have to wait much longer before the teleport circle finally lit up with power. They had already gone through all of the procedures and paid the fee, so they patiently waited for the magic. The light intensified, and a crack appeared in the air in the very center of the circle. It slowly expanded in height, and once it reached a certain height, it appeared to rotate open, revealing the long corridor beyond. "All right," Ryevin said, turning to his friends. "We're finally on our way back to Wispen. This isn't the end of the trip, though. There are still 6 more stops along the way, and we'll have to wait for the right connection at each stop. We'll be back in Willowin within 10 days, though. Come on." Ryevin jerked his head toward the corridor before turning toward it. Kefira sidled up next to him and gripped his hand, interlacing her fingers in his. Ryevin looked down at her and she smiled back up at him. "No accidents this time," she said. As they stepped through the threshold, Kefira unleashed a steady trickle of space mana into the corridor walls. She wasn't researching her space affinity this time, though. She was reinforcing the stability of the spell. Their trip to Thay had been fun and rewarding, but it was time to get back to their families. Rievin took his last step through the portal into Wispan. Kefira next to him took in a deep breath and let it out with a sigh. He glanced at her and saw the big smile on her face. The joy was contagious, and he smiled back. Rievin looked around and took a deep breath of his own. His awareness of ambient mana was just that much higher that he could feel the subtle difference between regions, and there was something about the mana in Wispan that was just a bit fresher than the other empires they had traveled through. If I had to put it to words, it would be more pure Rievin thought. The difference is marginal, but I'm sure an extended period of time in it would evoke a difference. Now that he thought about it, the Imperial Guards in Wispan were a step higher in quality than the others he had seen in other regions. He didn't know if that had anything to do with the difference in environments, but he would guess that it at least had a small effect. "It's good to be back home," Kefira said. "You weren't even gone all that long," Rievin pointed out. "Irrelevant," Kefira retorted. "There's just something about coming home. It feels like a small burden has been lifted from my shoulders, and I can relax just a bit more than on our beach vacation." Kefira gave Rievin a deadpan look. "I think we need to talk about your definition of vacation. In the month we were there, we had less than a week's worth of free time. In fact, I think we worked harder while on vacation than any other time, including with your crazy dad driving us in our training." "His what dad?" Rafix asked, walking up behind them. "His lovely dad," Kefira said without missing a beat. "I was just saying to Rian how much we all appreciate you being there to guide us in our growth." "I'm sure," Rafix chuckled. "I'm just glad to help." "Sure," Kefira said with a sweet smile. "Anyway, I'm going to rush back to the palace and find your mother," Rafix addressed Rievin. "You shouldn't dally too much behind me. There will be no hope for you if we delay seeing her too long." "I don't have any other plans," Rievin shrugged. "The mercenaries can wait. I'm sure Jekyll can come to the palace to give me an update on the company." Speaking of, he turned to Zudrid and Varia stepping through the portal. "Are you two headed back to the barracks?" "Yeah, we don't see any reason to delay." Zudrid nodded his head. "You want us to tell them to send Jekyll to the palace?" "If you would," Rievin nodded. "It's no problem," Zudrid nodded his head. "But now that we're talking about it, it's a good time to inform you that we're going to be resigning from our positions and returning home to the sect. We've accomplished more than we ever set out to do for our life experience. It's time to fine-tune our skills and prepare for the next tier." "That seems pretty short," Rievin replied, a bit surprised. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, it's more about quality than quantity. We trained with an organization, participated in field exercises, fought in a war, traveled through the Vale directly, cleared the hard mode of a Tier 4 dungeon, visited the ocean, saw a Tier 8 region, and those are just the major accomplishments. The sect has everything else we need to gain experience and train our skills in preparation for the next tier." "When you put it like that, it's hard to argue," Rievin nodded his head. "However, there's still the dungeon here in Willowen. I've secured a spot with the military for preferential entry. It would be a shame for you all to leave before you had a chance to delve into the local dungeon." Zudrid exchanged a quick look with Varia. She nodded her head. "Sure, that's a good idea. You want us to join your party?" "Yeah, that works. My dad won't be coming with us this time, though. He has his own things to do, and he probably wants to spend some time with my mom and sisters." "Sounds good." "He might make it too trivial if he came with us," Zudrid chuckled. "All right, well, we'll go in the next couple of days so we don't keep you guys away from home any longer than necessary. We appreciate that. Just send word to the barracks when and where to meet you." "Will do," Rievin said. Rievin clasped hands with Zudrid and nodded to Varia. Varia nodded back with her typical cold expression, but she couldn't keep up appearances when Kefira suddenly embraced the young woman in a hug. Kimberly snuck up and hugged her from the other side. Cyrilla just gave a small smile as she watched from the side. Varia seemed a little lost at first, but her expression softened and she embraced the two girls in return. They separated and Varia nodded to everyone. "You two stay safe," Kefira said. "We're going to see them again in a couple days." Rievin rolled his eyes. "What do you know?" Kefira poked him in the ribs after returning to his side. "This is technically the farewell. It's the appropriate time. When we get done with the dungeon delve, we can just wave and avoid all the tearful goodbyes now." Sure, Rievin said, holding his hands up. Talon and Rafik shook hands with Zudrid as the girls did their own thing. Once everyone had said goodbye, Zudrid and Varia simply went off on their own toward the barracks. Rafix waved at the others and hurried toward the palace. Well, Rievin shrugged as he looked around at everyone else. Nothing more was said, and they all stepped out of the teleport circle to follow Rafix back to the palace. The first thing to strike Rievin was the sheer number of people walking about. There were far more people present than had been in the city when he left. It was a mix of adventurers and soldiers marching about in formation. The odd non-combatant was actually rare to spot in the crowd around the city center, holding the teleport circle. "What's with all the people?" Rievin asked. "You don't know." Talon retorted, giving him a sideways look. "Why would I know?" Rievin asked back. "Well, the adventurers are all here for you," Talon answered. "For me? Why, they've all heard about your mercenary company and they want to join." Talon shrugged. At least that's what I heard the Empire over. I thought there were a lot of people waiting to use the teleport circle over there. I did tell you, but this is crazy. It was hard to walk through the crowd because there were so many people. Rievin had an advantage with his divine sense as he could see beyond what most others could. He could clearly see the ebb and flow of the movement of the crowd, and he steered his companions that way. I can't accommodate this many people, Rievin exclaimed. Of course you can't. That doesn't stop them all from trying, though. Plus, as far as I know, your mercenary company was hiring quite a bit of people. Why would they do that? I never gave any orders to aggressively expand. All your mother told me was that she would handle it, Kefira shrugged. I guess it got a bit more out of hand while we were gone. A bit more out of hand, Rievin asked with a crooked smile. Well, Kefira just gestured at the dense crowd. Rievin shook his head ruefully. I'll never admit this to anyone but you guys, but I'm not ready to command more than a company. Rievin shook his head. I could do it, but it wouldn't be the best. I need more experience, not just for myself, but also for my reputation. Well, Daddy sent some military officers to assist with the organization and logistics of the training. That much I know, Kefira replied. They're following your and your mercenaries' training plans, but they're facilitating more of it getting done at a time. That's one problem taken care of. Rievin nodded his head. I'll think of something. It'll work out. That's the spirit, Talon said with a smile, clapping Rievin on the back. I was worried there for a second. I've never seen you anything but utterly confident in your own abilities before. That's because I've never been presented with something I wasn't confident in accomplishing, Rievin shrugged. Well, there were a few instances back in Magron I can think of, but those were in the moment situations that I couldn't back down from. Really, I never noticed. Ha, that time the demon crawled up out of the ground with all those revenants was one of them. Most of the soldiers were incapacitated, so I'm not surprised you didn't see. I was terrified in that first fight with a revenant. I had no idea how to hurt it, and I just got lucky from flailing around with my mana. Mess, learning experience. Talon waved it off like it was no big deal. You were fine. Plus, I do distinctly remember Knight Captain Reifeld raining holy wrath upon the heads of that demon and undead. You were probably never in any real danger unless you just couldn't hold your own long enough. Speaking of, Knight Captain Reifeld was particularly powerful for a Tier 3. I'm pretty sure he was only an epic class. His class was associated with the Sun Church, if you'll recall, Rievin pointed out. His mana was like that of a priest. It was infused with a hint of divinity, and it was particularly effective against abyssal demons and undead. Everything else we saw him take action against were Tier 2 or lower. That's a good point. I wonder if I could take him now. Maybe. Rievin was skeptical. Like you said, he had an epic class, and the main thing holding people back in Tier 1 kingdoms is a lack of opportunities to unlock higher rarity classes and dungeons that provide enough experience. With the appearance of the Revenant dungeon, Knight Captain Reifeld should have all the opportunity and experience he needs to continue advancing. Magron can't hold a person like him for long. If I had to guess, he's already moved on from his position, and he might even still be a higher level than you, and I would bet his Tier 4 class is also at least epic. He might have gotten a life experience boost fighting against abyssal demons, and the dungeon break wave to push for a legendary, though probably not before he's ready to advance to Tier 5, if I'm being honest. Good point, Talon said, adopting a thoughtful expression. Something seems to be happening up ahead, Rievin said, leading his group off to the side. He could see a platoon of soldiers dressed a bit differently than the rest making their way toward the teleport circle. The crowd actively got out of their way as opposed to mostly ignoring them like the other patrols, so Rievin assumed there was something special about them. He wasn't overly familiar with all of the designations within the military, though, so he didn't know what it would be. Despite leading the others off the path, the soldiers unerringly followed his direction and continued to advance towards them. Rievin frowned but decided to go ahead and stop and wait to see. Eventually, the crowd parted like a curtain in front of the oncoming soldiers, and the leader walked right up to Rievin. His helmet had a red plume that all the other soldiers Rievin saw in the area lacked. He carried an intricate baton in one hand and a rolled-up scroll in the other. Kefira noticed the man and the other soldiers behind him and frowned. Are you Rievin? The man asked, marching right up to Rievin. That's right, Rievin didn't deny it. The man placed his baton under his arm so he could unfurl the scroll with both hands before reading from it. Under the authorization of Magistrate Falu, adventurer Rievin hereby under arrest for the charges of insulting a noble, assaulting a noble, and conduct unbecoming. The man rolled the scroll back up, secured it, retrieved his baton from under his arm, and nodded to the men behind him all at once. Rievin noted a distinction in the way the man addressed him as simply being an adventurer. Two soldiers stepped forward. They didn't draw their weapons, but from what Rievin could tell, they were prepared to. One held a familiar pair of shackles in his hands. Rievin took it all in and simply held his hands out, not putting up any resistance or trying to argue. These men weren't the ones going after him, so it wouldn't make any sense to argue with them. Hold on. Excuse me. Kefira stepped in front of Rievin, shielding him from the oncoming soldiers. What is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Bystanders will remain to the side, the man with the baton said impassively. Bystanders? Kefira repeated. Bystanders, do you know who I am? The man didn't so much as glance at Kefira. Girl, if you knew how many times I heard that, or a variation of it, he rolled his eyes and sighed. Get out of the way. Stop interfering in official business. Oh, and what if I don't? Kefira stood her ground and crossed her arms. She raised her head to look down her nose on the men with an imperious air. The man placed his baton on Kefira's shoulder and looked at her for the first time. Rievin saw no recognition in the man's eyes. He truly didn't know who she was. Cyrilla unsheathed her blade and held it at her side, ready to strike. The man wielding the baton glanced at her but didn't lower his baton. I know you young nobles love to try and throw your weight around, but I'm on official constable duty. When you see this baton, it's the same as seeing Magistrate Falu himself, and as a noble magistrate, his rank when exercising his authority is equivalent to a member of the Council of Lords. Kefira reached up and brushed the baton off of her shoulder nonchalantly. Noble. Magistrate Falu would not dare speak to me in that tone of voice, much less one of his lackeys. Girl, you've tested my patience enough. You've gone from bystander to accomplice. The constable jerked his head towards several other soldiers. In fact, go ahead and place all of them under arrest. Several other soldiers detached themselves from their neat rows and produced more shackles from their storage pouches. Cyrilla made to raise her sword and engage, but Kefira motioned for her to put her sword away and stand down. She held her own wrists out like Rievin and waited to be shackled. Ha ha ha, my father is going to love hearing about this, Kefira said. She sounded genuinely amused at the situation. I'm sure he will, the constable snorted. If you are actually of the nobility, you have certain rights. Someone will be dispatched to your residence to inform your family of your arrest, but they'll have to wait until trial like all the rest before you can be released to their custody. Oh, we'll see about that, Kefira smirked. Enjoy completing your official duty. It's likely to be your last. The constable shook his head and looked at one of the soldiers under his command. These noble brats all think they're above the law. The soldiers didn't waste any time and clapped the entire group in chains. With Rievin and Kefira not putting up any kind of resistance, and after Kefira told Cyrilla to stand down, they all let themselves be placed in the magical hand irons. Talon had an amused look on his face as he glanced down at the restraints. I know I'm a bit of a rogue, but I never imagined it would one day come to this, he said, and because of something. Rievin of all people did. Wait until I tell Kylie and Riley that it turned out it was their brother who was the mischief maker all this time. Talon was quite pleased with himself. Kimberly just rolled her eyes at his antics. Come along, the constable said, turning and walking off. 2 soldiers grabbed each person on either side and escorted them with the rest of their squad. The pedestrians all watched the goings-on with interest, but they stayed out of the way and didn't comment too loudly one way or the other. That didn't stop Rievin from hearing everything said within his divine sense range, though. Most of the comments were assumptions that Rian and his friends were some guilty brigands apprehended by the just law enforcers. Several of the people seemed to be a bit knowledgeable on the law and made comments on the procedure. The interpretations were varied, but arresting Talon and Kimberly was almost universally condemned as overreach. Most people figured it was justified to take Cyrilla into custody because she had brandished a weapon at the constable and his men. Even more people were just confused about the whole situation. It had been many years since insulting a noble had been prosecuted, and most people had forgotten it was even technically illegal to do so. They also couldn't imagine a circumstance where someone could assault a noble without the noble's guards intervening in the first place. All in all, it was a confusing, yet entertaining, event for the people near the teleportation circle. Rievin didn't bother himself with the thoughts of the true bystanders. His mind was already racing, trying to figure out the situation and a counter to it. The only person I can think of that fits the bill of the charges is Orion, Rievin said to Kefira. Orion Falu, Kefira responded. The magistrate is probably one of his uncles. I see, Rievin nodded his head. We've been gone for a month, plenty of time to cook up some false charges. Add a little false witness testimony and you've got yourself a case. Well, to be fair, you did kind of humiliate him, Kefira chuckled. Kind of, Talon exclaimed. You dragged the poor boy down the road by his throat while running without missing a step. Well, it's still false testimony because he was under my command in a battlefield situation, Rievin defended himself. He looked at Kefira. He was under my command, right? Absolutely, Kefira confirmed. I know he denied it at the time, but all of them were explicitly informed before they were allowed to go that they would be in the chain of command just like anyone else. You were second in command, thus, they were within your right to order and discipline. Good. I already have an idea on how to handle this. Why? Kefira asked. Once my father finds out what happened, it won't matter. That only solves the issue of our arrest. Rievin shook his head. I'm talking about handling Orion as a whole. You get yourself and the others released as soon as possible and try to hold your father back from lashing out until I've enacted my plan. All right, I trust you, Kefira smiled. Rievin smiled back, and not just because he was looking at Kefira. He was already envisioning the eventual fallout of Orion's little ploy. The five companions marched through the streets of Willowin with their escort. Kefira walked with her head held high as if she was just going for a stroll. She completely ignored the people on the street as well as the armed escort. Rievin, Talon, and Kimberly took their cue from Kefira, and they maintained their composure. Cyrilla, on the other hand, stared right back at everyone that stared at them. There were more than a few faces that blanched in front of her glare. So I understand why the constable arrested Rievin and snatched us up as accomplices, Talon whispered. Well, not entirely, but that's beside the point. Anyway, you have an emblem of the imperial family on you, don't you, Kefira? Sure do, Kefira nodded with a smile. Then why didn't you show it to the man? We could have avoided all of this. He never asked, Kefira answered. Talon stared at the back of her head for a moment as they walked in silence. He never asked, he repeated in a deadpan voice. The entire reason you're allowing yourself to be arrested is because he didn't ask for your identity. Don't be ridiculous, Kefira denied, shaking her head. That's why I didn't produce the emblem. I allowed myself to be arrested for maximum damage to our opponent's cause. How else are we going to make their scheme blow up in their face in spectacular fashion? Oh, I see, Talon was enlightened. Letting yourself get arrested is a trap. Exactly. Plus, I don't have anywhere urgent to be, Kefira shrugged. This will probably only take a couple of hours. The worry our families have over our unexplained absence will only make their reaction to the truth that much more volatile. Ooh, you're devious, Talon gave her a thumbs up. The way the shackles worked, it didn't matter if they were placed in the front or back. They restricted one's stats and ability to call upon their skills and mana, so they were all handcuffed in the front. Only against other schemers, Kefira narrowed her eyes. If you want to play games with me, I'll gladly accompany you. Technically, this game was aimed at me, Rievin pointed out. What's the difference? Kefira asked, tilting her head as she gave Rievin a confused look. Fair enough, Rievin chuckled. The detainees will be silent, the constable called back. I've been lenient with you so far, but you'll stop talking from now until we finish getting you acquainted with your new accommodations. Rievin just shrugged and kept walking. Soon they were led to a military-style building. It was one that Rievin hadn't seen before, and it was a bit away from the main thoroughfare of traffic in the inner city. This must be the jail, Rievin thought, eyeing the building up and down. He would scan the entire building with his divine sense as soon as they were in range, but his vision worked just fine to get a first impression. The building wasn't anything special. It was similarly styled to the other military buildings Rievin had been to in Willowin, but it had a large wall around the entire building, whereas the real military buildings were mostly open. He could sense some cells beneath their feet as they got closer, and his divine sense gradually got in range. Rievin didn't even need to channel his veridical affinity to get his divine sense to work. The shackles had absolutely no effect on the skill. I wonder if that's because it's technically a divine skill. If that's true, maybe my perfect domain skill is also active. There isn't anyone attacking me or threatening me in any way, so it doesn't look like I'll find out anytime soon, though. Rievin sensed the sprawling complex beneath their feet as they moved closer to the building. There was a layer of rock surrounding the entire underground complex like a sheath that Rievin couldn't identify, but it stuck out like a beacon in the night. Rievin suspected it was an additional measure against activating skills or mana. It would seem this place is much larger than it would appear on the outside. Do you guys jail a lot of people? Rievin leaned in and whispered to Kefira. I don't know, Kefira whispered back. My older siblings handle the affairs of the capital. Being nominally in charge of the mercenary company is technically my first official duty. I see. Most of the armed soldiers escorting them peeled off as they walked through the outer walls of the compound, leaving only one person holding each of the detained companions by an arm. The constable stopped on the steps leading to the interior of the building and addressed one of the other soldiers. I have to report to the magistrate the completion of my duty, he told the man. See to it that they're each processed properly. We can't have anything amiss with their detention. Rievin managed to hold his tongue, but Talon barked out a laugh. He quickly turned it into a cough as the constable turned to stare at him. Rievin rolled his eyes as the constable walked off back through the outer gates. This way, the lead soldier guided Rievin and the others into the building. They were led around the front desk and down a side hall. At the end of the hall, there was a spiral staircase leading down into the depths. Rievin's divine sense told him that the building was mostly office spaces above ground, but the detention center was fully underground. There were people moving about their business all throughout the building, and Rievin could see that the first couple rows of cells were occupied. After only a short trip down the stairs, they arrived in front of another desk. The soldiers were outfitted differently than the ones escorting them. The largest difference was that they weren't armed. There wasn't a single weapon to be found among the several soldiers in the staging area, and Rievin spied a sign that said, no weapons beyond this point. Rievin didn't have a lot of experience with jails or prisons in either life, but he seemed to recall from his fragmented past life memories that it was standard practice to keep any weapons away from prisoners. It made more sense to go unarmed than to allow for an inmate to get their hands on a weapon. Rievin simply noted it and dismissed it from his mind. He wasn't planning on an armed breakout, and he didn't need a physical weapon to do so anyway. The staging area they were led to had one main desk with several detention officers stationed behind it, but there were several benches and rooms for privacy off to the side. The way into the cells proper was barred with a thick iron door with lots of intimidating-looking bars. Rievin was led to one of the detention officers at the main desk. Kefira, Cyrilla, Talon, and Kimberly were each led to their own, the three girls being sent to the end of the desk where a female detention officer was stationed. "What do you have for us today?" The man at the desk in front of Rievin addressed the soldier escorting Rievin. "Warrants from the magistrate," the soldier replied. "Adventurer Rievin, insulting and assaulting a noble and conduct unbecoming. With this, I transfer custody to you. I accept custody. See you later tonight." Sure, the soldier waved to the corrections officer as he made his way back to the stairs. Each of the armed soldiers dropped off their detainees and departed, seemingly leaving Rievin and the others unguarded. Rievin could sense that there were armed guards waiting in a room nearby, though, and he assumed they would be ready to storm in at a moment's notice. The detention officer pulled out a large notebook with several entries recorded in it already. He produced an ink stick and looked up at Rievin. "Adventurer Rievin, is that the proper way to address you?" The man held his ink stick over the notebook, waiting for Rievin's reply. "Captain Rievin," Rievin answered. The man raised an eyebrow at the statement, but he didn't seem overly surprised. "Are you the party leader, then, of your adventuring party?" he asked, scribbling down the response. To Rievin's surprise, the man actually wrote captain without further investigation into what exactly Rievin meant. "Technically, yes, but no, that's not what I meant," Rievin answered. "Captain Rievin with the Imperial Army, liaison to Imperial Princess Kefira." The man's pen froze and he looked up at Rievin swiftly. "Do you have identification proving your rank and position?" Rievin channeled his veridical affinity and casually removed one of his hands from the restraints. He pulled out his official badge from his storage pouch with the Imperial family's insignia upon it. After tossing it onto the desk in front of the man booking him into the jail, he casually put his free hand back in the restraints. The correction officer watched the entire thing with a blank expression. He stared at Rievin's hands for several moments before shaking his head and looking at the badge. He picked it up and injected his mana into it to test its authenticity. The detention officer took a deep breath before letting it out in a sigh, rubbing his forehead with his fingers as he did so. "These idiots," he muttered. He looked back up at Rievin. "All right, well, there was an official warrant issued by a magistrate, and you're not contesting your identity as the subject in question, so I can't just let you go. We'll put you up in the special quarters as a courtesy until a representative of the army can come to collect you. If it's all the same to you, I would rather stay here," Rievin said. The man was momentarily surprised, but he schooled his features quickly. "Sorry, but that's not up to me, or you for that matter." The detention officer held his hands out helplessly. "I have an official warrant. You have a rank and position in the army. These things are rare, but they do happen. We have procedures in place for these situations. I don't make the rules." "I understand," Rievin nodded. "I'm sure it can be arranged, though." "Well, considering your credentials, I don't doubt it. I just can't make that decision." "So do you want us to inform the barracks or have someone notify Princess Kefira of your detainment?" "That won't be necessary." Rievin cracked a sly smile. He tilted his head toward the three girls. "She's over there." The detention officer stared at Rievin for a moment, not comprehending what he heard. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his face paled so fast Rievin was surprised the man didn't faint. He slowly turned his head toward the three girls. Kefira stood out from the other two girls wearing shackles. She stared down at the female detention officer imperiously, as if she was the one booking the other into jail and not the other way around. The detention officer snapped his head back around to look at Rievin with a face of utter panic. Rievin bared his teeth in what could be considered a smile. The man shot up from his seat and dashed over to the female detention officer, who was busy arguing with Kefira. Rievin had clearly heard every word of the conversation, but he was relishing witnessing the coming meltdown. "Stop, stop, stop," Rievin's detention officer shouted, waving his hands in the air as he sprinted to the other end of the desk. "Release that lady at once." The female detention officer sat back in surprise and glanced at the other man. The rest of the corrections officers on duty looked over in surprise as well. "Release her," the female detention officer asked. "Why?" "I haven't even fully recorded her name down yet, and thank everything that is holy for that. In fact, scratch out everything you do have written down." He looked at one of the other guards standing nearby on the other side of the desk. "What are you waiting for? Release her now." "Yes, sir," the guard said. He gave a quick shake of his head, but he followed the orders, removing Kefira's shackles from her wrists. Kefira rubbed her wrists and looked over at Rievin. Rievin winked at her. You're no fun, Kefira said. We were just about to get to the good part, too. The two detention officers booking Rievin and Kefira into the jail leaned their heads together. What's going on? Why are you releasing her? The female guard asked. That's Imperial Princess Kefira, the man fiercely whispered. If we followed through with the magistrate's orders, we would quickly find ourselves behind bars with them. Actually, scratch that. They would be let go, and we would be on the hook for treason. The female guard's eyes widened, and she looked back and forth between her colleague and Kefira. The blood similarly drained from her face in record time. They both turned to face Kefira and bowed. Apologies, Your Highness, they said in unison. The rest of the guards were stunned for a second, but they quickly turned and bowed to her as well. They all chorused their apologies to Kefira. It's fine, Kefira waved their concerns away. I understand you're all just doing your job, so you wouldn't have been punished either way. That being said, do you mind releasing my companions? She gave a pointed look at the rest of the group still in chains. At once, Your Highness. The guards scrambled to release the magical shackles from everyone. As a guard approached Rievin to release him, Kefira stopped him. Not that one, she said. Do you wish to take custody of him, Your Highness? The first detention officer asked, nervously shuffling back and forth from foot to foot. Kefira rolled her eyes and sighed. No, that won't be necessary, she said. For some inexplicable reason, he wishes to remain here, something about his counter scheme. Anyway, he will be remaining here for now. But she paused to look each guard in the eye before continuing. He is a guest here, not a prisoner. Do you all understand? Of course, Your Highness, the first officer responded. There's precedent for such a situation, after all. Kefira gave him a sharp look. The man panicked and quickly waved his hands in front of himself. Not any time recently, of course, he explained. But we're all taught the history and made aware of the possibilities during our training. I see, Kefira said, calming down. That's good to know that it hasn't happened recently, that is. Of course, Your Highness, but if he's a guest, what about his shackles? Kefira just nodded her head toward Rievin. The guards turned to look at him. Rievin smiled as he handed the magical shackles to the closest guard, completely unrestrained. Oh, right, the first detention officer said. Kefira walked over to Rievin, the guard scrambling to get out of the way. You ruined my plans of having my father learn about my detention, Kefira pouted. Rievin just chuckled as he shook his head. I appreciate the intention, but there's no reason you should stay here, he said. There's no reason you should stay here. Kefira retorted. There is a reason, and it's going to be great, Rievin smiled. If you say so, Kefira shook her head. Anyway, go ahead and head back to the palace. Inform your parents about what's going on, but tell them I'll handle it. Oh, you'll handle it, from inside a jail cell. And exactly how do you plan on doing that? Rievin smiled. As my immediate commanding officer and commander overall, I'm officially informing you that I'm initiating a wartime tribunal against one Orion. Kefira's eyes widened and a smile crept onto her face. Oh, I see where you're going. What are the charges you plan to level against him? Insubordination, disrespect to a superior officer, and cowardice in the face of the enemy, Rievin replied. The smile left Kefira's face as she studied Rievin's face very intently. That last one is a serious charge, she said quietly. Are you sure about that? Rievin adopted an equally serious expression. That's the way to end Orion once and for all, Rievin answered. The other two charges will repel this attack, but the last one will win the war. Besides, it's true, and you know it. That I do, Kefira nodded her head. He abandoned everyone once the portal was open in his mad dash to get away. I'll need some help with the technicalities, Rievin said. Send Jekyll to me with the relevant military law books. You can't do it yourself, as that would be a conflict of interest. A conflict of interest. Kefira chuckled. I was there, I'm a witness. But you're not being called as one, Rievin pointed out. That's a distinction. I can't possibly be an impartial arbiter of justice, Kefira pointed out. That sounds like a personal problem for Orion, Rievin shrugged. While it would be ideal, it's understood that it's not always the case that a commander can be. That's why it's not a requirement for military trials. You've done your homework, it seems, Kefira said with a small smile. Were you anticipating having to litigate a legal case while attached to the Imperial Army? The thought had crossed my mind, Rievin nodded. We never knew what your mother was planning to throw at me in the way of a test. You don't think this has anything to do with her, do you? Kefira's eyes widened. Of course not, Rievin denied. This is far too sloppy for something she cooked up. It is the consequence of her actions letting Orion play around, though. You can't tell me that your mother didn't know his intentions for 1 second. Yeah, I can see that. Cyrilla snorted in the background. Kefira looked at her and frowned. What does that mean? She asked. Everyone in the capital knew Orion's intentions, everyone but you, Cyrilla smirked. I thought he was just being a friendly senior apprentice, Kefira huffed. Anyway, Kefira pointedly looked away from Cyrilla back to Rievin. I'll send word to Jekyll and have him bring the law books for you. Is that all you need from me? Go appease my parents, especially my mother, Rievin said. Oh no, Kefira shook her head. You're not making me handle that for you. You have to face your mother's wrath all on your own. You could simply go back to the Imperial Palace and hold the military tribunal at an appropriate location. Any annoyance she has with you is purely your doing. Fine, Reevan sighed. At least go spend some time with them. Of course, Kefira said, flipping her hair over her shoulder. I would do that even if you didn't ask. Kefira placed her hands on Reevan's forearms as she stepped into his embrace. I know. The two hugged and shared a quick peck. When Reevan stood back up straight, everyone in the jail staging area was conspicuously looking away. Everyone but Talon, who was openly grinning at Reevan. He gave his best buddy a surreptitious thumbs up. Reevan rolled his eyes and bid his friends farewell. The others filed out of the room, and Reevan tracked their departure with his divine sense. One of the guards led the way to forestall anyone from asking questions they didn't need an answer to. Well then, Reevan said, turning back to the man who had started booking him in, shall we? Orion relaxed back into the exquisite leather seat. The leather was furnished from the Tier 5 region, where the Wispen Empire had a foothold. Orion's family was old enough and well enough connected to have a couple of elders exploring the region. Even though it was impossible for them to establish a firm, permanent foothold in the Tier 5 region, there was still a significant operation in the region. Generations upon generations ensured there was a safe way for the elders retiring from public life in Wispen had an easy entry into the higher tier zone. Orion sipped from his tea and let out a contented sigh. He only had to wait for the good news of his machinations coming to fruition. Some of his family's servants had spotted that trash, Reevan, emerging from the teleport circle, finally, and he was about to suffer the consequences of going against him. How dare a mere peasant get in between me and my beloved? He fumed. He quickly calmed himself down, though, with the thoughts of the soon-to-be-heard good news, just like a country bumpkin from a lesser region. I doubt he knows any of the laws governing our empire, and once Kefira sees his incompetence in defending himself and my masterful stroke in putting him against the wall, she'll naturally come back to me. Orion was secure in his delusions. He swirled the tea in his glass as he listened to the chatter of his brothers and cousins seated about the room. His uncle, who had helped orchestrate the finishing move against his foe, was laughing and joking with his father. Everyone in their family was on good terms. Orion's father was the firstborn of his generation, so he naturally inherited the title. He was only an unlanded count, but it was a hereditary title granted to their family several generations ago. His uncle didn't fight for power or position within the family, but he had instead elected to continue to secure power for the family by pursuing other avenues of power outside of it. Like his uncle, Orion was not the firstborn of his generation. Also like his uncle, he had pursued power outside of the family to assist his elder brother. Well, initially. Orion had been found to be extremely proficient in magic, and his hard work and dedication plus a little nepotism, he begrudgingly admitted had landed him the position as the direct disciple of the court magus. His position as an apprentice didn't afford him his own noble title, yet, but it promised future power far surpassing that of an unlanded noble. The biggest difference would be that it wouldn't be hereditary. Orion was fine with that. He was all for helping the family, but the taste of personal prestige had awoken a hunger in him that he hadn't previously been allowed to cultivate. He had known all his life his position in the world, but finding himself along a different avenue had awoken his long-dormant ambition. Orion looked across the room at the smiling faces. His elder brother sat next to his older cousin, a stern-faced young lady, and they bantered back and forth. She had cultivated the appearance of a judge under the influence of her father, but she could jest and jape with the best of them, a startling juxtaposition for anyone who didn't know her. His younger brother was locked in a heated debate with his other cousin. They were fanatics about the strikers, and they were discussing their favored champions. Orion had no interest in such a mundane activity. There was no magic involved, literally. His father and uncle were a bit more tame in their conversation, though they laughed just as loud as the rest of them on occasion. They were discussing the boring topic of politics. It was something Orion didn't have much interest in, but he understood he would need to enter the depths and learn soon if he was to further his ambition. Currently, pursuing his magical talents was the best thing he could do both in terms of personal and political power. He still stewed over how helpless he had felt in front of Reevan when he had been dragged out of his saddle on the road. He had to consciously concentrate to ease the grip on his glass of tea. That little punk caught me by surprise, is all, Orion mentally defended himself. Plus, it wouldn't have done anyone any good to display my magical might and put him in his place in that very specific situation. Orion had conveniently forgotten about how he had immediately fled in the face of the enemy elites while Reevan had stood firm against them. Even if he had remembered, he would have justified it somehow. He had previously tried to convince himself he was in cahoots with the enemy, but that was too far even for him to believe for more than a few minutes. His brothers and cousins occasionally tried to include him in their conversations, but he simply smiled and declined to join. He was too preoccupied waiting for the good news to spare any mental capacity trying to keep up with a conversation at the moment. A servant in their family's livery entered the room and quickly walked to his father to whisper something in his ear. He wasn't rushing, just moving briskly, but Orion perked up nonetheless. His father nodded, and the servant turned and headed back whence he had come. A few short moments later, the constable who worked directly under his uncle entered the sitting room. As an experienced lawman who had gained his position from the ground up, he subconsciously scanned the entire room as he made his way to his father and uncle. He's only a commoner, but he has a decent head on his shoulders, Orion thought as anticipation filled him. He's smart enough to hitch his fortune to another, and he was shrewd enough to choose my uncle to follow. Lord Fowlu the constable dipped his head to his father briefly before turning toward his uncle. Lord Magistrate, he held out a rolled-up scroll for my uncle to take. It's done then, Orion's uncle, Magistrate Oliver Fowlu, asked as he accepted the scroll. Orion wanted to leap up and interrogate the man himself, but he held himself in check. The man didn't even know that Orion was the one who had orchestrated the whole thing, informing his uncle of Rievin's crimes. His position didn't allow him to interfere in the matter at all, despite not truly being a bystander. That will change soon, Orion thought to himself. Not only is my apprenticeship coming to an end, but I'll soon have the hand of one of the imperial princesses. I'll be one of the most powerful people in the entire empire by that point. Nobody would dare scold me for interjecting myself into the arrest of a mere adventurer then. Orion almost burst out laughing at the thought of his future prospects, but he reined himself in. Instead, he simply sat forward to listen intently to what the constable had to say. Yes, Lord Magistrate, it is done, the constable nodded. He had quite a few loyal compatriots, too. Normally, I would applaud their loyalty, but to back a criminal, the constable shook his head and clucked his tongue. They need to choose better companions. Hopefully this little lesson will teach them. The constable cracked a smile. Orion felt the pit of his stomach drop with a terrible premonition. Oh, his uncle asked, quirking an eyebrow. What happened? Nothing to concern yourself with, sir. The constable waved it away. His friends simply tried to interfere with my lawful duty, so I locked them up with their friend. They didn't actually interfere in my duties, though, so it's more of a scare tactic to put them on the straight and narrow in the future. They'll come before you in a couple of days, I'm sure. Excellent work, his uncle smiled. Orion was beginning to sweat, waiting for the axe to drop. I'll be able to boost my reputation by upholding justice and letting them go with a stern warning. And the one girl seems like she was a noble, the constable continued. With how she was going on and on about how her father would intervene, I'm sure you'll be able to squeeze out a favor from one of the other nobles by being lenient with her. It won't be the first time, Oliver chuckled. Most of the nobles understand what's really going on. The competent ones do, at least, and yet they still have to give me face as if I had actually done them a huge favor. It wouldn't do to have an ungrateful reputation. Excuse me, Orion could no longer sit still. He tentatively raised his hand to get the attention of the constable and his uncle. His uncle frowned at the interruption, but he quickly replaced it with a smile and nodded for him to continue. The constable turned to face him with an inquisitive look on his face. How may I help you, young sir? He asked. Orion's reputation was well known, especially among those who were close to his family. He might not have personal power now, but he had potential. Did you say you arrested all of the criminal's friends? Orion inquired. I sure did, the constable nodded. It's not that big of a deal for his companions, all things considered. They'll get a slap on the wrist. The girl's father will owe your uncle a minor favor. The constable shrugged his shoulders. Normal, everyday occurrence. Just to clarify, Orion continued, sweat dripping down his brow. The young noble lady, did she have ruby-red eyes? The constable frowned as he sensed something amiss, but he nodded his head. She did. Do you know her? Know her. Orion pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath to calm himself down. That was the imperial princess, Kefira, you buffoon. Orion leapt to his feet. He wasn't as calm as he had thought, and you arrested her. The constable's frown deepened, and another frown accompanied his on his uncle's face. Wait, why would an imperial princess be in the company of a mere adventurer? Oliver asked. Are you keeping something from me? The constable's head snapped in the magistrate's direction. What do you mean, Lord Magistrate? He asked. Oliver waved his concern away and answered without looking at him. My nephew is the reporting victim, he said. Your nephew was the victim, and he came to you, the constable asked. Oliver broke his gaze from Orion and leveled a glare at the constable. Calm yourself, constable, he said. The constable's lips formed a line. I am uncomfortable with this information. Noted. Oliver turned his gaze back to Orion. Explain. Orion gulped at his uncle's gaze. Well, I told you Rievin was the adventurer commander of that adventuring mercenary company. Right. Oliver nodded and motioned for him to continue. Well, technically, the mercenary company belongs to Kefira. Princess. Kefira, his father, interjected for the first time with a stern voice. Orion glanced at his father and licked his lips. Junior sister, Kefira, he amended. His father rolled his eyes but let it slide. So they had a prior relationship, or he wouldn't have been put in charge, Oliver extrapolated. And you were planning on telling me this when? I had already implied it, uncle. Orion defended himself. It's not a secret that the mercenary company is actually headed by the princess. I figured you would understand. Don't quibble with me, Oliver shouted. This was important information. How were you planning on exacting justice against the criminal with such a powerful background supporting him? Oliver glanced at the constable. You're still here? Quickly, go and escort the princess home. The constable nodded his head and rushed to the entrance as quickly as he could. She would need to beg her parents to intervene, and while they're occupied with that, we can secure our jurisdiction over the matter. Yes, but now, instead of gaining a favor, I'm going to have to call in a few. Oliver grit his teeth. And for what? Punishing a mere adventurer. An adventurer with the princess's ear, Orion pointed out. It will lower his prestige in the eyes of the public and the princess, and will be rid of an annoying competitor. We, his father once again interjected. Or you. Both Orion didn't dare lie at this point. I'll be rid of a romantic rival, and the family will be one step closer to a better relationship with the imperial family. You think Princess Kefira will appreciate you doing this? His father asked. She would have if that idiot hadn't screwed everything up, Orion said with a frown. I've known junior sister Kefira for years. She's not one to let emotions cloud her judgment. This move will wake her up, and she'll eventually come around to see what a masterful stroke it was. His father and uncle shared a look. You don't know women, son, his father said. We're going to have to come up with a fall guy to take the blame, or she'll resent you forever. Orion bared his teeth in what resembled a smile. Already taken care of, he answered. As the victim, of course my name has to be on the document, but I wasn't the one to actually bring the initial complaint. His uncle's eyes lit up in recognition. Of course, that's why you had your friend, Ridden Horace, do all the talking. Yes, uncle, Orion nodded. Ridden's older brother, Rumfort, had a grudge against Reivin. Orion had learned of it early on, and he had simply manipulated the young man's feelings to his benefit. Over the course of several days, Orion had lamented that there was nothing that could be done against the cur Reivin who had trampled on his honor. A few reminders of his uncle being a magistrate later, and he simply had to follow the young man to his uncle's office where he lodged the complaint for him. Other than the debacle with the constable arresting the princess, this is feasible, his uncle nodded, finally calming down. We can lay the blame at the feet of the constable in front of the emperor and make it up to him at a later date. He's just a commoner, uncle, Orion said. He should be happy to take the blame. It was his own actions under his own judgment, after all. And here I thought you were a natural when it came to politics. His father shook his head. Even though it was his own error, it was bred from lack of information from us. This will lead to resentment. His father nodded and looked Orion in the eyes. See there, son, minimal effort for maximum benefit. We move some hands and feet in the background, the constable gets rewarded, and nobody else but us knows. It's fine. You're still young and you have much to learn. Your magical apprenticeship is about to come to an end, but you still have your political apprenticeship under the court magus. Keep your head up and observe everything around you. With your own observations, the instruction of your master, my perspective, and your uncle's work in the judiciary, you're set up to be a powerful icon in the future. Yes, father, Orion smiled. A powerful icon, Orion internally scoffed. That's a given. If I play my cards right, though, I can be so much more, maybe even one day the emperor. Orion's eyes flashed with ambition. This has gone on long enough, Kefira said. She stared unwaveringly in her mother's eyes. He said he would handle it, no? Silpha calmly asked, setting her teacup down. Kefira was meeting with her parents in a private setting. She had only spent a few minutes in the jail, but word of her incarceration had already reached her parents' ears long before she arrived home. Her father had been in the process of summoning the entire Imperial Guard to storm the jail and put the fear of the heavens in the law enforcers. Her abrupt arrival had dispelled most of her father's ire, and she had been whisked away to the back sitting room with her parents. Cyrilla had been snatched up by her grandfather, and Talon and Kimberly had been escorted to Rafik's and Emelian's courtyard. That's not the point, Kefira said. She wasn't backing down. It's your laissez-faire attitude and refusal to acknowledge our relationship publicly that has let this happen in the first place. I'm tired of it. He has passed all of our little tests, Janet said to his wife. I don't have any other questions about his competency or morals. I'm glad you at least admit it, Kefira muttered. Admit what? Silpha tilted her head. That these tests were nothing more than games. Silpha smiled. Of course they were, Silpha said. I've never actually cared about Reivin's performance in any of his tests. I was just giving the two of you the time you needed to be completely sure of your feelings for one another. Adrenaline and other chemicals from living through the events you and he did together could cloud your judgment. I was just giving your body time to flush all of those external emotions from your system so you could judge him with clear eyes. It's always been about what you wanted. If your love wasn't true, you would have realized by now, and you would be the one calling the relationship off. Kefira stared at her mother with an open mouth for several seconds. She had never even considered the possibility that her mother was in fact testing her. It was hard to remain upset with her mother after the revelation, but she still frowned. Then this last test, she asked. It wouldn't be appropriate to make an announcement until he's navigated himself out of these muddy waters, Silpha explained. and he himself is the one who set the conditions. Now we just have to sit back and enjoy the show of this final game. Silpha smiled sweetly at her daughter. Revan read through the tome, a frown on his face. He flipped through the pages, but what stared back at him didn't seem to satisfy him. I feel like there's something missing, he thought. It's just out of my reach, though. There's a glaring hole in the laws, but it's eluding me. After becoming a guest at the jail, Revan had quickly been connected with Jekyll. The man had proven invaluable in acquiring the various documents, books, and scrolls he needed to make sure his case was what he thought it was. Revan was seated on one of the cots in a single jail cell. The gate to his cell was left open, though. He could come and go as he pleased, and the jailers didn't interfere in his activities. They still had a job to do, though, so all of the interactions with Jekyll were held through the main gate at the processing room. If they needed to have some privacy or meet more directly, the jailers would simply open the gate and let Revan exit to use one of the side rooms. Jekyll was his number 2 officer with the mercenary company, so while he did everything through the man, he wasn't the one who did all the running around. There was an entire squad made up of NCOs seeing to the tasks Jekyll sent them through Revan. The chain of command was important to keep intact. If Revan let it slip up while in garrison, or even for these unusual circumstances, the order he had cultivated with his mercenary company over time would slowly erode. It didn't seem like such a big deal on the surface, but it could lead to disciplinary problems in the future. Revan flipped through the tome again, cross-referencing the pages he read with a separate book that was composed entirely of an appendix on various laws and other legal matters. I've been through the Imperial Military Code backwards and forwards. It definitely says I can bring the charges I plan on Orion, but it isn't the coup de grace I initially thought it was. It should be, though. That's what's missing. I know it should be here, but I can't find it. Continuing to stare at the same pages for hours on end isn't going to get me anywhere, either. Let's think about this in a different way. I'll start with listing out the facts of the case. Revan put aside his own personal opinions on the matter and began writing down all of the relevant facts surrounding the incidents. He listed such things as being in a military company attached to the Imperial Army through his connection with Kefira. They were in a combat situation, and Revan was the commander. He listed all of the surrounding facts to the case before focusing his attention on Orion. So far, I've only been focused on his actual actions. There are other facts to consider, though. One of the documents Revan had requisitioned was a manifest of the landed and unlanded nobles in the imperial capital. He had quickly found the Faulu family way down the list as an unlanded baron family. The main thing they had going for them was that it was a hereditary title. Many of the nobles who outranked their family were temporary positions of power. As such, they enjoyed a certain level of influence above their apparent grade. Revan had followed the trails of the family and discovered what they had their hands in. The only thing significant to his case was Orion being a disciple of the court magus and his uncle being a lord magistrate. Revan listed down the relevant information. Orion, second son of a hereditary unlanded baron, disciple of court magus Farrell, on assignment to the Vero frontlines under Princess Kefira, confirmed a member of the military outfit under my command. Okay, this all checks out. I already knew he was under my command. Kefira told me herself. What am I looking for? Revan tapped his chin in thought. He glanced back and forth between the IMC and his notes, whom the only thing listed that isn't taken into account is his status as a member of a noble family. The IMC is pretty distinct in that it doesn't address anything other than one's status as a member of the Imperial Army. There has to be something tying to the nobility. Most of the officers are nobles in one way or another. Revan didn't find anything in the chapters relevant to his case about dealing with nobility. He flipped back to the front of the tome to inspect the table of contents to see if there was anything he had missed. He opened the front of the book and scanned the various titles and chapters listed. He flipped the pages, not finding what he was looking for until the table of contents came to an end. Revan scratched his head. Thinking there might be something else he was missing, he turned one more page. He began reading the contents of the page, and his frown turned into a smile. Must be cross-referenced with the Code of Nobility, he read out loud with a triumphant grin. He leaped up from his position on his cot, placed the tome and notes aside, and made his way to the front of the jail. Most of the cells in the front were left empty. Revan's position wasn't right at the front of the jail as he didn't want to have to constantly hear the jailers in the processing area, but it wasn't so deep that he had to deal with the noises caused by the prisoners located further in. There were multiple layers to the jail that Revan could easily perceive with his divine sense, and he had finally gotten enough control and skill level over his skill that he could relegate what he didn't want to intrude in his thoughts to his subconscious. It was akin to hearing someone speak without listening to them. One could think about their own things and not really hear the information being conveyed to them, but certain keywords would still bypass into one's conscious thought and bring the sounds to the forefront. To go with the multiple floors of the jail descending into the ground, there were also multiple guard stations. The most coveted position was the processing station on the first floor. It had the least amount of headaches dealing with problematic prisoners, and it was close to the surface. It was a mix of experienced jailers. The other floors were typically manned based on the jailer's level, competency, and experience, with the older, more seasoned jailers guarding the lower floors. Ryevin quickly walked to the front of the jail. The jailers immediately spotted him walking through the hall, but Ryevin shook his head to indicate he didn't need anything from them. Jekyll was seated at a table nearby that had been set up for him, and he also spotted Ryevin right away. Jekyll got up and walked to the bars. "Yes, sir," Jekyll asked. "I need you to get me a copy of the Code of Nobility," Ryevin said. One of the jailers lifted his hand in the background. Ryevin and Jekyll both noticed and turned to the man. He shrank a little at the looks directed at him, but he quickly squared his shoulders. "There's actually a copy of it in the captain's office upstairs," the man said. "We don't usually deal with military personnel, but we all have to be familiar with the various minor nobility and how to treat them." Ryevin looked back at Jekyll. Jekyll simply nodded his head and motioned for one of the NCOs to take care of it. There was a group of them sitting off on their own, and they had perked up as soon as Ryevin had arrived, though they knew better than to intrude on the conversation. "Also, have the items I requested from the supply officer arrived at the barracks?" Ryevin continued. "Yes, sir," Jekyll answered. "We've already outfitted the first platoon with the gear and they're ready to move at any time. We still have some time before they need to make their move," Ryevin replied. "My arraignment isn't for another couple of days at 9 in the morning. Order the men to make their move at 7. "Yes, sir, that will be all for now. I'll come back up in 15 or 20 minutes to get that copy of the Code of Nobility." Ryevin nodded his head and walked back to his open cell. He still had a couple days before everything played out. If the Code of Nobility held what he thought it did, then he was as ready as he could be to end Orion's whole life and career. Ryevin had a small smile on his face as he sat down to do some meditation. The sun was still fairly low in the sky, having only risen a little under an hour ago, as Jekyll led first platoon through the streets of the inner city. The mercenary soldiers usually wore their own gear that was mostly similar to each other, but today they wore completely matching sets of armor. Each of the soldiers also had an armband tied to their biceps. They didn't wield their typical armaments as they walked through the streets. They were only armed with their sidearms, but they still gave off an imposing figure as they marched with military discipline. Jekyll marched the platoon through the streets. They ignored the stares of the civilians walking along and gawking at them. In addition to wearing matching armor sets, Jekyll carried a familiar baton and scroll in his arms. They had scouted out the routes to take to and from their destination, so they quickly arrived at the House Faulu. A pair of guards stood in front of the gates leading into the manor compound. They perked up as they saw the military procession approach them. Jekyll marched right up to the two guards. "Halt, what business do you have here?" one of the guards exclaimed. He attempted to sound confident, but Jekyll could see the sweat beading his brow. Jekyll flashed a token which caused the faces of the two guards to pale before partially unfurling the scroll in his arms. "Official Imperial Army business," Jekyll intoned. Under the authority of Imperial Army Captain Ryevin, his subordinate, Mage Orion, is to be escorted to the military tribunal to stand trial for his crimes. Jekyll let the scroll roll back up and looked at the guard who had spoken in the eye. "Open the gates now, or the entire Faulu compound will be surrounded and held accountable." The seneschal came hurrying out of the main door to the gate. He ignored Jekyll and the soldiers lined up behind him. "What's the meaning of this?" the seneschal addressed the guard at the gate. The seneschal sneered as he looked up at Jekyll. Before he could speak, though, the guard cleared his throat. "He has the token of the imperial family in his possession, sir." The seneschal stopped with his mouth open. His eyes widened in surprise. "I told you to open the gate," Jekyll growled. He made a gesture with his baton, and all of the soldiers of first platoon drew their arming swords in unison. They held them against their shoulders, but there was no mistake that they were ready to do violence at a moment's notice. "If this gate isn't opened by the time I count to 3, Jekyll looked each of them in the eye, "you will die and I'll still get through the gate." 1. Open the gate, the seneschal shouted. 2. The first guard scrambled to open the gate as quickly as he could. "Go inform the Lord Magistrate." The seneschal turned to the other guard as he turned around to run back to the manor. 3. Jekyll said. He looked the open gates up and down before glancing at the guard. He pointed to the side. "Stand over there." Without looking back, Jekyll led the armed soldiers through the gate and marched right up to the manor door. As he ascended the steps, the door once more opened and a distinguished-looking man stepped out. The seneschal was right behind him. "What is the meaning of this?" the man asked. He held his head high and attempted to give off an imperious air. Jekyll had spent months in the presence of Ryevin and his heroic aura. He wasn't fazed in the least. He simply unfurled the scroll once more. "Under the authority of Imperial Army Captain Ryevin, his subordinate Mage Orion is to be escorted to the military tribunal to stand trial for his crimes," Jekyll repeated. "This baton represents the authority of Imperial Army General Kaiser, the third Imperial Prince." Disobeying the orders of this summons is disobeying the orders of the imperial family. Jekyll read a little more from the scroll before letting it roll back up again. He looked up at the man standing at the top of the steps. He had deflated from his imperious attitude earlier. Summon Orion. He turned his head to the seneschal. He spoke quietly in a defeated voice. He turned back to Jekyll. Since when has this adventurer Revan been an imperial army captain? Jekyll smiled tightly at the older gentleman. He's been commissioned as an imperial army officer for well over a year. At this point, he answered. The mercenary company he leads is legally designated as an imperial auxiliary unit. We're officially part of the imperial army. The older man grit his teeth. Jekyll could see that the news was completely unexpected, and he guessed he had been told a different tale by his son. Orion was quickly brought to the front of the manor. What's the meaning of this? He screamed in a shrill voice. I have rights, as a citizen and as a noble. Jekyll flashed forward and placed his baton on Orion's shoulder. He gave the young man a hard look. Two of the NCOs stepped forward and placed Orion in similar shackles that had been worn by Revan and the others a couple of days previously. Orion stared open-mouthed down at his wrists before he was jolted forward by a hand grasping his arm. Jekyll turned to Orion's father, the Lord Fowlu. The results of the military tribunal will be made public immediately after, he said. It is not open to the public. Someone will inform you when it's over. With that, Jekyll turned and led the first platoon toward the jail. Revan stood in his cell. He wore his military uniform that had been picked up by one of the NCOs acting as errand runners. There was a small, individual desk to his side with the relevant documents laid before him. Everything had already been prepared beforehand, and only the actual trial needed to take place. He wasn't alone in his jail cell, either. Kefira sat upon his cot. Cyrilla stood to the side, though she wasn't armed. One of the jailers was seated at the end of the cell, with a recording magical device. Even the imperial family's bodyguards had to leave their weapons in the processing room on this side of the bars. The authority was derived directly from the emperor to curtail anyone trying to claim exception to the rules. They had already had a pleasant breakfast with each other and gone over the documents, so they were just waiting patiently for the guest of honor to arrive. A commotion from the processing room reached their ears, and Revan saw Orion being escorted in hand irons through his divine sense. Here he comes, Revan said to Kefira with a smile. Finally, Kefira said, rolling her eyes, you're in for a world of hurt from your mother once this is all over. She has not been pleased that her son has been locked up in jail for several days. A word of advice, tell her straight away that you weren't actually locked up in here. It will make her angry in the short term, but if she finds out later and you didn't tell her, things will be much worse. Don't worry, I'm going to tell my parents everything. Good. Jekyll walked into the room at the end of their conversation with Orion in tow. There was a seat on the other side of Revan's desk, and Jekyll plopped Orion down in the seat. Orion tried to leap back up to his feet, but Jekyll's hand held him in place. He briefly looked up at Jekyll with a murderous expression before facing Revan. Tell your goon to unhand me, he shouted. You better be ready to face the consequences of this little scheme. Your head's already on the chopping block, and once my uncle learns of this, the blade will surely come down. Revan didn't say anything. He just glanced at Jekyll. Jekyll smacked Orion in the back of the head. Silence, prisoner, Jekyll calmly said. Orion looked around at everyone in the cell in disbelief. He started to open his mouth again, but Jekyll simply smacked him a second time. He grit his teeth and faced Kefira. Kefira looked back at him with a deadpan look. She turned to Revan. Captain Revan, you may proceed, she said. You do not have the right to legal counsel. You do not have the right to discovery. You do not have the right to prepare a case at all. The law is clear. A military tribunal covering a combat situation during wartime is held at the commander's leisure, and it will be conducted forthwith. The same limitations are applied to the prosecuting commander. The commander is not allowed to assign the case to a legal representative. The commander is not allowed to compile additional evidence other than what he himself has witnessed or what was originally provided by whomever is leveling the charges. The case will consist simply of the facts. The defendant is allowed to dispute any facts. Immediately after, the commander's immediate superior will render judgment based entirely on their own interpretation of the facts and will issue a sentence based on the IMC and Cohen. Do you understand? Orion frowned. That's it, he asked. Revan turned to Kefira. Kefira nodded her head and turned to face the jailer recording the tribunal. Let the record show that the defendant's question indicates understanding, she said. Wait, what? Orion asked, looking around at everyone present. Captain Revan, you may proceed, Kefira said, ignoring Orion. Revan simply laid out the events that took place in Vero. Everyone in the room except for the jailer had been present, so there was no surprise on anyone's face other than the jailer. The jailer's eyes opened wide in disbelief as he stared at Orion. He was only there to make sure the recording magical device was working, so he was free to observe everything at will. None of the jailers had known exactly what was going on with all of the back and forth, but none of them had expected to hear such lunacy perpetrated by an esteemed disciple of the court magus. After Rian laid out the facts of the case, Kefira held up her hand, forestalling Orion from speaking. "I was present for all of the incidents," Kefira said. "As such, none of the facts are in dispute. I will render a verdict." She looked at Orion, who was reeling with confusion and dismay. "Mage Orion, on the count of insubordination, I find you guilty. On the count of disrespect to a superior officer, I find you guilty. On the count of cowardice in the face of the enemy, I find you guilty. Your sentencing will be based solely on the rules outlined in the IMC and Cohen. For the count of insubordination, you will be docked 1 month's pay. The pay will be set as the rank of a second lieutenant. For the count of disrespect to a superior officer, you will be jailed for 1 month. For the count of cowardice in the face of the enemy, you will be publicly flogged 30 times. What?" Orion screamed. "Jailed, flogged." Jekyll cuffed him in the back of the head once more. "Are there any questions?" Kefira asked after Orion had been silenced, other than an emotional outburst. "Actually, there's a discrepancy in the sentencing." Rievin stepped forward. Kefira frowned. Rievin had not told her anything about there being a discrepancy beforehand. "Are you sure?" she asked. She flipped to the relevant page in the IMC. "It states right here, plain as day, the offense of cowardice in the face of the enemy will result in a public flogging of no more than 50 times. She looked up at Rievin. "Do you think I'm being too lenient?" "Yes, Your Highness," Rievin nodded. Orion glared daggers at Rievin, but Rievin just ignored him. "It's not because I believe the defendant deserves more strikes in the flogging, though. It's because there's an addendum regarding this matter in the Code of Nobility. I have the relevant passage marked for your perusal." Rievin handed over the book containing the rules nobility were bound to uphold. Kefira accepted the book and looked down at the marked passage. She read it out loud. "In the case of cowardice in the face of the enemy, there are extenuating circumstances for the nobility," she read. "If the infraction occurs in the presence of their liege lord, the guilty noble shall receive double the punishment. If the infraction occurs in the presence of a member of the imperial family, the guilty noble shall be sentenced to death." Silence took over the jail cell. Orion's eyes nearly bugged out of his face. He spluttered, and it took him several seconds before he found his voice. "I'm to be sentenced to death," he screamed. "No, no, Nuwu." He began to thrash, but he was bound by the magical shackles and his stats and skills were sealed. Jekyll had no trouble holding him in place. Rievin cleared his throat. "There is one last stipulation," Rievin said. Everyone looked at him. "The imperial family can vacate a death sentence of a noble, however. The noble in question and 3 generations of his family shall be stripped of all official rank, title, and position. As Orion is a member of the last generation, only his and his father's generation shall be affected." Kefira looked back to Orion. "Do you wish to vacate your death sentence?" Kefira began. "Yes," Orion screamed, straining against Jekyll's grip. "Yes, vacate the death sentence." "Very well," Kefira nodded. She turned to Cyrilla. "Go inform the jailers to locate Lord Magistrate Faulu and have him attend to me. Send a military unit to the Faulu Manor and confiscate it, too." Cyrilla nodded her head and stepped out of the cell to send the messages. Kefira turned to the jailer, keeping the record. "The tribunal has concluded. Process the prisoner for his sentence." "Wait, what?" Orion was thoroughly confused. He had been on the back foot for quite some time and wasn't able to keep up with how quickly everything was proceeding. Kefira shook her head. "Only your death sentence was vacated. You still have to serve a month in jail as well as pay back a month's salary based on a second lieutenant's pay." Jekyll hauled Orion to his feet. The jailer packed up the magical recording device and stepped out into the hall. Jekyll dragged a screaming Orion behind the jailer. Cyrilla quickly returned to the cell. Rievin, Kefira, and Cyrilla didn't have to wait long before Lord Magistrate Faulu was brought to them. He wasn't brought alone. Another one of the local magistrates followed him into the cell. The unfamiliar magistrate glanced at the 3 people waiting for them curiously. Kefira didn't wait for Lord Magistrate Faulu to speak before she opened her mouth. "Lord Magistrate, your nephew was found guilty of cowardice in the face of the enemy in the presence of a member of the imperial family. He was sentenced to death." Both magistrates' eyes opened wide in shock. Before they either could say anything, though, Kefira held up her hand and continued. "The prisoner chose to plead for his sentence to be vacated. As such, in accordance with the Code of Nobility, he shall be spared at the expense of his 3 generations, losing all official rank, title, and position. You are hereby stripped of your position as a Lord Magistrate. All of your cases shall be vacated to your colleagues." Before either of them could respond, Rievin stepped forward and handed the other magistrate a piece of paper. "I submit a motion to vacate the jurisdiction of my case to the military," Rievin said. "As the alleged infraction occurred during a military operation, you are only allowed to grant the motion per the IMC. My immediate superior shall take over the case." Rievin glanced at Kefira with a smile. She nodded. "The case against Captain Rievin is dismissed due to lack of evidence," she said. Rievin glanced at the former Lord Magistrate, who was standing completely still, bewildered by what had just happened. Ryevin clapped him on the shoulder and smiled at him. "Have a pleasant morning, Mr. Faulu." Ryevin stopped and looked up at the gates of the imperial palace. Kefira stopped next to him and looked up at him with a curious expression on her face. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I have an ominous feeling," Ryevin muttered. He tore his gaze away from the gates and gave Kefira a reassuring smile. "I'm just being silly. I'm sure it's fine." And Kefira smirked. She knew exactly what he was talking about. "Don't worry. I'll be there with you." Ryevin took a deep breath and continued walking forward. Imperial guards at the gate saluted Kefira as they breached the gates. Everything was the same as he remembered it the last time he had been there. Despite that, Ryevin could feel his heart hammering in his chest. Kefira turned and indicated to Cyrilla that she should go ahead and go about her day. She didn't need her shadow protecting her in her own home. Cyrilla was always stoic in the presence of others, but that didn't mean she didn't have her own life and family. She nodded and happily waltzed. It was just Ryevin and Kefira. So what have Talon and Kimberly been up to these past couple of days? Ryevin asked as they bypassed the main chambers located in the front of the palace. Kefira didn't need to report to her parents right away, so they moved straight toward the back where they could follow the path to where Rafix and Emelian stayed. "They've been spending their time with the mercenary officers," Kefira said. "Don't worry about them, they're in good hands. Just take some deep breaths and let's get this over with." Ryevin gave a tight smile and squeezed Kefira's hand. They walked hand in hand through the cultivated path leading to the guest courtyards. Time marches on, and everything has to be faced eventually. In no time, Ryevin found himself walking through the doors to his parents' abode. "Rafix, dear, who's at the door?" Emelian called somewhere in the main house. "I know it couldn't possibly be our son. He's got far too much important things to do than to spend a little time with his dear old mom." Rafix looked up at Ryevin as he entered the building and gave him a wide grin. "I don't know, honey," he called back. "Some stranger has graced us with his presence." He turned to Ryevin and said in a much lower voice, "Good luck." With that, Rafix got up and bounded out the still open door. "Wait, Dad." Ryevin turned and called after Rafix, his hand extended toward his father. Rafix didn't even slow down, and he disappeared out of sight. Emelian came walking out of the hallway and stopped when she spotted Ryevin and Kefira standing in the open doorway. "Kefira, dear, who's this that you've brought to my home?" Emelian addressed Kefira. She didn't even spare a glance for Ryevin. Ryevin took a deep breath and sighed. Kefira glanced back and forth between Ryevin and his mother. "You know who this is, mother," Kefira answered in a weak voice. Emelian folded her arms and gave Kefira a stern look. "Are you going to defend him then?" she inquired. "I will always stand by his side," Kefira said, standing up straight. Emelian stared at Kefira for a couple of seconds before breaking out into a warm smile. "I knew I liked you," she said. The smile dropped from her face as she finally looked at Ryevin. "Well, hello, mother," Ryevin said. He gave a quick bow with his words. "Mother? Whose mother am I? Am I your mother?" Emelian demanded. "Of course you're my mother," Ryevin said. "Really, I would think that any child of mine would have at least attempted to keep in contact with me while he was gone for months on end. I wrote letters." Ryevin defended himself. "You call those letters?" Emelian barked a short laugh. "They read more like tactical reports. The enemy have pushed us out of Piori. Their numbers are endless, and they don't seem to care for their own casualties. We fought a defensive action against them at the river. We held for as long as we could before we had to fight a tactical retreat and march further down the road. They send a sortie against us every day. The fatigue is building up. I don't know how long we can sustain our position despite the experience and skill gains we're accumulating." Emelian tapped her finger against her arm as she stared Ryevin down. It had been a while since Ryevin had written those letters, but he was fairly positive those were exact quotes. There had been more to them than that, of course, but he didn't have much of an argument in his favor. "Not once in any of those letters did you tell me that you were okay," Emelian added. "I thought the letters themselves would imply that I was," Ryevin answered sheepishly. Emelian threw her arms up in the air. "They only told me you weren't dead. I don't care about the military reports or how the war is going. I care about my baby. The only reason I kept my sanity was the letters your father wrote me. He knew better than to give me the details of the battles, but leave out the details of how you all were living." Ryevin was distracted by the muffled chuckling coming from beside him. He turned to see Kefira holding a hand over her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. She was failing. "What?" Ryevin asked, furrowing his brow. "You did not write your mother battle reports," she said. "He did," Emelian confirmed. "Well, what was I supposed to write?" Ryevin threw his own hand up in the air. "I figured what I wrote contained all the information needed to alleviate your worry. I told you about the progress of the fighting, and it implied I was doing fine and well. I would have preferred to hear about your daily life," Emelian said, her tone softening. "I want to know what you're thinking, what you're feeling. Leave the details of the war to your commanders. I want to know that you're not only physically safe, but mentally, emotionally as well." "I'm sorry, mother," Ryevin hung his head. Listening to the care and warmth in his mother's voice, despite how mad she was at him, made him realize just how lucky he was to have Emelian as his mother. He He had only considered what he himself would have been interested in hearing, and he failed to give his mother the comfort she needed. Come, Emelian held her arms out. Reevin walked forward and embraced his mother. I'm glad you're back, Emelian said into his ear. She pulled away and led him to the couch. Come, sit, talk. Reevin nodded and sat down next to his mother. Kefira took a seat opposite them. Emelian had already heard everything there was to hear from Rafix and Kefira, but she demanded Reevin retell it in his own words. Over the course of an hour, Reevin told the story of his adventures in Vero and Thaye. Emelian managed to coax his emotions and state of mind out of him during each of the major incidents he faced. He told of the exhaustion and drudgery involved with hunting down the spies in the terrible weather. Emelian dragged out of him the fact that he was worried he was growing too callous in how he handled human life, something Kefira had alluded to during the operation. He hadn't noticed it at the time, but Kefira had seen the signs and had been worried about him. I have the nature of the abyss in my soul and body, Reevin thought. I need to keep a handle on it. He explained how he had felt terror and despair upon fighting the huge cloaked man in the Battle of Piori. He had been worried about his father's safety above all else, especially with more of the hooded figures standing just out of range of the fight. Emelian had chuckled at hearing that. That's exactly what your father told me, she said. Well, not exactly. He was worried about you, not himself. Reevin cracked a smile at the words. Emelian reached out and hugged him. She rubbed his back and comforted him. SHHH, there's only so much you could have done, she whispered. You did everything you could. You were a light in the darkness for them for as long as you could be. You can't dwell on what more you could have done, but should instead focus on how many of them you were able to save by your actions. It's not that you didn't do enough. It's that it would have been 100 times worse if you hadn't taken responsibility. I understand that logically, Reevin said, a small hitch in his voice. It doesn't change how I feel in my heart. They were just kids. Reevin, you're just a kid, Emelian retorted. I don't care what experiences you've had or what memories you have from your dreams. You're still a teenager. You and Dad were teenagers when you fled Vindon, Reevin pointed out. Yeah, but neither of us had to lead a war of children against a bloodthirsty adversary. All of our subordinates were much older and more experienced than us. We had people to lean on, not the other way around. And even then, I wouldn't wish that experience on anyone else. It doesn't seem like we have a choice, Reevin sighed, pulling back from his mother. You and Dad had your ordeal to deal with, and I've had mine ever since going through that portal in the Revenant dungeon. Come to think of it, both of those incidents were orchestrated by the same person. Don't worry, your father and I haven't forgotten about him. He might be in an entirely different realm than us right now, but we'll find him one day. I don't doubt it, Reevin laughed. Okay, now tell me about your little vacation island, Emelian prodded. Emelian was gravely concerned about the incident where Reevin had seen the Tier 8 monster floating in the ocean. She continually asked if he had any lingering fears over it, but Reevin reassured her that he was fine. It hadn't affected him over time. Surprisingly, at least to Reevin, he felt much better after delving into his own psyche and divulging how he had felt in each of the incidents. His mother's comfort over the fallen conscripts had seemed to lift a weight from his shoulders that he hadn't noticed he'd been carrying around. And now we get to the final crux of the matter, Emelian said. Why in the world would you stay in that jail cell and not come home to me right away? I was still only thinking about myself, Reevin admitted. I assumed Dad and Kefira telling you what was going on would be good enough. I'll do better in the future. If I let you go, Emelian muttered. What was that? Reevin asked. Reevin had heard his mother clearly, but he played along anyway. Nothing, Emelian replied with a smile, so she motioned for Reevin to continue his reasoning. Orion had been a pain on multiple occasions already. Reevin articulated his thoughts. I knew that only total destruction would send him away for good, but that wasn't the entirety of my decision. Kefira's mother seems determined to keep playing games, and I don't know how many others are going to come out of the woodwork to scheme for Kefira's hand. Staying in the jail was sending a message to everyone else. I will take your plan, fight it on your turf, and still turn it against you. It was a strategy to prepare for whatever future shenanigans Kefira's mother allows. Kefira cleared her throat, interrupting the conversation for the first time. Both Reevin and Emelian glanced over at her. Kefira had her head down and she fidgeted with her hands in her lap. About that, Kefira said. She looked up at Reevin with an apologetic look. There won't be any more games from my parents. My mother explained to me, in no uncertain terms, that the whole thing had just been to give us some time to verify our feelings for each other. She's willing to move forward and announce our relationship publicly now. Reevin and Emelian stared at Kefira for a couple of seconds. So what you're saying is, it was completely unnecessary for Reevin to stay in that jail cell? Emelian asked, quirking an eyebrow. Reevin had a bad feeling. He could have come home at any time and it wouldn't have affected his plans at all. Yes, Kefira said. It was more of a question than a statement. Emelian leveled her gaze at her son. Reevin pinched the bridge of his nose and squeezed his eyes shut. All of that progress. It was still going to be a long time before their conversation was over. Reevin was put under house arrest. He could come and go freely, but he had to have a maternal escort for the foreseeable future. Emelian had spent years apart from her eldest son, and then he had almost immediately taken off to fight in some distant war as a mercenary. Reevin completely understood his mother. It would have been hard not to after she had talked his ears off about it. It wasn't just his mother, either. His sisters had shown up shortly after, and he had to play the same song and dance again to regain their favor. They had missed their brother, and they didn't let him off lightly. As it stood, if Reevin wanted to go anywhere, he would have a trail of 5 women with him at all times: his mother, his twin sisters Kefira and Serilla. Kefira had her own things to do, but there wasn't much for Reevin to do other than spend time with her anyway if he wanted to go out. He had been strictly barred from going to the mercenary barracks in the short term. They were perfectly capable of handling themselves without him for a while. Varya and Zudrid had sent a letter expressing their condolences that they wouldn't be able to accompany him on one last dungeon delve. They weren't about to get in between a mother and her son. They simply partied up with some of the officers from the mercenary company for their dungeon delve before returning to their sect. Jekyll kept in touch about the matters going on in the barracks, but Emelian screened everything and didn't let Reevin dwell on it. It was time for him to be with his family, not his work. Reevin didn't complain either. It had been a long time since he had just spent time with his family like this. Even before he had been whisked away across the realm, he had been spending less and less time with his family. It was a good reminder for him, and he appreciated every moment of it. Reevin didn't waste his time with his personal growth during this time, either. He still did his evening practices with Kefira, and he contemplated on his path forward. The two of them even shored up some of Emelian's foundations. She had never completed her formal training, and some of the exercises Kefira introduced let her advance at a rate she hadn't seen in a long time. Reevin was happy for his mother. Rafix had been pulling away from her in terms of level and skill for some time after he and his sisters had been born, but from what Reevin could see, his mother was actually a bit more talented than his father. It might have been because his father was already over skill level 100 in his main skill and closing in on tier 6, but he had no doubts that his mother would eventually catch up to his father again. He still remembered how devastating her spells had been on the battlefield in Magron. She had been the lowest leveled of all those that had come to their rescue, and yet she had done more for the battle than anyone else. It made him reevaluate his own progress with his magic. "It's a matter of experience," Emelian answered. "I haven't achieved transcendence in any of my affinities like you have yet, and I would guess your technical skills are probably as good or better than mine at this point. None of that matters, though, when I've been using these spells and magics for far longer than you at a higher level. Of course you're going to outclass someone who spent decades in tier 2 and 3 from the lower regions. I've actually had to fight above my weight class consistently, though, for almost my entire adult life. You also have to consider the fact that I'm mostly using my tier 4 affinities with all of my spells. You're still building your foundation and focusing more on the lower tier affinities. Eventually, the difference in potency will become apparent. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just keep going how you're going and refine your skills and spells over time. Pretty soon you'll be on par with me." Reevin had nodded his head, reassured, and continued his training. He had a clear idea on what he wanted to work on while in tier 3. He didn't have a map laid out for him on how to achieve the pinnacle tier 4 class, but he hadn't had a map for his tier 3 class either. Reevin was confident he would continue his path with the strongest classes in the future. With that confidence in mind and his plan of action determined, he looked at his bloated status page. "It's time to figure out how to consolidate you,"